Lin Fan slipped back to his rented hovel as fast as he could. It was the most common kind of shack in the slums, crudely piled together from clods of dried mud and broken stones. The thatch on the roof was sparse and ragged, whenever the wind blew bits of it rustled down in a dusty shower. The moment he stepped inside, he jammed a wobbly three-legged wooden stool hard against the rickety door, a door so flimsy it looked like a single kick could smash it open. Only after doing all this did he lean against the rough earthen wall, gasping for breath. Oracle's expedition, Homeland, the talent of material transmission. These words crashed madly around inside his skull. His so-called trash talent, the void black hole that had devoured all his savings, seemed not quite what he had thought. He had to verify it. Lin Fan closed his eyes, forcing his pounding heart to calm as he sank all of his focus into the depths of his mind. Over the past 3 years, all those items he had transmitted away and never heard from again now appeared like tiny beacons falling upon the surface of Earth. A rock-hard piece of black bread, a length of coarse linen, a nail salvaged from ruins. They were scattered across different corners of his homeland. He could clearly perceive the precise coordinates of each one. The coordinates were branded into his mind like an innate instinct. He knew that whenever he wished, he could pull those things back from their coordinate points. He locked his mental strength onto one of the light dots. It was a small clay jar, the most valuable of all the items he had transmitted away. He had scrimped and saved for an entire week to buy it from another merchant, originally intending to use it to carry water so he could appear a little more presentable. Yet during one stubborn test of his material transmission, it had vanished. If he could retrieve this jar, even if he could not sell it in time, he could at least pawn it to the patrol squad for 3 days' lodging fees. Recover. He silently uttered the word in his heart. A low hum shivered through the air. The next instant, a small clay jar appeared out of thin air before him. At the same time, the talent in his mind snapped into sharp clarity. Material transmission. Transmission limit, 500 grams. Cooldown time, 72 hours. Lin Fan immediately examined the clay jar and found it completely intact. It worked. It really worked. A surge of wild exhilaration crashed over him. With this jar, he could at least survive another 3 days. He lifted it closer to his eyes. There seemed to be something inside. Carefully, he tilted the jar. Something slid out. A few withered birch leaves fell into his palm, their yellowed edges still faintly moist and curled, and a small pinch of damp soil exuding a fresh scent. Lin Fan's movements froze. Trembling, he pinched a bit of the earth between his fingertips and raised it to his nose. A smell of rainwater and plant roots pierced into his nostrils, so achingly familiar. This was not the reek of sulfur and decay that tainted the soil of the divine realm. This was the scent of his homeland after rain. Without knowing why, Lin Fan's eyes grew slightly moist. When he finally came back to himself, understanding dawned. His talent had never actually failed. It was not some broken bug. Since it could bring back leaves and soil from home, it meant it could bring back far more valuable things. His trash talent was in truth the only bridge linking the two worlds. A mad notion began to rise uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. In this world, the land was barren and all things withered. A single sack of flour could be traded for a slave. And food. What did food amount to in his abundant homeland? Grain carpeting the fields, vegetables in endless supply, instant noodles, and self-heating hot pots rolling off industrial production lines by the tens of thousands every minute. If he could transmit those things here, how much wealth could he possess? What kind of life could he live? A noble? A king? Perhaps even more comfortable than a king. Yet this thought lasted less than a second before a far stronger emotion drowned it out. He remembered the vast golden rift in the sky and that immense star map. The gods were preparing to invade his homeland. If home ceased to exist, if his mother, his friends, and 1,4 billion compatriots were all reduced to the slaves those deities spoke of, what meaning would there be in him alone amassing a fortune in this damned world? No matter how comfortable his life, he would be nothing more than a rootless wandering ghost. Earlier, when he first heard that absurd oracle, he could only kneel on the ground like an ant, trembling in rage and despair. But now things were different. Having glimpsed his true advantage, he had to act. The excitement in Lin Fan's eyes slowly cooled into an almost terrifying calm. He might still be that ant, but this ant could now gnaw through the barrier between two worlds. Alone, he might never be able to shake the gods, but he would not be fighting alone. Behind him stood a great motherland. He could transmit every piece of intelligence, knowledge, grimoires, and weaponry from this world back home. The enemy was in the open while he hid in the shadows. Lin Fan believed that given 10 years, Huaxiao would surely find a way to deal with the gods. And he himself was the key. Lin Fan clenched his fist. A sense of purpose unlike anything he had ever felt flooded his frail body with new strength. He had to launch a counterattack. But before he could strike back, he had to survive. He coolly analyzed his situation. With the clay jar in hand, his lodging for the next 3 days was secure. After those 3 days, however, nothing was guaranteed. He first had to obtain supplies. As for whom to seek aid from, state institutions, he did not even know where to send anything. And if he rashly transmitted items into some important department, they would most likely be treated as a prank or as unidentified hazardous objects and disposed of long before reaching anyone with real authority. He did not yet have the capital to make mistakes. That left only one choice: home. He could clearly sense the coordinates of his own house. And his nagging excellent cook mother, who always worried he was not eating enough when away from home, was in his mind the most trustworthy person in the world. As for the upper limit on transmission weight, Lin Fan recalled the countless tests that had once ruined him. He had once used a balance scale to test it. Whenever the weight exceeded 500 grams, the transmission would fail outright. The item would not move at all, yet his mental strength would still be completely drained. 1 gene. That was his current upper limit for a single round of transmission. Moreover, based on past experience, after exhausting his mental energy for each transmission, he needed at least 3 days to recover. And 3 days later, he might very well be driven out of the city again. In other words, with a single transmission, he had to both convince his mother of this unbelievable reality and secure enough aid to keep his footing, while keeping the total weight under 1 gene. He also could not recall items at will. They had to be coordinated in advance, because he could not sense the condition of any package. If he recovered it, when the bag happened to be empty, it would be disastrous. As for the supplies themselves, what did he urgently need? What could his mother easily provide? It had to be something she could obtain routinely and conveniently, yet would be precious in this world. 2 words immediately flashed through Lin Fan's mind: flour. Refined flour. In this world where even black bread was hard currency, high-grade white flour was an absolute luxury. Only great nobles and the high clergy of the temples could enjoy it. Even the most expensive white bread in Blackstone City's largest bakery was made from coarse flour mixed with impurities. A gene of coarse flour could sell for 10 copper coins in Blackstone City's market. 1 copper coin was a night's lodging fee. The refined snow-white flour his mother used in the kitchen to make dumplings would fetch at least twice that price here, perhaps even more. Once he brought it out, the bakery owner would definitely fight to buy it. This would be his first step in breaking the deadlock. He decided to act at once. Lin Fan fished a shriveled bag out from under the bed. It was made from the inner membrane of a low-level magical beast called a stone-hide pig. Extremely thin, yet tough, and waterproof. Merchants usually used such bags to carry water. This one weighed about 10 grams, more than enough to hold a full gene of flour. He then found a sheet of rough paper pressed from gray thorn grass pulp and a slender stick of charred wood. Mom, it's me, Lin Fan. I'm not dead. I've crossed into another world. Don't be afraid, listen to me. I'm now in a world called the Divine Realm. There is magic here and gods. It's like medieval Europe. I've been here for 3 years. Life has been hard. I miss you terribly. The gods of this world plan to invade Earth 10 years from now. I saw their star map. Their final target is Earth. This matter is of utmost urgency. I've awakened a talent. I can send things back to Earth and also bring them here. But each time I can only send up to 500 grams, and I can only use it once every 3 days. This is our only hope. I need your help. Please, you must fill this pigskin bag with flour. Remember, including the bag, the total weight must not exceed 500 grams. Around 490 grams is best. Not 1 gram over. Please, I'm begging you. Once it's filled, just leave the bag at home. I can sense its location. 72 hours from now, I'll retrieve it myself. Mom, you have to believe me. Our time is running out. He finished writing and checked the letters several times, confirming that nothing was missing and that every character was clear. He folded the written sheet with care and placed it together with the stone-hide pig bag. Sitting back on the bed, he set the bundle before him and pressed both hands upon it. He took a deep breath. All of his mental strength surged toward the coordinate in his mind that represented home. His talent activated. A soft blue light flashed, and the paper and bag on the table vanished without a trace. Earth. Dian City, Xingfuli residential community. Li Xiaolan returned home and casually tossed the vegetables she had just bought at the market onto the kitchen counter. A still-twitching crucian carp thrashed a few times inside the plastic bag, then went limp, as lifeless as her current existence. She walked into the living room and collapsed onto the sofa, sinking deep, as if all the bones had been drawn from her body. She did not want to cook. She had absolutely no appetite. It had been like this for 3 years. Ever since her son Lin Fan went missing, eating had changed from a basic physical need into a tormenting chore. Whenever the aroma of food wafted up, she would think of how Lin Fan loved her braised pork the most, of that boy shoveling rice into his mouth, while mumbling complaints that she had made the dishes too salty. Then it felt as if a hole had been gouged open in her chest, icy wind howling straight through it. The child's father had died young. She had raised Lin Fan on her own, living for the day he would start a family and a career so she could finally set this lifelong worry down, and when she went to the afterlife, give his father an answer. But now her son was gone. Not in a car accident, not from illness. He had simply vanished into thin air. 3 years ago, just after graduating, Lin Fan had said he wanted to go to the southwest to broaden his horizons. She had warned him to be careful, that things were chaotic over there. Yet from the moment he left, there had been no further word. She called the police, they opened a case, and in the end the file held only 4 cold words: missing person. Alive, there was no body; dead, there was no corpse. In these 3 years, half of Li Xiaolan's hair had turned white, and she had grown haggard beyond recognition. She had taught herself all kinds of online tracking techniques and drifted through countless missing person and anti-trafficking forums like a madwoman, hoarding any clue that might be even remotely related. She had even spent most of the family's savings to hire private detectives to investigate along the southwestern border. They found nothing, but the most common speculation was that her son had been tricked and abducted to those infamous overseas telecom fraud compounds. This suspicion coiled around her heart like a venomous snake, gnawing at it day and night. She did not dare imagine what her son might be suffering there. Every time the news reported on those compounds' horrific methods, she could barely breathe. But what could she do? With no evidence, no leads, the police had nowhere to start. At times, she even wished she would receive a ransom message from one of those compounds. At least then she could know whether her son was still alive. Li Xiaolan sat there in a daze, her gaze unfocused, until she noticed that there was something new on the coffee table, something very strange. She suddenly sat bolt upright. She remembered clearly that before leaving that morning she had wiped down the coffee table, aside from a remote control and a box of tissues there had been nothing on it. Yet now in the very center of the table there lay startlingly out of place a palm-sized dark brown pouch. Strange patterns covered its surface. It looked limp and slack, like some kind of membrane from a creature's internal organ, its mouth tied off carelessly with a darker tendon-like cord. How could something like this be in her home? Li Xiaolan's heart skipped a beat. Had there been a burglary? No. The doors and windows were intact, and what kind of thief would steal things only to leave something like this behind to disgust the owner? A chill crept from the base of her spine up her back. She looked around in the empty apartment, only her own heavy breathing could be heard. She stood up and hesitating shuffled step by step toward the coffee table. A faint peculiar odor emanated from the thing. She reached out with a trembling hand, but the instant her fingertips brushed the pouch, she jerked them back. It felt soft yet strangely resilient. Definitely neither plastic nor leather. Fear spread through her heart, but one thought gave her the courage to go on. Could this be a clue about her son? Were those kidnappers using such a method? She hesitated no longer, gritted her teeth, and untied the knot. When the pouch opened, a sheet of rough yellowed paper folded with meticulous neatness slipped out. Li Xiaolan's breathing quickened. She carefully pinched the paper between her fingers and slowly unfolded it. The familiar handwriting instantly stabbed at her eyes. Not exactly neat, yet full of stubbornness. It was Lin Fan's handwriting, the very strokes she had taught him one by one. There was no way she could be mistaken. My son, my little Fan. Tears burst from Li Xiaolan's eyes. Choking with sobs, she could barely hold the paper steady. He was alive. He was alive. Overwhelming joy and excitement made her whole body tremble. She devoured every word on the letter as if she wanted to carve them into her mind. Mom, it's me, Lin Fan. I'm not dead. I have traveled to another world. Traveled to another world. Li Xiaolan froze. What did that even mean? Forcing herself to stay calm, she continued reading. Don't be afraid. Listen to me. I'm now in a world called the Divine Realm. There is magic here and gods. It's a bit like those medieval European myths and stories. I've been here for 3 years. Life is hard and I miss you terribly. Divine Realm. Magic. Li Xiaolan's brows knitted tightly together. The joy that had just surged up was replaced by a vast confusion and unease. What nonsense was her son talking about? Had he been beaten until his mind broke? Or was this some cruel prank by kidnappers? No, the handwriting could not lie. She kept reading. The gods of this world are preparing to invade Earth 10 years from now. I've seen their star charts. Their ultimate target is Earth. This matter is of utmost urgency. I have awakened a talent that allows me to send objects back to Earth and bring things over from there. But each time I can send at most 500 grams, and I can only use it once every 3 days. This is our only hope. Invade Earth. Li Xiaolan's mind went completely blank. She could not begin to make sense of what the letter was saying. What was all this? It sounded like the ravings of someone deranged. If not for that familiar handwriting, she would have thrown the letter out as trash, without a second thought. Her gaze fell on the final part of the letter. I need your help. Please, you must fill this pigskin pouch with flour. Remember, including the pouch itself, the total weight absolutely must not exceed 500 grams. Around 490 is best. Not a single gram more. Under no circumstances. Once you've packed it, just put the pouch somewhere safe. I can sense its location. After 72 hours, I will retrieve it myself. Mom, you have to believe me. Our time is running out. Flour. He wanted flour. Li Xiaolan stared over and over at the word flour, and a string in her mind suddenly thrummed to life, as if an electric circuit had finally been completed. She clapped a hand over her mouth. She had figured it out. She had figured it all out. All that talk of traveling to another world, of magic, of invading Earth, it was nonsense. It was a code, a cipher meant to evade surveillance. It really was a fraud compound. It really was a kidnapping. Her son must have been controlled by those damned animals and forced to write this letter. Using this horrifying pouch, who knew which animal's internal organ it was made from? To hold the letter was meant to intimidate her, to deliver a first ruthless warning. They did not want cash because they feared bank transfers could be traced. They wanted flour. Over the years, through news reports and online forums, Li Xiaolan had seen such underworld slang far too many times. So-called flour was not the stuff used in the kitchen to make dumplings at all, but that white powdery substance that could destroy lives and families. Contraband. They wanted her to procure that stuff. They wanted to drag her down with them, to make her an accomplice. Li Xiaolan's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the carpet. Being dragged down she did not fear. Ruin and disgrace she did not fear either. What she feared was that her son would never return. Over these 3 years in her search for him, she had nearly exhausted every last shred of strength. She knew all too well that as an older woman on her own, there was no way she could handle this. Where could she even obtain such things? How would she hand them over? Every step was a trap. Matters like this had to be handled by professionals. In the past, she had suffered from the lack of any leads. Now this letter and this pouch were ironclad evidence. They were the knife the kidnappers themselves had handed over. With this, the police could finally open a full investigation. Li Xiaolan pushed herself up from the floor. The sorrow and panic in her eyes slowly turned into a desperate burnt-boat's determination. She rushed into the kitchen, yanked a clean plastic storage bag from the cupboard, and carefully placed the letter and the eerie organ-like pouch inside, sealing it tight. Then she snatched up her phone from the table, and without the slightest hesitation pressed 3 numbers. Hello, is this 110? I want to report a crime. In the West District Police Station, the air conditioning was set a bit low and the young officer Zhang Wei was focused on sorting through a stack of records regarding neighborhood disputes, his eyelids heavy with sleep. The phone on the desk rang at an inopportune moment. Hello, West District Station, he answered lethargically. On the other end was the dispatch center, the dispatcher's tone slightly peculiar. Zhang Wei, there's a case you need to attend to. The caller was an aunt named Li who lived in Xingfuli community. She said she had received a ransom note regarding her son who had been missing for 3 years. A kidnapping case. Zhang Wei sat up straight, fully alert now. What are the demands? The dispatcher paused as if gathering her words. She said, the kidnappers don't want money, they only want a bag of powder, and specifically emphasized that it is the kind that is prohibited. The office of the police station fell silent in an instant, and several colleagues who had been slacking off perked up their ears. Zhang Wei was also taken aback. What kind of new method of crime was this? All right, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Zhang Wei called over a supporting officer and drove the police car towards Xingfuli community. Along the way, he was still pondering over this matter. A son missing for 3 years suddenly sends a ransom note asking not for money, but specifically for contraband. It sounded quite absurd, but in their line of work, he had seen many absurdities. Perhaps it was some new type of extortion that circumvented financial regulations. Upon arriving at Aunt Li's house, the door was opened by a middle-aged woman with a haggard appearance and deep-set eyes. When she saw the police, her taut nerves seemed to snap at once and tears streamed down her face, yet when she spoke, her words were unusually coherent. Comrade Police, you're finally here. Please come in. As Zhang Wei comforted her, he walked into the living room. Aunt Li pointed at something wrapped in a plastic bag on the coffee table, her voice trembling. It's this, it suddenly appeared in my house today. The note is in my son's handwriting. Ew, I wouldn't mistake it. Zhang Wei's gaze fell on the plastic bag. What was inside was indeed very strange. He put on white gloves and took out the evidence. Annie, don't be anxious, take your time. Why do you think the flower mentioned in the note is contraband? Aunt Li told Zhang Wei her analysis in detail, from the crossing over code to the unusual request for no cash, and then to the internal organ bag used for intimidation. Her logic was clear. Although she was agitated, her words were filled with a mother's concern and determination. After listening, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a weight in his heart. Though it sounded implausible, Aunt Li's analysis from the perspective of a victim's family member did carry some weight. He picked up the strange bag, its texture feeling extraordinarily odd. Soft yet resilient, it was completely unlike any material he recognized. He leaned in and sniffed. A faint, indescribable, strange odor invaded his nostrils. Looking at the sheet of paper, its material was also very peculiar. It was thick with a strong, fibrous feel, and the color was unnaturally yellow, as if it had been made using the most primitive methods. Did the kidnappers make the paper themselves to avoid detection? This thought was no ordinary criminal scheme. Aunt Li, rest assured, we will handle this matter seriously. Zhang Wei carefully placed the letter and bag back into the evidence bag and solemnly assured Aunt Li, we need to take these items back to the station for technical analysis. We will inform you of any developments as soon as possible. Back at the station, his colleagues gathered around, curiously observing the items in the evidence bag. Wei Gu, is this really a kidnapping case? What's this bag? It looks quite disgusting. Stop guessing for now. Zhang Wei handed the evidence bag to an old colleague from the forensic department. Lao Wang, do me a favor and check what this paper is made of. See if you can find any clues. And check this bag too. Lao Wang took the items, muttering, criminals these days have more tricks up their sleeves, and walked into the lab. Zhang Wei returned to his seat and began writing the scene report. Half an hour later, Lao Wang came over with a ghostly expression, quickly placing a printed report on Zhang Wei's desk. Zhang Wei, come here for a moment. Zhang Wei followed him into the lab. Lao Wang pointed at the spectrometer's screen, his face pale. I analyzed the paper fragments, trying to see what type of wood pulp it was made from. On the screen, a line of red text stood out, no matching items in the database. I thought the instrument was broken, so I rebooted it and tried a new one, but the result was the same. Lao Wang's voice was slightly dry. This thing. It's not paper as we understand. Its fiber structure doesn't match any known man-made or natural fibers in our database. Zhang Wei's heart sank. Then, what about that bag? Even weirder. Lao Wang pulled up another report. We first extracted DNA thinking it was a pig's internal organ membrane, but the DNA sequence didn't match. Zhang Wei's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Not a pig's. Could it be human? Did that guy named Lin Fan already? If that were the case, the nature of this case would be too horrific. So what's the result? Is it human? Not that either. Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief. Lao Wang pointed at the screen filled with comparison data. Then we compared its DNA sequence with all species gene maps recorded in our forensic database worldwide. Mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians. Even insects and microorganisms were included. He paused, speaking slowly. None matched. The entire lab was eerily quiet. Lao Wang looked up, staring intently at Zhang Wei, his eyes filled with confusion, shock, and a hint of fear that even he himself hadn't noticed. Zhang Wei, honestly, tell me, where did you get these things? The DNA of these items probably doesn't belong to any known species on Earth. Boom. Something exploded in Zhang Wei's mind. Aunt Li's weeping, that absurd letter flashed before his eyes once more. I crossed over to a world called Divine Domain. There is magic, there are deities. 10 years later, it invades Earth. The content he had previously dismissed as codes and madness now struck his worldview with a chilling sense of reality. This was no longer a matter of new fraud or kidnapping extortion. Zhang Wei felt cold sweat trickle down his back. He was not someone who believed in supernatural forces, he believed in evidence and science. Yet now the most advanced scientific instruments with the coldest data were telling him this piece of evidence came from the unknown. He immediately realized that the severity of this matter had far exceeded the jurisdiction of a district police station or even the city bureau. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and exited the lab, quickly returning to his office, picking up the phone. His hands trembled slightly, but his dialing motion was remarkably steady. The call was quickly connected. Hello, Municipal Bureau Technical Investigation Team. This is Zhang Wei from the West District Station. He lowered his voice, trying to keep his tone as steady as possible. I need to speak with your team leader Li immediately. I have a case here that may require you to report to the municipal level. No, the situation is very special. It may need to be reported immediately to the provincial department or even higher. In the office of Zhou Xingyang, director of the Provincial Public Security Department, the ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. He extinguished his third cigarette, his brows knotted tightly into a deep character 3 crease. On the desk lay a top-secret file recently transmitted in encrypted form from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Though slender, every word within it carried an uncanny, unsettling weight. Zhou Xingyang had served 30 years in the political legal system, from grassroots patrol officer to provincial director, witnessing cases so bizarre they defied imagination. Cults masquerading as divine criminals, overconfident in their cunning coincidences so improbable they belonged in fiction, all had long since ceased to surprise him. Yet this report surpassed the sum total of his 3 decades experience. Evidence pouch material identified as an unknown biological membrane, a DNA sequence, shows 0% match against Earth's known biological genome database. Letter paper composed of unknown plant fibers, primitive craftsmanship, fiber architecture absent from all extant papermaking databases. Zhou Xingyang's knuckles tapped unconsciously against the rosewood desktop as he reread the report, pinned by Zhang Wei, a young officer from the municipal bureau. Reporting party Li Xiulan firmly believes her son Lin Fan, missing for 3 years, has been abducted to an overseas telecom fraud compound. The letter's content employs covert signals devised to evade surveillance. This inference was eminently plausible. A mother consumed by anguish would naturally arrive at such a conclusion, entirely reasonable, even inevitable. Yet the forensic analysis rendered that very plausibility profoundly, chillingly unreasonable. Zhou Xingyang's gaze settled finally upon the high-resolution scan of the letter attached to the report. I have transmigrated to a world called Divine Realm. It will invade Earth in 10 years. Read in isolation, these words resembled the ravings of a delusional mind, or the juvenile fantasy of a self-absorbed adolescent. But placed beside the forensic verdict declaring the evidence non-terrestrial, they ignited a chemical reaction so unnerving it sent shivers down one's spine. Zhou Xingyang believed neither in gods nor ghosts. He trusted only evidence. And now the evidence told him plainly this matter lay far beyond the jurisdiction of a provincial public security director. This transcended criminal investigation entirely. He lifted the internal telephone and dialed a short extension. Connect me to Professor Liu Jiangwo at the Provincial Institute of Bioinformatics. Yes, tell him it's me. The line clicked through swiftly, and a robust voice answered. Lao Zhou. A rare honor. What brings the busiest man in the province calling me? Another thorny case requiring the intervention of this old academic. Liu Jiangwo, the Institute's chief scientist, Zhou Xingyang's university classmate, and a preeminent authority in China's biological sciences. Lao Lu, no jesting this time, Zhou Xingyang said gravely. I have something here, extraordinarily perplexing. Neither the municipal bureau nor our own lab equipment can make sense of it. Oh, Liu Jiangwo's curiosity piqued. What could possibly stump you? Couldn't even extract DNA. We extracted it, but the results are deeply anomalous. Zhou Xingyang chose his words with care. I need you to run the most exhaustive genomic sequencing and compositional analysis possible on a biological tissue sample, using your institute's most advanced instrumentation. The most exhaustive possible. He paused, then added, voice low and resolute. This is classified at the highest level. You must handle it personally. No unauthorized personnel may come near the sample. Liu Jiangwo sensed the gravity in his tone and dropped all levity. Understood. Send it over. I'm eager to see what has you so unnerved, Lao Zhou. Upon hanging up, Zhou Xingyang immediately dispatched 2 of his most trusted special police officers to escort the evidence directly to the Provincial Institute of Bioinformatics. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out at the leaden sky beyond the window. A heavy stone settled in his chest. His intuition whispered that this matter was far larger than he had dared imagine. 2 hours later, inside the P3 Biosafety Laboratory at the Provincial Institute of Bioinformatics. Beneath the glare of surgical lights, Professor Liu Jiangwo, clad head-to-toe in full protective gear, used a high-precision robotic arm to delicately excise a minute fragment from the dark brown organ-like pouch. The specimen was placed into a centrifuge tube containing lysis buffer, initiating DNA extraction. Professor, what exactly is this thing? Beside him, his doctoral assistant Xiao Wang peered curiously through thick protective goggles. It looks strange, and its texture is unlike anything I've ever seen. I don't know, Liu Jiangwo replied, shaking his head, eyes fixed intently on the centrifuge's digital readout. Sent by the provincial department, classified at the highest level. We analyze. We do not ask. After a cascade of meticulous procedures, the DNA was successfully isolated and loaded into the Institute's newest generation whole genome sequencer. Imported from Germany, this instrument, valued at hundreds of millions, was the crown jewel of the entire institute, capable of sequencing any DNA sample with extraordinary precision and speed. Xiao Wang sat before a terminal monitoring the sequencer's real-time data stream. "Professor, something's wrong." Moments later, he cried out, "The machine is logging massive base calling errors. The nucleotide identification module appears compromised." Lu Jiangwo frowned and stepped closer, studying the barrage of alerts flashing across the screen. "How is this possible? The instrument was calibrated just 2 days ago." "No idea. It's as if the sample were contaminated or the DNA strands fragmented catastrophically during sequencing," Xiao Wang stammered, flustered. "Shall I prepare a fresh extraction?" "No need." Lu Jiangwo paused, thoughtful. "Bypass the standard nucleotide identification module. Activate the raw spectral data analysis mode at the firmware level. I suspect the fault lies not with the instrument, but with the sample itself." A hunch stirred within him, that the anomaly originated not in machinery, but in biology. Xiao Wang entered a complex command sequence on the control console as instructed. The sequencer shifted operational modes. The screen no longer displayed the familiar 4-color chromatogram of adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine, but instead flooded with a dizzying torrent of raw spectral data. "Perform structural modeling on the data stream," Lu Jiangwo commanded. Fingers flying across the keyboard, Xiao Wang engaged the supercomputer's processing power, sifting, parsing, and reconstructing the immense dataset. Within 60 seconds, a 3-dimensional structural model slowly coalesced on the central display. Silence fell over the laboratory, absolute, profound. Xiao Wang stared, mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Lu Jiangwo stood frozen. He adjusted his protective goggles and leaned in, scrutinizing the model with intense, unblinking focus. This was no double helix, the elegant, harmonious structure he had studied for decades. What shimmered on the screen was a triple helix. 3 distinct molecular strands intertwined and coiled in a manner never before conceived, forming a stable, intricate, yet fundamentally alien architecture, a triple helical structure that defied all established biological canon. This is impossible." Xiao Wang's voice trembled, as though confronting the most horrifying vision imaginable. "DNA? How can it possess 3 strands? It violates the central dogma itself." Lu Jiangwo's breathing grew ragged. He had seen triple helices. In highly controlled lab settings, synthetic fragments could be transiently induced, but those were fleeting, unstable artifacts, utterly incapable of sustaining genetic information. Yet this was natural, stable, perfect, a living cipher. In that instant, the scientific edifice he had spent a lifetime constructing crumbled to dust. This was no mere discovery of a new species. It was the revelation of an entirely novel life form, autonomous, self-sustaining, and wholly independent of Earth's biosphere. "Professor Wei," Xiao Wang faltered, speechless. Lu Jiangwo snapped back to awareness. His expression transformed, shock replaced by unprecedented gravity and razor-sharp clarity. He bolted from the P3 lab, frantically stripping off his protective suit as he sprinted toward his office, snatching up the telephone and dialing Zhou Zhengyang's number with urgent haste. The call connected instantly. "Lao Lu. Lao Zhou." Lu Jiangwo dispensed with pleasantries entirely. "Where, exactly, did you obtain this specimen? Are the results in? They're seismic." Lu Jiangwo roared into the receiver. "Its DNA forms a triple helix. Do you grasp what that implies?" Zhou Zhengyang did not comprehend the science, but he heard the cataclysmic awe in Lu Jiangwo's voice, and beneath it a tremor of raw, unvarnished fear. "Lao Zhou, this is no longer a criminal investigation. Report it to state security, immediately. This matter has utterly exceeded our capacity to contain or comprehend. I repeat, report it, now." In the deep of night, in the Ministry of State Security, in the office of Minister Wang Chun, there lay a report sealed in a top-secret envelope on his desk. The report was sent directly from the provincial department in an encrypted format. It was thin, just a few pages, yet he had been reading it for nearly 2 hours. Wang Chun, the helm of the Ministry of State Security. A person in this position has seen more storms than the average person would watch on television throughout their life. From the traditional shadows of espionage to the new world cyber warfare to various bizarre antisocial cases, his nerves had been tempered to be tougher than alloy. But today he felt as if his worldview was being ground into the floor by this report. Triple helix DNA structure. This line he read repeatedly. As an outsider, he did not understand the complex biological principles behind it, but he grasped the conclusion those words represented. This thing does not belong to Earth. He turned the page to find a photocopy of a letter. "I have crossed over to a world called Divine Realm. Invasion of Earth in 10 years. These seemingly mad ramblings alongside the identification report of non-Earth biological DNA sent a chill down his spine. In his decades of work, the greatest threats he had dealt with were merely those that came from other countries, from geopolitical games, and from human enemies lurking in dark corners. But this time the enemy might come from another world. This conclusion was too insane, so crazy that he even wanted to laugh at himself at first. Yet he could not find the humor. The physical evidence was undeniable. That strange bag, that rough letter were all irrefutable proof. Wang Chun picked up the phone and dialed the direct line to academician Chun, hyping the director of the Institute of Biophysics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. "Old Chun, it's me, Wang Chun. On the other end, a slightly hoarse voice came sounding somewhat fatigued. Minister Wang, what major event needs our assistance at this hour? More troublesome than any major event before. Wang Chen's tone was serious without a hint of jest. I have something that needs your personal authentication. Using your institute's highest precision equipment, conduct a comprehensive gene sequencing and elemental composition analysis. Chen Haiping fell silent for a moment, sensing the gravity in Wang Chen's voice. What is it that has the Ministry of State Security so concerned? A biological sample that may not belong to Earth. Wang Chen articulated each word carefully. On the other end of the line, there was complete silence. After a full 5 seconds, Chen Haiping's voice finally came through again, this time devoid of fatigue, replaced by an uncontrollable excitement and rigor characteristic of a researcher. Send me the address, I'll personally bring someone to collect it. No need, I will deliver it to you myself. Wang Chen did not hesitate a moment after hanging up the phone. He personally placed the evidence bag into a specially designed metal safe, and then called for his 2 bodyguards. Prepare the car, we're going to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The black Hongqi sedan glided silently out of the compound, merging into the flow of traffic in the midnight city of Beijing. Wang Chen leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed, yet his mind raced. Through the car window, he gazed at the city still aglow with lights. The pedestrians on the street, the crowds pouring out of the subway, the delivery riders hurrying by. Everyone lived within their accustomed routines, hustling for life, for the future. None of them knew that a threat capable of overturning it all had quietly descended in the most unimaginable way. And he, as the guardian of national security, had to build the first and possibly the last line of defense against that unknown threat. An hour later, the sedan arrived at the Institute of Biophysics located in the suburbs of Beijing. Security was tight here, but Wang Chen's car passed through unobstructed. Academician Chen Haiping was already waiting at the entrance of the laboratory building. In his 60s with graying hair, he appeared vigorous, and his sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the soul. He was still wearing a lab coat, clearly having rushed out directly from the laboratory. The two exchanged no unnecessary pleasantries, though a shared glance conveyed their mutual seriousness. Where is it? Chen Haiping asked straightforwardly. Wang Chen handed over the safe. Let's go to the laboratory. They passed through layers of security checks and disinfection passages, entering the most core P4 biosafety laboratory of the institute. Everything here represented the pinnacle of China's achievements in biological sciences. Chen Haiping personally operated the equipment, wearing double-layer gloves, and used a high-precision robotic arm to retrieve a minuscule sample from the dark brown skin bag. The sample was swiftly sent into various cutting-edge instruments. The whole genome sequencer began operating, emitting a low hum. The mass spectrometer's laser swept over the sample, stripping away every particle for analysis. Wang Chen stood outside the observation window, quietly watching. He could not comprehend the rapidly scrolling data on the screen, nor could he understand the various technical terms being tossed around by Chen Haiping and his assistants. But he could read people. He noticed that as the analysis deepened, the expressions of the few top biologists in the laboratory shifted from initial seriousness and curiosity to confusion, then shock, and finally, an almost dazed disbelief. Each top PhD stared intently at their screens, mouths agape, as if they had forgotten how to breathe. Chen Haiping quickly walked to the main control panel, personally retrieving the raw data, his fingers flying over the keyboard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Time passed by second. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew intensely oppressive. Finally, Chen Haiping stopped his actions. He slowly lifted his head, looking through the thick protective glass at Wang Chen. His expression was deeply complex. There was the ecstasy of discovering a new continent, the shock of having one's worldview overturned, but more so, there was an unfathomable wariness. He picked up the internal intercom, his voice trembling with excitement. Minister Wang, could you come here for a moment? Wang Chen pushed the door open and entered. Chen Haiping pointed at the central screen, which displayed a 3-dimensional structural model just completed by the supercomputer. Take a look for yourself. On the screen was a spiral structure formed by 3 molecular chains intertwined and spiraling in an unprecedented, intricate, and beautiful manner. This is its DNA model. Chen Haiping's voice was dry, stable, natural, perfect. Triple helix. On Earth, all life forms from the simplest viruses to humans are double helix. And this indeed is triple. Wang Chen's heart sank sharply. What does this imply? He asked, knowing full well the gravity of the matter. It indicates that its life code from the very foundation is not part of the same system as ours or any life on Earth. Chen Haiping took a deep breath and switched the screen display. An elemental mass spectrometry analysis chart appeared. On the chart, the vast majority were familiar peaks of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. But in a specific area of the chart, several glaring peaks that could not be labeled by any known element stood out. What is this again? Wang Chen's voice turned somewhat dry. Unknown elements. Chen Haiping pointed at those peaks, speaking each word clearly. We have identified at least 3 new stable elements from the sample. They do not exist on the periodic table. Boom. If the triple helix DNA merely opened the door to a new world, then the term unknown element struck like a hammer, shattering the materialistic worldview Wang Chen had built over decades. Different life codes, different physical rules. The contents of the letter surged uncontrollably back into his mind. Magic. Gods. Perhaps those are not fantasies, but a real power system that exists under an entirely different set of physical rules. Wang Chen suddenly turned around and strode out of the laboratory. Old Chun immediately compiled the most detailed report and sent it to me via the highest level of encrypted channel. Everything that transpired here today, all data, all personnel, involved classified as the highest national secret. No one is to leave this building a single step until they receive my orders. As he walked, he pulled out the red secure phone, his hand steadier than frightening. He dialed a number he knew by heart. The phone rang once before being picked up. This is Wang Chun. Immediately connect me to line 1. Emergency situation, highest level. Yes, I will repeat, highest level. He knew that from this moment on the war had already begun. At 3 in the morning in the Central Corps' confidential conference room. This room, located hundreds of meters underground and resistant to nuclear strikes, is the heart of the entire Huaxia. At this moment, the room is brightly lit. Seated around the enormous oval redwood conference table are the highest-ranking officials from various departments of Huaxia, all present without exception. None of them shows any signs of drowsiness. Instead, there's a gravity akin to the calm before a storm. All eyes are focused on the massive display screen at the front of the conference room. On the screen, academician Chun Haiping from the Dragon Institute is personally presenting all the freshly analyzed data. Behind him is the P4 laboratory. Leaders, Chun Haiping said, pointing to the complex and bizarre triple helix DNA structure model on the screen, his tone serious. After repeated and multiple rounds of cross-validation, we can be 100% certain that the genetic material comprising this biological sample has a fundamental structure that is entirely different from all known life on Earth. The scene shifts to a mass spectrometry analysis graph filled with peaks. More importantly, Chun Haiping pointed to several peaks marked with red circles on the graph that could not be labeled by any known elemental symbols. We have identified multiple new stable elements from the sample. They do not belong to any position on the periodic table. This implies that the world from which these samples originate likely operates under a totally different set of fundamental physical rules. The entire conference room fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Those present are all battle-hardened individuals with iron will. Yet at this moment, even the most iron-blooded generals felt the dampness seeping from their palms. This was not the discovery of a new continent. This was the confirmation of a new world. A new world with different physical rules and different life forms. A world hostile to Earth. Minister of National Defense Wang Chun stood up and stepped forward. His expression was equally grave as he succinctly interpreted the strategic implications of the letter from the other world. His voice was low, but every word rang clearly in the hearts of everyone present. First, parallel worlds, or what we call other worlds, can basically be confirmed to exist. Second, that world possesses a power system referred to as magic, which likely stems from the entirely new physical rules we just observed. Third, according to the contents of the letter, the civilization in that world is in a state of decline and has identified our world, Earth, as its sole target for invasion and plunder. The timeline is 10 years. Fourth, and most crucially, our citizen Lin Fan is currently the only source of intelligence and point of breakthrough we have. Wang Chun glanced at his watch and continued, fifth, according to the 72 hours mentioned in the letter, there are less than 12 hours left until Lin Fan retrieves the aid supplies. Someone posed the most critical question. Can the authenticity of the bidirectional transmission mentioned in the letter be immediately verified? This question hit the nail on the head. Everything discussed prior had remained in the realm of analysis and speculation. But this transmission is the only crucial variable that can be immediately observed and verified. Academician Chun Haiping nodded heavily on the screen. Yes. The letter requests that we send back a total weight of no more than 500 grams of flour. This is not only the best opportunity to verify its authenticity, but also our only chance to establish the first effective contact with Comrade Lin Fan. Prepare the experiment. The command was instantly issued through encrypted channels. 15 minutes later, everything was ready in the Dragon Institute's highest-level net zero laboratory. This is a room built for the most precise physical experiments where all energy exchanges with the outside world have been theoretically minimized. In the center of the laboratory, surrounded by layers of high-precision sensors, high-speed cameras, and various energy detectors, quietly rests the bag from the other world. Inside the bag, there is premium high-gluten flour, which when weighed repeatedly on the electronic scale along with the bag totals exactly 490 grams. Following Lin Fan's request, a safety margin of 10 grams was retained. The flour is of the highest quality, specially supplied for astronauts, ensuring purity and absence of impurities. In addition, there was one more item in the bag. A strip of paper printed with nanomaterials as thin as a cicada's wing, weighing only 1 gram. On the paper, besides the precise geographical coordinates of the laboratory accurate to 8 decimal places, there are only 2 lines printed in the largest font. Comrade Lin Fan, the country believes in you. Huaxia will be your strongest support. No unnecessary words, no complicated instructions. In a situation still shrouded in uncertainty, conveying trust is the only and indeed the best choice. All real-time monitoring footage from the laboratory was directly transmitted to the large screen in the core conference room. Everyone held their breath, their gazes locked on that ordinary bag containing flour. Time ticked by second by second. In the conference room, the only sound remaining was the ticking of the second hand on the wall clock, each tick resounding like a hammer against everyone's heart. When the second hand finally crossed the last notch of the agreed time, There was no flash of light, as anticipated, no spatial ripples, as in sci-fi movies. Not even a single high-precision instrument could capture any energy fluctuations or spatial disturbances. Inside the quartz vacuum chamber, the bag containing flour and hope vanished into thin air. In the previous frame, it was still there. In the next frame, it was gone, as if it had never existed. All sensor readings associated with it dropped to zero in that single instant. A sound of gasping filled the conference room. An old general who had fought all his life instinctively clenched his fists, unable to believe what had just occurred. Wang Chen's pupils also constricted sharply. Facts speak louder than words. This, completely contrary to physical common sense, silent disappearance was more impactful than any violent explosion. It proclaimed a fact in the quietest, yet most brutal way. The other world exists. The dimensional passage exists. The threat exists. Every pillar of the nation present displayed a complex expression of shock, seriousness, and resolve. The final resolution echoed throughout the conference room. We cannot place the fate of civilization in the hands of the enemy's mercy. Comrade Lin Fan is the only sharp knife inserted into the heart of the enemy, our only eye and our only hand. Immediately establish the Otherworld Strategic Command Center, led by Minister of National Defense Wang Chun as the overall commander. Assemble the nation's top experts and integrate all relevant resources. Spare no effort to fully support Comrade Lin Fan. A supreme command organization surpassing all existing departments was proclaimed established at that moment. Its mission is singular: within 10 years to arm the only pioneer in the other world with the entire nation's strength through that tiny passage limited to 500 grams and open every 3 days. And to prepare for war before the enemy arrives. Lin Fan leaned against the rough earthen wall, the room filled with a damp, moldy smell. He could no longer remember how many days had passed without a proper meal, the burning hunger in his stomach gripping his insides like an invisible hand. Time passed too slowly. Every second felt like it was dragging slowly across his taut nerves. He occasionally lent an ear to the cacophony outside the slums, the taunts and curses of thugs, the wails of slaves, all sounding like they were coming from another world, unclear and distant. All his attention was focused on the vague countdown in his mind. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps grew closer, finally stopping outside his rickety wooden door. The door was knocked on with great force and rhythm. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He recognized that voice. He walked over and opened the creaky wooden door. Standing at the door was the patrol leader Barton, his face full of flesh, his eyes carrying a habitual indifference, as if looking at trash. Lin Fan, Barton said flatly, as if reading from a script, I had someone check your jar. It can cover, at most, 5 days' lodging fees. Including today, you have 2 days left. He glanced at the dilapidated room behind Lin Fan and curled his lip. If you can't pay in 2 days, you know the rules. The ghouls outside the city have been making quite a racket lately. With that, he didn't spare Lin Fan another glance and turned to continue his patrol. Lin Fan silently closed the door, propping it shut again with the rickety wooden stool. 2 days. The final deadline. He leaned against the door and slowly slid down to the ground. Hope and despair were like two giant beasts fiercely tearing at his heart. If his mother didn't believe him, or if she hadn't seen the letter at all, then in 2 days he would be dragged outside the city and become a meal for the monsters roaming the wilderness. He dared not think any further. For now, all he could do was wait. In endless torment, time finally flowed second by second. When the 7-Titwohor countdown ended, Lin Fan gathered his spirits. He immediately sat cross-legged, concentrating, plunging his consciousness deep into his mind. The coordinates of the pigskin bag were quickly locked onto by Lin Fan, but his heart sank heavily. In his perception, the coordinate representing pigskin bag indeed lit up, but its location was wrong. There had been a significant shift in the coordinates. It was no longer in the happy neighborhood, but had moved to a place he was completely unfamiliar with, exceedingly distant. Something had gone wrong. A terrifying thought instantly pierced his mind. Why would his mother take the thing so far? Could it be she simply discarded the pigskin bag? Or perhaps she encountered some danger. Countless terrible possibilities exploded in his mind, leaving his hands and feet cold. But at this point he had no other choice. Retrieving the bag was his only hope. He gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the fear and unease in his heart, locking all his mental energy tightly onto that distant coordinate. Lin Fan activated his talent. Material transmission recovery. Buzz. No sound came from the air and no light appeared before him. A dark brown stone-skinned pigskin bag abruptly appeared on the floor in front of him. It lay there quietly as if it had always been present. Lin Fan's gaze was instantly drawn to the bag. It was bulging more than it had been when he sent it. He trembled as he reached out, grabbing the bag. It was heavy. This tangible weight made his heart, which had been hanging by a thread, sink a little. There was something. He eagerly untied the rope made from beast sinew that secured the bag's opening. A pure, clean scent of wheat instantly surged from the bag, enveloping his face. This was not the mixed scent of dirt and strange flavors from the divine realm, but a rich aroma that he had only smelled deep in his memories belonging to his homeland. He tilted the bag. Snow-white, fine, dry, and soft flowers spilled out, like flowing sand, forming a small hill in the basin he had prepared in advance. The quality of the flour was countless times better than he had imagined. It was so fine that not a single impurity could be found, blindingly white. Even before his transmigration, he had never seen such good flour. Lin Fan's eyes instantly welled with tears. He knew that his mother must have taken his words seriously. To get the best flour for him, she had traveled a long distance and searched many places. He reached out, touching the pile of flour that represented his mother's longing, but halfway through, he touched something that felt entirely different. That item was hidden in the flour, extremely thin, yet possessing a peculiar resilience, its surface smooth beyond belief. He carefully drew it out from the mound of flour. It was a piece of paper thinner than a cicada's wing, made of a material that was neither metal nor paper, presenting a strange matte white color. There were no handwritten characters on the paper. Instead, a line of striking bold characters printed in a familiar square black font read, "Comrade Lin Fan. The state believes in you. Comrade." The moment he saw these two words, Lin Fan's mind went blank. He instantly understood everything. His mother not only believed in him, but also comprehended the urgency of the situation, and at the fastest speed reported this matter to the state. And the state, in the face of such an absurd and unbelievable situation, did not doubt or hesitate. They chose to believe. They chose to believe in this ordinary person far away in another world where even survival was a problem. Buzz! Lin Fan's head roared, and everything he had endured over the past 3 years found an outlet at that moment. The ridicule of being seen as a failure, the hunger of having an empty stomach, the loneliness of struggling in despair, the confusion about the future. All grievances, bitterness, and helplessness transformed into a surge of warmth welling up in his eyes. He was no longer a struggling, wandering soul. Behind him stood a great motherland alongside 14 billion compatriots whose voices he could not hear, but felt their strength. He tightly grasped the thin piece of paper, as if holding the entire world. Tears could no longer be suppressed, swirling in his eyes. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Fan finally calmed his excited emotions. After extreme excitement came an unprecedented calm. He knew it was not the time for sentimentality. The state had placed their trust in his hands, and he could not let that trust down. He had to act immediately, converting this support into capital that would allow him to stand firm in this world. He looked at the pile of snow-white flour, rapidly calculating in his mind. He carefully put most of the flour back into the stone-skinned pigskin bag, hiding it in a pit under the bed, sealing it with a wooden board. Then he took about 1/3 of it, wrapped it carefully in a piece of clean cloth, and tucked it into his clothes. After doing all this, he stood up, opened the door, and stepped into the bustling streets of Blackstone City. His goal was clear: the finest bakery in Blackstone City, Golden Wheat Fragrance. Golden Wheat Fragrance Bakery was located at the other end of the slave market near the inner city, and the streets here were noticeably cleaner. As Lin Fan approached the door, a shop assistant wearing a clean linen shirt spotted him. The assistant sized up Lin Fan's tattered and dirty clothes with undisguised disdain on his face. He stretched out his hand, blocking Lin Fan directly. "Stop. This is a high-end place, Golden Wheat Fragrance, not somewhere a lowly person like you should come. Get out." Lin Fan ignored him, not even lifting his eyelids. He simply sidestepped and squeezed past the assistant's arm. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The assistant was taken aback for a moment, then angrily chased after him, trying to force him out. Passers-by waiting in line for black bread also turned to watch the spectacle. Lin Fan paid no mind to the pulling behind him and walked straight to the polished black wooden counter. Amidst the assistant's astonished shouts and the curious gazes of those around him, he slowly placed the cloth-wrapped item from his arms onto the dark wooden counter. Then in front of everyone, he began to unwrap the cloth package bit by bit. A dazzling white pile suddenly appeared in everyone's view without warning. The pure, unblemished white color formed a stark contrast with the surrounding dirty and gray environment. The entire bakery fell silent in an instant. "What's all this noise? Who dares to cause trouble here?" A stout figure squeezed out from behind the kitchen curtain, his voice booming with a hint of impatience. The bakery owner, Gelly, with his signature beer belly, wore a face twisted in anger over his disrupted business. He immediately spotted the ragged poor boy at the counter, ready to chastise him. But in the next moment, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the dazzling white powder on the counter. The anger on Gelly's face froze in an instant. He hurried to the counter, pushing aside the obstructing staff, his eyes wide, like copper bells, fixated on the pile of powder. As the owner of a bakery in Blackstone City for 10 years, he had dealt with flour more than with people throughout his life. Yet he had never seen such snow-white flour. So why'd it seem to have no impurities at all? He extended his greasy hand, still stained with dirt under the nails, and carefully pinched a small amount, as if handling a treasure. Delicate, smooth, and so light it felt almost weightless. Truly, there was not a trace of impurity. Could it be that this flour was specially processed by a magician? He placed the powder in his mouth. There was not the slightest grainy texture. It melted instantly, and an utterly pure wheat fragrance exploded on his tongue, accompanied by a hint of barely discernible sweetness. Such perfect flour could not possibly be produced by ordinary processing techniques. Only a powerful magician could create flour so flawless. But who could afford such extravagance? Who would waste precious magic on ordinary ingredients? Though he could not comprehend it, this batch of flour was destined to be an invaluable ingredient. The flesh on Gelly's face trembled uncontrollably. Having mingled in the market for years, he had long mastered the art of business. The overwhelming joy inside him almost made him cry out, yet he knew he must remain composed. He forced down his excitement, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and feigned an indifferent demeanor as he glanced at Lin Fan. The quality is acceptable. He cleared his throat, his tone flat. But it's too little to make many loaves of bread. Given your situation, I'll take all of this for 60 copper coins. This price was already double that of ordinary coarse flour, which he deemed more than sufficient for dealing with a poor wretch who had stumbled upon good fortune. The surrounding customers murmured in surprise at this price. 60 copper coins could feed a family of 3 with black bread for an entire week. However, Lin Fan merely watched him silently, saying nothing. That piece of paper stating, "The country believes in you," was his greatest confidence. He now represented the advanced productive forces of another world. He was no longer the ant who would wag his tail and beg for a few copper coins. He knew that the one who should be anxious was not him. Seeing Lin Fan's lack of response, Gelly felt a jolt in his heart. Lin Fan had stopped looking at him, silently extending his hand to gather the flour on the counter into a cloth bag. Seeing this action, Gelly was taken aback. "Hey, wait." Gelly was indeed anxious, his stout body unexpectedly exhibiting agility as he quickly pressed down on Lin Fan's hand. "Little brother, let's discuss this amicably. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate further." His face instantly filled with a sycophantic smile, completely different from before. Lin Fan halted his actions, raised his head, and looked at him calmly. 1 silver coin. What? Gelly thought he had misheard. For all of this 1 silver coin. Or 100 copper coins. Lin Fan's voice showed no hint of emotion. Gelly's face instantly turned a deep shade of pig liver. "You are robbing me. 100 copper coins could buy the lowest grade cat-eared slave." Lin Fan did not argue with him, simply coldly stating, "Or I walk away." After saying this, he pretended to start putting the flour away again. No, no, no. Gelly panicked, completely desperately holding onto the cloth bag, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. His mind raced. If flour of this quality were made into bread and sold to the aristocrats in the city, the profits would be unimaginable. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a fierce internal struggle, Gelly gritted his teeth, as if cutting his flesh, pulled out a pouch from his waist, and began to count the copper coins one by one. 1, 2, 3. His heart bled, but thinking of the future gains, he could only endure the pain. Soon 100 copper coins, dirty and sweaty, piled up into a small mountain on the counter. Lin Fan counted them once, confirming their accuracy before pushing the bag of flour toward Gelly. He stuffed the heavy copper coins into his own pouch and turned to leave without any hesitation. This was the largest sum he had earned since crossing over 3 years ago. With this windfall, Lin Fan did not return to his dilapidated house. He walked straight through the chaotic market toward the patrol team's station. The station was set up in a small fortress built of stone blocks where several guards in simple leather armor leaned against the wall, lazily boasting. Lin Fan immediately spotted old Barton, who was boasting about his exploits from the previous night to his subordinates. He did not, as usual, force a humble smile from a distance, bowing and scraping. He simply walked over calmly. Old Barton and his subordinates also noticed Lin Fan, their expressions filled with mockery and confusion, waiting to see what tricks this poor wretch would pull to delay. Lin Fan reached the greasy wooden table, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, he untied the pouch. Clatter! He did not count the coins one by one, but directly poured a handful of copper coins onto the table, creating a crisp and resonant clinking sound. "Captain Barton, the overnight fee for a month." Lin Fan pushed 30 copper coins in front of old Barton. The entire station fell silent. All the guards were stunned. They looked at the pile of yellow copper coins on the table, then at Lin Fan, who seemed to have transformed, their eyes filled with astonishment. How did this void teleporter, who had been bullied by them and couldn't even produce a copper coin, suddenly become so extravagant? Old Barton squinted his eyes, not immediately reaching for the money. He just stared deeply at Lin Fan, as if trying to read something from his calm face. Boss Grell rushed back to his greasy kitchen, almost rolling and crawling. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang, firmly barring it with a thick bolt, isolating himself from all outside sounds, and then leaned against the door panel, gasping for breath. His heart raced fiercely, as if he had just escaped from the jaws of a ghoul. The kitchen was as stifling as ever, the air filled with the sour smell of fermented dough, the rancid odor of low-quality fats, and the smoky scent of inadequately burned firewood. In the corner, 2 young apprentices were laboriously kneading a large basin of rye dough mixed with a lot of bran, the primary ingredient for the shop's most popular dark bread. "Get out! Get out!" Grell suddenly roared at the 2 apprentices, startling them into shivering. "Boss?" asked one tall, thin apprentice, confused, his face covered in flour. "Are you deaf? Get out. You're not needed in the kitchen today. Watch the front, and no one is allowed in." Grell's tone left no room for doubt, his eyes filled with a rare fervor and tension. Only when he was alone in the kitchen did Grell let out a long sigh of relief. He approached the decayed-soled, darkened workbench stained with flour and grease, first rubbing his hands vigorously, feeling unclean, then ran to the water tank and scrubbed his hands 3 times with coarse soap until they turned a bit red and white before stopping. After completing this, he carefully took out a bundle wrapped in rags from his bosom, as if about to perform some sacred ritual, and gently placed it in the center of the workbench. As the cloth opened, a pile of fine white powder appeared before his eyes once again. In this dim, greasy kitchen, the flour looked almost unreal, so white it seemed to glow. Grell's breath caught for a moment. He extended his finger and pinched a small amount again. The texture on his fingertips was delicate, smooth, and dry, with no graininess at all. Throughout his life, he had dealt with various flours, from the lowest quality rye flour mixed with sand to the coarse white flour sifted several times for the nobles, enough to pile up into a small mountain. Yet none compared to the substance before him. "Is this really flour?" he couldn't help but exclaim. This thing didn't seem like it was ground from wheat, but rather like powder fashioned from moonlight or a fragrance used by a priestess in a temple. He no longer hesitated. According to the most precise proportions in his memory, he began pouring water into the basin. The moment the clear water touched the flour, something extraordinary happened. In the past, mixing dough required strenuous stirring to blend the flour and water evenly. But these white powders seemed to possess life, eagerly and greedily absorbing moisture. Grell only lightly stirred with a wooden spoon a few times, and a uniformly textured dough began to form without any lumps. He poured the dough onto the workbench and began to knead. The moment his palm touched the dough, Grell's body trembled and his eyes widened. This texture. No, this is completely wrong. He had kneaded dough for 30 years. The calluses on his palms were harder than the stones on the city wall. What types of dough had he not kneaded? Hard, soft, dry, wet. But none felt like this. This dough was astonishingly pliable, as if it were not an inanimate object, but a living, docile slime. As his hand pressed down, he could clearly feel the perfect amount of elasticity returning from deep within the dough, neither too soft nor too hard, just right. The surface of the dough was unbelievably smooth. As he kneaded, he could even see a faint sheen gliding over it. Grell felt as if he were not kneading dough, but caressing the finest fabrics in the city, the kind only duchesses could afford, silk transported from the royal capital. He became completely immersed in it. The act of kneading transitioned from tentative exploration to increasingly fluid and enjoyable movements. This was an unprecedented experience. A craftsman who had immersed himself in this art for 30 years discovered a whole new continent in his field. He even experienced a ridiculous illusion. It was not he who was shaping the dough, but the dough that was guiding his hands, telling him how much force to use and from which angle to knead. He did not know how long it had been, but a perfect, smooth-surfaced, lively dough presented itself before him. Grell looked at this masterpiece, his forehead already drenched in sweat, unable to distinguish whether it was from heat or excitement. With his finest skills, he divided the dough into 10 equal portions and carefully placed them into his treasured oven. This oven had been passed down from his father. He knew every brick in the chamber like the back of his hand. After closing the iron door, Grell felt as if he had been drained of energy, plopping down onto a nearby wooden bench, his heart racing. He was both eager and fearful. Eager to see what kind of bread could be baked with such magical flour. Fearful that if his skills were inadequate and he mismanaged the timing, he would ruin this treasure, which would be too disastrous. Time passed second by second. From the oven, a faint aroma began to waft. Initially, the scent was weak, lingering in the kitchen, but soon it grew stronger, aggressively dispelling all the odd smells in the kitchen. Then the fragrance seemed to sprout legs, slipping out through the door crack and drifting into the golden wheat fragrance store. The tall, thin apprentice who had been dozing behind the counter suddenly twitched his nose, waking fully from his slumber. He sniffed vigorously, a puzzled expression on his face. What is that smell? So fragrant. This aroma continued to expand. It burst out of the store, floating into the most chaotic and filthy slave market in Haishi City. A slave trader was raising his whip high, ready to strike a kneeling half-human boy. But halfway through the swing, he suddenly stopped, his nose sniffing the air vigorously, his fierce expression replaced by a primal desire. Several ragged beggars rummaging through garbage for food stopped in unison, lifting their heads with dazed expressions toward the source of the fragrance. Merchants haggling, porters moving goods, patrolling guards. The entire street seemed to have been paused. Everyone stopped what they were doing, instinctively lifting their heads, greedily inhaling the air, filled with an unprecedented aroma of rich wheat and a hint of caramel sweetness. This fragrance was simply the most irresistible poison for those who were accustomed to hunger and poor food. Where is that smell coming from? Oh my, is some noble roasting meat. No, this is the smell of bread, but what kind of bread could smell this good? Voices of speculation erupted, and countless people unconsciously gathered towards the direction of the fragrance coming from the golden wheat fragrance bakery. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Grell was completely stunned. He stared intently at the gap in the oven door. The rich, intoxicating aroma made his mouth water, and his stomach grumbled uncontrollably. Finally, the time had come. He took a deep breath, donned thick gloves, and abruptly pulled open the iron door of the oven. Boom! An even more intense and overwhelming aroma burst forth from the chamber like an explosion. Grell felt as if golden light were flashing before his eyes, nearly knocked over by the wave of heat. He steadied himself and looked at the baking tray. Then he froze completely. On the baking tray lay 10 loaves of bread, perfectly crafted creations he had never seen before. Each one was fluffy and full, uniformly exhibiting a tempting golden hue with a layer of natural oil sheen on the surface. The tops of the bread were adorned with beautiful cracks formed during baking. Did I make this? Grell's mind went blank. This was not just bread, it was a work of art. A tribute that should be offered in a temple to the goddess. Trembling, he carefully took the baking tray out. Meanwhile, the entrance of the bakery was already surrounded by crowds packed tightly with people. Everyone stretched their necks and tiptoed, desperately peering into the shop, their faces filled with longing. Boss, what wonderful things are you making in there? Are you selling it? This aroma is driving me crazy. Grell looked at the dark mass of people at the door, and his heart, as a businessman, began to race wildly. He knew the opportunity to get rich had arrived. He forcibly suppressed his inner excitement, cleared his throat, and carrying a tray of bread walked to the shop entrance. He raised one of the loaves high and shouted with all his might, "Freshly baked, hope, white bread. Made with the finest ingredients, crafted by my own hands. Limited quantity, only 10 available." The crowd erupted in an instant. How much for one? Someone shouted impatiently. A sly glint flickered in Grell's eyes as he extended 3 plump fingers. 30 copper coins. What? The crowd exploded in disbelief, all staring at him incredulously. 30 copper coins. That was enough for a poor person to pay for a month's rent in Haishi City. To think it was just enough to buy 1 loaf of bread. Who could afford such bread? Amidst the uproar and mockery, an arrogant voice came from outside the crowd. Make way, everyone. The crowd was roughly pushed aside, and a middle-aged man dressed cleanly and properly with a family emblem pinned to his chest squeezed to the front, flanked by 2 guards. It was the steward of Viscount Dubois. Someone recognized him and immediately fell silent, retreating respectfully to the side. The steward didn't even glance at the surrounding commoners. He merely frowned, covering his nose with a handkerchief as if disgusted by the air. His gaze fell upon the bread in Grell's hands. Clearly he had been drawn in by the fragrance as well. Grell's heart leapt to his throat. He knew that a true big client had arrived. The steward asked no price, nor did he waste words. He simply cast a contemptuous glance at Grell, then pulled something from his money pouch and casually tossed it onto the counter. With a clink, a shiny new silver coin sparkled on the dark counter. I want 3, the steward said flatly, yet with an unrefusable order, no need for change. A silver coin equals 100 copper coins. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at the steward with a mix of envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Grell's heart almost leapt out of his throat at that moment. He hurriedly wrapped 3 loaves in oiled paper and respectfully handed them over. The steward had one of the guards take the bread and turned to leave, never looking back at anyone. Only after his figure disappeared around the street corner did the crowd erupt into a buzz of discussion. Meanwhile, Grell stared at the shiny silver coin on the counter and then at the 7 remaining art pieces in his hands trembling and his mouth stretching to his ears. He knew he had made the right bet. He was rich. Inside the inner city of Blackstone City, the residence of Viscount Dubois. Unlike the slums in the outer city hastily constructed with mud and rubble, the buildings here, while not grand, are at least made of solid stone, and the streets are much cleaner and tidier. In the living room, Viscount Dubois lounged lazily on a chaise longue covered with animal skins. He was around 40, slightly plump from a life of ease, with a carefully trimmed beard. He gently swirled the silver wine glass in his hand, the crimson liquid within being a rare red wine transported from the distant royal capital through connections. In a desolate border city like Blackstone, being able to drink such wine is in itself a symbol of status. The butler entered noiselessly, followed by a servant carrying a tray covered with a metal dome. Sir, the snacks you requested. Viscount Dubois didn't even lift his eyelids, merely grunting in response. Snacks. He felt somewhat disdainful. What kind of decent snacks could there be in such a poor place like Blackstone City? It was probably just hard lumps baked from coarse flour with a bit of sugar and inferior fats added. Dry and greasy, meant only to fool those nouveau riche merchants who had never seen the world. The reason he had the butler prepare them daily was merely to maintain the facade expected of a noble. What is it? He asked impatiently. It's bread, my lord, the butler respectfully replied, just bought from a bakery in the outer city. Bread. Dubois frowned, finally tearing his gaze away from the wine glass. Bread from such a filthy place in the outer city. Do you want me to get an upset stomach? Throw it out to feed the dogs. Sir, if I may speak frankly, the butler said, his face showing a hint of difficulty, yet he insisted this bread is somewhat unusual. Saying this, he gestured for the servant to step forward, then personally lifted the metal dome from the tray. At the moment the dome was removed, a rich aroma mingled with steam wafted towards them. Viscount Dubois froze in his actions. His nose twitched, and the disdainful expression on his face slowly transformed into surprise. This scent, pure grain fragrance mixed with a hint of caramel sweetness from baking, warm and rich, wonderfully combined with the fruity aroma of the expensive red wine he was drinking. He straightened up, his gaze fixed on the 3 golden brown loaves on the tray. Just looking at them made his fingers tingle. Bring one over, he commanded. The butler quickly handed one over. Dubois did not grab it directly with his hands, but instead picked up a silver knife from a nearby table specifically used for cutting fruit, and cautiously maintaining the dignity of a noble cut a small piece from the bread. He brought the small piece of bread close to his eyes for a careful examination. The internal structure of the bread displayed a uniform honeycomb texture, soft and elastic. He finally placed it in his mouth. The moment the bread entered, Viscount Dubois froze completely. The silver wine glass slipped from his hand, falling onto the carpet with a clatter, the expensive red wine spilling everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. All his thoughts were utterly consumed by the explosive sensation in his mouth. Soft, delicate, sweet. The bread required almost no chewing. With just a gentle push of his tongue, it melted in his mouth, transforming into a pure warm flow of grain fragrance that slid down his throat and into his stomach. An indescribable sense of happiness surged from his stomach, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. He felt as though every cell in his body was unfurling in this warm aroma, emitting satisfied groans. He swore he had never eaten anything so delicious in his life. Even last year at the banquet hosted by the king, the royal pastries made by the king's chefs paled in comparison to this. They were practically pig feed. The so-called noble demeanor, grace, and dignity. At this moment he cast them all aside. Give me. He snatched the remaining large loaf from the butler's hands, not bothering to cut it with a knife, and directly opened his mouth to take a huge bite. He devoured it like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days, his eyes gleaming, cheeks bulging, Adam's apple rolling up and down, completely disregarding his image as he gobbled it down. The butler and servant standing by were left dumbfounded. They had never seen their master act so out of character. Dubois stuffed all 3 loaves into his stomach, leaving not a single crumb behind. After finishing, he licked the grease off his fingers, still savoring the taste. With a satisfied burp, the ultimate happiness began to fade, and Viscount Dubois' mind finally started to function again. As a noble, he realized that he was thinking of much more than just delicious. He immediately understood that the value of this bread far exceeded its mere existence as food. What is this? This is a new top-tier luxury item that can showcase status. In this broken place of Blackstone City, he as a viscount was a noble in name only and frankly just a rural tycoon. Compared to those wealthy businessmen who got rich through the slave trade and mining, he had little to boast about aside from an empty title. But this bread was different. He could imagine that when he hosted a banquet while other nobles and merchants were gnawing on those dry and hard black loaves, he could present this divine food. What a scene that would be. Just thinking of the expressions of envy, jealousy, and obligatory flattery on their faces sent shivers of excitement through him. This is not just bread. This is status. This is face. This is an excellent tool for him to climb the social ladder in Blackstone City. Quick, go buy more. Dubois suddenly jumped up from his chair, excitedly shouting at the butler, "Go to that bakery and buy every single one of those loaves they have, no matter the cost." "Yes, my lord." The butler was startled by him and hurriedly ran out. Dubois paced anxiously in the living room, his mind already starting to draft the invitations for the banquet. However, half an hour later, the butler returned empty-handed, his face filled with panic. "Where is the bread?" Dubois rushed to meet him, asking urgently. I'm sorry, my lord." The butler knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling. "When I went back, that bakery had already sold out. The owner said they only made 10 loaves in total, and there's no guarantee there will be more in the future." "What a—" Viscount Dubois' desire instantly transformed into a raging fury. Sold out. No guarantee. He felt like a child who had just tasted honey only to be told that the jar was empty and he would never get any more. The heart-wrenching sense of loss and the humiliation of being toyed with were unbearable for him. How dare a lowly bakery owner from the outer city mock a noble? Preposterous. He kicked over a nearby small table, sending silver utensils crashing to the ground. "Prepare the horses. Gather the guards." He growled with a fierce expression. "I want to see for myself which fool dares to mess with Dubois." He decided to go personally. He would make that ignorant bakery owner understand what happens when one offends a noble in Blackstone City. In the Golden Wheat Aroma bakery, owner Grell was happily counting the coins earned that day, and the remaining 7 loaves were quickly divided among a few arriving merchants at a high price. Just as he was contemplating how to negotiate with the young man from today for more goods at a lower price tomorrow, the bakery door was violently kicked open from the outside. Viscount Dubois stormed in, accompanied by 2 fully armed guards. Grell's smile froze instantly as he looked at the badge on Dubois' chest. His legs went weak, nearly collapsing. Lord Viscount Dubois." Dubois didn't waste words with him. He stepped forward and grabbed Grell by his greasy collar, lifting his plump body off the ground. "Listen up, you fat pig." Dubois squeezed each word out from between his teeth. "Tomorrow, no matter what method you use, you must make the same bread for me. I want 10, not a single one less. If you can't make it," he leaned close to Grell's ear, his tone chilling, "I'll tear your shop down and throw you outside the city to feed the ghouls." Grell was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He felt a warm dampness in his pants, a stench spreading around. "Oh Lord, please spare me." Seeing Grell's terrified expression, Dubois disgustedly released him, throwing him to the ground. Then he pulled out a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket and slammed it onto the counter. The pouch opened, and several shiny silver coins rolled out. "Of course, if you manage to make it," Dubois looked down at him, his tone filled with condescension and pressure, "then all of this will be yours. Money is not a problem." With that, he turned his back on the fat man on the floor and left with his guards. Grell collapsed on the ground, staring at the pouch of silver coins and thinking of the murderous glare from the Viscount. He knew he was already on the hot seat. He had only one choice now. He got up from the floor, crawling and scrambling out of the shop, running desperately towards the slums. Not long after Lin Fan lay down, a knock echoed through the room. It was not an ordinary knock. It was urgent and chaotic, trembling with an uncontrollable intensity, as if the person outside was on the verge of a heart attack. Lin Fan opened his eyes, not surprised at all, and calmly sat up. Finally, it has come. He slipped on his shoes and walked over to unfasten the door latch. Outside stood Greer, the bakery owner, with a fat face that looked as unappealing as the burnt bread he baked. Cold sweat glued his hair into clumps on his forehead. Lin Fan, little brother." Upon seeing Lin Fan, Greer's waist instantly bent down, forcing a smile on his face that was even uglier than crying. Behind him, 2 apprentices from the bakery carried baskets containing some cheap fruits and a small jar of inferior ale, looking particularly shabby under Greer's fawning expression. "Please save me." Greer's voice cracked as he took a step forward, wanting to kneel before Lin Fan. Lin Fan sidestepped, preventing him from doing so. "What happened, Greer?" Lin Fan's tone was very flat, revealing no hint of emotion. His calm demeanor only made Greer feel more uneasy. "It's Lord Viscount. Lord Dubois." Greer began to sob, his voice low as if afraid of being overheard by the neighbors. "He tasted the bread made from your flour, and he said he wants 10 more by tomorrow. He said if I can't produce it, he'll tear down my shop and throw me out of the city to feed the ghouls." At the mention of ghouls, Greer's fat shook even more violently. The ghouls of Haishi City particularly favored plump prey like him. I beg you, brother Lin Fan, sell me a little more of that flour. You're my only hope. My whole family's lives are in your hands. Greer exclaimed, trying to hug Lin Fan's leg. Lin Fan frowned and took a step back, leaving him hugging air. It's gone. He uttered the words straightforwardly. What? Greer's wailing abruptly stopped. He stood frozen in place, the color draining from his face at an alarming rate. That flour was something I stumbled upon in a ruin, and there was only a small bag of it. Lin Fan leaned against the door frame, unperturbed, as he began to fabricate a story. You know, I was so poor before that I couldn't even afford an overnight stay. If it weren't for a desperate situation, why would I sell such a precious item? His words were reasonable and without flaws. Greer's eyes dimmed instantly, as if all his strength had been drained away. His hefty body wobbled, and he slumped to the ground, mumbling to himself, it's over. It's all over. Lin Fan watched him silently, saying nothing. He was waiting for the other party to fall into complete despair before tossing out the only lifeline. Only then could he maximize his benefits. Indeed, after a few minutes of desperate gasping, Greer, as if remembering something, suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of survival igniting in his eyes. He crawled to Lin Fan's feet, hoarsely shouting, price. I'll pay 10 times. No, 20 times. Please think of something just a little bit. Lin Fan scoffed inwardly, but feigned a look of, you are making this difficult for me. He squatted down, looking into Greer's eyes, and said slowly, Greer, this isn't just about money. Think about it as flour of such quality, something ordinary people can obtain. The last time I found it was purely by luck, and I nearly risked my life for it. He deliberately paused, watching as Greer's expression shifted from hopeful to despondent before he changed his tone. However, Greer's ears perked up. A solution can be devised, but I have one condition. From now on, for every loaf of bread made with this flour, no matter what price you sell it for, I want half of the profits. Lin Fan extended one hand, spreading out his 5 fingers. 50%. Greer's eyes nearly bulged out. This was no longer just robbery, it was outright carving flesh from him. He was a businessman driven by profit. Forcing him to give up half of what was within reach was more painful than death. Yet when he thought of Viscount Du Bois' grim face and the ghouls outside the city salivating, the anger that had just flared up was instantly doused. He looked at Lin Fan's calm face, feeling a chill rise in his heart for the first time. This young man had calculated everything from start to finish. He was not some poor fool who had stumbled upon good fortune. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. What? Not willing. Lin Fan stood up, pretending to close the door. Then forget it to seek someone else. No, I agree. Greer scrambled forward, pressing himself against the door. He gritted his teeth as if he had made a tremendous decision. At this moment, Lin Fan pulled out a piece of yellowed special parchment from his pocket. Let's sign a contract. Words alone aren't enough. Lin Fan took out a small seal engraved with intricate magical runes. He bit his finger to draw blood, letting a drop fall onto the seal before pressing it heavily at the end of the parchment. Buzz! A faint wave of magical energy spread out, and the blood drop instantly transformed into a series of crimson runes, branding themselves into the parchment. This is a magical contract witnessed by the god of justice and contracts. Should anyone breach it, their soul will be burned by hellfire. Lin Fan explained as Greer wiped the sweat from his forehead, fearing that this kid was well prepared. But he had no other choice now. Greer nodded, biting his finger to press his own mark on the parchment. At the moment the contract was established, Lin Fan felt a faint connection form between himself and the parchment. With this, it was equivalent to adding an insurance policy to his financial path. The next day, Greer, trembling, delivered 10 Golden Hope white breads to Viscount Du Bois' residence. After tasting it, the Viscount was greatly pleased, rewarding Greer with 5 silver coins on the spot and declaring that he would reserve 10 every day henceforth. The news spread like wildfire. After Greer followed Lin Fan's advice to raise the price of the bread to an exorbitant 1 silver coin each, while only selling 15 daily, the Hope white bread became a complete sensation. It was no longer merely food. It transformed into a symbol of status, a capital to flaunt in the upper circles of Haishi City. Every morning, a long line formed outside the Golden Wheat Fragrance Bakery, not filled with ordinary citizens, but with stewards and servants sent by various wealthy merchants and nobles. To secure the remaining 5 slots, they even resorted to physical confrontations. Every day, Greer counted money to the point of cramping his hands, and his smile grew increasingly genuine. Although half of the profits had to be shared with Lin Fan, making him feel like his heart was being cut every time he thought about it, the remaining half was more than enough to make him wealthy. Within a month, he became the most sought-after bakery owner in Haishi City. Meanwhile, Lin Fan finally completed the most critical accumulation of initial capital. He was no longer the struggling ant fighting for survival. Now he was the most mysterious flour supplier in Haishi City, a behind-the-scenes player monopolizing the source of high-quality flour. A month later, in Haishi City, at the edge of the inner city, in a newly rented stone house. The room is not large, but it is clean and tidy. In the corner, there are several bags of fine flour sent from his homeland, and on the table, there is half-eaten roasted meat and a cup of clear water. Compared to the damp and moldy broken house from a month ago, this place is like paradise. Lin Fan sat at the table, pouring out a pile of shiny silver coins from his pouch, stacking them into neat little mountains on the table. A total of 157 silver coins. This does not include the money spent on daily expenses and rent. By monopolizing the supply of ingredients for Hope white bread, he now earns more than 30 silver coins each week from Boss Go. This income is already considered middle class in Haishi City. Survival is no longer an issue. Yet there is little joy on Lin Fan's face. He picked up a silver coin, weighing it on his fingertips, but his gaze fell upon his empty palm. It has been a month, and no matter how many times he has transported flour or how he has tried his talent for material transportation, has shown no signs of improvement. The transportation limit remains a pitiful 500 grams every 3 days. Money is merely a tool. If he cannot enhance this core ability of material transportation, no matter how much money he earns, he will still be just a slightly wealthier ant. What can 500 grams of transport do against the gods that will descend in 10 years? Deliver a few boxes of bullets. Or a few grenades. It is simply not enough. Lin Fan put down the silver coin and fell into deep thought. Having crossed over for 3 years, he has gained a certain understanding of this world. This is a world based on magic. Whether it is the divine arts of the gods or the magic that nobles can learn, they are fundamentally extraordinary powers. His talent of material transportation is also an extraordinary ability. So could there be a connection between them? A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. To upgrade this unknown talent, perhaps he must leverage the power system of this world. In other words, he must at least learn magic first. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Learning magic could not only provide him with some self-defense capabilities, but might also be the only key to enhancing his talent level. This matter must be addressed immediately. However, the problem is that to learn magic, one must join a magic academy, and that place is only accessible to nobles. As a bottom-tier merchant, Lin Fan naturally does not qualify to enter the magic academy. In the following days, Lin Fan did not attend to the business of the bakery. He carried his silver coins, starting to gather information in various corners of Haishi City. He no longer visited the chaotic slave markets, but instead connected with some information brokers specializing in black market dealings through Bosco. He spent a few silver coins and quickly obtained the information he wanted. In Haishi City, there indeed exists an underground, unwritten trading market specifically for dealing with illicit goods, such as antiques stolen from some unfortunate noble's home or items strictly prohibited by the church. Of course, it also includes scattered and forbidden magical knowledge. On a rainy evening, Lin Fan followed the map given by the information broker, holding a tattered oil paper umbrella, walking into a remote, stinking dead end deep in the slums. At the end of the alley, behind an inconspicuous wooden door, lies his destination. He pushed the door open, and a smell of cheap alcohol, sweat, and various strange herbs rushed towards him. Inside is a dimly lit basement with a dozen figures standing or sitting, each with hoods or masks covering their faces, the atmosphere tense and wary. There were no shouts of vendors. Everyone communicated in the lowest of whispers. Lin Fan tugged at his hood, hiding his face in the shadows, and began to observe discreetly at various stalls. Finally, in a corner, he saw what he was looking for. An emaciated old man, his face covered in scars, missing one ear. On his stall were several items that looked sinister: a glass jar containing an eyeball, a leg bone of an unknown creature, and a rolled-up scroll made of some coarse beast skin. The scroll was adorned with complex and twisted runes, and under the dim oil lamp, those lines seemed to wriggle slightly. Lin Fan approached, crouched down, and pointed at the scroll. "What is this?" "Fireball spell." The old man's voice was as hoarse as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, taken from a dead adventurer. "Good stuff." "How much?" 30 silver coins, not a penny less. The old man glanced at him without saying another word. 30 silver coins. This price is simply outrageous. It is almost his entire week's income. Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. But he knew that this was the only way. He did not haggle, because in this place bargaining would only expose his amateur status. He silently pulled out a pouch from his pocket, carefully counted out 30 silver coins, and placed them on the old man's stall. The old man silently took the coins, rolled up the beast skin scroll, and tossed it to him. Transaction complete. Lin Fan took the expensive scroll and turned to leave. Back in his stone house, he eagerly unfolded the scroll. Those mysterious runes looked no different from scribbles in his eyes. He stared at them for a long time, but aside from feeling dizzy, he could not make sense of them. He tried to channel his magical energy according to the special circuits on the scroll, but to no avail. Lin Fan sighed and rolled the scroll back up. He had long anticipated this outcome. If magical knowledge were so easy to grasp, this world would have wizards everywhere. Just because he could not understand it does not mean no one could. Behind him is the top research team of Huaxia. He believes that as long as he sends this back, those academicians and professors will definitely be able to crack the underlying logic of these mysterious runes using scientific methods. Thinking of this, he developed a new idea. Having just the recipe is not enough. He also needs a stove and ingredients. He must also send back the energy source of magic so that scientists can conduct comparative studies. So he spent another 5 silver coins to buy a low-quality magic crystal the size of a fingernail from the same old man. The crystal was murky with only a faint blue light flickering within. After doing all this, Lin Fan did not stop. He realized that the experts back home knew nothing about this world. If they did not understand the world's characters' history and rules, reverse engineering would be exceptionally difficult. He ran to several places, spending a lot of money to buy a few books that were hard to obtain in Haishi City: a complete book of common language used only by noble children, a brief history of the Withering Continent compiled by bards, and an adventurer's survival manual documenting common magical creatures and plants. Everything is ready. When the next transportation cycle arrives, Lin Fan carefully placed the fireball spell scroll magic crystal and those books into a stone pigskin bag. He even wrote a long letter detailing his guesses and plans as well as the uses of these items. He weighed it repeatedly, ensuring the total weight was kept under 500 grams. Once everything was set, he took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the package. Talent activated. Carrying the hope of the first collision between the civilizations of two worlds in the extraordinary realm, it vanished before his eyes, racing towards that blue planet. He knew that from this moment on the horn of counterattack had truly sounded. At 3 o'clock in the morning in the western suburbs of the capital underground. Inside the strategic command headquarters of another world, Minister Wang Chun sat at the head of the oval conference table. His gaze was locked onto the massive splicing display screen in front of him. The screen was divided into dozens of small windows, each showing a different angle of the P4 biosecurity laboratory in real time. Seated at the conference table were a dozen figures. Key military leaders from the military commission, along with the heads of critical departments, such as general staff, logistics, and equipment, were all present. No one spoke, no one whispered, nor did anyone show a hint of drowsiness. Everyone's posture was like Wang Chen's, slightly leaning forward with their attention intensely focused. They were all waiting for a transmission from another world. As the overall leader, Wang Chun felt particularly pressured and tense. He was eager to receive new information about the other world as soon as possible. Now there was only 1 hour left until the scheduled transmission time with Lin Fan. Since sending Lin Fan a bag of special flour weighing a total of 490 grams a month ago, a bond crossing two worlds had been officially established. The strategic deployment in Huaxia underwent earth-shattering changes, and the lights in the base had not gone out at night ever since. Every 72 hours there was a round-trip transmission, totaling 10 transmissions in a month without interruption. So far the supplies sent included not only the main cargo of flour, but also some basic materials such as concentrated nutrition bars, alloy tools, antibiotics, and simple water purifiers, things that could maximize Lin Fan's survival rate. Lin Fan also sent back some soil samples, water samples, and plant samples from the divine realm, and even a specimen of a strange creature with 6 legs that had been airdreed. Each transmission from Lin Fan allowed the strategic command headquarters to gain a better understanding of the enemy, which was crucial for future war strategies. And today marked the 11th time. Wang Chun took a sip of coffee to invigorate himself again. Lin Fan mentioned in his last letter that he had accumulated enough initial capital and might attempt to transmit more valuable items. This meant that what would come back this time could be fundamentally different. The time was finally approaching. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. In the center of the screen, surrounded by multiple layers of high-precision sensors, was a quartz vacuum chamber. A package appeared out of thin air. Even though they had seen this scene multiple times, which completely defied the laws of physics, it still elicited a collective gasp from the meeting room. Wang Chun picked up the internal communicator, his voice steady. Academician Chun, please begin. Understood. In the screen, Academician Chun, hyping dressed in a heavy white top-level protective suit, carefully retrieved the package from the vacuum chamber. The package was placed on a sterile tray and opened. Several items appeared before the camera: a dark yellow beast skin scroll and a gray crystal the size of a fingernail. Several ancient books bound with rough craftsmanship, their covers worn. There was also a handwritten letter from Lin Fan. The letter was immediately processed by a high-precision scanner and displayed enlarged on the side of the main screen in the conference room. Everyone's gaze converged on it. Minister Wang, esteemed leaders, I am Lin Fan. This operation was successful, and I have initially established a foothold in Haishi City. I am transmitting back the key items I have obtained. This scroll is a magical item that records a first-level spell called Fireball. I cannot comprehend it and request assistance for deciphering it from the rear. This crystal is a low-level magic crystal from this world used to cast spells. It should be key to studying magic, and I am sending it back for analysis. There are also several other books, namely Comprehensive Dictionary of Common Language, A Brief History of the Withering Continent, and Adventurer's Survival Manual. I hope they can assist experts in understanding the language and cultural texts of the other world. The conference room fell silent. Wang Chen's breathing quickened. This time, the items transmitted back by Lin Fan had far exceeded his expectations. A magical scroll, a magic crystal. These items had already touched upon the combat capabilities of the other world. He never expected that this time terms that only existed in novels and movies would be presented to him in the form of physical evidence. Immediately commence analysis. Wang Chen's voice shattered the silence. In the P4 laboratory, the various expert teams that had been on standby immediately began processing the different items. An hour later, the team responsible for the crystal was the first to produce results. A communication window popped up on the screen, and a physicist appeared, unable to hide his excitement and confusion. Report, Minister Wang. Report to all leaders. This crystal emits an unknown energy particle outward. We tried all known shielding materials, including lead plates thickened to 1200 millimeters, but none could completely block its penetration. The most bizarre part is that the radiation energy level is extremely low, having almost no ionizing effect on biological tissue. It acts like a gentle but highly penetrating kind of light. We have temporarily named it magic particle. A general responsible for nuclear industry and energy strategy could no longer remain seated. He leaned forward, his eyes glowing. Its penetration is stronger than gamma rays, yet without radiation harm. If we can understand its principles, it might be applicable in energy fields or quantum communication. General Chun. Wang Chun interrupted his speculation. The immediate priority is to consider how to assist Lin Fan. General Chun snapped back to reality, leaning back in his chair, but the light in his eyes grew ever more intense. What about the detection results of the scroll? Wang Chen's gaze turned to the mysterious beast skin scroll. Soon the materials expert responsible for the scroll also sent in a report. The material of the scroll is an unknown biological tissue, and the DNA structure of its cell sample has been confirmed as a stable triple helix structure. The pigment used for drawing the runes has a complex composition among which we detected entirely new stable elements that we have yet to identify. Wang Chen nodded. These conclusions merely reaffirmed known findings. What truly mattered was the content recorded on the scroll. As for this point, the existing personnel configuration was already unable to cope. He needed linguists to analyze its symbolic logic, physicists to study its relationship with magical energy, mathematicians to construct its model, and even the most advanced artificial intelligence for assistance. Without any hesitation, he picked up the secure phone. Immediately restart the No. 9 underground base. I want it fully operational within 12 hours. Activate the highest level security protocol. After hanging up, Wang Chen didn't pause for a moment and immediately dialed a second number. Connect to the General Staff's 3rd Department. Transfer to Special Level 1. Emergency summons. 50 people. Specializations required: ancient linguistics, semiotics, theoretical physics, quantum mechanics, materials science, fluid dynamics, and artificial intelligence large language model fields. In Shanghai, an old professor renowned in the field of theoretical physics with graying hair had just finished a multinational video conference and was preparing to rest. The door was gently knocked and his secretary entered with a serious expression. Academician Li outside. There are 2 comrades looking for you holding credentials from the National Defense Department claiming there's a top-level emergency task. In Jinling. Inside a university's Ancient Linguistics Research Institute, the lights were bright. A middle-aged scholar wearing black-framed glasses and looking somewhat disheveled was poring over a pile of old papers, studying a recently unearthed fragment of a Xixia script stele. Several individuals dressed in black trench coats walked directly into the research institute. The one at the forefront showed credentials and succinctly stated, "Professor Zhou, please come with us." In a certain space launch center in the northwestern Gobi Desert, the chief engineer responsible for the Fuxi Artificial Intelligence Supercomputing Project had just finished extra hours and was preparing to go for a midnight snack. A special license plate off-road vehicle pulled up right in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a serious-faced Chief Engineer Tian. Get in the car. Emergency task. Under the night sky, military aircraft silently took off from military airports across the country. Their destination was singular: the underground base in the suburbs of Beijing, codenamed Spark, which did not exist on the map. These brains carrying the pinnacle of Wuxia's wisdom were being gathered together by a powerful and resolute national will. An unprecedented scientific offensive battle surrounding magic had already begun. A young woman dragging a suitcase stepped out of a military transport plane feeling a bit dazed. The dry, cold air filled her nostrils, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She looked up and saw the surrounding barren mountains stretching endlessly with stars in the sky that were large and bright, a sight she had never witnessed in the city. Her name is Su Qing, a linguist specializing in ancient scripts. Just a few hours ago, she was in her apartment applying a facial mask. Suddenly, 2 stern-looking men in black suits knocked on her door, presented her with credentials she had only seen in movies, and told her in an undeniable tone, "Dr. Su Qing, the country needs you, please come with us." Then she was invited onto a plane. Throughout the journey, no one told her where they were going or what she was to do. Even now, her mind felt like a muddled mess. As a dual PhD in ancient linguistics and power system engineering, her greatest hobby was staying at home playing video games. What could the country possibly need from her? Could it be like in the movie Arrival, where she would be tasked with studying aliens? "Dr. Su, please follow this way." A young soldier in uniform guided her toward a huge metal door disguised as a rock formation nearby. The metal door slid open silently, revealing a brightly lit underground passage. When Su Qing truly stepped into this underground base, she was completely stunned by the scene before her. It looked nothing like the secret hideouts she had imagined. It was practically an underground research city. The wide passage could accommodate 3 trucks side by side, and the lighting system overhead was as bright as day. Every few dozen meters, there was a junction leading to different functional areas with electronic screens at the entrances scrolling terms like theoretical physics group, material analysis laboratory, and biogenetics department. In the passage, hurried researchers passed by, each wearing standardized white lab coats with their identification badges pinned to their chests. Su Qing even spotted several eminent figures she had only seen in academic journals and the news. The elderly man with white hair passionately debating with someone beside him was none other than academician Li, the founder of quantum mechanics in the country. The middle-aged man rushing by clutching a stack of documents seemed to be Chief Engineer Tian, responsible for the Fuxi Supercomputing Project. Su Qing felt like a tiny dwarf wandering into a land of giants, feeling completely out of place. She became increasingly convinced that there must have been some mistake. In front of these national treasures, her title of linguist was nothing but a joke. She was taken to the Linguistic Semiotics Research Center. The person responsible for receiving her was Professor Zhou, an authority in the field of ancient scripts in the country, someone she had only seen on the covers of academic journals. "You are Su Qing." Professor Zhou adjusted his reading glasses, scrutinizing her from head to toe, his gaze carrying a hint of examination. "Dual PhD. Quite young and sharp-minded." "Hello, Professor Zhou. No time for chit-chat, we are pressed for time." Professor Zhou interrupted her, directly pointing at a large circular workspace. Your task is to join that group and decode this thing as quickly as possible. Following his directions, Su Qing saw a dozen of the country's top linguists gathered around a giant screen engaged in heated discussions. On the screen were high-definition scanned images filled with strange symbols. This is a completely new language, or rather script. We have dictionaries and historical books, but no grammar book. Professor Zhou's tone was serious. The Fuxi supercomputer has completed the data breakdown of all the characters. Now we need you to reconstruct its grammatical rules based on the context. Our time is limited. Su Qing finally understood her task, decoding an unknown language. This was indeed her area of expertise. She breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she was not being taken to study some aliens. She immediately immersed herself in her work and quickly found her place within the team thanks to her solid professional knowledge. This was undoubtedly the most luxurious linguistic research experience she had ever encountered. The immense computing power of the Fuxi supercomputer was almost being poured into their small linguistic team without reservation. They used Universal Language Dictionary as the foundational database and a brief history of the withering continent as the verification corpus, with the AI continuously performing permutation combination hypothesis and validation in a brute force manner. On the central screen of the circular workspace, countless data streams cascaded like a waterfall, dazzling onlookers. The entire team worked tirelessly, napping on the adjacent cots when tired and snacking on energy bars when hungry. Just 18 hours later, a green dialog box popped up on the Fuxi computation screen. Grammar model completed 97. Free accuracy. Beginning full text translation. Success. Someone shouted and cheers erupted throughout the workspace. Su Qing's cheeks flushed with excitement. The sense of achievement from participating in a national-level project and making a breakthrough was incomparable to any SCI paper she had ever published. However, when the complete translations of A Brief History of the Withering Continent and Adventurer's Survival Manual appeared on the big screen, the cheers gradually subsided. What replaced it was a profound confusion. Genesis era. Titans. Godslaying era. Deities. The beginning of Withering. Magic Drain. Cat Ear Tribe. Foxfire Tribe. Moon Elves. Dragonborn. Magic. Divine Arts. Divine Grace Array. Su Qing and her colleagues exchanged glances with question marks written all over their faces. Is this some country's religious myth story? A young PhD student murmured. Why does it feel somewhat like a game setting? Everyone felt the same way. The content was too strange, completely out of place with their rigorous academic atmosphere. Could it be that the country mobilized such a large operation just to translate a mythological novel about another world? Just when everyone was confused, Professor Zhou walked in with a new document, his expression grave. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Now we have a more daunting task. He connected a document to the system, and the holographic projection switched to an image of a beast skin scroll filled with mysterious symbols and bizarre patterns. Translated. When Su Qing and her colleagues compared their recently decoded universal language to the symbols on the scroll, they finally realized the gravity of the situation. The title of the scroll had only 3 words. Fireball spell. This was a magic scroll. At that moment, Su Qing felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. The previously absurd myth stories now bore an overwhelming sense of realism crashing down upon her. Magic, could it truly be real? Another world, could it also be real? Professor Zhou observed the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, offering no explanation, only repeating the command, get to work. Everyone immediately snapped back to reality, suppressing the tumultuous waves in their hearts and silently dove into the new task. But this time the work fell into an unprecedented deadlock. The text on the scroll was soon translated. Yet the content was not explanatory, it resembled a series of nonsensical prose poems. Listen to the whispers of the elements. Unite your spirit with the pulse of the flames. Construct the throne of runes deep within your soul. What does this even mean? Accompanying it was a complete set of spellcasting syllables and a complex diagram made of countless lines and nodes that occupied most of the scroll's area. The syllables could be recorded, but no one knew what tone to use for recitation. The diagram was equally elusive, everyone believed it to be merely a symbolic religious illustration. The entire project hit a standstill. Just when everyone was at a loss, even Professor Zhou began to sigh. In the deep night, only Su Qing remained at her workstation, fixated on the magic diagram that everyone else had abandoned. She felt a strange familiarity with it. As a former power grid engineer, she had a professional sensitivity to various complex schematics. The lines in the diagram varied in thickness. The nodes varied in size. The overall arrangement appeared chaotic, yet seemed to adhere to some peculiar rule. She picked up her coffee and gulped down a big mouthful. The caffeine stimulated her weary brain. By a stroke of inspiration, she began to superimpose this diagram with the high-voltage power grid flow distribution diagram from one of her previous papers in her mind. Lines, nodes, directions. A wild thought exploded in her mind. She suddenly stood up, rushed to a large electronic whiteboard, and grabbed a light pen to replicate the magic diagram. What if this isn't a picture but a circuit diagram? She murmured to herself. Her hands began to fly across the whiteboard. These thick lines represent the main circuits, indicating low impedance. These fine lines are the branches, indicating high impedance. These large nodes aren't runes. They are transformers and capacitors, used for boosting, reducing voltage, and energy storage. What it conducts is something akin to electricity. She applied her familiar power system analysis theories to this entirely unknown magic diagram. Using Ohm's law and Kirchhoff's law, she began to calculate frantically. Complex formulas filled the whiteboard. Around her, several other experts who had also been awake were drawn to her actions. Initially, they thought she was under too much stress, but as they watched, their expressions shifted from confusion to shock. Set the input node energy to 1A after passing through the first group of circuits for diversion via node A for voltage, boosting the energy amplifies by 173 times. Then split into 3 paths, entering 3 parallel energy storage nodes. Su Qing's calculation speed accelerated, and she entered a state of complete immersion. Finally, at the last node, all energy flows perfectly converged, neither more nor less, reaching a stable threshold. The entire calculation formed a perfect loop. It worked. The logic actually worked. Su Qing threw down the light pen, took 2 steps back, and gasped at the results she had filled on the whiteboard. The several elderly experts behind her were stunned, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Su Qing looked up at the magic she had completely disassembled using linguistic and engineering theories, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. She pointed at the complex energy conduction system on the whiteboard and in a hesitant tone gave it a new name belonging to the Chinese scientific system. I think we can call this the magic circuit. Wang Chun strode briskly down the broad, brightly lit subterranean corridor of the Spark, base, his bodyguard nearly breaking into a jog to keep pace. His face bore an irrepressible excitement. Moments earlier, he had received a joint report from the linguistics team and the theoretical physics group. The scroll bearing the spell Fireball, originating from an alien world, had been deciphered. When the term magical circuit first passed the lips of Professor Zhou and academician Li, Wang Chun felt his heart skip a beat. He was no scientist, complex theories eluded him, but he was a strategist. And with instinctive acuity, he grasped the revolutionary implications embedded in that single phrase. Magic, once a nebulous mythical concept, had for the first time on Chinese soil shed its veil of mystery, revealing a foundational logic that could be understood, analyzed, and even replicated. It meant humanity might truly wield magic upon Earth, not through divine grace or arcane inheritance, but through its own ingenuity and will. Wang Chun pushed open the heavy lead alloy door of Laboratory No. 1. The chamber stretched vast enough to house a full basketball court, its walls crisscrossed with intricate conduits and sensor arrays. At its center stood a transparent isolation chamber composed of multiple layers of fused quartz, within which dozens of China's most eminent scientists gathered around a massive experimental workbench, engaged in fervent discussion. Minister Wang, academician Li, the venerable authority in theoretical physics, immediately stepped forward upon spotting him. His cheeks flushed, his eyes blazing with the fierce, unquenchable passion of a lifelong researcher. What is the status? Wang Chun cut straight to the point. We have fully reconstructed Dr. Su Qing's calculations, and Fuxi has performed over 1 billion simulation iterations. Academician Li gestured toward the central monitor where a complex, three-dimensional model, composed of countless interwoven lines and nodes, rotated slowly. The conclusion is definitive. This so-called magic glyph is at its core an exquisitely engineered system for energy conduction, amplification, and shaping. Its design is astonishingly refined, exceeding our current understanding in certain domains. Wang Chun nodded, then shifted his gaze past academician Li toward the workbench itself. Resting upon its special alloy surface lay a gray crystal no larger than a thumbnail. His eyes locked onto it. How far have we progressed in analyzing this crystal? At the mention of the crystal, academician Li's earlier enthusiasm dimmed, replaced by a thoughtful frown. Little progress. We've determined its material composition, 99 matches terrestrial quartz. Yet the remaining 1 consists of several unknown elements, unidentifiable by any existing spectral database. Moreover, its internal crystalline lattice is profoundly anomalous, a hyperstable spatial configuration unlike anything previously documented, resembling an impregnable cage. We hypothesize that the unknown energy we've provisionally named mana particles is confined within this cage. The problem is, we cannot unlock it. Another expert in energy systems interjected, we've tried every method imaginable: extreme, heat-crushing pressure, intense electromagnetic fields, particle beam bombardment. It remains utterly inert. It is unervingly stable. We cannot even extract a single quantum of energy from it. A deep furrow formed between Wang Chun's brows. Lin Fan remained stranded in the alien world, awaiting their support. Time was slipping away. Without fully comprehending the mechanism of magical energy release, they could offer him no decisive aid. Does the scroll specify how to activate this crystal? Wang Chun turned to Professor Zhou, the preeminent authority in ancient linguistics, who now wore an expression of quiet frustration. Professor Zhou pulled up a document and projected it onto a nearby screen. The scroll's description of energy invocation is deliberately vague, steeped in liturgical, almost devotional language. Phrases like "listen to the whisper of the elements" or "unite your spirit with the pulse of flame." Such poetic, subjective metaphors resist scientific quantification entirely. However, he continued, shifting tone. The scroll repeatedly emphasizes the critical role of incantations, appending a sequence of 13 phonemes, an enigmatic, semantically opaque utterance. We suspect it may function as acoustic resonance. Acoustic resonance. Precisely. Academician Li slapped his palm against his thigh. Why didn't I think of it sooner? If the crystal's lattice was the lock, then a precisely tuned sonic frequency might well be the key. reigniting fervor across the entire laboratory. Orders were issued instantly. A high-precision acoustic generator was wheeled into position, its emitter arm extended into the isolation chamber aimed directly at the mana crystal. Linguists converted the incantation's phonemes into instrument-treatable audio waveforms. Initiate test. Frequency 32 Hz. Sound pressure 90 dB. VVRRR. A low-frequency hum swept through the chamber. The crystal remained unmoved. Adjust frequency 33. 5 Hz. Increase sound pressure 110 dB. Switch waveform. Try square wave. Attempt after attempt followed. Failure after failure. Inside its quartz enclosure, the crystal sat immovable, stone-dead to every sonic assault. An hour elapsed. Sweat glistened on every forehead. Could our translation be flawed? Murmured a young researcher. Professor Zhou shook his head. Highly unlikely. The universal language grammar model has undergone exhaustive validation by Fuxi, with over 97% accuracy. Phonemic transcription is virtually error-free. Then where lies the flaw? Silence descended once more. Wang Chun stared unblinking at the crystal, his mind racing at lightning speed. Sound, incantation, consciousness. A detail suddenly surfaced in his memory. Professor Zhou, does the scroll mention the caster's physical role during spellcasting? Professor Zhou blinked, then immediately resumed scanning the scroll's transcript. Yes, here, it states the caster shall hold the sacred stone and chant the divine words, hold the sacred stone. That may be the crux. Wang Chen's gaze sharpened. We've relied solely on machines, yet overlooked the most essential component, the human being. You mean? Academician Li's breath quickened. The sound may only be half the key. The other half is the human bioelectric field, or rather the human presence itself. Wang Chun advanced a bold hypothesis. Only when the human hand makes direct contact with the crystal and simultaneously chants the incantation do both elements converge to unlock that cage. The idea electrified the room. Prepare immediately for human contact experimentation. Yet this decision carried immense risk. The crystal contained wholly unknown energy. If destabilized, consequences were unpredictable, but hesitation was no longer an option. I'll go first. Wang Chun shrugged off his coat and rolled up his sleeves as he strode toward the decontamination chamber, his voice brooking no dissent. Minister, this is too dangerous. His bodyguard moved to block him. That is an order. Wang Chun met his gaze, then turned to Academician Li. Should anything happen to me, you assume command. Wang Chun knew the experiment entailed profound, uncharted hazards. But without leadership stepping forward, research would stall indefinitely. This risk, he would shoulder it himself. Not a single scientist voiced objection. All understood at this pivotal juncture someone had to step into the breach. 15 minutes later, clad head toto in full protective gear, Wang Chun entered the massive isolation chamber. He drew a slow, steady breath, then disregarding protocol removed his left insulated glove and gently placed his bare palm upon the cold gray crystal. Next, he recited the strange, guttural incantation transmitted through his earpiece, striving for precise, phonetic accuracy. Agnes, Igni, Soul. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Nothing happened. He felt no surge, no tremor, no flow of energy whatsoever. Failure. A shadow crossed Wang Chen's eyes, but he did not relent. He repeated the ritual 3 more times. Each ended identically, in silence. Next subject. Wang Chun declared decisive and final. Academician Li, Professor Zhou, Chief Engineer Tian, each a national treasure in their respective fields, filed in one by one, entering the chamber in solemn succession. Each ignored procedure, touched the crystal barehanded, and chanted the incantation, placing life and limb beyond consideration. Yet every attempt ended in identical absolute failure. 2 hours passed. Most scientists had already taken their turn. Exhaustion hung thick in the air. That tiny gray crystal sat motionless, silently mocking the planet's sharpest minds. Truth shimmered just beyond reach, separated by a pane of glass that refused to shatter. Leaning against the wall, Wang Chun watched one disheartened luminary after another emerge from the chamber, his brow knotted in deep perplexity. The theory held. The methodology had been exhaustively tested. So where, precisely, had the process gone awry? He searched relentlessly, yet found no answer. A girl stood somewhat awkwardly in the corner of the one experimental hall, striving to minimize her presence. She had been bored here for 2 days. Her name is Su Qingzhu. As the youngest authoritative expert in the fields of quantum entanglement and quantum communication in the country, she was flown in by a special plane from Shanghai. When she first arrived, she thought the country had some significant quantum project that required her expertise, and she was quite excited. However, upon getting here, she realized that she seemed quite unnecessary. This place gathered top-notch figures from various fields, such as physics, materials, biology, energy, and linguistics. Each person had a clear task and was busily engaged in their work. Only she, an expert in quantum entanglement, seemed to be completely out of place among all the research directions. Later she figured out that when they called for personnel, the higher-ups were also unsure of what specific talents were needed, so they simply summoned the best experts from various fields just in case. Clearly she was the one who happened to be included in the just-in-case category, yet found herself unnecessary. She watched the distinguished scholars she had only ever seen in news and academic journals line up, like elementary school students entering a glass chamber one by one to touch a dull gray stone, while muttering incantations. The scene was exceedingly bizarre. What are they doing? She quietly asked a young doctor beside her who was also on standby. It seems they're testing some sort of magic. The doctor's expression was even more perplexed than hers. Su Qingzhu almost spat out the water she had just drunk. Magic? What kind of international joke is this? She could hardly believe her ears. The country gathered so many top scientists to this highest-level confidential base, not to work on interstellar battleships, not to conduct controllable nuclear fusion, but to study magic. She felt as though her worldview had been slightly shaken. Su Qingzhu's background was somewhat unique. She came from a declining family of Taoist practitioners that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Since she could remember, her old-fashioned grandfather had forced her to sit cross-legged reciting those strange qi guiding methods. When she was young and naive, she complied with the demands. But as she grew older and was exposed to modern science, she realized that the so-called Taoist practices at home were nothing but deceptive nonsense remnants of feudal superstition. In rebellion to prove to her family that they were wrong, she studied science with all her might. She entered a top university with nearly perfect grades, continued on to a postdoctoral position, and achieved remarkable accomplishments in the cutting-edge field of quantum physics. She aimed to shatter those illusory superstitions with the most rigorous science. Yet after taking such a long detour, she unexpectedly found herself at the core research base of the country, encountering things that were quite similar to what her grandfather practiced. This gave her a sense of absurdity, as if society were regressing. While she was lost in thought, most of the scientists in the hall had completed their tests and looked dejected. An officer responsible for recording approached her with a list. Dr. Su Qingzhu, it's your turn. Su Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively wanted to refuse. Deep down, she rejected such unscientific matters, feeling that participating in this experiment was an insult to the knowledge she had learned over the years. However, seeing the officer's undeniable gaze, she swallowed her refusal. Fine, let's just go through the motions. Reluctantly, she stood up and followed the officer towards the huge isolation chamber. Commander Wang Chen clearly noticed her reluctance and disengagement. Just as she was about to enter the isolation chamber, he called out to her with an unusually serious tone. Dr. Su, I know you may have doubts, but this is a mission. Whether you believe it or not, once you go and you must do your utmost to complete each step. Su Qingzhu was startled by the commanding presence of this high-ranking leader and instinctively stood at attention. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Taking a deep breath, she cast aside her distractions and stepped into the isolation chamber. She put on the headphones, which played a strange incantation on a loop. She extended her right hand, gently placing her index finger on the cold gray crystal as required. Then she closed her eyes. Merge your spirit with the pulse of the flame. Along with the incantation, audio operational prompts mixed in the headphones. Spirit. How does one concentrate their spirit? Su Qingzhu's mind went completely blank. As a physicist, she usually dealt with formulas and data, not anything related to spiritual power. As she felt lost, a long-buried memory unexpectedly surfaced from the depths of her mind. It was from her childhood in the dilapidated Taoist temple at her old home, where her grandfather forced her to sit cross-legged. Calm your mind, focus your spirit, store your thoughts within and sense the outside. That method of storing thoughts she had scorned for over a decade resonated vividly in her mind. Fine, let's treat this like a last-ditch effort. She abandoned her personal obsessions and instinctively followed the method she had been forced to practice countless times as a child, attempting to clear her mind and concentrate all her awareness on the fingertip touching the crystal. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as she thought she would fail like the distinguished scholars before her, an extraordinary sensation suddenly flowed from her fingertip. It was neither cold nor hot, but rather a sense of connection. She felt her consciousness pierce through the crystal's hard shell, touching a warm and vast ocean composed of pure energy. There was indeed a sensation. Su Qingzhu was startled and almost withdrew from that mystical state. She forcefully steadied her mind and hurriedly began to recite the incantation in a halting manner, mimicking the audio in her headphones. Ager, Nisi, Igni, Sol. The moment the last syllable fell, she felt a slight warmth at her fingertip. A weak but extremely gentle stream of energy actively flowed out from the crystal, following her fingers and surging into her arm. The area where this energy flowed felt warm and very comfortable. It startled her. Su Qingzhu suddenly opened her eyes. Opposite her, Wang Chen outside the isolation glass was equally startled, jumping up from his chair. Looking down, Su Qingzhu was dumbfounded. Above her open left palm, a quivering orange flame about the size of an egg was hovering in midair, emitting a soft glow and warmth. Damn, a phrase slipped out involuntarily. Dr. Su, steady. Try to push the energy out. Wang Chen's excited voice came from the headphones. Su Qingzhu's mind was a mess, but she instinctively followed the prompt, making a pushing motion toward a metallic target 6 meters ahead. The flame in her palm shot out with a whoosh. The fireball flew awkwardly, not very fast, like a firefly that had just woken up. After flying over 5 meters, it suddenly accelerated and crashed into the target. With a soft puff, an event occurred that left everyone gaping. The metallic target, upon being hit by the fireball, turned red, instantly bursting into flames, and within less than a second transformed into a puddle of molten iron. Meanwhile, the high-precision energy detector on the experimental table emitted a sharp alarm. On the screen, the readings representing the energy within the magic crystal plummeted drastically. The entire No. 1 experimental hall fell into a deathly silence. All the core experts still present were left dumbfounded staring at Su Qingzhu in the isolation chamber, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Qingzhu was equally shocked. She stared blankly at her hand still posed in a pushing gesture, then at the reddish molten iron on the ground, her brain completely malfunctioning. What the hell is this? A military transport plane took off urgently against the night sky, its thunderous roar shattering the tranquility of Qingqing Mountain. Inside the cabin, an old Taoist dressed in a faded blue robe wore a look of confusion in his eyes. His name is Zhang Qingshuan, the grandfather of Su Qingzhu. He felt as if he had just experienced a bizarre dream. Just a moment ago, he was meditating in a rain-leaking temple on the back mountain, feeling the moonlight as serene as water, his mind tranquil. In the next moment, the temple door was suddenly smashed open with a loud bang, and a group of armed soldiers rushed in. Without a word, they lifted him off the mat. Throughout the entire process, they were courteous, but their attitude left no room for refusal. He wanted to ask what crime he, an old Taoist merely practicing self-cultivation, had committed to warrant such a national stir. The leading officer, with a serious expression, informed him that they did not know the specific situation, only that this was a top-level emergency summons, and they were ordered to take him to a secret military stronghold. Zhang Qingxian sat in the cold cabin feeling the plane's violent turbulence, and his mind was filled with doubts. He had never done anything wrong in his life. His only stain might be that in his youth he had traveled extensively and eaten free meals in several temples filled with monks, but that was decades ago. Surely they wouldn't hold him accountable for that. After much contemplation, he still couldn't figure it out. Hours later, the transport plane landed in a desolate mountain area. Zhang Qingxian was brought to a massive metal door, disguised as a mountain rock. As that door silently slid open, revealing a brightly lit underground world, even his calm Dao heart could not help but stir. This scene was even more extravagant than his dreams. When he was taken into the core area, he immediately spotted his granddaughter, Su Qingzhu, passionately arguing with a group of people in lab coats. The moment he saw his granddaughter, Zhang Qingshuan's heart sank, an ominous premonition surged within him. His granddaughter had always been stubborn and contrary by nature. Coming from a family of Taoists, she had been forced to memorize the Qingjing scripture and the guiding methods for several years by him, but her rebelliousness had flared up, plunging her into the embrace of science, vowing to smash the feudal superstitions of their family with physics. Now she had become a leading scientist in the country, thriving in her field. Now she had urgently brought this representative of feudal superstition into a domain filled with scientists. Surely, she wasn't planning to criticize him on the spot, using him as a negative example to sacrifice to her scientific banner. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and his heart became increasingly uneasy. Su Qingzhu noticed him and had a complex expression, but before she could speak, a calm, middle-aged man approached. Zhang Daozhang, I am the commander here, Wang Chun. Wang Chun did not engage in unnecessary pleasantries and got straight to the point. The situation is urgent. Oh, please watch a segment of footage first. A large screen lit up, displaying a surveillance video. In the video, Su Qingzhu stood in a glass room reaching out her hand, and a ball of orange flame appeared above her palm. Then that ball of fire flew out and melted a heavy metal target into a puddle of molten iron. Zhang Qingshuan's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the screen in disbelief, and then quickly turned to look at his granddaughter. Fire control technique, he exclaimed. He had only seen those 3 words in the nearly worn-out ancient books in the temple. He had once secretly practiced according to the methods described, but ended up achieving nothing. He had long thought those were just the drunken ramblings of his ancestors. But how did Su Qingzhu manage to use it? And with such power? Xiaozhu, when did you learn fire control technique? Zhang Qingshuan's voice trembled. Daozhang, we asked you here to understand the principle behind this. Wang Chun gestured to someone beside him to hand over a document. Zhang Qingxian took the thick stack of materials, and the first page contained a high-definition photo of a beast skin scroll adorned with symbols he could not understand. What is this? We call it a fireball technique magic scroll, Wang Chun explained. Dr. Su mastered this ability through it. Zhang Qingxian put on his reading glasses and began to flip through the pages. The materials not only contained the original text of the scroll, but also translations by top linguists, and even energy structure diagrams drawn by physicists, which they termed magic circuits. The more he read, the graver his expression became. This was fundamentally not any Taoist technique he was familiar with, yet the principles contained within felt oddly familiar. He studied for over 2 hours, at times frowning, at times deep in thought, before finally letting out a long breath, stroking his goatee, and slowly nodding. Tao follows nature, and different paths lead to the same destination, he sighed. This technique in essence connects with the fire control technique recorded in our Taoist scriptures. He pointed at the intricate magic circuit diagram, explaining it in terms that these scientists could understand as much as possible. This thing in our Taoist tradition is called a symbol. A symbol is a sign of belief. It possesses no power in itself, it is a certificate, a map. Look at these lines and nodes, they are in fact simulating the pathways of human meridians. The spellcaster uses their own spirit as a guide, following this map to manipulate and direct an energy we call qi in the universe, ultimately shaping it into form, manifesting it outward. After hearing his semi-literary and semi-plain explanation, an Academy member academician, Li, who had been silent, suddenly became excited. I understand. Our world may be in an age of decline as described in ancient texts. In ancient times, the qi in the world was abundant. Thus the ancients could summon wind and rain and turn beings into soldiers. Those records may not be myths, but events that truly happened. But as time passed, this energy dwindled for some reason. Without energy, these exquisite techniques became like water without a source and trees without roots, naturally losing effectiveness. That is why later generations would perceive them as supernatural powers. This hypothesis from academician Li enlightened everyone present. It was like a key that instantly unlocked everyone's thoughts, perfectly explaining why the seemingly ethereal Taoist techniques would connect with the magic of another world. This also pointed them towards a new path of using Taoist theories to reverse engineer magic. Zhang Qingxian listened as these top scientists validated the Taoist theories he had spoken of for a lifetime, using various profound scientific terms, and he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. For decades, he had been mocked by his precious granddaughter as an old stubborn and a quack. Today, he finally had a chance to stand tall. Seeing so many pillars of the nation recognizing Taoist culture, Zhang Qingxian felt elated and decided to share his knowledge freely, fully cooperating with their research. He picked up the document again and carefully examined the detailed record of Su Qingzu's experiment. As he looked on, he couldn't help but shake his head. He realized that whether regarding the scroll itself or the tests conducted by these scientists, they had fallen into a deadlock, overly fixated on the incantation itself. In the video, those experts used the most precise instruments to analyze every syllable of the incantation, trying to find the so-called most effective resonant frequency. Their obsession with this was making even him, an outsider, feel anxious. He set down the materials, looked at the scientists surrounding him with eager expressions, waiting for his guidance, and couldn't help but speak up. "Everyone, I have a question that I must express." He cleared his throat and adopted an air of a seclusive master. The superior Tao techniques emphasize thought follows intention, and the law arises from the heart. What is a spell? A spell is a blessing. Its purpose is to invoke spirits and request aid from external forces. From what I see, what you seek is simply to draw upon the energy within that crystal. Energy is lifeless, you can just take it directly. Why go through the extra step of needing to speak to it? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? He pointed to the screen, where Su Qingzu's figure was still replaying. The reason my granddaughter can only succeed after reciting the incantation isn't because the spell is miraculous, it's simply that she lacks skill, making it hard for her to focus, and needs the act of reciting to help her get into the right state. In short, the spells and gestures recorded on the scroll are merely auxiliary methods to help beginners with self-suggestion, like a crutch for children learning to walk. You all are studying a crutch with such fervor, doesn't that strike you as a bit odd? His words left all the experts present speechless, exchanging glances with each other. Zhang Qingxian felt that merely speaking without practice was insincere and decided to demonstrate for them personally. He stepped into the isolation chamber, looking at the gray crystal on the experimental table. He did not touch the crystal, he simply held his palm in midair and did not recite any incantations. He took a deep breath, slightly closed his eyes, visualizing the magic circuit diagram in his mind, while combining it with his understanding of the Taoist qi manipulation technique. Conceiving thoughts, visualizing, guiding qi with intention. In the next second, the long-dormant crystal in the isolation chamber suddenly burst forth with a ghostly blue light. A pillar of searing flame many times thicker than the fireball Su Qingzu had previously conjured erupted from his palm, roaring terrifyingly as it slammed against the alloy wall on the other side of the room. Boom! The entire underground base seemed to tremble. That wall, made of special alloy capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds, was instantly burned through with molten metal still gushing from the edges. The power of this! Zhang Qingxian was shocked himself. He looked at the terrifying hole, and then at his own hand, his mouth opening, and a piece of traditional wisdom he had kept to himself for decades slipped out. Holy crap! Wang Chen stared intensely at the alloy wall of the isolation chamber, which had been burned through, his heart racing. He was not only shocked by the power of the fire pillar, but also astonished by the entire process in which Zhang Qingxian cast his spell. There were no incantations, no gestures, and not even any physical contact. Just a glance from afar summoned such terrifying energy. What does this mean? It means that magic, or rather this extraordinary power, can completely break free from those cumbersome and uncertain rituals. It can be simplified, standardized, and even mass-produced. A mad and bold idea took shape in Wang Chen's mind. He suddenly turned around, issuing new orders to the petrified academician Li and Professor Zhou behind him. Immediately summon all the heads of the core project teams for a meeting in the central conference room. 5 minutes later, in the central conference room, Wang Chen stood in front of the enormous holographic map, his expression more serious than ever. I announce that from now on we will completely abandon all research on incantations and gestures. All related resources will be redirected. He paused for a moment, scanning the faces of every head present. Our new project is to develop a standardized scientific training system for spellcasting without incantations, aimed at all ordinary people. I don't care what methods you use, be it Taoist, Buddhist, or scientific. I only want one result: to enable an ordinary soldier with no foundational knowledge to learn to control fire in the shortest time possible. Wang Chen's command caused a complete 180-degree shift in the research direction of the entire base. An unprecedented battle merging metaphysics and science officially commenced. Soon batch after batch of special experts were flown into this underground base. Masters of internal martial arts who had long been in seclusion at Wudong Mountain, inheritors of talisman studies from Longhu Mountain, enlightened monks skilled in meditation from deep mountains. These true practitioners who had previously only existed in legends or hidden in ancient temples gathered together like never before. The scene in the base quickly transformed into a group of ethereal old Taoists, several solemn-looking monks, and a number of scientists all huddled around a massive electronic whiteboard arguing passionately over the definition of qi or the essence of spiritual power. When the heart moves, the mind moves. When the mind moves, the qi flows. The key lies in the heart. Amitabha, I believe it should be stillness. The heart must be as calm as still water to perceive all things. Visualization is also a form of meditation. No. Based on my EEG spectrum during the spellcasting state, the gamma waves in the frontal cortex synchronously enhanced. A young physicist attempted to unify their viewpoints with science only to be surrounded by a group of elders lectured for 3 hours. The entire base was suddenly filled with a lively atmosphere. Under the guidance of Taoist Zhang Qingxian, as the chief advisor, the research was forcibly brought back on track. The base once again entered a state of high-speed operation. High-precision EEG sensors were placed on the heads of every practitioner. When they entered that mysterious spellcasting state, the active areas of the cerebral cortex and specific neural pulse signals were captured and transformed into vast amounts of data. This data continuously flowed into the core of the Fuxi artificial intelligence supercomputer. The task of the computer team was to sift through this ocean of data to extract and refine the most core and stable spellcasting intention brainwave model. Days later, the AI team, led by Chief Engineer Tian, made a groundbreaking discovery. We found it. Chief Engineer Tian pointed to a complex 3D brain area activity map on the screen. His voice excited. The key to success lies in whether the spellcaster can construct a 3D visualization image in their mind that completely matches the magical circuit diagram and is highly stable. The more stable and clearer this visualization image is, the higher the matching degree with the standard model, the easier the spellcasting will be and the greater the power. This discovery scientifically validated the theory that the law is born from the heart. Based on this major discovery, the software engineering team immediately set to work developing a training software named Neural Feedback Meditation Assistance System. This system sounds sophisticated, but its principle is quite simple. The user wears a specially designed headset integrated with miniature EEG sensors and begins visualization training. The system captures their brain waves in real time and compares them with the standard spellcasting model in the database. The higher the matching degree, the more harmonious and pleasant the audio played through the headset becomes, resembling a heavenly white noise. Conversely, if the matching degree is low and the visualization image is unstable, the headset will emit harsh and irritating noise. This system cleverly transformed the tedious and abstract meditation training into a game-like experience with clear and quantifiable positive and negative feedback. Trainers no longer needed to comprehend those cryptic heart methods. They merely needed to adjust their mental state, like playing a game pursuing the most harmonious correct answer. Magic was thoroughly brought down from its pedestal. A week later, the exciting moment arrived. In the one joint laboratory, everyone held their breath as a young soldier selected from the General Staff Security Forces, who had no foundational training and didn't even know what meditation was, walked into the isolation chamber after a total of 24 hours of assistance system training. He did not recite any incantations or form any seals. He simply stood there, closed his eyes, and remained silent for over 10 seconds. Then he opened his eyes and extended his hand. A stable fireball the size of a human head appeared out of thin air in his palm. "We succeeded," someone shouted, and the entire base erupted in cheers. Countless scientists in white lab coats and a group of high monks embraced each other without concern for their image, rejoicing. They had succeeded. They had completely deciphered the mysteries of magic and reverse engineered it into a replicable and promotable standardized skill. Wang Chun looked at the young soldier. Although his face remained calm, his tightly clenched fist betrayed the excitement within. He knew that from this moment on, China had gained another trump card against the unknown world. In the final test, the magical crystal from another world finally released a dazzling light before exhausting its last bit of energy, transforming into an ordinary gray crystal that was no different from a roadside stone. But this no longer mattered. China had mastered the method of controlling the fireball technique. Before the next teleportation cycle arrived, Wang Chun personally supervised the packing of a new batch of aid supplies. Flower medicines, high-energy food bars. These conventional supplies were still included. But in the very center of the package, in the most important position, lay several brand new items. A brand new training manual with confidential printed on the cover titled Standard Version of Spellcasting Without Incantations Fireball Technique, First Edition. The training manual detailed the scientific principles of the magical circuit, standard visualization images, and step-by-step scientific training procedures. Beside it was an ultra-long-lasting lightweight EEG feedback device, which looked no different from regular sports headphones. Wang Chun personally sealed the package. He knew that this time it would be the first time the country provided genuine and effective support to Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat inside the stone cottage, perched upon a wobbling wooden stool, yet his heart had never felt so grounded. His gaze drifted to the corner where heaps of refined flour lay stacked, and then to the table where remnants of roasted meat still lingered, a life far richer by leaps and bounds than the desperate days following his transmigration. In this decrepit city of Haishi, he had become someone of consequence, at least no longer haunted by hunger's gnawing uncertainty nor cowed by the arbitrary cruelty of city guards. Yet he knew full well such modest accomplishments paled before the cataclysmic wars of civilization looming 10 years hence. He stood now only at the very bottom rung of this world, merely clinging, barely balanced. To truly shape this world, to challenge the aloof deities enthroned above, or even carve out a sliver of hope for his homeland amid the coming apocalypse, mere commerce would never suffice. He must forge his own power, a force mighty enough to shake the foundations of the divine realm itself. But that lay far ahead. For now his most urgent task was escape, breaking free from this cramped, suffocating city of Haishi. He needed to venture outward, to vaster lands, to broader horizons. And to do so, mastering magic, acquiring both self-defense and exploratory capability, was the linchpin, the absolute prerequisite. In this world, mages commanded profound respect. Even command of a single foundational spell opened doors everywhere, lifting one from the status of helpless commoner to honored practitioner. His own aptitude was limited. To stumble blindly toward magical insight alone would be little more than delusion. His sole lifeline rested with his homeland. 2 full weeks had passed since he transmitted the Fireball art scroll back home. During that time, he had activated the retrieval function 4 times. Yet each time the delivered parcel held neither translation nor instructional guide for the spell. A quiet anxiety stirred within him. He trusted his nation was sparing no effort, but magic after all resided beyond the boundaries of terrestrial science. Who could say how long its decryption might take? He could only pray in silence, hoping his country's scientists would succeed soon. As minutes bled into hours, the appointed moment for the next scheduled retrieval finally arrived. Lin Fan's pulse quickened. He drew a slow, steadying breath and activated his innate talent, material transmission retrieval. A familiar ripple of energy shimmered through the air, and a parcel materialized at the center of the stone cottage. Lin Fan lunged forward, tearing it open in seconds. Inside lay unfamiliar items: a finely printed, delicately bound manual, a peculiar device resembling a head-mounted headset, and a letter. His eyes fell first upon the letter, its handwriting instantly recognizable. Minister Wang Chun. As his gaze skimmed the page, one phrase struck him like lightning: wear the assistive device and follow the guided training to master the art. Lin Fan froze, utterly stunned. He had expected at most a translated transcription of the scroll, with perhaps a few annotated clarifications to aid his solitary study. Instead, they had engineered an entire training apparatus. It shattered every expectation he held. His eyes welled, a surge of awe and fierce, unshakable pride rose within him. Others pursued magic through raw talent, grueling discipline, and painstaking intuition, grasping at ethereal truths shrouded in mystery. But his homeland had delivered not just knowledge, but a fully integrated practice system. Was this not an essence of built-in advantage? My homeland is simply unparalleled, Lin Fan declared inwardly with quiet, blazing conviction. This overwhelming sense of unwavering national support flooded him with strength and certainty. He was no longer a lone transmigrator adrift. He stood backed by a sovereign state endowed with supreme intellect and flawless execution. He seized the manual eagerly. Its cover bore bold, precise characters: Standard Edition, Nonverbal Spellcasting Training Manual, Fireball Art Volume, First Edition. Even the title exuded a strange familiarity and an unmistakable aura of scholarly rigor. He flipped through its pages rapidly. No arcane jargon cluttered its prose. Every term was lucid, accessible. More complex concepts, mental focus, neural resonance, visualization, model construction, were each accompanied by clear, instructive diagrams. The manual meticulously explained the scientific principles underlying the mana circuit diagram, detailing how the headset's electroencephalographic feedback guided learners, through meditative practice, to construct within their minds a stable, reproducible, three-dimensional blueprint. The deeper Lin Fan read, the more electrified he grew. Once he believed magic to be ineffable mysticism. Now he realized it could be dissected, analyzed, and even standardized with scientific precision. So this is magic's true nature. Lin Fan murmured, enlightenment dawning. Only now did he grasp that the scroll sold to him by that black market elder had been nothing but a fragmented, corrupted relic. Thank the heavens he had his homeland, he thought gratefully, and without delay he picked up a mana crystal and donned the portable headset. Gentle white noise filled his ears, soothing his spirit like a soft caress. Following the manual's instructions, he closed his eyes and began visualizing the intricate fireball art circuit diagram within his mind. This method dwarfed his former aimless fumbling and efficiency. The moment his concentration deepened and the mental image sharpened, the white noise dissolved, replaced by harmonious, resonant harp tones. Should his focus waver, the music faded instantly, reverting to white noise. Guided by this immediate responsive feedback, Lin Fan entered the optimal state with astonishing speed. It felt like immersing himself in an impossibly lifelike VR simulation. Except this game unfolded entirely within the architecture of his own consciousness. He surrendered wholly to the process, tirelessly refining his mental state, striving to render the mana circuit in his mind ever clearer, ever more stable. After precisely 8 hours of training, a distinct click echoed in his mind, as if a long-sealed switch had snapped open. A wondrous ripple of energy surged through his spiritual awareness. He snapped his eyes open, disbelief and elation blazing in his gaze. Instinctively, he extended his hand toward a clay water cup in the corner, focusing his will. VVRRR. A compact, incandescent fireball coalesced instantly in his palm, golden red and radiant like a miniature sun radiating palpable, searing heat. He willed it forward. It launched silently, flawlessly, striking the cracked clay cup 2 meters away. SSSHHD. A faint sizzling sound followed. Before his eyes, the cup glowed crimson, softened, warped, and melted into a viscous, steaming pool of molten rock slowly oozing across the rough earthen floor. Lin Fan stared dumbfounded at his own hand, then at the smoldering slag on the ground. Joy pure and overwhelming flooded his being. At last, he had mastered a foundational spell. He knew this was no mere incantation, it was the cornerstone of his grand design, the most formidable weapon his homeland had entrusted to him. With it, he would no longer be chained to Haishi City. He would possess the autonomy, the resilience, the courage to survive and explore in this perilous, unforgiving world. After mastering the fireball technique, Lin Fan's excitement lingered within him, refusing to subside. He gazed at the cooling clay lava on the ground, feeling an itch in his heart, eager to find a place to test his newly acquired skill. Practicing in the house with a cup of water did not count as real combat. He needed a more authentic test. His first thought was to leave the city. Outside Haishi City lay the perilous land of decay. The ground there was cracked, magical energy was sparse, and monsters roamed freely, making it a place ordinary people dared not tread. However, to Lin Fan, it was the best place to test his survival abilities and the practical effects of magic. He planned to spend a night outside the city alone to personally experience the harshness of the wilderness and to familiarize himself with the application of the fireball technique in real combat. He was acutely aware that venturing alone into the wilderness was fraught with danger. Even though he had mastered the fireball technique, facing unknown magical creatures and a treacherous environment meant that any slight oversight could be fatal. Yet for the grand plan of the future, this risk was necessary to take. He could not hide behind the city walls forever. He had to adapt to the laws of this world swiftly and hone his strength. However, being alone was still not the safest option. Lin Fan considered in his heart that he would need a companion. The merchant caravans in the city wouldn't set off for the south until 3 months later, before the harsh winter arrived. He couldn't afford to wait for them. He had to take the initiative. Thus, he decided to hire a bodyguard. He knew that the fee for a bodyguard to spend the night outside the city would be exorbitant, as it meant risking their life in places where magical creatures roamed. But to ensure the safety of this crucial test, he believed the expenditure was worth it. Money was important, but life was more important. Early the next morning, Lin Fan, with a pouch of money, walked into the Adventurers Guild of Haishi City. The guild hall was bustling with noise, filled with the scent of cheap ale, sweat, and a hint of blood. A group of adventurers in leather armor, armed with weapons, gathered in clusters, loudly discussing their gains from the previous day or boasting about their glorious achievements. The bounty board was filled with various tasks, ranging from finding lost livestock to clearing out small magical creatures that had infested the mines within the city. Lin Fan walked straight up to the bounty board, took out a silver coin from his pocket, and handed it to the sleepy receptionist behind the counter. "I want to post a task." "What task?" the receptionist asked, not lifting his head as he took the money. "Protect me while I spend a night outside the city with a reward of 5 silver coins." Lin Fan said calmly. The receptionist raised his head, looking at Lin Fan in surprise. 5 silver coins were already considered a decent amount for tasks inside the city. But spending a night outside the city was a whole different matter. The dangers outside the city could not be easily dismissed with just 5 silver coins. He still followed the rules, writing the task on parchment. Then with a wooden mallet, he nailed it to the most conspicuous spot on the bounty board. 5 silver coins. Spending a night outside. Is this kid crazy? Does he think the outside is his backyard? Seriously, he thinks he can buy my life for just 5 silver coins. Immediately, a wave of whispers and low laughter erupted in front of the bounty board. People came and went, and many adventurers noticed the bounty, but just glanced at it, shaking their heads in disdain as they continued to look for safer and more cost-effective tasks. For most experienced adventurers, 5 silver coins were not enough to risk their lives outside the city. They valued their lives more than such a trivial sum. Lin Fan stood nearby, observing their reactions. He had anticipated this. The price was indeed a bit low. After thinking for a moment, he walked back to the counter. "Raise the reward to 10 silver coins." Lin Fan said in a calm tone. The receptionist complied. When the words 10 silver coins appeared on the bounty board, the surrounding adventurers began to stir again. 10 silver coins. This price is a bit tempting, but it's still a night outside. Who knows what kind of monsters we might encounter. This price was already quite attractive enough to pique the interest of some adventurers, who began to gather around the bounty board, discussing in low voices. However, those experienced and cautious veterans merely glanced at it and then turned to leave. Just when Lin Fan thought he might return empty-handed and was even considering raising the price again. "He'll take it." A clear voice rang out from the crowd, filled with an undeniable determination. Lin Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young female adventurer making her way through the crowd to the bounty board. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a fitted leather armor with a polished longsword hanging at her waist. Her hair was simply tied in a ponytail, exposing a smooth forehead, and her eyes were bright and resolute. Lin Fan assessed her. She did indeed look very young, with a hint of scholarly naivety on her face, but her posture was agile and her movements were quick, truly embodying the essence of an elite warrior. Lin Fan had a good impression of her. "Although I'm a novice, I have experience spending the night outside and am familiar with the local magical creatures. I can guarantee that ordinary magical creatures will find it hard to harm me," she continued, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Lin Fan inwardly rejoiced. This luck was indeed quite good. Unexpectedly, at the price of 10 silver coins, he managed to hire what seemed to be a reliable guard. Although she claimed to be a novice, her background as an elite warrior combined with that confidence should suffice to handle typical emergencies. All right, I hire you. Lin Fan nodded, feeling a surge of confidence regarding this test outside the city. A relieved smile appeared on Ayla's face as she took the advance payment Lin Fan handed her, then briefly introduced her knowledge of the surrounding environment and some common magical creature habits. She emphasized that she was quite familiar with several paths and safe spots near Haishi City. Lin Fan listened and found her indeed quite capable. The two agreed to leave the city the following night. Lin Fan then returned to his lodging to make the final preparations for this adventure. He understood that this was not merely a simple test, but the starting point of his grand plan for the future. There could be no room for error. That night, Lin Fan made another trip to the black market, purchasing a large quantity of low-grade magical crystals. After careful calculation, he determined that the 24 low-grade magical crystals he had on hand could theoretically sustain him in casting fireball technique continuously for at least 30 hours. This was already a considerable endurance capacity. Returning to the stone house, he cautiously hid some antibiotics, nutrient solutions, and other supplies he had brought from Earth in the hidden pockets of his clothing and belt. These items were his trump cards for survival in this other world, and he could not expose them easily unless absolutely necessary. Especially the antibiotics. In this world with extremely primitive medical standards, they were essentially life-saving elixirs. Before leaving, Lin Fan once again examined his equipment to ensure that everything was in place. The next day, as night fell, the towering walls of Haishi City appeared particularly heavy in the last remnants of daylight. The city gates slowly closed with a dull creaking sound, completely isolating the two worlds within and outside the city. Lin Fan and AI Law met at a thicket not far outside the city. Lin Fan gazed into the distance, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. The name Desolate Land itself carried a chilling significance. The ground beneath was far from as even as inside the city, riddled with cracks eroded by the wind, resembling gaping mouths that seemed to devour all vitality. A vague stench of decay permeated the air, mingling with the earthy scent and a faint odor peculiar to certain creatures. The stars in the sky shone much brighter than in the city, but the moon cast a faint crimson hue, dyeing the entire land in an eerie shade. Mr. Lin Fan, we need to find a safe place to set up camp now. AI Law's voice was low, carrying a unique caution typical of survivalists. Her movements were agile, each step silent, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness, her ears slightly twitching to catch every subtle sound in the wind. I scouted this area during the day. If we head east for about half an hour, there's a natural cave that is quite concealed, which can help us avoid most nocturnal creatures. As she walked, her tone carried a hint of professionalism and confidence. The key to spending the night outdoors is concealment. Monsters typically rely on scent and sound to hunt, so we must eliminate our scent as much as possible, tread lightly, and make minimal noise. The glow of fire can easily attract unnecessary trouble, so it's best not to start a fire tonight. Lin Fan followed behind her, feeling a sense of admiration for this young, elite warrior. Though she was young, she possessed all the necessary professional qualities. He had come here for real combat testing, so he did not resent AI Law's suggestions. However, his purpose differed slightly from what AI Law assumed. Miss AI Law, Lin Fan stopped and spoke calmly. AI Law immediately halted, looking back at him with confusion. Tonight we will not hide, Lin Fan stated directly. My goal is not to avoid monsters, but to be discovered by them, and then test my survival ability. AI Law's eyebrows shot up in surprise, her bright eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. She paused for a few seconds before hesitantly asking, Mr. Lin Fan, what do you mean? You want to be found by monsters? Are you serious? Her first reaction was to think she had misheard him. I am quite serious. Lin Fan nodded, his tone devoid of any jest. I need to know if I can survive tonight in the face of true danger. AI Law's brow furrowed. She thought Lin Fan was being reckless, even a bit suicidal. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, what is wrong with this guy's thinking? What significance does this test hold? Does he overestimate my ability to protect him as a novice warrior? She was indeed an elite warrior, and it was true that ordinary monsters couldn't harm her. Yet her responsibility now was to protect him at all costs. If he was intent on self-destruction, he might drag her down with him. AI Law's expression darkened, and she even contemplated retreat. She was well aware that if she followed Lin Fan's request to actively attract monsters, she would have to protect him, while also engaging in battle with the monsters, which was far beyond her duty and capabilities. She was not invincible. She was merely an elite warrior who had just graduated from the academy, and she too had her limits. Taking a deep breath, she worked to keep calm, and stated frankly to Lin Fan, Mr. Lin Fan, with all due respect, based on your recent request, I cannot undertake this task. It exceeds my scope of duty. Her tone carried a hint of displeasure. Unless AI Law hesitated. Unless you can increase the reward, Mr. Lin Fan. Such risks cannot be compensated with just 10 silver coins. Lin Fan looked at her, understanding her meaning. She believed the task's risk was too high and exceeded expectations. This was human nature. However, Lin Fan simply shook his head calmly. Miss AI Law, our contract clearly outlines the task details, including outdoor training. Did you not read it carefully? There is no room for additional compensation. AI Law's face stiffened at once. She realized she hadn't read it carefully. She thought it was merely a standard outdoor resource collection task. She scolded herself internally for being inexperienced and not carefully reviewing all the terms when accepting the task. She could only silently accept reality and regard it as a lesson learned. She exhaled, gripping her sword tightly again. Although she still appeared reluctant, her tone had returned to calm. All right, Mr. Lin Fan, I understand. I will fulfill my responsibilities. Lin Fan noticed AI lost low morale and knew she was not pleased. Yet he did not want her to perform half-heartedly. Lin Fan pondered and felt he should boost her confidence. He pulled out a small pouch from his pocket which was bulging with a large quantity of magical crystals he had bought from the black market. In the darkness, they reflected the moonlight, emitting a faint glow. Miss AI Law, actually. I can also participate in combat. Lin Fan said, showing her the magical crystals in the pouch. AI Law was taken aback, her face displaying astonishment. Magical crystals. She certainly recognized them. They were crystals only usable by mages. She did not expect this seemingly ordinary young merchant to have prepared a bag of magical crystals in advance, and even claimed he could participate in combat. Could it be? Are you a mage? AI Law's voice was filled with disbelief. Sort of, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, as if it were nothing special. AI Law curiously asked, Mr. Lin Fan, which magic academy are you from? Are you out here for training? In the Divine Domain world, magic academies are places only nobles can enter, and the status of a mage is prestigious and high. Upon learning Lin Fan's identity, AI Law's attitude toward him improved significantly. Lin Fan shook his head, wearing a hint of a teasing smile. I have never been to a magic academy. I taught myself. Self-taught. AI Law's mouth slightly opened, once again shocked by Lin Fan's response. Though there were indeed examples of self-taught mages, they were all extraordinarily rare geniuses usually sought after by various magic academies. AI Law's gaze re-evaluated Lin Fan, sparking a keen interest. A genius capable of self-learning magic undoubtedly harbored immense potential. Though AI Law still felt Lin Fan's plan was somewhat reckless, even a bit insane, in this world the status of mages was transcendent, deserving of respect from all. She decided to continue fulfilling the contract. After all, who wouldn't want to connect with a mage of limitless potential? Moreover, it seemed that Lin Fan did not truly wish for death. He merely wanted to sharpen himself through this method. Since he possessed some abilities, the risks were significantly reduced. All right, Mr. Lin Fan. AI Law scrutinized him once more, her tone losing the previous reluctance, now filled with inquiry and seriousness. Since you are also a mage, let's cooperate well tonight. However, I still advise you to be cautious. The monsters in the desolate land are not to be trifled with. Lin Fan smiled at her, saying naturally. AI Law nodded, stepping forward again, but this time her pace was noticeably lighter. The two aligned their training goals, and without further hesitation headed straight into the depths of the desolate land. Lin Fan and AI Law ventured deep into the withering lands where the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The ground beneath their feet was no longer just cracked, deep, bottomless pits appeared sporadically, emanating a chilling aura. Withered trees stood twisted and gnarled, resembling dried hands swaying in the wind, producing a rustling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The two walked slowly, and AI Law's vigilance heightened once again. She suddenly stopped, crouching low, and signaling Lin Fan to do the same. Lin Fan promptly complied, knowing that AI Law's experience in the wild far surpassed his own. There's something ahead, AI Law whispered, her ears twitching as if catching some faint sound. Lin Fan held his breath, straining to hear, but all he could discern was the sound of the wind and his own hastening heartbeat. At that moment, a nauseating stench wafted towards them, accompanied by a deep, ominous voice from the darkness nearby. Lin Fan's nerves instantly tightened. He knew it was a monster. Sure enough, several hunched figures gradually emerged from the shadows. They were gaunt, their skin a sickly shade of gray-green, with long sharp claws resembling the talons of a beast. Their eyes glimmered with a ghastly green light in the night, their mouths slightly ajar to reveal decayed teeth. Ghouls. 5 of them. Lin Fan's heart raced. He was acutely aware of the danger ghouls posed. They were not only highly aggressive, but also venomous, with wounds from their bites proving potentially fatal. Yet simultaneously, an uncontrollable thrill surged from the depths of his heart. Here it was. This was the real combat. Unable to contain his excitement, he instinctively raised his right-hand palm, directed at one of the ghouls. A ball of orange-earth fire swiftly coalesced in his palm, accompanied by a whistling sound as it shot towards the ghoul. However, due to the inexperience of his first real battle, Lin Fan's aim was abysmally poor. The fireball, with all his hopes and strength, flew past the ghoul, ultimately crashing into a withered tree not far behind it, with a resounding boom instantly igniting the tree and sending up thick plumes of smoke. The ghoul was unharmed. It merely flinched at the light of the fire, letting out a piercing screech before warily glancing towards the direction of the attack. Lin Fan hadn't anticipated that his first strike would miss so spectacularly. Cursing inwardly, he grumbled. The ghoul's movements are far more agile than I imagined. Its body nearly blends with the surrounding environment, making it extremely difficult to aim. AI Law, witnessing the disastrous aim and listening to Lin Fan's complaints, twitched her lips. This absurd aim, this crude combat experience, this naive thought marked him clearly as a novice mage. However, just as she mentally criticized him, a startling detail suddenly struck her mind. It seemed that Lin Fan had not chanted any incantations while casting. She froze, wondering how that was possible. From everything she knew about magic reinforced in her studies at the Warrior Academy, it was universally emphasized that mages must chant incantations and perform gestures to channel their magical power. Chanting spells was the foundation of magic, a common understanding. AI La's gaze sharpened, and she ceased to pay attention to Lin Fan's aim, focusing intently on his mouth. She thought perhaps she had just not noticed it earlier, or that his voice was too soft for her to hear clearly. Lin Fan remained oblivious to AI La's strange reaction. Frustrated by his earlier embarrassment, he gathered another fireball and aimed at the ghoul once more. This time he aimed more carefully, but the fireball veered off again, grazing the ghoul's shoulder as it flew past. Damn it! Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter another curse. AI La's confusion turned to shock. She was convinced that Lin Fan had only uttered a curse word throughout, having not chanted at all. This completely upended her understanding of magic. Wasn't it common knowledge that one must chant spells before casting magic? Had everything she learned been a lie? She felt her worldview shaken at that moment. Just as AI La was left in shock, the 5 ghouls were thoroughly enraged by Lin Fan's 2 attacks. They let out piercing shrieks, their voices filled with rage and greed, their gray-green bodies appearing even more menacing in the night as they charged forward at astonishing speed, lunging towards Lin Fan and AI La. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately turned and ran, shouting loudly as he did, "Can you protect me? I'm going to be bitten to death." AI La suddenly snapped to attention, realizing that the ghouls had already closed in. She nearly lost her composure in shock, cursing herself for zoning out at such a critical moment. She quickly drew her longsword, its blade glinting with a cold light in the dim moonlight. Without hesitation, she charged at the foremost ghoul with the agility and strength of an elite warrior. The longsword sliced through the air with a whistling sound, accurately striking the ghoul's neck. Though the ghoul's body was resilient, it struggled to withstand AI La's might. With a crisp snap of breaking bones, the ghoul's head jerked back violently, its body stiffening for a few seconds before it fell to the ground with a thud, twitching a few times before falling silent. While running, Lin Fan glanced back. AI La's combat posture and efficiency filled him with astonishment. This woman is incredibly strong. He hadn't expected AI La's strength to be so formidable, dispatching a ghoul with a single strike. This raised his assessment of her considerably. With AI La drawing all the ghoul's attention, Lin Fan's courage swelled. He recognized this was his chance to practice. He immediately halted, moving closer to AI La. No longer pursuing ranged attacks, he awaited the moment a ghoul lunged at AI La before unleashing a spell at point-blank range. The fireball, slightly off target, still struck the ghoul's chest with precision. The ghoul's body stiffened, emitting a sizzling sound as it burned. The rotting flesh carbonized rapidly under the intense heat, releasing thick smoke and an acrid stench that quickly spread. The ghoul didn't even have time to let out a scream before its body turned to charcoal under the fireball's continuous high temperature, collapsing to the ground. Lin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. This was his first effective hit that killed a monster in real combat. The thrill of personally vanquishing an enemy sent his adrenaline soaring, filling him with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, AI La looked on in astonishment, reaffirming Lin Fan's peculiar abilities. This guy really doesn't need to chant. She had witnessed him cast spells 3 times, and each time he had not uttered a single incantation. With their teamwork, they soon eliminated all the ghouls. Although Lin Fan's aim needed improvement, his unchanted magic significantly shortened his casting time, allowing him to effectively coordinate with AI La. After the battle, AI La leaned on her sword, breathing slightly heavily. Her leather armor bore some of the ghoul's blood, yet she had not sustained a single injury. She gazed at the charred remains of the ghouls on the ground, then looked at Lin Fan, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The battle has come to an end. In the air, the burnt stench of the flesh and blood of the ghouls mingled with their own decaying odor, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Lin Fan stood still, his chest heaving violently, not from exhaustion, but from excitement. The adrenaline was still coursing through his veins. He looked at the several charred corpses on the ground, their features unrecognizable from the fireball spell. A sense of unprecedented achievement from wielding such power made him almost want to roar. This is magic. This is power. However, Ella's situation was not as poetic. She leaned on her sword, the tip embedded in the cracked earth, using it to support her slightly faltering body. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and her breathing was a bit hurried. The continuous high-intensity battle had taken a significant toll on her stamina. She glanced at the corpses of the ghouls on the ground, then looked at her employer, who was still immersed in excitement, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This man had atrocious aim and an even poorer sense of battle awareness. Several times the ghouls almost pounced on her face, and he was still leisurely aiming. If it weren't for her quick reflexes, he might have taken himself down with her. However, a question lingered in her mind. According to the knowledge she had learned, channeling magic and constructing spell models required a process. And in this process, the most crucial and indispensable element was chanting. The spell was the key to unleashing magical power. This was common knowledge, a principle engraved deep in the souls of every intelligent being in the divine realm. But did he chant? Ella tried hard to recall, and she would swear on her honor as a warrior that Lin Fan from beginning to end, aside from a few frustrated expletives when he missed, never uttered a single effective spell syllable. How did he manage that? Ella took a deep breath, straightened up, and walked over to Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan snapped out of his excitement, turned to look at her, still slightly embarrassed. "Was my performance too terrible?" No, that's not the issue." Ella shook her head, staring into Lin Fan's eyes, and asked deliberately, "When you cast magic, why don't you need to chant?" "Chanting." Lin Fan's smile froze on his face. He blinked for 2 seconds, a huge question mark popping up in his mind. What is that? Chanting. Do you really need to chant to cast a fireball? He looked at Ella's shocked face, which clearly said, don't tell me you don't know, and his heart sank. A terrifying thought exploded in his mind. Could it be that in this world, all wizards must chant to cast spells? He was instantly drenched in cold sweat. His knowledge of magic came entirely from a manual written by the scientists of his homeland after reverse engineering it, titled Standard Version of Chantless Spellcasting Training Manual. The manual explained every step from energy conduction to mental visualization using scientific theory, but not a single word was mentioned about chanting. He had always believed that magic was used this way. Now it seemed that he had inadvertently exposed a colossal secret. What his homeland had given him was not a translated user manual, but a scientifically optimized, thoroughly revolutionary, super modified edition. If all the wizards in this world must chant, then what does that make him? Someone who does not need to chant? An anomaly. A heretic. Lin Fan's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He realized that this chantless spellcasting ability was likely a trump card he couldn't reveal to anyone. Once exposed, who knows what kind of trouble it would bring. If the Wizarding Association and the high and mighty deities found out about such an anomaly existing, would they take him for experimentation? No, he must cover this up. Lin Fan's brain raced while his face wore a confused and innocent expression. I didn't chant. How come I didn't know? Ella looked at his sincere demeanor, feeling like her brain was about to burn out. You chanted. I didn't hear a single word. Lin Fan leaned a bit closer to Ella, lowering his voice mysteriously. Well, my way of chanting might be a bit special. Listen more closely. As he spoke, he raised his hand palm directed toward a half-a-man-high stone not far away. Ella's eyes widened, her ears perked up, concentrating all her attention on Lin Fan's lips and throat. Lin Fan closed his eyes, starting to visualize the familiar magic circuit diagram in his mind. At the same time, he deliberately controlled his vocal cords, producing a low, buzzing sound from deep in his throat. The sound was very low, almost undetectable unless listened to closely. A few seconds later, a blazing fireball slowly formed in his palm, roaring forward and accurately striking the stone. The stone exploded on impact, shattering into fragments. Ella didn't even look at the blasted stone, she just stared blankly at Lin Fan. She heard it. There was indeed a sound. That sound did not come from his mouth, but vibrated from his throat, and his lips had remained tightly closed the entire time. Oh! Ella let out a long breath, her whole body relaxing, as the earlier feeling of her worldview collapsing vanished in an instant. So it was ventriloquism, or rather a special throat-singing technique. You scared me. She looked at Lin Fan, her gaze of horror at a monster turned into exasperation at a clever trickster. I thought you were truly one in a million. Turns out you were just using your throat to make sounds. Ella pouted, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure at being played. This can't even be considered clever, it's just unnecessary. Lin Fan rubbed his nose, revealing a somewhat embarrassed, honest smile after being exposed. Seeing him like this, Ella's confusion completely dissipated. In fact, she comforted him. Well, it's good that it isn't true. If you really could cast magic without chanting, and the Wizarding Association found out, they would definitely capture you immediately and lock you in a lab for research. At that point, you would be in big trouble. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was acutely aware. Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged, but his heart turned icy. Fortunately, he managed to cover it up. He secretly resolved that in the future, when casting spells in front of others, regardless of whether it worked or not, he must pretend to move his mouth a bit. Safety first. With the misunderstanding cleared, Ella resumed her professional adventurer stance. She walked over to the corpses of the ghouls, enduring the stench, and deftly pulled out her dagger, skillfully slicing open their charred chests. Soon she extracted a crystal about the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint gray glow from one of the corpses. The surface of the crystal was still smeared with a sticky bodily fluid, looking quite disgusting. This is a magic core. Ella wiped the crystal on a rag, then tossed it to Lin Fan. The quality of the magic cores from low-level magical creatures like ghouls is quite poor, but they can still sell for some money. Taken to the alchemy shop in the city, it can sell for about 10 to 30 copper coins each. As she spoke, she deftly continued to dissect the remaining corpses. 5 magic cores were quickly collected. According to the rules of the Adventurers Guild, all spoils from the mission belong to the employer. Ella handed all 5 magic cores to Lin Fan. These 5 magic cores are probably worth 1 silver coin. Lin Fan took the few warm and foul-smelling magic cores, but his mind began to race. He looked at the magic cores in his hand with some surprise. Originally, he had only left the city to test his abilities. He hadn't expected to earn extra profit. The night was still long. After confirming that there were no immediate dangers around Lin Fan, and AI Law chose not to rest, but continued deeper into the desolate land. For Lin Fan, the 5 ghouls he had just encountered were merely an appetizer. His proficiency in the fireball technique was still far from sufficient, and he had to seize this rare opportunity with a professional bodyguard present to practice like crazy. After witnessing Lin Fan's fireball technique, which despite its questionable accuracy was powerful enough, AI Law felt that tonight's mission was not as dangerous as she had imagined. More importantly, the reward was already in hand, and befriending a potentially promising mage was beneficial for her as a recently graduated novice warrior. Thus the two quickly came to an agreement. For the next few hours, this silent wilderness transformed entirely into Lin Fan's exclusive shooting range. To the left, 3 o'clock direction behind that dead tree. AI Law's voice was kept low like a keen-eyed leopard. Lin Fan immediately turned his head, focusing intently, and threw a fireball without hesitation. Boom. The fireball grazed past the dead tree, exploding in the open space behind it, causing a ghoul that had just poked its head out to retreat in fright. Too high. Do you think you're shooting birds? AI couldn't help but scoff. Got it, it'll hit the next one for sure. Soon a new group of ghouls was attracted. This time Lin Fan learned his lesson. He no longer pursued long-distance sniping. Instead, he waited for AI to entangle the ghouls with her exquisite swordsmanship, creating opportunities for him to fire at the slowly moving targets at close range. Puff! A fireball landed squarely on a ghoul's face. The ghoul didn't even have time to scream. Its entire head carbonized instantly in the high temperature, turning into a piece of charred blackened flesh that toppled over. Beautiful! AI exclaimed excitedly. As the kill count increased, Lin Fan's accuracy and confidence rose at a visibly rapid pace. From initially missing 9 out of 10 shots to later hitting 1 out of 5, he eventually became able to predictively shoot with composure under AI's cover, hitting ghouls that were moving quickly. The coordination between the two became increasingly seamless. AI no longer needed to deliberately create opportunities for Lin Fan, but she only had to stand firm, like an indestructible wall, using her sword to block all the claws and fangs that lunged at Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan transformed into an efficient artillery, clearing away threats from the flanks and behind her with lethal fireballs. After an unknown amount of time, when the last wave of ghouls, having lost 7 or 8 of their kind, finally let out fearful howls and fled into the endless darkness, this long battle came to a close. AI sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily. Her leather armor was completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body. The palm of her sword-wielding hand was already chafed and sore. Lin Fan's condition wasn't much better either. His supply of magic crystals was still ample, but his spirit was utterly exhausted. Each time he cast a spell, he needed to precisely visualize the complex magic circuit diagram in his mind, which consumed a great deal of mental energy. Continuous hours of high-intensity mental labor made him feel his temples throb, and he began to see double. I can't go on, we need to take a break. Lin Fan shook his heavy head. AI scanned the surroundings, saying, it seems like the ghouls in this area are scared of us now, they shouldn't come back for a while. She pointed to a low cliff not far away. There's a cave I scouted during the day, let's rest there. The cave was small but very dry, with the entrance blocked by a thicket of dense thorns, making it sufficiently concealed. The two of them crawled into the cave, finally feeling a sense of safety. Lin Fan leaned against the cold rock wall, pulled out the bag filled with magic cores from his pocket, dumped it on the ground, and began to tally up the night's spoils. 1, 2, 3. A total of 53 magic cores. He picked one up, weighed it in his hand, and started calculating quickly in his mind. According to AI, a low-quality magic core could be sold for an average of 20 copper coins. 53 cores meant 1060 copper coins, which was a little over 10 silver coins. Just enough to earn back the money I paid to hire you, Lin Fan said jokingly to AI. But soon his brows furrowed. He remembered the costs. Tonight he had consumed a total of 2 low-grade magic crystals. In the black market, even at wholesale prices, one cost at least 2.5 silver coins, totaling 5 silver coins for 2. In other words, he had risked his life working hard alongside AI all night, only to end up losing 5 silver coins after subtracting the costs. This didn't even account for equipment wear and mental exhaustion. If next time he went hunting alone, he could save on AI 10 silver coins in hiring fees, netting him 5 silver coins. But was it worth it? Lin Fan glanced at AI, who was still catching her breath beside him. He knew very well that without AI support in front, relying solely on his meager skills and inconsistent accuracy, he would have been torn to shreds by the ghouls swarming him by the second hour. His life was tied to the future of 14 billion compatriots behind him. Was it worth gambling his life for a few silver coins? Not at all. Not worth it at all. Lin Fan silently crossed out the path of going out to fight monsters for money in his mind. The risks were too high, the returns too low, and the cost-effectiveness extremely poor. This path was not viable. While he pondered, AI was secretly observing him from the side. She looked at Lin Fan, feeling a surge of emotions. The growth rate of mages was truly terrifying. She recalled 5 years ago when she was still a freshman at the Warrior Academy. Under the full protection of her instructors during her first encounter with ghouls, she was so scared that she couldn't even steady her sword, taking a full year of sweat and blood to grow to the point where she could independently confront ghouls. Yet the man before her had only taken one night. From a complete novice who couldn't even hit a target, he had grown into a qualified artillery capable of fighting alongside her. Such a growth rate made her feel envious, even jealous. If only I had magical talent. AI sighed silently in her heart. Unfortunately, she did not. She was just an ordinary person from a common background. Successfully graduating from the Warrior Academy was already a stroke of luck. As for the Magic Academy, which required immense resources and placed great emphasis on backgrounds and talent, she didn't even dare to dream of it. She really wanted to ask Lin Fan how he had learned magic. But when the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. She knew this was a taboo. The inheritance and knowledge of mages were their most precious treasures, the foundation of their existence. To inquire rashly was extremely impolite, even hostile. Who would easily reveal the secrets of magic to a stranger they had just met? Forget it. AI shook her head, dismissing her wild thoughts. But as she looked at Lin Fan, a hint of admiration and intentional closeness crept into her gaze unknowingly. Regardless, befriending a promising mage was undoubtedly a good choice. Outside the cave, the sky had begun to turn dimly bright. At this moment, Lin Fan also clarified his thoughts. Since the path of fighting monsters was not feasible, he needed to find a more stable and safer development route. He needed to leverage connections, seek status, and build his own influence. All of this required an identity that could be accepted by the mainstream society of this world. An idea became increasingly clear in his mind. Join the Magic Academy. Only by entering that circle could he systematically understand the extraordinary power system of this world, access the upper echelons of society, and ultimately grow into a towering tree capable of overturning the entire world while ensuring his own safety. He wanted to be a player, not just a pawn that could be sacrificed at any moment. Charging to the front lines and leaving his life to luck was something he would never do. In the cave, AI La leaned against the rough rock wall, breathing evenly as she quickly recovered her strength. A night of intense battle had left even this elite who graduated from the Warrior Academy feeling a profound fatigue that emanated from her very bones. Lin Fan's condition was not much better. His mind felt like a rubber band stretched too tightly, and now that he relaxed, his head throbbed with pain. At this moment, having determined his goal of joining the Magic Academy, there was still one thing he needed to confirm. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep into his mind, trying to perceive the talent that connected two worlds: material transfer. In the 3 years since his arrival, he had sensed this talent countless times. It felt like a box of iron welded to his soul, with clear boundaries and rigid rules. 500 grams, not a bit more or less. 72 hours, not a second off. After learning the fireball spell, and personally slaying numerous magical beasts, Lin Fan had naively thought that such leveling up behavior might loosen that iron box just a little. For example, would the limit become 501 grams? Or would the cooldown be shortened by a minute? However, reality was cold. That familiar, hard, unmovable sense of boundary remained vividly present. No changes at all. Damn it, not even a shred of face saving. Lin Fan cursed inwardly, opened his eyes, and a hint of unmistakable disappointment crossed his face. What's wrong, Mr. Lin Fan? AI La noticed the change in his expression and asked with concern. She thought Lin Fan was upset about the 2 magic crystals he had just used. After all, those were worth at least 5 silver coins, which was no small amount for anyone from a common background. It's nothing. Lin Fan shook his head and casually asked, AI La, have you heard of talents being able to improve? Improve? AI La was taken aback for a moment, then looked at him with a puzzled expression. Mr. Lin Fan, why would you think that? Talents are bestowed by the gods at birth, imprinted into one's bloodline. How could they possibly change? She found the question somewhat strange, like asking an adult if they could grow taller. I was just curious, Lin Fan chuckled dryly. For instance, those legendary dragon-slaying warriors or the heroic figures who expanded territories. Aren't their talents the same as ordinary people's from the beginning to the end? Of course not, AI La replied as if it were obvious. Those great figures are born with powerful talents, such as dragon blood blessing or war frenzy. How could an ordinary person possess such abilities? Talent determines a person's limits. That's common knowledge. Common knowledge. Lin Fan fell silent. Perhaps in this world, talent is indeed as predetermined as one's birth, an unchangeable class mark. Lin Fan temporarily accepted the fact that talents could not be upgraded as an objective reality. The urgent matter was still to find a way to join the Magic Academy and effectively elevate his social status. AI La, if I want to join the Magic Academy, where should I go? Lin Fan asked. AI La was not surprised by Lin Fan's question. After all, a self-taught magical genius like him shouldn't be staying in the remote Blackstone City. Silver Moon City. The nearest mid-sized city to Blackstone City and the only place in the vicinity with a branch of the Magic Academy. If I want to go to Silver Moon City, is there a reliable way? AI La stood up from the ground, walked to the cave entrance, and looked out at the desolate horizon. The road is not short. The straight line distance exceeds 100 kilometers. We are currently on the outermost edge of the withered land. Deeper in, we would encounter magical beasts more troublesome than ghouls, such as packs of wasteland wolves or sandworms that can launch surprise attacks from underground. She paused before continuing. There are no fixed trade routes between Blackstone City and Silver Moon City. For ordinary people wanting to get there, the safest way is to wait. Wait for some noble lord who happens to go to Silver Moon City, then spend some money to follow their caravan. Although the noble's guards won't care about your life or death, their strong presence is enough to deter most magical beasts. However, AI La glanced back at Lin Fan. I haven't heard of any nobles planning to go to Silver Moon City in the past month. If you're in a hurry, you'll have to hire a guard team yourself. This was precisely what Lin Fan was thinking. He couldn't wait. If I were to hire you to assemble a guard team, how many people would I need? How much would it roughly cost? AI La, upon hearing this, began to calculate seriously for him. She counted on her fingers, analyzing point by point. You are a mage, but your combat experience, frankly, is still lacking. Therefore, the guard team must be sufficiently reliable. Adding me, you would at least need 3 experienced warriors, preferably 2 heavy armored warriors in the front and 2 rangers for reconnaissance and flanking support. With you providing long-range magical output, that would complete a standard adventurer team of 5. If the journey goes smoothly, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to reach. But we must factor in potential unexpected events, so let's calculate for 3 days. The warriors would also need to return, making it 6 days round trip. She looked at Lin Fan and provided a core number. In Blackstone City, a qualified adventurer for long-distance escort tasks charges at least 10 silver coins a day. For a 3-day trip, that would be 30 silver coins, and for the return trip, half price for 3 days would be 15 silver coins, totaling 45 silver coins per person. For 4 people that would be 180 silver coins. Lin Fan nodded. This price was basically within his expectations. He currently had just over 200 silver coins in total, barely enough. However, that's still not enough. AI Loss expression grew serious. We also need some consumables. Consumables? Hey, slaves. AI Loss tone was very flat, as if she were discussing something quite normal. At least 5. In the wild, if we encounter large groups of magical beasts that we cannot deal with, or particularly strong elite magical beasts, we need something to attract their attention, buying us time to escape. Using people as bait. Lin Fan's heart sank. Although he had struggled in this world for 3 years, the blatant use of human lives as tools and expendables still made him feel a visceral discomfort. AI Law seemed completely oblivious to his discomfort as she continued to analyze calmly from a professional perspective. Yes, this is the most effective and cheapest way to ensure survival. A healthy slave costs about 5 silver coins. But if you're just using them as bait, you don't need the best. You can buy a weak one for just 2 silver coins. 5 would only cost 10 silver coins. She looked at Lin Fan and made a final summary. The guard team costs 180 silver coins, and the slaves cost 10 silver coins, totaling 190 silver coins. This is the minimum configuration to ensure your safe arrival in Silver Moon City. Of course, if those slaves survive until Silver Moon City, they can be resold, recovering some of the costs. The cave fell silent. Lin Fan did not speak. Images of the numb, hollow eyes of slaves in the market flashed through his mind. He recalled how when he first arrived, he had to bow and scrape for a few pieces of black bread, living worse than a dog. He loathed this world that treated human lives as mere grass. Yet now he had to use the same method to acquire several living people, treating them as expendables ready to sacrifice at any moment. Seeing that he remained silent, AI Law assumed he found the price too high and couldn't help but persuade him. Mr. Lin Fan, I know this amount is a lot, almost the savings of an ordinary family for several years. But you are a mage and your future is limitless. As long as you can enter the Magic Academy, this investment will quickly yield 100-fold or 1,000-fold return. Lin Fan knew she had misunderstood. What he cared about was not the money. He was only questioning himself if this was the right thing to do. There was no answer. Or rather, the answer was brutal. If he died, not only would he be unable to change this world, but even the homeland he longed for would be trampled by the iron hooves of the gods in 5 years. His life was not just his own. In the face of the safety of over 1 billion compatriots, his personal moral purity seemed so pale and laughable. I must survive, Lin Fan told himself. To turn over this table, he must first sit at it and abide by its rules, even if those rules are dirty and bloody. He lifted his head, the struggle and reluctance in his gaze replaced by a cold resolution. Let's proceed with your plan. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. In 2 days we will set off. As dawn broke, the two emerged from the cave, and upon seeing the familiar outline of Blackstone City, once more Lin Fan felt an almost otherworldly sensation. In just one night, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation. The city wall remained the same, yet as he approached it again, Lin Fan's state of mind had completely changed. Previously, this wall represented a sanctuary for him, a place that offered a moment's respite from the fears of the wilderness. Now it resembled a novice village, a starting point from which he would soon depart. The two passed through the city gates and returned to the interior of the city. The streets still displayed the same chaotic yet vibrant scene. The shouts of vendors, the conversations of passers-by, and the creaking of wheels rolling over the cobblestones intertwined, filling the air with the essence of human life. This sensation brought Lin Fan, who had just endured a night of bloodshed, an overwhelming sense of familiarity and relaxation. They'll head to the Adventurers Guild first to help you find suitable teammates. Once you're ready, we can set off at any time. Ella stopped at a fork in the road and spoke to Lin Fan. All right. Lin Fan nodded, counting out 8 silver coins from his pouch and handing them to her. This is the final payment from last night. Ella accepted the money, a smile appearing on her face. She was quite satisfied with Lin Fan as her employer, generous and trustworthy, and he possessed great potential. She felt that this long-distance task might represent a significant turning point in her career. After bidding farewell to Ella, Lin Fan did not return immediately to his stone house, but turned to another street. He first visited an alchemy shop in the city. The shop was small, dimly lit, and filled with a peculiar aroma of various herbs and minerals. A skinny old man with a goatee was hunched over the counter studying an unknown mineral with a monocle. Lin Fan dumped the 53 ghoul cores he had obtained last night onto the counter. The old man raised his head, glancing at the gray crystals smeared with blood and bodily fluids, his expression unchanged. He picked one up, examined it under the oil lamp, scraped it with his nail, and then tossed it onto a scale. The quality is too poor with too many impurities. The old man's voice was hoarse. For 53, the package price is 10 silver coins and 60 copper coins. This price was slightly higher than Ella's estimate, but Lin Fan did not haggle and accepted the money straightforwardly. With this unexpected windfall, Lin Fan made his way to the Golden Wheat Fragrance Bakery. Compared to a month ago, this place was utterly transformed. The previously dilapidated storefront had been renovated, sporting a brand new oak sign. The shop was bustling with people, mostly well-dressed wealthy merchants or noble stewards. The bakery owner, Grell, was no longer the greasy fat man he used to be. Dressed in elegant silk clothing, he stood with a proud posture, warmly greeting customers, resembling a successful businessman. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, Grell was momentarily taken aback, then immediately abandoned his noble guest to greet him with a beaming smile. Brother Lin Fan. Ah, you finally come. He enthusiastically pulled Lin Fan into the back courtyard of the shop, which served as his private meeting room. Boss Grell, business seems good. Lin Fan surveyed the lavishly decorated room, smiling as he spoke. Oh, it's all thanks to you. Grell personally poured Lin Fan a cup of wheat ale, adopting a humble demeanor. Brother, to be honest, I've made more money this month than in the past few years combined. You are my fortune god. Lin Fan took a sip of the ale, not beating around the bush, and stated directly, Boss Grell, I'm here to inform you that our previous partnership may need to come to an end. What? Grell's smile instantly froze and he stammered, Brother, what do you mean? Are you unhappy with the profit share I offered? We can negotiate. 60%. No 70%. As long as you continue supplying me, you'll take only 30% of the profit. He was getting anxious. Hope Whitebread was now his lifeline, the foundation of his position among the elite of Blackstone City. If the supply was cut off, everything he had worked hard to build would vanish. It's not about the money. Lin Fan shook his head. I'm leaving Blackstone City. He briefly explained that he intended to study at the Silver Moon City Magic Academy. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had learned magic and was to become a distinguished mage, Grell's face displayed a mix of shock, disappointment, and understanding. He knew that someone like Lin Fan could not remain forever confined to the small place of Blackstone City. The bakery business was perhaps merely a stepping stone for him. So that's how it is. Grell sighed deeply, his expression complex. That's truly a pity. However, I'm glad you can have a better future. He was a shrewd businessman, understanding that forcing the issue was pointless and that it was better to do a favor. I have a last dozen bags of flour. Let's sell them to you at the price we agreed upon. Lin Fan replied. Yes, of course. Grell nodded eagerly. In the end, Grell paid Lin Fan 100 silver coins, purchasing all the remaining flour. After completing all this, Lin Fan felt he had entirely severed all ties in Blackstone City. Upon returning to his stone house, he dumped all the money onto the table. More than 100 silver coins and 2 shiny gold coins piled up into a small mountain on the table. This substantial sum freed him from the embarrassment and insecurity he had felt upon his arrival. He began to pack his belongings. In truth, there wasn't much to take. He carefully wrapped the standard version of spell-less casting training manual and the headset-like brainwave feedback device in several layers of oiled cloth, keeping them close. This was his most precious treasure. The remaining few mana crystals, some change of clothes, and emergency potions sent from his homeland were also sorted and stored. Everything was ready. Now there was only one last thing left to do. Buy a slave. Lin Fan stood before the mirror, looking at the well-dressed, tidy-faced young man staring back at him, a stark contrast to the ragged, troubled merchant he had been a few months ago. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and walked once more towards that place he was both familiar with and loathed, the slave market. This time he was no longer the trembling vendor on the market's fringes. He walked with his head held high directly into the market's core area. Along the way, many traveling merchants who recognized him exclaimed, Isn't that Lin Fan, the void transporter? Why is he dressed like that? Has he struck it rich? I heard he got in with the owner of Golden Wheat Fragrance Bakery. He's a big shot now. Those merchants looked at him with eyes full of surprise, envy, and a hint of flattery. A few bold ones even attempted to approach him, but were all deterred by Lin Fan's cold gaze. He ignored these people. When he reached the largest slave shop, the slave trader owner who had once looked down on him immediately sprang up from his recliner and hurried over. Oh, esteemed sir, what kind of goods are you interested in? I just received a batch of excellent slaves, guaranteed clean and obedient. The owner bowed and smiled obsequiously, his demeanor a stark contrast to before. As Lin Fan looked at the servile expression on the man's face and at the surrounding small merchants and guards who gazed at him with envy and awe, he felt a deep, inexplicable sadness within. This was the world. With wealth and power you are esteemed, sir. Without money or power you are but an ant to be trampled. He knew that he had now become part of this cruel system. Suppressing the twinge of compassion and resistance in his heart, he replaced it with a cold expression and uttered 2 words to the slave trader. Lead the way. The slave trader's boss led the way ahead, his face filled with wrinkles, smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He was bent almost parallel to the ground, turning back every couple of steps to check on Lin Fan, afraid that this newly risen important person might lag behind. So look this way over here. Lin Fan paid him little mind, calmly surveying the goods before him with a scrutinizing gaze. On both sides of the road were massive iron cages. In the cage to the left, a few tall, muscular orc warriors glared hatefully at every merchant passing by. Their bare upper bodies were covered in gruesome scars, some wounds even oozing blood, the eternal marks left by whips and branding irons after failed rebellions. Lin Fan's gaze swept past. These warrior-class slaves were too wasteful as bait. In another cage not far away, several beautiful elves were confined. Unlike the aggressive orcs, they silently hugged their knees, burying their faces deep in their arms. Their signature long pointed ears drooped weakly, as if trying to isolate themselves from this filthy world, clinging to their last shred of dignity. So take a look at this. Seeing Lin Fan's gaze linger momentarily on the elven cage, the boss quickly approached like a fly drawn to the scent of blood, pointing at one female elf with flaxen hair and introducing her with exaggerated enthusiasm. A gray elf from the Moon Language Forest. Although her bloodline isn't entirely pure, her appearance is absolutely top-notch. Look at her skin, her figure. And she can sing and dance with a gentle temperament. One spot she can serve as a personal maid, or... The boss raised his eyebrows and let out a lewd chuckle. Lin Fan's gaze did not linger for a moment. he swept past the elf and looked towards the next cage. Too expensive, I can't afford it. The boss stammered, his words caught in his throat, the smile on his face becoming somewhat awkward. He hurriedly pointed to a dwarf in a nearby cage then. How about this one? A dwarf warrior from the deep fire abyss, a natural blacksmith though a bit stubborn, but one spot he can guard the mine like two men. Lin Fan still shook his head. His purpose for coming here was clear, he needed consumables. Consumables had only one requirement: cheap. Take me to the disposal area. Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice not loud, but carried an air of indifference. Oh. The boss' smile froze, the enthusiasm in his eyes instantly fading by half. He looked Lin Fan up and down again, his eyes now filled with the shrewdness and suspicion typical of a businessman. The disposal area? He couldn't have heard wrong, could he? That place sold only the old, weak, sick, and disabled worthless trash that no one even wanted for hard labor. Sending them to the mines would only incur the overseer's disdain for wasting food. This Lord Lin Fan, dressed respectably and a guest of the Golden Wheat Fragrance owner, certainly did not seem like someone short on money. Why would he want to go there? The boss dared not show any misgivings on his face. A businessman has his rules, the customer's needs are everything, and what should not be asked must not be spoken. All right, this way please, my lord. The smile on the boss' face had dimmed considerably, yet his attitude remained respectful. He bent down again, gesturing for Lin Fan to follow, leading him past the flashy high-end goods through a narrow, filthy corridor toward the deepest corner of the market. The further they walked, the dimmer the light became. The stench in the air grew thicker, nearly suffocating. This was the embodiment of all the darkness in Blackstone City. Several rusty iron cages were carelessly piled in a damp corner. Inside the cages there were no longer those rebellious orcs, nor the elves clinging to their last bits of dignity. They were the true disposals. A dwarf with a broken leg leaned against the iron bars of the cage, his murky eyes unfocused as they stared at a puddle of filth on the ground. An elderly human man curled up in a corner, coughing violently. There were also several children so thin they were nothing but bones lying on the cold ground, with vacant expressions, lacking even the strength to move. Lin Fan's gaze slowly swept over these numb, hollow faces. He remembered himself 3 years ago. At that time he was one of them. For half a moldy black bread, he would fight with wild dogs for scraps. For a roof to shield him from the wind and rain, he would kneel down to kiss the dirty boots of the city guards. He despised this world, despised a society that treated people like cattle. But now he stood here clutching a heavy purse of coins, coldly examining these lives that were as humble as he once was from the perspective of a buyer. He had become the very type of person he loathed the most. A sense of tearing irony churned in his chest. But he could not retreat. He forced himself to suppress all feelings of compassion and disgust, using a nearly cruel rationality to analyze and select. His life now was no longer just his own. Behind him stood 1 billion compatriots. Before the war ended, he had to cast aside personal preferences. Moreover, to overturn this filthy table, he must first take a seat at it and abide by its rules. Even if those rules were dirty and bloody. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a cage in the farthest corner. The cage was small, like one specifically made for dogs, yet it had been forcefully stuffed with 5 emaciated figures. They were from the cat-eared race. They looked quite young, the oldest perhaps only 16 or 17, and the youngest was not even an adult. They were wrapped in tattered strips of cloth, unable to cover even the most basic of their bodies. Their exposed skin was riddled with oozing wounds, unsure if from falls or beatings. But one thing was certain: in this world with such poor medical standards, once infected they were doomed to not live long. They huddled tightly together, trembling uncontrollably from fever and fear. Those 2 once lively and fluffy cat ears drooped weakly against their messy heads. Their long tails lay limply on the ground, coated in mud and filth. In their eyes there was no hatred, no resentment, not even despair. Only a dead silence, a hollow numbness. As if their souls had been completely extracted by this cruel world, leaving behind mere breathing shells waiting to rot. Without a doubt, they perfectly met all the conditions of disposable consumables. Seeing Lin Fan stop, the boss immediately understood. He picked up a wooden stick in his hand and impatiently tapped the iron bars of the cage. Clang! The piercing sound of metal collision made the 5 girls in the cage shrink back like startled rabbits, emitting faint suppressed whimpers from their throats. That's all there is. The boss' tone was as flat as if he were introducing a pile of unwanted firewood. Cat-eared race, not very strong, can't do heavy work. But they are cheap and the best value for money. 2 silver coins, each for 5, you just need to give 10 silver coins. The boss quoted the price, even too lazy to glance at the goods in the cage again. The boss curled his lip, a look of undisguised disdain on his face. But he never mentioned the key point: they were already infected and feverish and couldn't possibly live much longer. This time Lin Fan did not want to bargain. He knew that even if he did, it wouldn't make much of a difference. They were already cheap enough. Moreover, he didn't want to continue degrading them in front of those few girls who had already become like dust. He took out 10 cold silver coins from the heavy purse in his pocket and tossed them onto the greasy, dirty wooden table in front of the boss. The silver coins clinked against the wooden table, producing a crisp sound. In this lifeless corner, the sound seemed particularly jarring. The smile on the boss' face deepened a bit. He quickly grabbed the silver coins and stuffed them into his pocket, then unfastened a rusty keychain from his waist, selecting the smallest brass key and handing it to Lin Fan. This is the key to unlock the magic collars around their necks, my lord. Please keep it safe. The so-called magic collars were a type of low-level alchemical tool. Once a slave attempts to escape or strays more than a kilometer from their owner, the collar would automatically tighten, violently, choking the wearer to death. It was like an invisible chain firmly binding each slave's fate. Lin Fan took the greasy key, gripping it tightly in his palm. The touch made him feel a wave of physiological nausea. The boss opened the cage door and, like disposing of garbage, roughly pushed each of the 5 cat-eared girls out one by one. Lin Fan turned around, wanting to leave this place as quickly as possible. Keep up. In the cat-eared slave convoy, the one walking at the forefront was the healthiest among the 5, and also the most visually appealing. Her name is Mia. At this moment, Mia felt like a mere shell of a person. Her body was numb and her mind was blank. She did not know where she was going nor what she would face. Instinctively, she followed the tall man with a strange scent, taking heavy steps along the hard stone road. The metal collar around her neck was cold and rough. With every breath, she could feel it scraping against her skin, bringing a wave of subtle pain. It constantly reminded her that she was merely a commodity. Just moments ago, she and her 4 companions had been purchased by that man for 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins. Mia silently calculated in her mind. That price couldn't even buy 5 sturdy goats. It turned out her life was worth less than that of a sheep. While locked in a cage, her greatest fear was being bought by a brutish nobleman or a lecherous mercenary. She had heard too many tragic tales of her kind treated as playthings, tortured at will, and eventually discarded like tattered rags. That endless living hell was more terrifying than death. Now they had been bought by a man who looked quite young and somewhat clean. Mia cautiously lifted her head and quickly glanced at the back of the man in front of her. He was tall and upright, handsome, like a gentleman akin to a noble. He wore well-fitted clothing, unlike those mercenaries who wallowed in mud and blood all day. He bore no nauseating stench of sweat or blood, only a faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of some plant. Could he be a good person? A faint, unrealistic thought quietly sprouted in Mia's already numb heart. Perhaps he only needed a few maids to clean his house. Perhaps he would feed us and provide us with clothes. Even if it were just the coarsest, moldy black bread, even if it were just the most tattered burlap clothes, it would be 1,000 times better than being in that cold cage. She could sense that her companions beside her also shared a flicker of weak, pitiful hope. Their steps seemed a little lighter than before. They followed the man through the bustling streets. He stopped at a fork in the road where a woman in leather armor carrying a long sword had long been waiting. The woman's gaze swept over the 5 of them, her expression calm, as if she were looking at a few lifeless pieces of luggage. Lin Fan, everyone is here. 1 heavy armored warrior, 2 rangers, all experienced veterans from the guild. The price has also been agreed upon, just as we discussed before. The man named Lin Fan nodded. The woman's gaze swept over them again, devoid of pity or disgust, only a professional assessment. Too thin and the wounds are still inflamed. She frowned. As bait, they may not run very far. However, as disposable goods, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Bait. Disposable goods. These 2 phrases pierced Mia's ears like 2 red-hot iron nails. She saw the man who had bought them silently nod, as if acknowledging her words. In that instant, Mia felt her world collapse. The little flicker of pitiful hope that had just emerged was crushed by those 2 words. It turned out. It was like this. It turned out he bought us not to make us maids, not to make us work. We are merely disposable goods. We are bait used to divert the attention of monsters in the wild when encountering ones we cannot handle. We are tools used to buy them time to escape with our flesh and blood. Mia's body began to shake uncontrollably. A despair deeper and more profound than being bought by a perverse nobleman engulfed her. It was 100% foreknowledge of death. She no longer had to worry about being tortured, nor about what might happen someday in the future, because her future had already been determined. She would die. Very soon she would die. She would die in the wilderness, torn apart by the claws of some unknown monster, devoured by its fangs. In the end, not even a complete bone would remain. This is their fate. From one hell they were taken to another, more immediate hell. Well then, suddenly Mia thought that this was fine. Death would be the end of it all. At least she would not have to live in constant fear like now, not living like a human. She felt her tears flowing uncontrollably. But she did not cry out loud, only silently shedding tears. The tears traced clear lines down her dirt-streaked cheeks. Her companions beside her had evidently also heard that conversation. The youngest among them, a girl named Lily, could no longer hold back and let out a suppressed kitten-like whimper. Another named Anna bit her lip hard, her body rigid like a stone, while Mia simply lifted her hand and roughly wiped her face with her dirty sleeve. She felt as though she was less afraid. Knowing she was doomed to die brought about a strange sense of calm. They were taken to the city gate. The towering city walls divided the inside from the outside, creating 2 entirely different worlds. The inside was civilization, order, and a hell on earth. Outside was desolation, chaos, and hell. Several other adventurers who had also been hired were already waiting there. 2 carts were parked beside them. They looked at the man and the woman, then glanced at the 5 of them, their expressions devoid of any fluctuation. Clearly they were accustomed to such matters. Let's go. The voice of the man who bought them was calm and indifferent. The heavy city gates slowly closed behind them. Mia took one last look at the towering blackstone city. She knew she would never need to return. She turned her head and looked ahead. The endless wasteland stretched out under the crimson moonlight, extending to the horizon. The cracked earth, the twisted dead trees, the air was thick with decay and the scent of death. There lay their grave. Mia took a deep breath, the cold air filling her lungs, causing her to shiver. She quietly walked to the back of the line alongside the other 4 girls like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, following those fully armed adventurers into the wilderness that symbolized death. Mia felt as though the soles of her feet were no longer her own. With each step, the coarse gravel pierced through her worn-down shoes, stabbing painfully at the arches of her feet. But she dared not stop, nor could she afford to walk any slower. She mechanically followed the tall figure ahead step by step. The atmosphere in the group was stifling. Aside from the sound of the wind, there were only the rustling of the adventurer's leather armor and the creaking of the wagon wheels rolling over the gravel road. The warrior named Ella walked at the front, her steps light and alert like a female leopard ready to pounce on her prey. The other 3 hired adventurers, a heavily armored man and 2 rangers, silently flanked the group, keeping the man named Lin Fan and the 2 wagons securely in the center. And the 5 of them were like a group of forgotten luggage trailing at the very back of the line. No one spoke to them, nor did anyone glance their way. Because they were merely consumables. She had accepted this fact. From the moment she was bought by that man, she knew the fate of herself and her companions had already been sealed. They would die in this desolate land, becoming dinner for some unknown monster, buying precious seconds of escape time for their master. Perhaps it was for the best. If she died, she would no longer have to live in fear, endure hunger, or be treated like livestock, picked and chosen in a cage. Mia thought numbly, even feeling a twinge of relief. The only thing she couldn't let go of was Lily, who was by her side. Lily was the youngest among them, having just celebrated her 14th birthday before being captured by slave traders in Blackstone City. Her injuries were the worst, as she had already been running a fever since they left the slave market. "Sister Mia, I can't walk anymore." Lily's voice was as delicate as a kitten's mewl. When Mia turned around, she saw Lily's face flushed bright red. Her eyes that should have shone like obsidian were now clouded with a gray mist, her lips cracked and covered in dead skin. As soon as she finished speaking, Lily's body went limp and fell straight to the ground. "Lily!" Mia and the other girls gasped and hurriedly gathered around her. Mia reached out to touch Lily's forehead, and the heat radiating from her was frightening. She looked again at the wound on Lily's leg. The gash made by the wooden splinter had completely festered. The surrounding flesh was red and swollen, oozing pus and emitting a foul odor. The group came to a halt. Ella at the front, along with the 3 adventurers, approached them. The heavily armored man, named Kyle, only glanced down at the unconscious Lily and frowned. He was an experienced veteran and immediately recognized the severity of the situation. "With a fever this high and a wound like that, she's beyond saving. I suggest we leave her here. This kind of festering fever might infect the other slaves." The other 2 rangers nodded in agreement. Their eyes were cold and filled with rational disdain, as if they were looking at livestock with a disease. Mia's heart sank to the depths. She clung tightly to Lily, looking pleadingly at the man who had bought them. Lin Fan. He was their master, and only he could decide Lily's fate. Lin Fan approached and crouched down. He said nothing, simply reached out to check Lily's forehead and glanced at the gruesome wound. His brow furrowed as well. Mia's heart gradually turned cold. She knew that from the perspective of a master, from a merchant's point of view, Kyle's suggestion was entirely correct. A nearly dead slave, a consumable who might spread disease, was like a broken tool. The only correct course of action was to discard it immediately to prevent affecting the other intact tools. She could already foresee that this man would coldly nod and then say throw her away. However, Lin Fan's next words left everyone present stunned. "Let's wait and see." Lin Fan stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands, and said in a somewhat distracted tone, "Just bought her 2 silver coins each. It would be a shame to just throw her away." Kyle and the other adventurers looked at Lin Fan with strange expressions. They probably thought that this young wizard employer was being too stingy to risk the infection of all the bait for the sake of 2 silver coins. That was somewhat foolish. But Lin Fan was the employer, the one who paid. Since he had spoken, they as the hired ones could not say anything further. Kyle merely snorted, muttering something akin to womanly kindness before turning back to his position. The group continued to move forward, but now there was an additional task. Mia and another girl named Anna took turns carrying the completely unconscious Lily. Mia could clearly feel the searing heat radiating from Lily's body against her back. She knew that Lily did not have much time left. She felt not an ounce of gratitude towards the man named Lin Fan. She knew he was not acting out of kindness. He was merely concerned about his 2 silver coins. In that man's eyes, Lily's life was worth only 2 silver coins. Their lives were the same. Nightfall soon descended. The crimson moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie light over the desolate land. The group stopped under a wind-sheltered cliff, preparing to camp for rest. The adventurers skillfully cleared a patch of ground and took turns keeping watch. Lin Fan, as the esteemed wizard, naturally did not need to do such rough work. He simply found a clean stone to sit on and pulled out a piece of white bread from his pocket, nibbling on it. The aroma of the bread wafted over. Mia's stomach betrayed her with a soft growl, although their master had provided them with some food. To heal her wounds, she activated her unique personal talent, converting the food she consumed into healing. Her food consumption was immense, far exceeding that of ordinary Cat Ear clan members, and the food she had was far from enough. But she dared not ask Lin Fan for more food, lest her talent be discovered. She had heard that subhuman flesh, like hers, possessing self-healing abilities, was the best natural healing agent. Once her talent was exposed, she would face the fate of being devoured. Now she and the remaining 3 companions were ordered to stay at the outermost edge of the camp, farthest from the fire. They were like a group of quarantined sources of disease. Lily's condition was worsening. She began to babble incoherently, her body twitching intermittently, her breathing becoming increasingly faint like the last remnants of wind in a bellows. Mia knew she was close to death. She held Lily tightly in her arms, trying to warm her gradually cooling body with her meager body heat. She lowered her head and began to hum softly in Lily's ear. It was an ancient lullaby, one that every mother of the Cat Ear clan would sing to her child when they still lived freely in the Moon Language forest. The song was soft and gentle, filled with a lingering sadness. Moonlight shines on the treetops, little kitty, quickly sleep. The wind blows the trees sway in dreams, there's plenty to eat. As she sang, tears streamed down Mia's face. She knew that Lily would never return to the homeland that existed only in the songs. She only hoped that this song from her homeland could accompany Lily on the last stretch of this world, to make her death less painful, less lonely. The camp was very quiet. The adventurers seemed to be infected by the sorrowful song, remaining silent as they quietly added firewood to the fire. Lin Fan, sitting not far away, also stopped chewing. He turned his head to look at the frail figures curled up in the darkness. Under the crimson moonlight, he could not see their expressions clearly, only hearing the intermittent sorrowful song echoing in the cold night wind. He remained silent for a long time. Then he stood up and walked to his wagon. He lifted the curtain and pulled out a small box tightly wrapped in oilcloth from an inconspicuous corner. Inside the box were neatly arranged rows of transparent glass tubes filled with liquid and some oddly shaped tools with metal needles. Antibiotic injections. This was one of the most inconspicuous yet precious items among the supplies received from the homeland. There were exactly 100 of them. Lin Fan looked at these glass tubes, which emitted a faint glow in the moonlight, then turned back to glance at the cat ear girl, cradling her companion, softly humming in the wind. His expression became somewhat complicated. He knew that the most rational and safest course of action was to pretend he had seen nothing. Exposing these items that did not belong to this era would bring unpredictable risks. But that sorrowful song pierced his heart like an invisible needle, prick after prick. For some reason, he felt homesick. He knew he had to be cold-blooded, knew he should be rational, but he couldn't. The blood of the descendants of Huang and Yin flowing through his veins constantly reminded him that there were some things he must do even at risk. He did not want to lose face for Huaxia. Lin Fan took a deep breath, the hesitation and struggle in his eyes replaced by a determined resolve. He took out 5 injection vials and 5 disposable syringes from the box, then turned and strode towards the frail figures curled up in the darkness. Mia's consciousness was beginning to blur. Fatigue, hunger, and the rising body temperature from her companion made her feel as if she were immersed in a pot of warm water, her mind heavy and drowsy, ready to slip into sleep at any moment. Lily in her arms had stopped convulsing. Her breath had become as thin as spider silk, barely there. Her body was starting to grow cold. Mia knew that Lily was on the verge of death. She could only hold her tighter, humming that ancient lullaby over and over, as if this could keep the small, fading soul from vanishing. At that moment, a shadow fell over them. Mia struggled to lift her head and saw the man, named Lin Fan, standing before them, looking down at them from a height. In his hands, he held some strange objects, glass tubes filled with a clear liquid and peculiar tools with shiny metallic needles. What did he intend to do? A surge of intense unease welled up in Mia's heart. She saw Lin Fan crouch down and pull out something with a sharp needle from those tools, something she did not recognize. He aimed the sharp metal needle at Lily's weak, bony arm. No, Mia instinctively shouted. But it was too late. The cold needle mercilessly pierced Lily's frail arm. Yua, the previously unconscious Lily, seemed to feel the pain and suddenly let out a weak and painful cry, her body jerking with a struggle. That cry was like a bolt of lightning, instantly clearing the fog in Mia's mind. She understood everything. This man was a demon. He saw that Lily was dying and unwilling to let his 2 silver coins go to waste, intended to use her for some evil, unknown magical experiment before she passed away. He was exploiting the last flicker of Lily's life. An unprecedented flame of mixed sorrow and anger erupted violently in Mia's chest. She felt all her blood rush to her head. I won't let you touch her. Mia let out a piercing scream, her once vacant eyes rendered lifeless by weakness now ignited with terrifying fury. She released Lily like a wildcat driven to desperation, using all her strength to claw at Lin Fan's face. She wanted to blind this demon. She wanted to perish with him. Lin Fan seemed taken aback by her sudden attack. However, her nails hadn't even brushed against Lin Fan's clothing. A terrifying, irresistible sensation of suffocation suddenly gripped her throat. Ugh! Mia's body froze instantly, her outstretched hand falling weakly. The metal collar around her neck had tightened dangerously at that moment, constricting further. Air was being gradually squeezed out of her lungs. She desperately opened her mouth, but could not draw in even a breath. Her face turned a pig liver color from lack of oxygen. Her eyes were bloodshot. The world began to spin and darken before her eyes. She could clearly hear the sickening sound of her neck cracking under the pressure of the collar. So this is the feeling of death. Just as Mia thought she was about to be choked to death, that terrifying force suddenly relented. Although her neck was still tightly constricted, at least a faint breath of air was able to slip back into her lungs. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Mia knelt on the ground, gasping for the cold air like a fish thrown ashore, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably. I mean no harm. Lin Fan's voice came from above her, calm, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Mia looked up through her watery eyes and saw the man, merely glancing at her, before turning away, plunging that horrifying needle-tipped tool into the bodies of the other 3 companions who were already stunned with fear. The girls' cries and suppressed sobs sounded particularly harsh in the quiet night. The mercenaries in the distance glanced over, but quickly turned their heads away. Then laughter came from them, as if it were perfectly normal for a master to toy with slaves. Finally, Lin Fan walked back to her. Mia instinctively shrank back, her body trembling violently with fear. Lin Fan ignored her struggles, grabbing MIA's arm and thrusting the cold needle into her body. A cold liquid was injected. After doing all this, Lin Fan stood up, looking at the 5 cat-eared girls curled up on the ground, shivering. He knew he had to eliminate any potential future troubles. He looked at them and slowly spoke, his voice low but carrying an undeniable cold authority. Listen, what happened tonight must not be mentioned by anyone. You are not to describe the tools you have seen. As he spoke the last word, Mia felt a buzzing in her head. The slave caller immediately responded. Mia knew that if she attempted to express any of these details in words or writing, the collar would strangle her to death, just as it had done when she tried to attack her master. This is the slave's prohibition. Lin Fan looked at their faces, a mix of fear and confusion, knowing the prohibition had taken effect. He did not say another word nor explain anything. He simply put away the syringes and empty vials, turned and returned to the fire, joining in on the chatter. As if nothing had happened at all, the night returned to silence. Only the 5 girls huddled together, shivering in the cold wind. Mia felt her body alternately hot and cold. Her arm, injected with the unknown liquid, throbbed with pain. Her neck also throbbed painfully due to the earlier choking. She did not know what that man had injected them with. Was it a faster-acting poison? Or perhaps some more sinister potion for experimentation? She did not know. She did not want to know anymore. Exhaustion and despair flooded over her like a tide, drowning her last traces of consciousness. She curled up with her trembling companion, and together with the others fell into a deep sleep. Let death come. At least they could die together. Mia awoke in an unfamiliar sensation of comfort. She felt somewhat astonished, as if a weight had been lifted. The scorching heat that seemed to burn her bones to ash, the heaviness that turned her head into a pot of mush, the pain that tore through her with every breath, pulling at all her wounds. All had lessened. She tried to wiggle her fingers, and a long-lost strength slowly surged from deep within her body. She propped herself up and looked around. It was not yet dawn. The crimson moon still hung in the sky, and the campfire had dwindled to a few faint embers. The cold night wind blew past, yet she felt none of the usual bone-chilling cold. Instead, she felt invigorated. What was happening? MIA's mind was still trying to catch up. She lowered her head to look at her arm, where the strange needle had pierced her last night, leaving behind a nearly invisible tiny red. Her gaze instinctively turned beside her. Lily was lying in her arms, breathing steadily and deeply. The previously flushed little face had now returned to a normal color. Although still pale and frail, at least her lips bore a hint of color. Mia trembled as she reached out her hand, gently probing Lily's forehead. It was cold. The high fever had receded. MIA's heart raced as she hurriedly lifted the tattered cloth wrapped around Lily's legs. The wound that had festered and oozed with a foul stench was now showing signs of recovery, with much of the surrounding redness having diminished and even scabbing beginning at the edges. This. MIA's eyes filled with disbelief. The other 2 companions also gradually awoke, sharing the same dazed and deeply confused looks that reflected the relief of having survived. My fever has also gone down. The wound seems to hurt less now. They exchanged glances, seeing the same shock mirrored in each other's eyes. All of this pointed to the man from last night, to the strange magic potion he had injected them with, filled with a transparent liquid. What exactly was this? Was it some sort of miraculous healing potion they had never heard of before? Mia was eager to discuss it with her companions, wanting to ask if they felt the same. But just as that thought formed in her mind, the moment she tried to open her mouth, a terrifying, inescapable, choking sensation once again gripped her throat. Ugh! MIA's face flushed instantly, and the few companions beside her also let out painful whimpers. They all clutched the collars around their necks tightly like Mia. Only when they abandoned the thought of discussing this topic did the suffocating force gradually loosen. The girls collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Mia understood. The man had imposed upon them a forbidden order. It was the strictest of prohibitions. Regarding everything that had happened last night, about the strange tools and potions, they could not speak, could not write, and even could not entertain the thought of discussion. Why? Why would he do this? Mia curled up on the cold ground, her mind in a chaotic swirl. She looked towards the other end of the camp at the man's figure. He was leaning against the side of the cart, wrapped in a thick blanket, still fast asleep. The crimson moonlight cast a glow on his profile, giving his refined features an inexplicable air of mystery. A faint, almost absurd sense of security quietly surged within her. Perhaps he was not a bad person. Perhaps he truly meant to save us. But this thought lasted less than a second before she ruthlessly extinguished it. Mia, how could you be so naive? She almost forgot their identities. Bait. Disposable goods. It was this man who had purchased them. Everything he did could only have one motivation: his own self-interest. The reason he bought them was so that in times of danger, he could push them out as shields. The reason he wanted to heal them was not out of kindness. He simply wanted to improve the quality of these consumables to ensure they could run faster and survive longer when chased by monsters, buying him even a second more to escape. With this realization, the warmth that had just begun to blossom in Mia's heart was instantly extinguished by the cold reality. She looked at the man's back, her gaze becoming complex and vigilant once more. When dawn broke, the team set out again. The 4 hired adventurers quickly noticed the unusual behavior of the cat-eared slaves. "Hey Kyle, look at those little kittens." A ranger named Mark pointed with his chin at Mia and the others who were trailing at the end of the line, speaking in a lowered voice to the heavily armored man beside him. The burly man glanced over surprised. "What's going on? Weren't they half dead last night? They seem lively today." He remembered clearly that the little cat girl named Lily had been close to death. He was convinced she wouldn't survive the night. But now, although she still needed her companion's support, at least she could walk on her own, and her complexion was significantly better than yesterday. The others seemed almost like different people. Although still frail, they walked with noticeably lighter steps, their eyes no longer dull and lifeless as they had been the day before. "Hey, you lot, come here." The burly man Kyle stopped and beckoned to Mia and the others. Mia's heart leapt to her throat as she and the other girls cautiously approached. "What happened to your injuries?" Kyle's gaze was sharp as it swept over them. "Why are you all healed so quickly?" Mia lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes, and softly, vaguely replied, We don't know. Don't know." Kyle's volume increased, carrying an air of pressure. "Don't play games with me. Do you all have some kind of special self-healing ability?" Mia's body trembled. She did indeed possess a special self-healing ability. As a subhuman, if discovered, she would be sold as a top-tier living potion in the slave market. What awaited her would be a tragic fate of being kept in captivity, periodically bled for meat, until the last shred of her life value was drained. No. Mia shook her head desperately, tears nearly spilling over. "We're just ordinary cat-eared people. Enough, Kyle, stop scaring them." Ella stepped forward to halt Kyle's questioning. She found it strange, but she believed that these slaves were not lying about this matter. If they truly had self-healing abilities, Lin Fan wouldn't have been able to buy them for merely 10 silver coins. Kyle huffed, clearly still unconvinced. But looking at the trembling little cat girls, he couldn't extract anything more and had to relent. "This is really damn bizarre," he muttered under his breath, then grinned. "But that's fine. I was worried that with their state, they might not even be able to run in danger. Now it seems at least they can serve as decent bait. Maybe some deities saw them in pity and casually tossed a blessing spell at them. Give me a break. If deities were that kind-hearted, would they still be trapped in cages for sale?" The adventurers laughed raucously, quickly shifting the topic elsewhere. Mia lowered her head secretly, letting out a sigh of relief. Out of the corner of her eye, as she secretly glanced at the man not far away, she saw Lin Fan also looking at them, his expression mirroring that of the adventurers, filled with just the right amount of confusion and surprise. His acting was flawless. Mia was certain that he intentionally concealed the secret of his unique healing potions, even going so far as to impose a forbidden order on them to prevent the mercenaries from discovering his means of healing. Indeed, the world of humans was filled with intrigue and deception. There was no trust whatsoever. As night fell, the group set up camp once again. Lin Fan found an excuse, claiming he needed to check the status of the cargo, and called Mia and her 4 companions to a rock far from the campsite. The peculiar tool with a metallic needle reappeared before them. After a few experiences with injections, although the girls were still trembling with fear, they at least did not put up any resistance. They silently and obediently extended their arms, allowing the cold needle to pierce their skin and the strange unknown liquid to be injected into their bodies. Having completed all of this, Lin Fan remained silent and turned to leave. Mia watched his back, feeling increasingly unable to understand this man. After several rounds of injections, the physical condition of the 5 girls quickly returned to their peak state before being captured. The high fever had completely subsided and their wounds had fully healed. Their physical strength and spirit were more abundant than ever before. According to the adventurers' claims during the day, they were now fully qualified as bait and could be put to use at any time. But why did Lin Fan continue to inject them with this precious medicine? Was it so abundant for him that it could be wasted? Mia found it incomprehensible. The questions in her mind were like a tangled mess, becoming more chaotic the more she tried to sort them out. Due to their improved physical condition, the duty of keeping watch fell upon them. The cat-eared tribe had an innate sharp sense of hearing, making them excellent sentinels. After handing the night watch duty to another cat-eared girl, Ella walked alone to a small hillside beside the camp. Lin Fan was lying there, resting his arms behind his head, gazing at the scarlet moon in the sky. Mia's ears twitched slightly. She crouched in the shadow of the camp, holding her breath and sharpening her hearing to the utmost. The voices of the 2 on the hillside drifted over intermittently. "What are your plans for after this?" It was Ella's voice. "Joining the Magic Academy to elevate my social status." Lin Fan's voice sounded somewhat bland. "I mean, what about after joining the Magic Academy? Do you have any dreams?" "Dreams, huh?" Lin Fan seemed to chuckle. "My dream is to establish a nation. There will be no nobles, no slaves, and everyone will be born equal. Their food will be abundant, and no one will die from hunger. There everyone can freely choose what they want to do. As long as they work hard, they can have enough to eat and live like a person." Lin Fan's voice was soft, as if he were dreaming or painting a picture of an unattainable utopia. On the hillside, after listening, Ella was silent for a long time before letting out a soft laugh. "Lin Fan, what you're saying isn't a dream, you're just dreaming." "Haha, maybe so." Lin Fan did not refute and laughed along. In the shadows, Mia also silently smiled. "Who can't speak beautifully?" A man who bought 5 lives as bait for 10 silver coins, yet speaks of equality, freedom, and dignity, is simply the most ridiculous joke in the world. Who knows how filthy his heart is? Mia withdrew her focus, no longer listening to the conversation between the two. On the third day in the evening, just as the group was about to reach Silvermoon City, even catching a glimpse of the city's outline from afar, danger descended without warning. A woo, a piercing and long wolf howl echoed from the hillside behind them. Immediately after, 1 howl, 2 howls, 3 howls. A continuous chorus of wolf howls resounded from all directions, as if an invisible net had instantly enveloped their small group. Damn it, it's the wasteland wolves. Kyle's face turned pale instantaneously as he grabbed the heavy shield beside him and shouted angrily, "All units stand guard. Form a defensive formation." There was no need for him to remind them. The other 2 rangers had already drawn their bows at the first moment, leaning against the cart, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Ella also drew her longsword and stood in front of Lin Fan. In the darkness, pairs of eyes glowing with a ghostly green light emerged from the surrounding hills and rocks. More and more densely packed. Soon groups of agile gray-brown furred giant wolves slowly emerged from the shadows. They were larger than ordinary wild wolves, with bulging muscles and jaws that gaped wide, revealing gleaming fangs the length of daggers, with foul-smelling drool dripping continuously from their mouths. Wasteland wolves, one of the most notorious predators in the withered lands. They typically hunt in packs, cunning, brutal, and extremely vengeful. Once targeted by them, it's a fight to the death. And now the pack of wasteland wolves surrounding them numbered at least 50. It's over. Mark looked at the unending tide of wolves, his voice trembling. "Lin Fan." Kyle shouted at Lin Fan while holding up his heavy shield. "What are you waiting for? Quick, send the slaves out. Draw them away." All eyes were focused on Lin Fan. MIA's heart tightened. The moment of death had finally come. Her life was about to come to an end here. She was already prepared that as soon as that man gave the order under the compulsion of the slave collar, she would have no choice but to rush out in the opposite direction of the group, running with all her might. This was her sole purpose as bait. However, Lin Fan stood still, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed firmly on the approaching pack of wolves, as if calculating something. "Wait a bit longer." He spoke, his voice low yet remarkably steady. "The situation hasn't reached its worst. We might still be able to cope." "Cope? What the hell are you joking about?" Kyle's eyes turned red. "That's more than 50 wasteland wolves. What do we have to cope with just the few of us? Once they charge, we'll all be torn to shreds." "Lin Fan, don't hesitate any longer." Ella was also anxious. She could feel the encroaching circle of wolves tightening step by step. "Quick, let the slaves rush out. This is our only chance." Without Lin Fan's command, the slaves bound by the collars couldn't even take the initiative to rush out to their deaths. Mia was filled with confusion. Why? Why weren't they allowed to go? What was he waiting for? Just then the Wolf King let out a high-pitched howl. The signal to attack. A woo. All the wasteland wolves transformed into gray flashes in an instant, wildly charging towards them from all directions. "Do it." Kyle cursed loudly, slamming the heavy shield down onto the ground with a loud thud. The battle erupted in an instant. Lin Fan finally moved. He did not order Mia and the others to act as bait. Instead, he raised both hands. Boom, boom. 2 fireballs more solid and intense than any before formed in an instant in his palms, roaring terrifyingly as they accurately struck the mouths of 2 flying wasteland wolves. The 2 wasteland wolves didn't even have time to scream, their heads exploding in midair, turning into splashes of blood and charred flesh. Lin Fan's burst of power was astonishing, instantly killing 2 wasteland wolves and significantly relieving the pressure on the others. However, it was merely a drop in the bucket for the whole battle. The sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Kyle's heavy shield was being battered by 3 to 4 wasteland wolves, and each impact made him feel like his arms were about to break. The arrows of the 2 rangers, though accurate, had limited power and could not halt the wolves' charge. Ella's sword light was as swift as lightning. Every strike could take a wasteland wolf's life, yet she was soon entangled by 7 or 8 wolves, unable to fend for herself. The entire defense line was on the verge of collapse. "Lin Fan." Kyle roared hoarsely while pushing away a wasteland wolf attempting to bite his neck with his shield. "What the hell are you thinking? Is it worth risking our lives here for just 10 silver coins?" Mia looked at the chaotic and bloody battlefield before her, at the man who was being fiercely protected by Ella, yet continued to unleash fireballs. Her mind went blank. She didn't understand. She truly didn't understand. What? Would he rather engage in a bitter struggle, even at the risk of losing the entire army, than sacrifice them, who were merely worth 10 silver coins? Just as the defense line was about to collapse, a rapid and powerful sound of hooves accompanied by a resounding horn suddenly came from the nearby official road. "It's the patrol team from Silvermoon City. We're saved," Mark exclaimed in surprise. An armed cavalry unit brandishing torches and the flag of Silvermoon City charged like a burning sword, fiercely piercing into the flank of the wolf pack. The group of wasteland wolves fell into chaos upon facing the impact of the regular troops. After paying the price of several corpses, the Wolf King unwillingly let out a long howl, retreating swiftly into the boundless darkness with its remaining subordinates. The crisis was averted. Everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The relief of surviving the ordeal had yet to settle in. Kyle suddenly leaped up from the ground, throwing aside the heavy shield covered in scratches and bite marks, and rushed towards Lin Fan in 2 steps, pointing at his nose, cursing fiercely. "Damn you, Lin Fan. I've been an adventurer for over a decade, and I've never seen such a stingy employer. Those slaves. Just 10 silver coins. Are you that reluctant to spend it? Do you know we almost all died just now? Another ranger came over, his face etched with anger and fear. Kyle is right. This time we were just lucky to run into the patrol team. If luck were against us, we would have become wolf dung by now. Quickly settle the balance. Don't ever look for us again. No amount of money will make us do this. Lin Fan did not argue, but explained awkwardly while paying, "Sorry, it's my first time encountering a wolf pack. I don't have much experience." The three adventurers grumbled as they took the final payment from Lin Fan, gathered their things, and left without looking back. Ella approached, patted his shoulder, gave him a complex look, and said nothing. Mia simply stared blankly at the man's back. Her instincts told her that everything he said was just an excuse. At this moment, her heart, which had long been numb and cold, seemed to have been gently cracked open by something. How she wished it were not her illusion. The cold wind swept by, stirring a heavy scent of blood and the smell of burnt flesh. Kyle and the other two adventurers cursed as they walked away, their figures quickly disappearing down the broad official road leading to Silvermoon City, as if afraid to have any further association with Lin Fan. Isla did not leave. She stood still, her long sword still dripping with wolf blood, the fresh nicks on the blade clearly visible under the crimson moonlight. She was very tired, not just physically, but her heart was weary as well. She walked to Lin Fan's side, looking at the young employer who still stood amidst the pile of wolf corpses, a look of sorry on his face. A torrent of words swelled in her throat, but she didn't know where to start. Should she scold him? Kyle had already exhausted all the curses he could muster. Yet if she didn't, she felt stifled inside. What had just happened was far too perilous. If the patrol team from Silvermoon City had been even 10 minutes late, all of them, including Lin Fan, would have become a midnight snack for the wild wolves. As a bodyguard, her duty was to protect her employer's safety. Yet this employer didn't seem to value his own life at all. Lin Fan. Isla finally spoke, her voice mingled with fatigue and a complex emotion that she herself could not articulate. Although earning money is not easy and saving is necessary in situations like that, you really can't afford to be stingy. Your life is worth far more than 10 silver coins or those 5 slaves. You are a mage, your future is limitless. Lin Fan heard her goodwill, and his expression of a newbie making mistakes deepened. He scratched his head awkwardly, explaining, "Sorry, Isla, when the wolf pack rushed in, my mind went blank. I was just focused on casting fireballs and completely forgot about that." That excuse was pitiful beyond belief. Isla looked at him, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Forgot. Kyle had shouted until his voice was hoarse, and he could forget. This guy had walked all the way from Blackstone City, and which part of him looked like someone whose mind would go blank? Although his aim was inconsistent, his mental fortitude was astonishing. The ghoul had faced him up close, not even blinking. Now he claimed he was too nervous to remember. What a lie. But Isla also knew that there was no point in continuing this line of conversation. She sighed and changed the subject. "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's head into the city. First, we need to find a place to rest. We both need to recuperate." The patrol team from Silvermoon City arrived after confirming that the wolf pack had completely retreated. The leader of the team was a middle-aged knight in his 30s with a scar extending from his brow to the corner of his mouth, which made him look particularly stern. His gaze swept across the scene, taking in the piles of wolf corpses, glancing at the nicks on Isla's sword, and finally landing on the 5 cat-eared slaves who were trembling, huddled behind the cart, completely unharmed. He furrowed his brow. "You lot have some tough luck." The scarred captain's voice was heavy, carrying a military's characteristic briskness. "In a situation like that, you didn't even spare bait, yet you managed to hold on until we arrived." His words sounded like praise, but the tone was more one of astonishment at the naivety of youth. "Don't do this again," next time he admonished in a tone of someone who had experienced it before. "Cat-eared slaves aren't worth much. Don't risk your life just to save a few coins. It's not worth it." Lin Fan nodded repeatedly, wearing a face of someone who was learning. Yes, you are right. I will definitely be more careful next time. I will definitely be careful." His attitude was as sincere as could be. Seeing him humbly accept the advice, the scarred captain had nothing more to say. He merely waved his hand and continued patrolling along the official road with his team. The group, dragging their weary bodies, entered Silvermoon City. Compared to the chaos, dirt, and the spirit of struggle of Blackstone City, Silvermoon City was a completely different world. The city walls were higher and cleaner, constructed from a kind of moonstone that shimmered with a faint silver light, radiating a soft glow. The streets were broad and smooth, lined with shops and residences in neat rows. The architectural style was elegant, far surpassing the crude stone houses of Blackstone City. The pedestrians on the streets were also dressed much more brightly. Isla had come here once with her academy instructor and was somewhat familiar with the city's situation. As she led the way, she introduced the city's situation to Lin Fan. Silvermoon City is the largest human settlement nearby, ruled by the Silvermoon family. The public safety here is 100 times better than in Blackstone City, and brawling is prohibited at night. Let's find an inn to stay. I know a place called the Oak Shield that has reasonable prices. The owner is a retired adventurer and quite nice. As Isla walked, she mentally calculated. After settling Lin Fan, she planned to check out the Adventurers Guild here. Silvermoon City was larger than Blackstone City, so there were certainly more opportunities. If she could find a suitable commission here, she might not have to return to that remote border town. As she was thinking, another thought struck her. "By the way, Lin Fan," she stopped and turned to look at him, "we should first make a trip to the slave market. Those 5 cat-eared slaves have recovered, and they are in decent condition. Taking advantage of this opportunity to sell them if luck is on our side, we might be able to get around 50 silver coins. Isla's tone was very calm, as if discussing a perfectly normal business deal. To her, this seemed like the most logical arrangement. The journey to Silvermoon City had come to an end, and the mission of these consumables was over. Lin Fan had nearly risked everyone's lives to save them. Now selling them not only recouped the funds, but also earned a small profit offsetting the expenses of this escort mission. It was a perfect damage control plan. However, Lin Fan's response once again took her by surprise. He did not answer Isla directly, but instead walked over to the 5 girls. The girls shrank back in fear as they saw him approaching, their eyes filled with terror. Lin Fan ignored their reactions, counting out 10 silver coins from his pouch, 2 for each, and stuffed them into their hands. Then he took out the greasy brass key he had obtained from the slave trader in Blackstone City and sequentially unlocked the magical collars around their necks. Click, click. 5 crisp, unlocking sounds echoed on the silent street. The 5 metal collars, symbols of enslavement and death, fell to the ground. The girls were stunned, incredulously touching their smooth necks, then glancing at the 2 heavy silver coins in their hands, their minds completely blank. You can leave now. Lin Fan's voice was calm. The girls still didn't react, only looking at him with bewildered eyes. Seeing their expressions, Lin Fan seemed a bit impatient and repeated, "You are free, now don't you understand?" Isla stood by, completely stunned. She felt her mind was in complete disarray. She could not comprehend Lin Fan's actions. Why forego 50 silver coins and instead pay 10 to release them? What kind of operation was this? Had he gone mad? Lin Fan, what on earth are you thinking? Lin Fan turned his head to look at her. His eyes shone brightly under the glow of the magical lamps lining Silvermoon City streets. Isla, I told you before, he said. The world I hope for shouldn't be like this. His voice was not loud, yet it fell like hot stones into Isla's heart, creating ripples in her thoughts. Isla stared at him in a daze. Suddenly, she remembered that night in the wilderness when Lin Fan lay on the hillside, gazing at the crimson moon, talking about that dream with her. At the time, she thought he was just rambling, joking around. But now this man seemed genuinely serious about realizing that seemingly absurd and whimsical dream. Isla felt her heart pounding uncontrollably. An indescribable emotion surged violently within her. A soft click echoed as the cold, rough metal collar around her neck fell away. Mia felt as if she had suddenly been yanked from the depths of an unseen abyss, her entire being feeling light and surreal. Free. Just like that. Free. She instinctively reached to touch her neck, where only a mark remained, a painful reminder left by the metal collar. In her hand, she still clutched 2 heavy silver coins, the warmth of the man's palm still lingering on them. Her mind was blank. The other 4 companions beside her, after a brief moment of daze, reacted as if their tails had been set ablaze. Run. Quick, run. A scream pierced the air, though she couldn't tell who it was. In the blink of an eye, the 4 girls turned like startled rabbits, scrambling into a dim alley, vanishing from sight, as if fearing that if they hesitated, the man would change his mind. Mia's body moved instinctively, driven by the primal instinct for survival, reflexively following them into the alley. But as she ran, her pace slowed, eventually halting foolishly in place. Mia, what are you dazing for? Run. From another alley, Lily poked her head out, her face streaked with tears, desperately waving at her. We have money now. 2 silver coins each. 10 silver coins, enough for us to buy so much black bread. We can buy a lot of supplies before dark and escape to a place far away from the city, hiding in a cave. We won't have to live in fear anymore. Lily's voice trembled with both tears and a quivering hope for a new life. This is our only chance. Hurry up. Indeed, it was the only chance. Mia's rationality screamed wildly in her mind. Run fast. Don't hesitate any longer. That man was a complete weirdo who knew if he would change his mind and capture them again. Finally, she lifted her leaden legs and ran toward the alley's exit. But after just a few steps, her feet stopped inexplicably. Her mind was a chaotic mess. The man's figure lingered like an inescapable ghost in her thoughts. Why? Why did he do this? Why let them go? She struggled to recollect, searching for clues amidst the experiences of the past few days to explain his completely illogical actions. She recalled in Blackstone City, in the dark, foul-smelling corner of the slave market, he had used 10 silver coins to purchase the 5 of them, treated as mere disposable goods. At that time, his gaze had been cold, as if selecting livestock devoid of any surplus emotion. He bought them with a clear purpose, to use them as bait. She remembered the first night in the wilderness when Lily had a high fever and was on the brink of death. Everyone said she was beyond help and should be discarded immediately to avoid contagion. It was that man who had kept Lily with a seemingly petty yet irrefutable reason. 2 silver coins each, just bought. It would be too wasteful to throw her away. He wasn't being kind, he was merely concerned about his money. She recalled that unforgettable night when he used strange needle-like tools to inject them with an unknown liquid. At the time, she thought he was a demon looking to squeeze out the last bit of value from them before they died. Yet miraculously, their injuries and illnesses were healed. She also recalled just a few hours prior the bloody battle with the wild wolves. Everyone had urged him to push them out as bait, as that was their only value as expendables. But he hadn't. He was willing to risk a total loss of his team, willing to be scolded by the guards he had hired at great expense rather than sacrifice them. This had completely exceeded her understanding. And now, he not only didn't sell them for money as Ella suggested, but instead had given them 10 silver coins and granted them freedom. This was something that simply couldn't happen in this world. Everything this man did was filled with contradictions. He bought them in the coldest, most rule-abiding way of this world. Yet he protected them, healed them, and ultimately granted them freedom with the most foolish and illogical actions. He was clearly a beneficiary of this cruel hierarchical system, yet he spoke of the dream of equality for all. What kind of person was he really? Mia, Lily's urging voice laced with tears broke through her thoughts. Mia snapped back to reality. She glanced at the alley's entrance, which led to a path of freedom, filled with unknowns and hardships. Then she turned back, looking distantly at the man. He and the female warrior named Ella were preparing to turn and leave. An idea struck Mia like a bolt of lightning. She suddenly realized that if she ran away today, she might never find the answer to this question. She might one day starve to death in some unknown corner after spending those 2 silver coins. Or she could be captured by slave traders again, returning to that cold iron cage, awaiting the next time she would be priced. Was that the kind of freedom filled with despair and struggle that she truly wanted? No. A voice within Mia roared. She no longer wanted to live like before. She looked at the figure about to disappear around the corner and made a decision so crazy that even she found it unbelievable. She would take a gamble. With the life she had just barely reclaimed, she would bet on an elusive possibility. You all, go ahead. Mia softly spoke towards the alley's direction. Without waiting for Lily's response, she resolutely turned around, running out of the dark alley back onto the main street, chasing after the direction Lin Fan had left. Lin Fan. Hearing the timid call from behind, Lin Fan and Ella stopped in their tracks. They turned back to see the cat-eared girl, named Mia, standing not far away, nervously clutching her clothing, looking at them with apprehension. A look of extreme astonishment appeared on Ella's face. Why didn't you leave? Ella couldn't help but ask. Mia did not answer Ella. Her gaze was fixed solely on Lin Fan, the man who completely baffled her. Summoning all the courage she had ever mustered, she stepped forward toward Lin Fan. She lifted her head, her once dull amber eyes now shimmering with an unprecedented light, a mix of fear, hope, and determination. Please, let me continue to serve you. Her voice trembled, but every word was spoken with remarkable clarity. I want to see the new world you spoke of, where everyone is equal. As the last word fell from her lips, Lin Fan felt a faint click deep within his mind, where the talent connecting the 2 worlds welded like an iron box in his soul. Material transfer suddenly made a slight sound. That familiar, hard, seemingly eternal boundary feeling at this moment showed a minuscule sign of loosening. Lin Fan's consciousness instantly sank into it. In the next moment, his heartbeat skipped a beat. Material transfer limit 1,000 grams, 500 grams, cooldown time 72 hours. Noticing the change in his talent, Lin Fan stood dazed in place. The resource transfer had previously been like a cold, hard, and rigid iron box, its boundaries so clear that it was despairing. 500 grams, neither more nor less. 72 hours, not a second off. No matter what he did or how he tried, this iron box had never shown the slightest sign of loosening. But just now, at the moment Mia finished her sentence, that seemingly indestructible and eternally unchanging boundary had for the first time shown a sign of enhancement. Lin Fan confirmed once again, resource transfer limit 1,000 grams. Cooldown time 72 hours. It's done. The transfer weight has indeed increased. Ella once said that talent is a gift from the gods, an imprint engraved in the bloodline, inherent and unchangeable for life. This is the common knowledge of this world. But now it seems this common knowledge is evidently wrong. Or rather, it is only common knowledge for ordinary people. For the lofty gods, they must possess some means to enhance their power. Perhaps he has found a way to enhance his talent just like the gods of this world. Although Lin Fan was not entirely certain, yet he could freely unleash his imagination. What could be the foundation of divine power? The reverence, awe, and longing of intelligent life. These spiritual activities might coalesce into a source of energy that can be quantified and captured. The only possibility Lin Fan thought of was faith. The gods perhaps cultivate followers through faith, thus harvesting power. Previously, he had always thought that as long as he grew stronger and could cast more powerful magic, his talent could be upgraded. Now it was clear that he was wrong. The fundamental rules of this world were not about leveling up through defeating monsters. It was a game of competing for faith, and Mia was the first believer to contribute power of faith to him. As for how he obtained this faith, Lin Fan had never figured it out. His gaze fell once again on the cat-eared girl before him. He recalled every detail of his acquaintance with Mia. Buying, enslaving, saving, healing, protecting, and finally granting her freedom. These actions perhaps made her develop a good impression of him, feelings of gratitude and trust. These were at most just the basic premises, but they should not be the key to igniting power of faith. The real key was probably that dream he had shared with Ella on the hill that night. To establish a nation without nobility or slavery, where everyone is born equal, and as long as they work hard they can have enough to eat and live like human beings. This vision, originating from Chinese culture, was the most simple and unadorned. Clearly what he had said that night with Ella had been overheard by Mia, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to utter the words "a new world of equality for all." Perhaps that beautiful vision had taken root and sprouted in Mia's heart like a seed. Now Lin Fan was increasingly certain that what Mia longed for and admired was not the person Lin Fan, but rather the new world he had described, one she had never seen and couldn't even imagine. She yearned for the concept of equality for all, thus generating faith. Understanding this, Lin Fan felt a sudden clarity. As long as he continuously earned the trust of others and subtly implanted the new world of an ideal nation based on Chinese principles into his grand blueprint, making others yearn for a new life and follow him, he would most likely harvest the power of faith ceaselessly, allowing the resource transfer talent to upgrade infinitely. 500 grams, 1,000 grams, 2,000 grams, 1 ton, 10 tons, or even more. Lin Fan could imagine that soon what he could transfer from his homeland would not just be antibiotics and food supplies. It could potentially be tanks. It could also be missiles, or even perhaps nuclear bombs. Moreover, Lin Fan discovered that there seemed to be some connection between Mia and his talent, an invisible thread connecting Mia to the talent deep within his soul. Lin Fan felt that if one day this thread were to break, his already upgraded talent would also fall. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions within him. His gaze returned to Mia. His expression had completely changed. She was his first believer. At the same time, she was the first spark he ignited in this other world. Perhaps one day in the future she could truly create a wildfire. With this thought, a heartfelt and gentle smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He reached out and gently patted Mia's head, the gesture as natural as soothing a frightened kitten. Mia, I don't need you to serve me. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Mia's expression instantly shifted from one of brilliance to dimness, her perked ears drooping. At this moment, Lin Fan crouched down again and spoke once more, his voice not loud, yet carrying a power sufficient to soothe hearts. Because from today onwards you are my companion. Mia was momentarily stunned. An inexplicable surge of intense emotion erupted from her heart, exploding within her mind. She stood frozen in place, unable to move for a long time. Meanwhile, Ella, who stood aside, was also stunned, feeling some unknown and more complex emotion. In her understanding, there were only two types of relationships between slaves and masters: obedience or rebellion. An unexpectedly freed slave's only choice was to escape. The further they escaped, the better. They should never be caught again. But now this cat-eared girl named Mia was making a third choice. She looked at Lin Fan, then at the utterly stunned cat-eared girl. A thought uncontrollably emerged from her heart. Could it be that Lin Fan truly believed from the bottom of his heart that he could establish such a nation of equality for all? Ella's heart became somewhat chaotic. She recalled that night in the wilderness. Lin Fan lay on the hillside, gazing at the scarlet moon, describing the ideal nation to her in a near-dreamy tone. I want to establish a nation. There are no nobles, no slaves. Their food is abundant, and no one will die of hunger. There everyone can freely choose what they want to do. As long as they work hard, they can have enough to eat and live like a human. In the world I like, people should be born equal. At the time she thought Lin Fan was just joking. But now it was evident that Lin Fan was indeed taking practical actions to realize his dream. Even if this dream sounded so absurd, so fanciful. Ella felt her heart beating uncontrollably. She suddenly thought about herself. Why did she ask Lin Fan if he had dreams? It was because she did not have any. She came from a common background with parents who were the most ordinary craftsmen in Blackstone City. Since childhood, she had known that this world was unfair. A single word from the noble lords could decide the life and death of her entire family. Therefore, she trained desperately, showcasing a hint of warrior talent, which led her parents to exhaust their savings to send her to the Warrior Academy. She thought it was a leap into success. But after graduation, she realized that she had merely jumped from one quagmire into another larger quagmire. Without a background or connections, she could not receive good commissions, earn enough money, and was always struggling for the next meal or the next weapon that needed repairs. Her life was like a donkey pulling a millstone, being whipped by an invisible whip, going around in circles endlessly. Was this really the life she wanted? Without passion, without a future. She saw no hope at all. She was merely surviving, just existing. And Lin Fan was different. The world he described had at this moment also become different in her heart. Whether it was Lin Fan or that new world, both made Ella feel incredibly radiant. She wanted to grasp it so badly. According to her previous plan, after settling Lin Fan, her employment relationship with him would be completely over. Whether she returned to Blackstone City or stayed in the Adventurers Guild in Silver Moon City to make a living, perhaps she would never intersect with Lin Fan again, who joined the Magic Academy. Would she really be content with this parting? A decision crazily grew in her heart. To take a gamble. Rather than living a life like a donkey pulling a millstone, growing old in despair, it would be better to follow this interesting madman and see what he could turn this world into. With this thought, Ella felt her long-numbed heart become warm again. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. Lin Fan looked at her in surprise. Ella's gaze met Lin Fan's directly. Her voice no longer carried the previous helplessness and fatigue, but was filled with unprecedented seriousness and earnestness. If possible, please allow me to follow you. I want to fight alongside you. I also want to see the new world you speak of. As soon as Ella finished her last word, an invisible thread connected Lin Fan and Ella. Lin Fan's mind, which had just slightly broadened its soul boundaries, expanded outward once more. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat and immediately sank into consciousness. Resource transfer limit 1500 grams. Cooldown time 72 hours. Upgraded again. Did Ella also contribute power of faith? No. What is going on? Lin Fan couldn't think it through at the moment. What exactly had he done for Ella? Perhaps the way to obtain power of faith was even more complicated than he had previously imagined. Through the feedback of the talent upgrade, it was clear that Ella was already 100 an ally. In any case, this was definitely a good thing. Lin Fan maintained his main direction unchanged, focusing on gaining trust and establishing longing. Lin Fan looked at the two people before him, his face revealing a heartfelt, radiant smile. He solemnly extended his hand towards Ella and Mia. Welcome to join us. Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the inn recommended by AI Law, intending to settle down for a while. The inn was named Oak Shield. True to its name, the inn's sign was a real oak round shield hanging on the door, covered in marks from knife and axe blows, exuding a reliable aura worn by the elements. As Lin Fan pushed open the heavy wooden door, a wave of warmth mixed with the scent of ale and roasted meat rushed towards him, instantly dispelling the chill that clung to him from the wilderness. The inn's lobby was bustling with voices filled with adventurers, traveling merchants, and local residents, all mingling together, laughing and talking loudly, the sound of wooden goblets clinking resounding in the air. In the center of the lobby, a fireplace blazed brightly, warming the entire space. The rich ambience of human warmth brought a comforting sensation to the three who had just emerged from the bloody wilderness. Are you three looking for a room? A short dwarf boss with a clean apron and braided beard poked his head out from behind the bar. While wiping a wooden goblet with a cloth that had lost its original color, he scrutinized them with a discerning gaze. Yes, 3 single rooms. AI Law stepped forward, negotiating with familiarity. Clearly, she was well acquainted with the procedures here, counting out a handful of copper coins from her pouch and slapping them on the bar. The dwarf boss glanced at the copper coins, then at the notch on AI Law's sword and the magical fluctuations around Lin Fan, said nothing more, and pulled out 3 brass keys from a drawer, tossing them over. Soon the formalities were completed. Lin Fan led the two up the creaking wooden stairs. AI Law's room was at the end of the corridor. The first thing she did upon entering was to carefully check the door lock and window bolts, a habit formed from years of adventuring alone. Once she confirmed her safety, she nodded to Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Mia was assigned to the room next to Lin Fan's and stood at the door, feeling a bit lost. In her memories, she either slept in a cold iron cage or squeezed with dozens of her kin on a filthy, damp bunk. For her, having a private room was an unimaginable luxury. Come in, it's very safe here. Lin Fan smiled at her. Get some rest, and I'll call you for dinner later. Mia's cat ears twitched instinctively as she nodded quickly, then like a frightened fawn dashed into the room and gently, almost soundlessly, closed the door behind her. Lin Fan entered his own room. The inn room was not large, but it was exceptionally clean and tidy, with the sheets even smelling faintly of sunshine and soap, which was very reassuring. Outside, the wooden window magical lamps hanging on the street emitted a soft glow. Lin Fan sat on the edge of the bed, not rushing to rest. He was still contemplating. With AI Law and Mia as new comrades, he was no longer alone in this unfamiliar world, and having companions to fight alongside provided him with a sense of comfort. However, both of them were too weak. Lin Fan analyzed calmly. Although AI Law was an elite graduate from the Warrior Academy with considerable combat experience, she still had room for growth. Once surrounded by a pack of wolves, her combat power would seem rather flimsy. As for Mia, Lin Fan sighed. Aside from being a bit faster, she appeared to have no combat capability. A pure mascot. With just the 3 of them, 1 half-baked fire mage, a novice warrior, and a mascot, how could they hope to establish a new kingdom? It seemed unlikely. This team needed to be quickly bolstered. A thought popped into his mind. Should he teach them no chanting magic directly? As soon as this idea emerged, Lin Fan's heart raced a beat. It was the crystallization of countless top minds from his homeland. Could he really teach it to the 2 of them? Would his homeland agree? But if he didn't teach them, how long would it take for him alone to gather enough power to overturn this world? By the time the Divine Realm invaded 10 years later, it would be too late. He needed help, a core team capable of standing on their own. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He quickly stopped struggling with his thoughts. He realized he might have fallen into a cognitive bias. By himself, his mind was limited, and it was inevitable that there would be oversights. Such a significant decision regarding the future path. Why should he bear it all alone? Let the professionals handle professional matters. He just needed to report the situation accurately and pass the ball to the top think tanks of his homeland, letting them worry about it. Understanding this point, Lin Fan felt a lot lighter. He took out paper and pen from his pocket and began to write quickly. He detailed all his experiences from the journey, leaving nothing out. From the unexpected upgrade of his talents to his speculations about power of faith to the process of AI Law and Mia joining and the subsequent 2 changes in their talents. Finally, he noted his intention to arm them, but hesitated about whether to impart the core technique of no chanting magic. After finishing, he carefully folded the letter and concentrated. Accompanied by a familiar spatial tremor, the letter vanished into thin air within the room. Having done all this, Lin Fan exhaled a long sigh, feeling as though a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. At 4 in the morning in the western suburbs of the capital, the Strategic Command Center for the Otherworld suddenly flashed a red warning on the massive display screen. The entire command center immediately became busy. After thoroughly understanding Lin Fan's situation, Minister Wang Chun of the National Defense was filled with disbelief and uncontrollable joy. The teleportation channel has actually upgraded. The transmission capacity of the channel has increased to 1,500 grams. Not only is the enhancement of transmission capacity surprising, but the implications behind it are extraordinary. Immediately convened the highest-level strategic meeting. Soon the top minds from Huaxiao were urgently gathered together, engaging in intense analysis and discussion. 1,500 grams. Lin Fan AI Lamia. I can boldly infer that the weight of a person's faith is precisely 500 grams. The Dongfeng 61 launch vehicle has a total weight of 63 tons, or 63,000 kilograms. That means if Lin Fan can expand the organization to 12600 people, we might be able to directly transport nuclear weapons to him. Not just nuclear weapons, the 6th-generation fighter jets could also potentially be directly transported. The more they discussed, the more excited the generals became. Establishing an organization, spreading faith, widening the channel. Comrade Lin Fan must urgently cultivate and expand his influence in the other world. The most crucial point is that Lin Fan can monitor whether the other side has truly developed faith through his talents. This means he possesses an absolutely reliable method to discern loyalty. We don't have such a method. I support Comrade Lin Fan in vigorously developing armed forces in the other world. And the no-chanting magical technique is currently our only viable weapon. I agree with Lin Fan sharing the no-chanting technique with comrades in the other world. I second that. The heated discussion lasted a full 3 hours, ultimately reaching a highly unified conclusion. First, Lin Fan must quickly establish a reliable armed force of his own. Second, considering Lin Fan's talent to indirectly observe the existence of faith, the risk of imparting the no-chanting magic technique is greatly reduced. Huaxiao will respond, supporting the full armament of comrades in the other world, including the dissemination of no-chanting magic. They must quickly form combat capabilities. However, the existence of the Huaxiao world must be temporarily concealed from the comrades in the other world. The next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by the first hint of commotion from the street outside his window. He stretched lazily, feeling as if the fatigue from his journey had vanished after a night of restful sleep on the soft, dry bed. He did not get up immediately. Instead, he sank into his consciousness and activated his talent. Material transmission retrieval. Following the familiar energy fluctuations, a lightly packaged parcel appeared out of thin air on the carpet beside his bed. Lin Fan quickly tore it open, and besides the usual supplies that were 3 times more than normal, there was a letter on top. Unfolding the letter, he found that while it was brief, every word felt like a reassuring pill. Regarding the proposal for arming comrades in another world, the command center has discussed it overnight and has passed the highest resolution. All your ideas are supported, including, but not limited to, sharing the standard version of the spellcasting tutorial. Go ahead without any concerns. Behind you is the entire motherland. Lin Fan let out a long breath, feeling as if the heavy stone that had pressed on his heart had finally been lifted. All right. Some nodded, others took the blame, which made him feel reassured. Previously, he had been hesitant, worried that the motherland would be reluctant to share the non-chanting magic. Now it seemed he had underestimated the situation. The think tank of the motherland clearly looked further ahead and dared to place their bets. Since the higher-ups had made a decision, he had nothing left to hesitate about. Lin Fan got out of bed, quickly washed up, and then stepped out of the room. He first went to the end of the corridor and knocked on Ella's door. Knock, knock. Who? Came Ella's vigilant voice from inside. It's me, Lin Fan. The door opened quickly, revealing Ella, who had evidently just gotten out of bed. Her hair was slightly messy, but her eyes had regained the sharpness of a warrior. She was wearing a practical short outfit with her ever-present long sword hanging at her waist. What is it? Come to my room. Ooh, I have something important to discuss. Lin Fan kept it brief. Ella nodded without asking further questions. Then Lin Fan went next door and knocked on MIA's door. This time he waited for a while before the door was cautiously opened a crack. MIA's small face peeked out from the gap, her amber eyes filled with anxiety and tension. Lin Fan, sir. Get ready and come to my room. Yes. Mia instinctively stood at attention and then quickly withdrew her head, shutting the door. A few minutes later, Ella and Mia arrived in Lin Fan's room, one after the other. Ella was calm, even though she didn't know what Lin Fan was planning. Mia, however, looked completely different. She kept her head down, her fluffy cat ears drooping, and clutched her clothing tightly, not daring to breathe. Sit. Lin Fan pointed to the only 2 wooden chairs in the room. Ella sat down naturally, while Mia hesitated, not daring to sit, until Lin Fan repeated himself. Then she cautiously perched half of herself on the edge of the chair like a startled little rabbit. Lin Fan paid no attention to these details. He closed the door behind him and locked it. Click. The sharp sound of the lock made the atmosphere in the room instantly serious. Mia visibly trembled, becoming even more nervous. Ella's brow furrowed slightly. She realized that what Lin Fan was about to say was probably significant. From today onward, we are companions. Lin Fan got straight to the point, his gaze calmly sweeping over Ella and MIA's faces. And the most important thing between companions is trust. Therefore, I have decided to share my greatest secret with you. At that moment, Ella's breath caught in her throat. A secret. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so direct. For any adventurer treading the edge of a knife, secrets were a matter of life and death. Revealing them was a huge risk. But on the flip side, being entrusted with a secret represented an acknowledgement without reservation. A unique feeling mixed with honor and pressure surged in Ella's heart. Meanwhile, Mia was so nervous she felt like she might faint. She couldn't understand why she, someone who had only just shed her identity as a slave yesterday, had any right to hear a noble magician's secret. Lin Fan did not give them much time to think. He pulled out a peculiar-looking object from his pocket resembling a pair of headphones and gently placed it on the table. The object was entirely black with smooth lines and made from a material that was neither metal nor wood. It felt entirely out of place compared to any known magical artifact in this world. This is an ancient magical relic I stumbled upon during an adventure, Lin Fan said, looking at them with a serious expression, speaking slowly. It is through this that I mastered the non-chanting magic. Ella's pupils dilated suddenly. Non-chanting magic. She froze as if her blood had turned to ice at that moment. A thought that she had previously forced out of her mind, something utterly absurd, resurfaced and consumed all her thoughts. Could it be that the so-called throat singing he demonstrated that night in the wilderness was a lie? He didn't need to chant at all. Mia looked confused, glancing at the strange object on the table, then nervously up at Ella, whispering, "Non-chanting magic. What is that?" Ella did not answer immediately. She was still trying to digest this astonishing information, attempting to steady her racing heart. She took a deep breath and explained to Mia, "All magic users in the world need to chant spells to harness magical power and construct magic when casting spells. Chanting is the preparatory phase for releasing magic. It is an indispensable and time-consuming step." She paused, noticing Mia's still bewildered expression, and emphasized her tone. "And non-chanting means there is no preparatory phase, no time spent casting spells. It is instantaneous." Mia still didn't quite understand. She tilted her head, and her cute cat ears swayed. But I remember you moving your mouth while casting Lin Fan, sir." Lin Fan looked at her innocent and confused expression and smiled. "I was pretending." He said it casually. Without giving the two any time to react, he casually raised his right hand palm, facing the half-a-man-high clay water jar in the corner of the room. No incantation, no gestures, no unnecessary movements. Buzz. A ball of orange-eared flame appeared out of thin air and struck the water jar. The jar quickly turned red and deformed, transforming into dark red lava. It was truly instantaneous. Moreover, its power was even stronger than what it had been in the wilderness. Ella stared blankly at the pool of slowly flowing lava on the ground, then looked at Lin Fan's hand, which was still raised, her mind blank. It was truly non-chanting spellcasting. This completely unreasonable and common-sense edifying way of casting magic actually existed. She felt that all her knowledge about magic established over the past 20 years at the Warrior Academy was utterly shattered by this small fireball at that moment. This was no longer just a powerful magical technique. This was a forbidden power capable of overturning the existing magical system. This could definitely be considered a forbidden spell, if the Mage Association knew that such a thing existed. Ella couldn't even dare to think further, and Lin Fan had actually shared such a secret with her. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she suddenly stood up from her chair, and with an unprecedented solemn expression faced Lin Fan, clenched her right fist, and placed it horizontally across her left chest, performing a standard warrior's salute of the highest respect. "Lin Fan, sir, your willingness to share such a weighty secret with me is the greatest trust. I, Ella, swear on my honor and soul as a warrior that I will never reveal anything I see and hear today to a fourth person. Should I violate this oath, may I be pierced by 1,000 swords and my soul descend into the abyss." Mia, seeing Ella's gesture, quickly slid off her chair and knelt on the ground, mimicking Ella's oath. "Mia, also swear. I will never speak of this." After Ella finished her vow, she lifted her head, her gaze resolute. She immediately understood Lin Fan's intention. The reason he did this was to establish a completely solid, mutually restraining trust relationship through the exchange of secrets. This was not uncommon in some long-term cooperative adventurer teams where they used each other's vulnerabilities as bonds to maintain the team. Since Lin Fan had laid his cards on the table, she too should show equivalent sincerity. Ella hesitated not at all. She looked at Lin Fan, ready to reveal her deepest secret. "Lin Fan, sir, my true talent is not the surface-level proficiency with weapons, but..." "Wait." Lin Fan raised his hand, interrupting her. Seeing Ella's serious expression as she prepared for a confession, he knew she had misunderstood. "That's not what I meant." Lin Fan's expression was serious. "My trust in you is absolute. You don't need to exchange any secrets." Ella was taken aback. "Not exchanging secrets? That is..." Lin Fan's gaze swept over Ella and Mia, observing their increasingly bewildered expressions, and slowly spoke the words that would completely shatter their worldviews. "What I mean is I want you both to master this non-chanting magic as well." The room instantly fell into a dead silence. Ella's expression froze in an instant. Mia, who was kneeling on the ground, also gaped with her small mouth agape, her pretty amber eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. "What? Let us also master magic. And it's non-chanting magic." Did he know what he was actually saying? Lin Fan wants us to master magic. Moreover, it's no incantation magic. Ella felt her heart as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Even her breath paused for a moment. No incantation magic, what does this mean? It means a magician can become an unceasing artillery. It signifies having absolute initiative and overwhelming advantage in any battle. This is a power that could drive any magician mad. And now Lin Fan says he wants to teach this power to them. One is his former female slave bought for 10 silver coins. The other is a down-and-out civilian warrior he has only known for a few days. This is utterly illogical. Ella suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with deep resistance. "Mr. Lin Fan, I cannot learn you. I have nothing of equal value to exchange for it." Does she not want to learn? No, she dreams of it. Becoming a magician has been her unattainable dream since childhood. Moreover, this is a no incantation magic akin to a forbidden spell. She cannot accept it. This gift is too heavy. So heavy that she cannot even imagine what price she would have to pay to repay this favor. She is just a commoner, a warrior struggling to survive at the bottom. All she possesses is this worthless life and a bit of ridiculous warrior honor. These things are as cheap as stones by the roadside in the face of such formidable power. She knows very well that there is no free lunch in this world. Equivalent exchange is the coldest law engraved at the bottom of the world. What Lin Fan offers is priceless, she simply cannot repay it. I also cannot learn. Kneeling on the ground, Mia was awakened by Ella's resolute attitude. She shook her head desperately, her voice tinged with tears. I have nothing. I have nothing to exchange with you. The small cat-eared girl struggled to express her panic with her limited vocabulary. She is just a lowly subhuman, a lucky one who has just escaped from slavery. How dare she aspire to touch powers belonging to humans, to those noble magicians? Moreover, this is an incredibly powerful no incantation magic. Lin Fan looked at their increasingly terrified expressions and probably guessed their thoughts. He was neither impatient nor in a hurry to explain. He simply looked at them calmly. Do you remember what I said before? Our goal is to establish a nation without nobles, without slaves, where everyone can live like a human. To achieve this goal, it is not enough for me alone. I need companions, trustworthy comrades to fight alongside me. He paused, his gaze fixed on Ella. Ella, you said you have no equivalent value to exchange. You are mistaken, you do, and you have already given it to me. Ella was stunned. What have I given you? Lin Fan stood up and walked in front of them. Your trust. Mia, the same goes for you. What I need are powerful comrades who can fight alongside me and can be absolutely trusted. I also want to fight alongside you and create that equal nation for everyone. His words resonated loudly. Ella and Mia were both stunned. It felt like thunder in their minds. They felt their hearts being struck hard by Lin Fan's words. A surge of indescribable warmth rose from the depths of their hearts, instantly sweeping away all their previous anxieties. I understand now. Ella took a deep breath. She raised her head again, her resistance completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented determination and resolve. I will not let you down again. I will work hard too. Mia wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. Seeing that the two had finally been persuaded, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, feeling relieved. The ideological work was done. Next comes the technical guidance. He placed the brand new Standard Edition No Incantation Magic Tutorial Fireball Technique, First Edition, and headphones on the table. Alright, let's start class now. Half an hour later, Ella, wearing those strange headphones, sat cross-legged on the carpet, her expression contorted in pain. In front of her lay the so-called tutorial, filled with complex symbols and lines that looked like some ancient inscriptions which she could not understand at all. And from the headphones there came incomprehensible rapid-fire speech and a series of annoying noises. Mr. Lin Fan, what is this writing? Ella felt her head was about to explode. I can't understand a single word. You don't need to understand. Lin Fan moved a chair and sat down beside them as a supervisor. Those words and languages are not important, you only need to remember what I say. He pointed to the complex, three-dimensional, magic circuit diagram in the manual. Now close your eyes, focus your mind, and construct this image exactly in your mind. Imagine it as a three-dimensional model made of light. Pay attention to the sounds in the headphones. The clearer and more stable the image in your mind becomes, the noise in the headphones will turn into pleasant music. What you need to do is continuously adjust your mental state to find that feeling that keeps the music playing. Ella closed her eyes, half believing. Following Lin Fan's guidance, she began to attempt to visualize the complex circuit diagram in her mind. This was much more difficult than she had imagined. The image was too complex, composed of countless interwoven lines and nodes. As soon as she visualized the left part, she forgot the details on the right. Just as she pieced together the overall outline, the internal structure began to blur again. The harsh noise in the headphones hardly paused. Sweat soon beaded on Ella's forehead. She was a warrior, her mind more accustomed to focusing intensely on the enemy rather than engaging in this delicate and patience-demanding mental work. Don't rush, calm down. Lin Fan's voice sounded beside her. Forget that you are a warrior. Now you are an embroiderer, and you need to embroider the most complex flower in the world. This metaphor was strange, but surprisingly effective. Ella took a deep breath, forcing her restless mind to settle down. She no longer tried to construct the entire image at once, but as Lin Fan said, started from the simplest node, drawing it step by step in her mental world. Time passed second by second. She didn't know how long it had been, but when Ella finally connected the last line, the entire circuit diagram in her mind suddenly lit up. At the same time, the annoying noise in the headphones ceased abruptly. In its place was an ethereal, melodious sound of a piano, as if it came from the heavens. This is the feeling. Ella's heart soared with joy, and her spirit relaxed involuntarily. In an instant, the piano sound disappeared, and the harsh noise rang out again. Steady. Maintain that state. Lin Fan reminded from the side. Ella quickly gathered her focus, reconcentrating her mind to sustain the glowing circuit diagram in her head. The piano sound rang out again. This time she persisted for 10 seconds. The next time, 30 seconds. Next, a minute. She gradually found the knack, immersing herself in this wonderful mental game, completely forgetting the passage of time. As the sky darkened and the magic lights outside began to illuminate one by one, Ella, sitting cross-legged on the ground, felt a click in her mind, as if something had been unlocked. A faint but real energy wave flowed along the circuit diagram in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Instinctively, she raised her right hand towards an empty water jug in the corner. No incantation, no gestures, just a thought. Buzz. A fireball the size of a human head appeared in her palm, burning steadily. The orange-eared flames emitted a scorching heat enough to distort the air. Ella stared blankly at the fireball in her palm, then looked at Lin Fan, her mind completely blank. Did she succeed? She, a warrior who wasn't even a magic apprentice, mastered the no-incantation instant fireball technique in just one afternoon. Isn't this a dream? Ella's success gave Mia a tremendous boost. When it was her turn to train, she appeared particularly serious and diligent. But her process was far more difficult than Ella's. 2 whole days. Mia sat on the carpet almost day and night, her pale face a result of excessive mental exertion, and her adorable cat ears drooped listlessly. Several times she fainted from mental exhaustion, but upon waking, she would just drink some water and stubbornly put on the headphones to continue training. She did not want to disappoint Lin Fan. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, Mia succeeded. But the magic she released was completely different from that of Lin Fan and Ella. With a short exclamation, Mia jumped up from the ground, staring in horror at her hands. Her fingernails suddenly grew to over 3 inches long, turning black and sharp. Even more bizarrely, clusters of orange flames erupted from the base of her nails, enveloping her claws in a roaring blaze. What is this? Mia babbled in confusion, terrified as she frantically shook her hands, trying to shake off the flames, but they wouldn't budge, as if they were part of her. Ella was also dumbfounded. She had never seen this form of fire magic. It didn't resemble fireball magic. It looked more like some kind of beast transformation or enchantment spell. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, but he quickly realized this could be due to the unique physical structure of the cat-eared tribe, which differs from humans, resulting in a mutation in the manifestation form of energy when they draw upon magic. Don't panic, Mia. Lin Fan stepped forward and said firmly, concentrate, and commanded to extinguish. Mia, in a daze, could only instinctively comply. Interestingly, when she thought of extinguish, the flames on her claws instantly disappeared, and the enlarged nails shrank back to normal. I. Mia looked at her hands, speechless with excitement. Regardless of the form, she had ultimately succeeded. She, a subhuman, had mastered a magic that only humans could wield. All right, everyone calm down. Lin Fan clapped his hands, bringing the two still in an excited state back to reality. Lastly, emphasized the most important discipline. His expression turned extremely serious. From today onwards, whenever you cast magic in front of outsiders, you must remember to intentionally slow down a bit, and your mouth must move in a pretentious manner, as if you were chanting. Above all, you must not let anyone discover that we can cast spells without incantations. This is the highest level of secrecy, understand? Ella and Mia nodded vigorously, engraving this phrase firmly in their hearts. Very good. Lin Fan looked at them with satisfaction. Now tidy up and change into clean clothes. We are going to enroll in the Magic Academy. Ella and Mia were once again dumbfounded. The Magic Academy of Silvermoon City. As the only highest institution of magic knowledge within a radius of hundreds of miles, this place is a sacred land sought after by countless individuals, as well as an insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and nobles. The academy is located in the central area of Silvermoon City, occupying an entire block. The towering white spire pierces the clouds with walls constructed from precious moonstone and obsidian engraved with visible, slowly flowing magical patterns. This building itself is a priceless, giant magical artifact. At this moment, outside the academy's grand doors, a long queue stretches from the registration area to the end of the street. The queue is filled entirely with young people dressed in extravagant attire, exuding an air of arrogance. They are the offspring of nobles from Silvermoon City and its surrounding territories, each accompanied by several haughty servants or guards. For them, entering the Magic Academy is more akin to gilding and socializing. As long as their families can afford the astronomical tuition fees, even if they cannot conjure the simplest light spell, the academy will arrange for the best mentors to provide unknown, careful guidance until they graduate, obtaining a diploma that can bring glory to their families. For true commoners, it is almost impossible to appear here. The academy's only requirement for commoners is they must master at least one basic magic spell before enrollment. This condition almost completely blocks the path of advancement for all commoners. Therefore, when Lin Fan appeared at the end of the queue with Ella and Mia, it immediately caused a stir. Hey, look at those 3 people. They dress like country bumpkins. What are they doing here? And there's a cat-eared beast man. What an eyesore. Is the Magic Academy a place where anyone can just come? The surrounding noble youths cast unabashed glances filled with disdain and curiosity. In their eyes, the presence of these 3 plainly dressed commoners here is an affront to their social class. Especially the cat-eared girl who timidly hides behind the man makes them feel a wave of physiological discomfort. In their perception, beastmen should be confined to cages in the slave market or the mud of the gladiatorial arena. However, although they feel displeased, no one dares to cause trouble. After all, this is the territory of the Magic Academy, who daring to stir up trouble here is tantamount to provoking the rulers of Silvermoon City, the Silvermoon family. Thus, they merely pointed and whispered from a distance, their displeasure and mockery evident on their faces. Lin Fan paid no attention to these glances. He simply stood calmly in line, observing the academy's registration process. The procedure is straightforward. Noble offspring present their family crest, pay the tuition, and it's done. On the other hand, those like him, the commoners, must demonstrate their magic in front of a testing magic mentor. Soon it was Lin Fan's turn. The testing mentor is an elderly man in his 50s with graying hair, wearing a standard mage robe. A crystal ball floats on the table before him, used to detect magical fluctuations. The old mage is evidently tired of dealing with these noble youths all day. Without even lifting his head, he impatiently said, "Name, age, demonstrate your magic." Lin Fan, 20 years old. Lin Fan stepped forward, quickly mumbling some incomprehensible syllables, pretending to chant a spell. The surrounding noble youths burst into suppressed laughter. Haha, what nonsense is he mumbling? It's like a country doctor performing a ritual. He probably picked up a broken magic book somewhere and practiced it himself. As they laughed, Lin Fan raised his hand. Buzz! A solid, blazing, bright fireball instantly took shape in his palm. The golden-red fireball emitted an astonishing heat, distorting the surrounding air. The testing old mage suddenly looked up. A flicker of surprise passed through his once murky eyes. The magical crystal ball on the table emitted a dazzling red light at that moment. Not bad, good affinity for magic and stable control over the fire element. The old mage adjusted his glasses, his previously impatient expression instantly turning serious. You are accepted. The surrounding laughter came to an abrupt halt. The expressions on the noble youths' faces were as if they had swallowed a fly, their eyes wide open. Although most of them are magic fools, they still have discerning eyes. Lin Fan's fireball, both in terms of formation speed and energy density, far exceeds that of an ordinary beginner mage. This guy is a master. Next, the old mage's voice broke the stunned silence. Ella stepped forward. Her appearance drew everyone's attention once again. A female warrior. What is she doing here? Is she trying to learn magic too? Don't joke around. How could someone with muscles in their brain communicate with elements? Ella ignored the discussions. She simply imitated Lin Fan, drawing her long sword from her waist and holding it across her chest, then began to chant as well. Whoosh! A surge of raging flames ignited out of thin air on her sword. The flames were so explosive that the ordinary steel longsword turned bright red, and the air around the blade emitted a hissing sound as if being sliced. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. A warrior actually used magic. Moreover, it was the extremely difficult technique of infusing elemental power onto a weapon, the magical weapon skill. What the hell is this? Even the well-informed old mage could no longer sit still. He abruptly stood up from his chair, walked a few steps to Ella, his eyes shining as he stared at the burning longsword, exclaiming in amazement. Dual cultivation. A legendary magical swordsman. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Young lady, your talent is quite rare. The old mage was so excited that his beard trembled. In the divine realm world, warriors and mages are two entirely different paths. Those who achieve success on both paths are all geniuses whose names are left in history. Without hesitation, he handed a silver badge representing high qualification to Ella. You are accepted too. At this point, the surrounding noble youths were no longer shocked but numb. One commoner genius was already surprising enough, and now another unseen century magical swordsman appeared. What day is today? A genius clearance sale. Finally, it was MIA's turn. When this petite girl with a pair of fluffy cat ears timidly walked to the testing platform. Everyone looked at her as if she were insane. A beast man, coming to participate in the Magic Academy's entrance test. Isn't this a joke? Since the dawn of the Genesis era, there has been no record of any beast man mastering human magic. Their bloodlines are almost inherently insulated from elemental energy. The old mage's brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't even be bothered to ask, merely waving his hand impatiently, indicating for her to leave quickly and not waste anyone's time. Mia trembled at his fright, her eyes reddening instantly. But she remembered Lin Fan's encouragement and the determination she had made. Summoning all her courage, she raised her head and extended her hands. Then, before everyone's disbelieving eyes, her delicate little hands were instantly enveloped in a layer of orange-red flames. Her fingernails suddenly elongated to over 3 inches, becoming dark and sharp. The flames, unlike the solid fireball or explosive enchantment, exhibited an eerie, almost living appearance, transforming into 10 razor-sharp fiery claws. Sizzle! She lightly swiped at a granite target used for testing power. 5 deep claw marks, half a foot deep, instantly appeared on the hard stone target, the edges charred and emitting wisps of blue smoke. The entire venue was silent. Everyone looked as if they had been petrified, staring blankly at this scene. A beast man. Really? Used magic. And it was a form of magic they had never seen before, with bizarre shapes and astonishing destructive power. What is happening in this world? The old mage's mind was also somewhat stalled. He looked at Mia, then glanced at Lin Fan and Ella, a commoner fire magic genius. A century magical swordsman. Now yet another. Unprecedented beastman mage. What on earth are these 3 individuals? After quite a while, he finally found his voice, but his tone was filled with difficulty. Your situation is too special. The Academy's regulations have no precedent for admitting beastman apprentices. I cannot make this decision. Hearing this, Mia panicked, tears welling up in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the backup plan she had previously discussed with Lin Fan. She quickly ran to Lin Fan's side, hugging his arm, and in a perfectly pitched, both humble and affectionate tone said to the old mage, I am not here to be an apprentice. I am Lin Fan's personal maid. How could there be no maid serving a noble master? Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment before quickly realizing, secretly giving a thumbs up to the girl's cleverness. The old mage was also stunned. A maid. He and several other Academy mentors who had been alerted discussed in low voices for a moment. Although this reason sounds absurd, it completely adheres to the rules. The Magic Academy indeed has no regulation prohibiting students from bringing servants into the school. Many noble youths bring 1 or 2 servants to take care of their daily needs. Ultimately, after a heated discussion, the mentors reached a decision. All right, since you are Lin Fan's maid, you may follow him into the academy. The old mage wiped the sweat from his forehead and announced the final result. Thus, amidst countless mixed gazes of shock, jealousy, and confusion, Lin Fan, Ella, and Mia, 3 commoners from the lower class, successfully stepped into the door of this highest magical hall representing the divine realm world. The registration office of the Silver Moon City Magic Academy was not as resplendent as Lin Fan had imagined. It resembled more of a records room. The air was filled with the scent of aged parchment and dry ink, and the wooden shelves against the wall were crammed with scrolls of varying shades. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a somewhat faded gray mage robe, was dozing at the table. It was only when Lin Fan and the others approached the table that he was stirred by their footsteps, reluctantly lifting his eyelids, his murky eyes reflecting his annoyance at being disturbed. "Hello, master. We are special recruits here to register." Lin Fan presented the identification documents of the 3 special recruits. The old mage muttered as he took the identification. He slowly stood up and walked over to a large wooden cabinet in the corner, pulling open a creaky drawer and rummaging through it for quite some time before finally extracting a thin, nearly worn-out booklet. After flipping through the booklet, he confirmed the process for special recruits. He looked at their identification, saying, "Lin Fan, Era apprentice mage. Mia, attendant." He retrieved 3 cards from another drawer, used a magical pen to print their names and basic information on them, and then took out 3 neatly folded school uniforms from a box and tossed them onto the table. "Identity cards, keep them safe. They'll be needed for entry and exit from the academy. The uniforms are free, but each person only receives 1 set. This represents the academy's dignity, so cherish it. If it gets damaged or dirty, you'll have to find a way to deal with it. Of course, you can also come to me to buy new ones. 1 gold coin per set." 1 gold coin. Lin Fan calculated in his mind. That could sustain an ordinary family for several months. Just for a set of clothes. This academy was indeed quite unscrupulous. The old mage seemed to see through his thoughts, the corners of his mouth twitching as he continued to introduce things in a businesslike, emotionless tone. "As special recruits, you are not qualified for unknown mentoring. If you wish to learn anything, you can only attend public lectures. Here's the course schedule, take it." He tossed over a piece of parchment. Lin Fan took it and saw that it was filled with course arrangements. "Be clear, the times and locations for public classes are fixed, and the academy will not remind you. If you miss it, you miss it. The next class might not be until next year. The nearest class, Fundamentals of Weapon Enchantment Theory, is in 7 days, don't forget it." Lin Fan nodded and handed the schedule to Era. Also, the old mage paused, looking at them. "You shouldn't expect to stay in the academy's dormitory. The Magic Academy is highly sought after. Dormitories are reserved for the children of the nobility, and you can't afford to stay. You'll need to find a place to stay in the outer city, and just use your ID card to enter during class." This blunt and hurtful statement didn't affect Lin Fan much. He had expected it long ago. The so-called special recruits were merely a facade established by the academy to showcase its unconventional talent selection. They give you an opportunity to cross the threshold, but once inside, the outcome depends entirely on your own abilities, resources, connections, mentorship. Don't even think about it. This is fundamentally a large-scale game of social class. Noble players come with VIP service, while common players like them must fend for themselves. Finally, regarding the promotion assessment, the old mage seemed somewhat impatient, eager to conclude the conversation. There are only 2 months left for this year's junior mage assessment. Successful candidates will receive the title of junior mage and corresponding regular support from the academy, including, but not limited to, magical crystals, equipment, various alchemical materials. However, since you enrolled too late, I advise you not to hold too high hopes. Focus on participation. Consider next year instead. Lin Fan did not take the old man's words to heart. Plan for next year. What a joke. In 10 years, a war would break out between the 2 realms. How many years did he have left? He joined the Magic Academy precisely to rapidly enhance his status and influence. He was not willing to waste a year. Lin Fan had already secretly set a goal. He must pass the junior mage assessment in 2 months. All right, I've said what I needed to say. You can leave now. The old mage waved his hand as if swatting away flies. Lin Fan collected his things and left the registration office with the 2. The process of changing into the academy uniform was more ceremonial than he had anticipated. When Era took off her heavily worn leather armor and donned the well-tailored black and white mage robe, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. The robe's design was clever, accentuating her toned waist from years of training, while the length was just right, allowing for ease of movement without sacrificing elegance. With the warrior's sharpness and weathering faded away, the youthful, vigorous beauty that belonged to Era was suddenly highlighted. She seemed a bit unaccustomed, awkwardly tugging at the hem of her robe, her cheeks slightly flushed. After putting on his uniform, Lin Fan felt a shift in his own demeanor. The sense of being from the lower class that had come from his simple clothing was completely washed away, replaced by a mysterious and restrained aura that belonged to a mage. Only Mia, in her attendant's uniform, appeared simpler, resembling more of a maid's outfit. She looked neat and tidy in her attire, but standing with Lin Fan and Era, the distinction of their master-servant relationship was immediately apparent. "Let's go, we still have a week before classes start. Let's check out the equipment first," Lin Fan said. With Era and Mia's puzzled gazes, he led them to the magic store set up for students within the academy. As soon as they stepped through the store's entrance, the 3 were dazzled by the sight before them. It was practically a miniature treasure trove. Rows of neatly arranged shelves displayed all sorts of glittering items. Staves inlaid with various gems lay quietly on velvet cushions, their shafts radiating visible magical auras. Magic crystals of different colors cut into perfect shapes emanated pure energy fluctuations. On the walls hung a variety of beautifully designed magical weapons, each blade and bow body engraved with intricate enchanting runes. Aira's gaze was instantly captivated by a long sword on the wall. It was a silver knight's sword, slightly narrower than a typical sword with smooth, elegant lines. From the crossguard to the hilt, exquisite wind enchantment patterns were wrapped around it, suggesting it possessed both sharpness and lightness. Her hand instinctively reached for her own old sword at her waist, which already had several nicks. Her eyes betrayed an unmasked desire. Lin Fan followed her gaze and glanced at the price tag beside it. Wind Whisperer Longsword Enchanted Weapon increases attack power by 30, attack speed by 15. Price, 20 gold coins. He then looked at the plain-looking apprentice staff next to it. Oak Staff Basic Model increases magical power by 15, a magic explosion range increases by 10. Price, 14 gold coins. Lin Fan silently patted his money pouch. Inside was all his savings, totaling 3 gold coins and a few silver coins. He couldn't even afford a staff tip. Lin Fan glanced at Aira. She was still standing in front of the Wind Whisperer Longsword, eyes wide open like a girl who had found her favorite toy but couldn't afford it. Let's go, Lin Fan patted her shoulder. Aira snapped back to reality, responding with a slightly dejected, "Oh," reluctantly pulling her gaze away. Don't worry, Lin Fan smiled at her. Soon we'll be able to buy it. His tone was calm, yet held an undeniable confidence. Now we need to consider our plans for work study. The three returned to the Oak Shield Inn. When Lin Fan and AI Law, dressed in their brand new Magic Academy uniforms, appeared at the bar, the dwarf owner, who was polishing a glass, suddenly halted his movements. His shrewd little eyes scanned the two back and forth several times, and his expression quickly shifted from initial surprise to a nearly obsequious respect. My heavens, you two. You two are actually important figures from the Magic Academy. The dwarf owner frantically dropped the cloth circled out from behind the bar and bowed deeply to the two, his braided beard nearly dragging on the ground. I previously neglected you, please forgive me. AI Law was somewhat taken aback by his sudden display of reverence. Lin Fan quickly regained his composure. It seemed the privileges that came with this attire were even more advantageous than he had imagined. Boss, you were too polite. No, it's only right. The dwarf owner straightened up, his face brimming with smiles. Noble ones, I will refund half of your accommodation fees for these past few days. This is the rule in Silvermoon City. All magicians from the Silvermoon Magic Academy enjoy a half-price discount at any inn within the city. Speaking of which, he seemed to remember something. According to the regulations, magicians from the Magic Academy are exempt from overnight fees within the city. The fees I collected earlier, I will go to the patrol team tomorrow to help you apply for a refund. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Back in Haishi City, he had spent countless efforts to save a few copper coins on overnight fees, flattering the guards endlessly. But now, just because he had changed into a different outfit, these privileges he had never dared to dream of were being offered to him. Upon returning to the room, Lin Fan wasted no time. He instructed AI Law and Mia to keep watch outside, while he closed the door and took out the special grade flower he had just obtained from his homeland. It was time to resume old trades. The commercial district of Silvermoon City was 100 times more prosperous and clean than Haishi City. Lin Fan quickly found a bakery that appeared to be the most upscale. The shop owner was a middle-aged human man who, upon seeing Lin Fan enter in his Magic Academy uniform, immediately greeted him with a broad smile. Esteemed magician, what can I get for you? Our shop just baked the freshest honey muffins. Lin Fan interrupted him, getting straight to the point. I am here to discuss a business deal with you. He placed a small packet of flower samples on the counter. The shop owner was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. The smile on his face diminished, slightly replaced with a more businesslike shrewdness. He carefully opened the paper bag, pinched a bit of the powder, examined it closely, and then brought it to his nose to sniff. The next moment his expression changed. This is magic refined flour, he exclaimed, his voice trembling. As the owner of the most upscale bakery in Silvermoon City, his clientele was either rich or noble, thus his discerning eye was sharp. He recognized at a glance that this fine pure white powder emitting a pure wheat aroma could not possibly be produced by ordinary craftsmanship. Only by expending a large amount of magical energy and using the precise element separation technique could one eliminate all impurities from the wheat to obtain such perfect refined flour. Bread and pastries made from this substance would have a texture and flavor that ordinary flour could not compare to. It was a luxury item reserved for the highest nobility. Moreover, judging by the level of refinement, an average beginner magician would be incapable of such a feat. This young magician before him probably had access to some special source. Sir, how much of this refined flour do you have? The shop owner's attitude instantly became extremely eager, his breathing even quickened. He'll take it all. One bag, he'll give you 1 gold coin. He feared Lin Fan might back out and directly quoted an exorbitant price. Lin Fan was overjoyed inside. The local boss in Haishi City would be stingy over 100 copper coins. Here in Silvermoon City, the price had directly quadrupled. It seemed that knowledge and vision truly could determine value. He didn't immediately agree, but pretended to be nonchalant, saying, the price is negotiable. I need a long-term stable partnership. No problem. The shop owner patted his chest and guaranteed, Sir, I will handle all your goods from now on. The price will definitely be the highest. Soon the two reached an agreement. Lin Fan sold 3 bags of flour and effortlessly earned 3 gold coins. With this huge amount of money in hand, Lin Fan was calculating. With the material transport, every 3 days he could deliver 1,500 grams of flour, ensuring a stable income of 3 gold coins every 3 days. The basic expenses for the 3 in Silver Moon City were definitely covered. However, that was still far from enough. In 2 months, the junior magician assessment at the Magic Academy was looming. Both he and AI Law needed the best equipment and a large amount of resources for training. Relying solely on selling flour would hardly allow them to upgrade their equipment significantly within 2 months. He had to find a second, faster way to make money. Lin Fan's gaze naturally turned towards the Adventurers Guild. Under AI Law's lead, the 3 soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild in Silver Moon City. The guild hall was as noisy as ever, filled with the smells of sweat, alcohol, and various strange odors. Groups of adventurers who looked tough congregated, boasting and drinking loudly. When Lin Fan and AI Law entered wearing their conspicuous Magic Academy uniforms, the bustle of the hall quieted for half a second. Numerous gazes filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of apprehension turned towards them. Magicians, students from the Silver Moon Magic Academy. Such sights were rare. A mercenary in leather armor was about to approach them, but was abruptly pulled back by a companion. Most likely nobles don't go provoke them. Quickly the crowd returned their attention elsewhere, continuing their conversations, though occasionally a couple of glances drifted towards this side. The receptionist was a competent-looking woman. Upon seeing Lin Fan and AI Law, a professional smile appeared on her face. Esteemed magicians, how may I assist you? We are here to register our adventurer levels and take on tasks, Lin Fan stated. The receptionist reacted quickly, most likely a common magician working to support their education. Her smile remained, but gained a hint of understanding. All right, please show your identification. After confirming their identities from the academy, her actions flowed smoothly. According to the agreement between the guild and the Magic Academy, all officially registered magician students will automatically receive a Clever Adventurer rating, exempting them from all novice tasks and tests. She took out 2 copper plates engraved with the letter C and handed them to the 2. You may now freely accept all tasks of Clevel and below. AI Law accepted the new Clevel badge, feeling a mix of emotions. Back in Haishi City, she had worked hard for several years, risking her life just to barely maintain a level rating. But now, just by displaying their identities, they had bypassed the threshold she had struggled to reach for years, obtaining a Clevel qualification she had only dared to dream of. She once again deeply realized that following this man might truly be the best decision she had ever made in her life. Lin Fan, however, didn't think too much. His gaze had already landed on the giant task board in the center of the hall. He directly skipped over the level tasks with only a few dozen copper coins in rewards and quickly scanned through the Clevel task area. Soon a task caught his attention. Task Level C Task Content: Exterminate the pack of wild wolves occupying the eastern foothills of the Silver Moon Mountains. Target details: approximately 50 wolves, including 1 adult wolf king. Extremely dangerous. It is advised that a team of more than 4 Clevel adventurers should undertake this. Task deadline: 5 days. Task reward: 5 gold coins. That's the one. Lin Fan didn't think twice and directly reached out to tear the task list from the board. He walked back to the bar with the task list in hand and slammed it down in front of the receptionist. We'll take this task. When AI Law and Mia saw the task details, their expressions simultaneously paled. Wild wolves. The terrifying scene from a few days ago where they nearly got ripped to shreds flashed back into their minds. Mia's body even began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Fan. AI Law's voice was somewhat hoarse. Isn't this task too risky? 50 wolves. Possibly even more than what we encountered last time. Lin Fan didn't pay attention to their concerns. After accepting the task and leaving the guild, he quietly explained, I know what you're worried about. But now things are completely different from before. Back then I had to hide my strength. Every time I cast a spell I had to pretend to chant, and the strength I displayed probably didn't even reach 30% of my true ability. His gaze swept over AI Law and Mia. And now there are no outsiders here. I no longer have any reservations. Moreover, both of you are no longer the same as before. He paused, his voice laced with persuasion. 3 casters capable of instant magic, giving it their all. How strong can they be? Don't you want to find out? AI Law and Mia were both taken aback. Indeed, AI Law was no longer an ordinary warrior, and Mia was no longer a trembling slave. They were now magicians too. A sense of unprecedented confidence was quietly growing in their hearts. The fear of the unknown was gradually replaced by curiosity about their own strength and a desire to explore it. I understand now. AI Law took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolute. Mia also nodded vigorously. Although she was still quite nervous, the fear in her eyes had vanished. Very well. Half an hour later, the 3 took off their Magic Academy uniforms, symbols of identity and privilege, and changed into more combat-friendly attire, walking out of the northern gate of Silver Moon City. The towering walls of Enu City glimmered with a gentle silver light, forming a clear line that divided 2 worlds. Within the walls, there was order, prosperity, and tranquility. Outside the walls, however, there was decay, chaos, and death. The moment they stepped out of the north gate, the clamor of voices was cast behind them, and a cold wind mixed with the scent of dust and decaying vegetation rushed toward AI Law and Mia, causing them to instinctively tighten their gear. The world here was painted in shades of gray. On the cracked ground, only a few resilient dark gray shrubs could be seen. In the distance, the mountains appeared as if scorched by fire bare and exuding an aura of lifelessness. The official road was relatively even, but now and then dark brown, long-dried bloodstains could be seen at the roadside, silently narrating that this place was certainly not a kind one. Occasionally, other adventurer teams passed by them. Some teams were full of energy, their carts tied with the corpses of magical beasts or bags filled with ores, and the members wore expressions of joy from their harvest, boasting loudly about their gains as they walked. However, more teams appeared haggard and distressed. Lin Fan saw a 5-member team trudging towards them with heavy steps. A somber and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the team. One warrior had his arm hastily bandaged and slung across his chest. The blood seeping through the bandage had already turned dark purple. Another ranger carried a rigid comrade's corpse wrapped in linen cloth on his back. They brushed past Lin Fan's group without exchanging a word or even a glance, silently and numbly heading towards the city that represented life. This was the routine outside the city. We've arrived. AI Law stopped referring to the simple map bought from the guild and pointed to a slightly undulating hilly area ahead. The area marked on the map as the activity zone of the wild wolves is at the eastern foothills of that ridge. Lin Fan nodded, preparing to lead the team deeper, when a rugged shout suddenly came from behind. "Hey, you folks ahead." Lin Fan turned around to see another team of adventurers, also comprised of 5 members, quickly approaching them. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man clad in well-maintained chainmail with a massive 2-handed battle axe slung across his back and a full beard that gave him a somewhat bold appearance. Their gear was clean, devoid of bloodstains, and they did not seem to have just come from a battle. "Are you here to collect moonlight grass too?" The bearded man stepped in front of them, stopping at a safe social distance, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan and the others, lingering on AI Law and Mia for half a second, but without any hint of offense, merely observing. "Moonlight grass." Lin Fan shook his head. "No, we have other tasks. Not here to collect herbs." The bearded man was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a look of understanding, pointing deeper into the hills. He kindly advised, "Then you shouldn't venture further in. That area has recently been occupied by a pack of wild wolves. It's very dangerous." One of his companions, a lean-looking rogue, chimed in. "Yeah, Brother Layman is right. Last week, you know the Iron Axe team, right? An established class team. They didn't believe it either and insisted on going in to collect a rare dragon blood flower. And what happened? 5 went in, and only 2 crawled out, their intestines almost cleaned out by wolf pups. We were just collecting a bit of moonlight grass at the periphery, feeling on edge the whole time." Another female priest, still shaken, patted her chest. "The howling of wolves inside has never ceased. It's chilling to hear. I advise you don't risk your lives for a bit of task reward. It's not worth it." This team clearly meant well. Seeing that Lin Fan and his companions were so young, they instinctively regarded them as inexperienced newcomers who had just stepped out into the world. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He could sense the sincerity in their words. The lean rogue was quick-witted and immediately noticed the issue. "Wait a minute." He furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. "Driving away a pack of wild wolves, that task is at least Kraid. And for a Kraid task, the team rating must reach C, or at least have 2 adventurers of Kraid or above within the team. You 3 don't look like Kraid experts at all." His words alerted everyone. Could it be that the guild made a mistake? But seeing that the 3 young people were too indifferent to engage with them, he sighed, no longer wanting to advise them. "Fine, since you've made up your minds, we won't say much more." He waved his hand, signaling his teammates to clear the way. "Good luck." With that, he shook his head, leading his team to continue gathering herbs. The young people these days. What a pity for that female warrior and the cat-eared girl. They looked quite pretty, but soon they'll be wolf fodder. They walked far, but their lowered voices still floated back intermittently. AI Law's expression darkened. Oh, she was not concerned about their comments, but simply once again frightened by the danger of this task. Even an experienced class team had fallen. Could the 3 of them really manage? Her hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of her sword, her palms slick with sweat. Mia was even more frightened, her face pale, clinging tightly to Lin Fan's back, wishing she could shrink into a small ball. Lin Fan took the first step, striding directly into the eerily silent hilly area. AI Law and Mia exchanged glances, seeing a spark of determination ignited in each other's eyes. Yes, they were no longer the people they once were. Hesitation and fear were mere memories of their past, weaker selves. Now they needed to use a thrilling battle to bid a complete farewell to their past. The 2 took a deep breath, their gazes regaining resolve, and they quickly followed Lin Fan's steps. As the 3 delved deeper, the surrounding environment began to visibly change. The vegetation on the ground grew sparser, and a faint mingling scent of blood and some beastly stench began to pervade the air. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Even the sound of the wind seemed to vanish. A feeling of being watched by countless eyes crept in from all directions, causing Mia's hairs to stand on end. Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped. He looked up towards a boulder about half a person's height to the left front. "They're coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows of the rock revealed a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Then 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 10 pairs. A pack of agile, muscular giant wolves slowly emerged from behind the rocks, from the underbrush, and from the shadows of the hills. Their mouths curled back, revealing dagger-like, gleaming white fangs, and a deep, threatening hiss emanated from their throats. Stinking drool dripped from the corners of their mouths onto the cracked earth, making a sizzling sound. The encirclement silently had already formed. The number of wolves is even greater than described in the mission briefing. A quick glance reveals at least 60 densely packed greenish dots. They did not launch an immediate attack, but advanced with a slow, synchronized pace that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, gradually tightening their encirclement. This is a common hunting tactic of the wild wolves. They aim to mentally crush the resistance of their prey before making their move. A few days ago, in a similar situation, Ella felt as if her heart might leap out of her throat. Now she calmly drew her long sword from her waist. Her confidence had significantly strengthened. Just as the wolves' encirclement closed to within 50 meters, Lin Fan made his move. Without any unnecessary actions or incantations, he simply raised his hands. Boom, boom. Two muffled explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The first two wild wolves at the front appeared to be struck hidden by an invisible battering ram, instantly bursting into a bloody pulp, splattering red and white onto their companions. The headless corpses, propelled by immense inertia, stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud, convulsing a few times before becoming still. This sudden and unforeseen attack caused the entire wolf pack to halt in its tracks. All the wild wolves stopped, staring in confusion at the two corpses on the ground, and then at Lin Fan, who remained stationary, his posture unchanged. For the first time, a flicker of confusion emerged in his eyes, which gleamed with cunning and cruelty. What just happened? What was that? It was too fast, with no preparatory movements or incantations. It was an instant release. This man before them was unlike any human magician they had encountered. In that brief moment of their bewilderment, boom, 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 4 more explosions rang out. Another 4 wild wolves had their heads blown apart before they could even react. This time the wolf pack finally stirred. A wolf king noticeably larger than the others with silver-gray fur let out an angry and urgent roar from the back of the pack. This was a signal for a forced assault. It intended to dispel the fear within the pack through primal bloodshed and slaughter. Upon receiving the command, all the wild wolves, gripped by fear, seemed to awaken their ferocity in an instant. With their eyes glowing red, they let out piercing howls and charged like gray lightning from all directions toward the 3. Ella left flank. Mia right flank. Clear the area. Lin Fan issued concise and clear commands. Understood. In Ella's eyes, the spirit of battle surged. She no longer held back. Her magic energy surged through the now familiar pathways, operating frantically. Whoosh! A torrent of blazing flames erupted on her sword. This was no longer the mere surface flame as before, but rather a fire that seemed to merge with the sword itself, with golden red flames bursting from the blade, forming a long half-meter, high-speed, vibrating flame sword light. She transformed into a red arrow released from a bow, charging toward the dozen wild wolves that rushed in from the left flank. Swoosh! The first wild wolf opened its gaping maw, attempting to tear the woman before it into pieces with its steel-shattering fangs. However, before its jaws could even close, a streak of red sword light flashed through its brow. There was no obstruction, as if a hot knife sliced through butter. The wild wolf's body was cleanly split into midair. Scalding innards and blood splattered all over the ground. Ella's steps did not falter. Her figure left a trail of crimson afterimages among the wolves. Every sword swing was accompanied by a precise and lethal flame slash. With every turn, a wild wolf was either bisected or decapitated. She resembled an unyielding, highly efficient killing machine, executing a one-sided bloody massacre on her designated left flank. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mia also made her move. Watching the 7 or 8 wild wolves charging at her with fierce expressions, her body trembled slightly from instinct. However, her gaze no longer held any fear. Instead, it was replaced by a near-bestial cold resolve. She let out a scream that was a mix of a yell and a roar, as if rallying herself, also venting years of accumulated fear and humiliation. Orange flames instantly engulfed her hands. Sharp black claws erupted from her fingertips, transforming into 10 burning talons. Unlike Ella, who charged forward, she crouched low, all fours on the ground, embodying a highly aggressive leopard-like stance. When the first wild wolf lunged at her, Mia's figure vanished from her original position in an instant. The next second, she appeared behind the wild wolf. Swish! 5 fiery claw marks flashed across the soft belly of the wild wolf. The wild wolf's howl got caught in its throat, its body froze midair, and then a torrent of blood and guts erupted from the 5 deep wounds that exposed its bones. Mia did not glance at her own handiwork. Her body moved across the ground with an otherworldly speed, following a trajectory that defied biological norms. With each flicker, a lethal claw strike followed. Every attack landed precisely on the wild wolf's most vulnerable necks, bellies, or eyes. Unlike Ella's powerful and bold style, her fighting method resembled a graceful yet deadly dance. Silently approaching, delivering a fatal blow, and then vanishing into the distance. This was the instinct of a top hunter etched into the bloodline of the cat-eared tribe. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood in place like a relaxed spectator. He didn't even bother to observe the battle between Ella and Mia. He knew it was unnecessary. His task was singular: to ensure that no wolf could slip past and interrupt their performance. Any wild wolf attempting to flank or attack from the air would be met with a precisely aimed fireball that appeared out of nowhere, bursting their heads the moment they approached within 10 meters. The entire battlefield exhibited an eerie, one-sided trend. In less than half an hour, over 60 so-called ferocious prairie wolves had already fallen in battle. The remaining ones were barely hanging on under the relentless pursuit of Era and Mia. Standing at the back of the wolf pack, the silver-gray wolf king was utterly dumbfounded. Its relatively clever mind was filled with large question marks. What the hell? What is going on? It had never encountered a human adventurer team before. In its understanding, human mages needed to chant lengthy spells before casting, and that was when they were at their most vulnerable. Human warriors, though valiant, had limited stamina. As long as they employed a wolf-tide tactic and continuously wore them down, they could exhaust them to death. But these three before it, what in the world were they? The male wasn't even chanting spells. He was throwing fireballs like they were free, one after another, surely, as if he had seen a ghost. The female warrior had flames that never extinguished on her sword, and after hacking for so long, she showed no signs of fatigue, but instead grew fiercer, as if on some kind of drug. Most outrageous was the cat-eared subhuman. When did subhumans learn to use magic? Moreover, she moved like a shadow, appearing and disappearing without a trace, killing wolves as easily as if they were chickens. The Wolf King felt its worldview being challenged like never before. It finally realized one thing: this battle was far beyond its level to participate in. These three were definitely not adventurers. They were monsters. Demons in human skin. Run. They had to run immediately. The Wolf King's survival instinct instantly overwhelmed its dignity as a ruler. Without any hesitation, it tucked its tail and turned to flee madly into the depths of the hills. However, it had barely run 10 meters when a small and swift black shadow appeared before it like a ghost, blocking its path. It was Mia. A few drops of warm wolf blood still stained her face, and her beautiful amber eyes shone with a cold, emotionless, killing intent. The Wolf King came to an abrupt halt, its forepaws digging deep grooves in the ground. It looked at the cat-eared girl before it, growling threateningly, its silver gray fur standing on end. It tried to intimidate the obstacle before it with its regal aura. However, Mia merely tilted her head. In the next moment, her figure instantly transformed into a blurred afterimage. The Wolf King only felt a chill at its neck. Soon the entire world before its eyes began to spin. The last scene it saw was its own body gushing blood. Thud. The Wolf King's terrified and bewildered eyes remained fixed on the sky, even in death. With the death of the Wolf King, the remaining few stray prairie wolves were swiftly dealt with by Era. The entire battle from start to finish didn't even exceed an hour. When the last prairie wolf fell, Era and Mia stood on the spot, somewhat exhausted, gasping for breath. They looked at the ground covered with wolf corpses, at the blood-soaked land, and then at themselves. Era's sword blade still burned with fierce flames. Mia's fingertips with 10 fiery claws still emitted astonishing heat. The two exchanged glances and saw in each other's eyes a strong sense of unreality, as if they were in a dream. Is this over? This terrifying wolf pack that even veteran-class adventurer teams feared to confront was just annihilated by the three of them within an hour. Era looked down at the burning sword in her hand, feeling the still abundant magical energy within her. She murmured, "So, we are already this strong." Mia also stared blankly at her burning claws, recalling how she had decisively severed the Wolf King's neck in one swift motion. Did I really kill the Wolf King? Have I really attained such combat power? An unprecedented sense of something called strength and a surge of emotion known as confidence wildly burgeoned within her heart. Don't just stand there. Lin Fan's voice pulled the two back from their shock. Let's collect the spoils, or we are preparing to head back. Only then did Era seem to wake from her dream. She quickly extinguished the flames on her sword and began skillfully searching for the most valuable items among the wolf corpses. Magic cores. Soon 63 magic cores of varying sizes emitting weak fire elemental fluctuations were piled in front of Lin Fan. We've struck it rich. Era gazed at the small pile of shiny magic cores, her eyes sparkling. An ordinary prairie wolf magic core can sell for about 10 silver coins. There are 62 here, which means 620 silver coins, or over 6 gold coins. And this? She excitedly held up a magic core that was noticeably larger and darker than the others. The Wolf King's magic core. This one is the most valuable. It can sell for at least 5 gold coins. Altogether, that's 12 gold coins. Era quickly calculated in her mind, her face flushing with excitement. The bounty for the quest itself is 5 gold coins, so that's a total of 17 gold coins. Oh my god, we just made 17 gold coins on this trip. This amount of money was something she had never even dared to dream of before. And that's not all. Era seemed to recall something else. She ran to the massive Wolf King's corpse and tapped its sturdy thigh with her sword sheath. The Wolf King's corpse is valuable in itself. Its meat is infused with magic and is a great tonic. Many noble lords love to eat it. Its fur can also be made into high-quality magical materials. This whole corpse, when taken back to the city, can sell for at least another 3 or 4 gold coins. As she spoke, a frown of frustration appeared on her face. The only issue is, this thing is too heavy. Dragging it back could be a hassle. Not a hassle. Mia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. She walked over to the Wolf King's corpse and, imitating Era, patted the body that was several sizes larger than her. A radiant and confident smile adorned her face, one that Lin Fan had never seen before. Leave it to me. She looked at Lin Fan, her amber eyes sparkling with a desire for recognition. I can handle this small matter. She wanted to prove with her actions that she was no longer the burden who could only hide in fear. She was also a valuable and indispensable member of this team. Outside the territory of the desert wolves, the small team assigned to gather medicinal herbs was still diligently digging for them. The team leader, Lyman, was crouching on the ground, carefully using a specially designed small shovel to excavate the roots of a moonlight grass. This herb was delicate, Even a slight damage to the roots would reduce its efficacy by 30%. As an experienced adventurer with nearly 20 years in the field, he had long since lost the youthful passion replaced, instead by a relentless pursuit of gold and survival. Thus, when he saw the three young fools charging deep into the hills, all he could do was sigh. Those young folks, what a pity. I reckon by now they're nothing but bone fragments. Beside him, the thief nicknamed Skinny Monkey was keeping watch while idly chewing on some grass roots. Brother Lyman, what were you trying to advise them earlier? It's hard to reason with a damned fool. Keep your mouth shut, Lamon replied without lifting his head. We're all just here trying to make a living. If one of us survives, that's a win. He understood clearly that the three youngsters were ill-equipped and ill-prepared. They wouldn't last even a stick of incense's worth of time in the heart of the wolf pack. An hour was more than enough for the wolf pack to devour every last bit of them, and perhaps even belch in satisfaction. What a shame about that female warrior. She was quite striking. Just like that, she's food for the wolves. Skinny Monkey continued to mutter. Just then his words halted as he stared intently at the small path leading out of the hills. Brother, look. Someone's coming out. Lyman's heart skipped a beat as he stood up abruptly. Coming out. Did I misjudge? Did those three youngsters actually realize something was off and flee immediately? Following the direction pointed by Skinny Monkey, he indeed spotted three familiar figures. The same young man whose profession was unclear was at the front, walking at a steady pace with a rather expressionless face. Behind him was the female warrior, looking somewhat fatigued, yet her eyes sparkled with an indescribable excitement. Lamon felt a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they knew to run. They weren't completely foolish. To escape from at least 50 desert wolves' jaws was no small feat. He cleared his throat, ready to approach them and offer some heartfelt advice as a seasoned veteran. However, as he opened his mouth, the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single one. His eyes had crossed over the two individuals in front and were fixed firmly on the last member of the group. There, the seemingly weakest and most harmless cat-eared girl was dragging a massive bloody object, struggling to move forward with each step. The object was enormous, much larger than the girl herself, covered entirely in silvery gray, fur now matted with mud and blood from being dragged. A large wolf's head hung limply to one side, its hollow eye sockets staring directly at Lyman, as if silently recounting the terror it felt before death. The Wolf King. It was the Desert Wolf King that had haunted many adventurers in that area, instilling fear in their hearts. Lamon felt his mind buzz, blanking out completely. The four companions beside him also stood dumbfounded. Skinny Monkey's grass root fell with a thud onto the ground as his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. The female priest instinctively covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. The air felt as if it had solidified. Only the sound of the wind blowing over the barren hills remained, along with the rustling sound of the massive corpse being dragged over the cracked earth. Each sound felt like a drag on their hearts. Was it an illusion? This was the first thought that crossed Lyman's mind. But the overwhelming and pungent scent of blood, the dark red blood still dripping from the corpse, and the cat-eared girl's flushed face with beads of sweat on her forehead. All of it felt too real to be anything but reality. Lyman's gaze instinctively fell on the Wolf King's neck. There lay an extremely smooth incision, as if it had been struck down by some extraordinarily sharp blade. Just over an hour. Those three not only survived the wolf pack's assault, but also killed the Wolf King. Was this some kind of a story? Lamon felt all the knowledge he had accumulated over 20 years of adventuring shatter into pieces at that moment. Lin Fan and his group walked past them without even casting a glance, as if they were merely a few stones by the roadside. It was only when their figures were almost out of sight that Lamon snapped back to reality, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Wait a minute. He had almost shouted unconsciously. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks, glanced back at him, his expression calm, as if asking, is there something? Lamon looked at the young man before him. After a long pause, he squeezed out a dry remark between his teeth. Who exactly are you? Before Lin Fan could respond, Ai La turned around to glance at Lamon. Her gaze was neutral, neither boasting nor disdainful, merely stating the fact. Silvermoon City Magic Academy freshman. After saying this, she turned away and paid him no further heed. A magic academy. A freshman. So they were. Noble magicians. No wonder. Lamon couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. Here they were, lowly adventurers who risked their lives for a paltry few copper coins worth of moonlight grass, while the genius students of the Magic Academy treated the fearsome elite beasts as mere monsters to be farmed in a novice village. This must be the disparity in levels within this world. Are magicians really this formidable? Skinny Monkey muttered as he watched the three figures disappearing into the distance. Stop guessing and get back to work. Lamon sighed, crouching back down to continue digging for his moonlight grass, though his movements were clearly distracted. Next time we see those three in town, we should be more courteous. People of their caliber were not to be trifled with. Returning to the northern gate of Silvermoon City, the guards on duty saw the trio dragging the enormous wolf carcass from afar. At first they thought it was some experienced veteran adventuring team, returning triumphantly, preparing to approach for a routine inspection. But as the three drew closer and the guards saw their faces and the full view of the corpse, everyone stood dumbfounded. Damn! It's the Desert Wolf King, a young guard exclaimed. Are those the three young people who just went out this morning? Another older guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The guard captain hurried forward, carefully inspecting the Wolf King's corpse, confirming it was indeed the one they had attempted to hunt down multiple times, but had always managed to escape. He looked at Lin Fan and his companions with newfound admiration. Good job, lads. Well done. He didn't hold back on his praise, giving Lin Fan a hearty pat on the shoulder. This Wolf King was incredibly cunning. Our patrol team had tried to eliminate it several times, but it always managed to escape using the terrain to its advantage. Now that it's dead, our patrol duties will be significantly lighter. The surrounding guards also cast friendly glances at the three. On the city walls, a few soldiers changing shifts even whistled at them, giving them thumbs up. Mia felt somewhat overwhelmed by the commotion while AI Law stood tall, a genuine pride radiating from her face. This feeling of being recognized and praised like a hero was something she had never experienced in her 20 years as a mercenary. The materials processing district of Silvermoon City lay in the southeastern corner of the outer city, where the ground was perpetually coated in a greasy, ineradicable black sludge, and the air hung thick with the metallic tang of raw meat, the acrid stench of tanned hides, and the putrid reek of sewage welling up from beneath. Dark crimson, turbid water trickled through the roadside gutters, while several gaunt stray dogs crouched beside them, licking at discarded fragments of bone tossed carelessly aside. Lin Fan led the way, his boots sinking slightly into the viscous mire with each step, emitting soft, moist squelches. Behind him, Mia dragged the colossal corpse of the Wolf King forward with labored, halting strides. Though she was now a mage wielding potent arcane energy, and her physical prowess had returned to its peak, the Wolf King's sheer size rendered the carcass unnervingly heavy. As the wolf's body scraped across the ground, it carved a broad, ragged furrow through the black sludge. Butchers and fur merchants passing by turned their heads in silent, startled scrutiny. Not because they'd never seen a dead wolf, but because this one was simply too massive. Lin Fan halted before a shop bearing the sign Old John's Monster Materials Emporium. Inside, a portly, bare-chested elder stood behind the counter, clad in a grease-stained leather apron, swinging a heavy cleaver that struck bone with sharp, rhythmic clangs. Hearing the commotion, he didn't even glance up, barking gruffly, "We buy hides, bones, and monster blood. Rotten meat is refused. Toss it yourself into the pit out back." "Do you take the whole thing?" Lin Fan asked. Old John kept chopping, still hunched over the stubborn bone. "The whole thing? What kind of beast is it? If it's just an ordinary steppe wolf, I won't accept it unless the pelt's intact. Damaged hide is too troublesome to tan and fetches no decent price. It's quite sound. Only a single gash at the throat. Uff. These days, if a youngster can kill a wolf and keep the hide whole, that's already impressive enough." At last the bone snapped. Old John plunged the cleaver into the chopping block, wiped his greasy hands on his apron, and slowly turned, then froze mid-motion. His small, squinted eyes, normally squeezed nearly shut by layers of fat, bulged wide open as if straining to burst from their sockets. He stared transfixed at the gray mountain of flesh at Mia's feet, mouth agape, throat convulsing with a choked fishbone-like croak. "Thighs thing." Old John lunged from behind the counter, stumbling so hastily that he lost one of his shoes. He dropped to his knees beside the carcass, heedless of the filth running trembling hands over the thick, dense fur, as if verifying reality itself. Silver-backed, iron-hard bones, claws like daggers. He jerked his head up, locking eyes with Lin Fan, voice cracking. Is it the Wolf King?" Likely. Lin Fan nodded. "It led the pack." Old John sucked in a sharp breath. 30 years in the trade had honed his judgment to a razor's edge. This Wolf King's pelt alone, nourished for years by ambient magical energy, was so resilient that even ordinary iron swords could not pierce it. How did it die? Old John blurted the question instinctively, then chided himself for prying, yet still lifted the wound at the wolf's throat to inspect it closely. The incision was mirror smooth, surrounding hairs were singed and curled by instantaneous searing heat, and the wound's interior bore a strange carbonized sheen. A single lethal strike. Old John swallowed hard, his gaze upon Lin Fan, shifting irrevocably. "Will you buy it?" Lin Fan cut straight to the point. "Yes, I'll buy it. Absolutely." Old John snapped back to reality, terrified the deal might vanish. He circled the carcass twice, those shrewd little eyes calculating rapidly. "This pelt yields 2 sets of premium armor. The bones grind into potent alchemical powders. Though much blood was lost, the heart's essence remains intact, and the meat is profoundly restorative." He thrust out a fleshy hand, fingers splayed, 5 short, thick digits. 5 gold coins, cash on the spot. At the number, Mia's ears instantly pricked upright, her amber eyes gleaming with unguarded delight. Lin Fan knew the market well. An ordinary steppe wolf fetched mere silver coins. 5 gold for the Wolf King was fair, especially since Old John would shoulder the labor of butchering, tanning, and refining. Agreed. Lin Fan accepted without hesitation. Old John beamed swiftly, retrieving a heavy wooden chest from a hidden compartment beneath the counter and counting out 5 gleaming gold coins. Lin Fan accepted the coins, their weight substantial, their cool metallic chill grounding and reassuring. Combined with his prior savings, he now held a modest but meaningful sum. "Remember me, Old John, for any future finds like this. Price always fair." The stout merchant called after Lin Fan's retreating back as his assistants hauled the carcass toward the rear courtyard. Lin Fan waved dismissively, guiding Ayla and Mia away. Once clear of that reeking street, the air grew noticeably fresher. Ayla remained silent, glancing back repeatedly toward the direction they'd left. Only when they'd walked far enough did she murmur softly, 5 gold coins. "Back in our old mercenary band, we'd risk life and limb for a month, just to split a few silvers among us. This is only the beginning." Lin Fan tossed a coin lightly into the air and caught it again. "Opportunities like this will come often. Let's go. Submit the quest at the guild." The Adventurers Guild Hall of Silvermoon City. It was the liveliest hour of the afternoon. Dozens of round tables were nearly filled to capacity. The air hung thick and soupy, like spoiled stew, saturated with cheap barley ale roasted meat and the sour musk of dozens of sweating men. I'm telling you, it stood at least 3 meters tall. One swing of my axe. Yeah, you said the same last time. Turned out to be nothing but an oversized goblin. Shouts, clinking tankards, and booming laughter collided into a deafening roar that vibrated the eardrums. Lin Fan pushed open the heavy oak doors and entered with the 2 women. The hall's clamor did not falter, not even a fraction, for their arrival. Most adventurers were absorbed in their drinks, or the ample bosoms of neighboring tavern wenches, paying no mind to 3 youths who looked like academy students sneaking out for a taste of real life. Lin Fan strode directly to the innermost quest counter where a young female clerk sat behind the desk, her badge reading Anna. She rubbed her temples wearily, then looked up, meeting Lin Fan's calm gaze as he stood before her. She mentally calculated the elapsed time, less than 2 hours including travel. A quiet sigh escaped Anna. Here we go again. She'd seen this too many times, newly licensed teams brimming with arrogance accepting quests far beyond their capabilities. They'd arrive at the site, glimpse the dense wolf pack from afar, hear a few howls, and flee, knees trembling, abandoning the quest before even drawing steel. Abandoning a quest cost a few reputation points, but staying alive was worth infinitely more. You're here to withdraw the quest, right? Anna smoothly drew out a quest withdrawal form from beneath the counter, her tone seasoned with gentle condescension. No shame in it, honestly. That pack is vicious. Even the Iron Axe squad took a serious beating there. You returning unscathed. That's already lucky. She slid the form across the counter, pointing to the signature line. Just sign here, 5 points deducted. Next time choose wisely. I'm here to complete the quest. Lin Fan said. Complete it. Anna blinked, genuinely bewildered. Seconds passed before comprehension dawned, followed by a faint pitying smile. Sir, that isn't funny. She set down her seal and leaned forward, lowering her voice. 50-odd step wolves and a wolf king. You've been gone mere hours. Even a full-strength crank team would need 2 full days just to drive them off. Her eyes lingered on Lin Fan's youthful face, irritation flickering. Do today's youths lie so brazenly, just to save face? Guild regulations are strict. Falsifying quest progress results in permanent revocation of adventurer status. Anna delivered the warning with solemn gravity. Lin Fan offered no further explanation. He untied the leather pouch, inverted it over the empty counter space, and gave a subtle wrist flick. Clatter! A bright crystalline cascade rang out, dozens of irregular multi-hued crystals spilling forth like scattered beans, blanketing half the counter in an instant. Most were pale gray, pulsing faintly with magical resonance. Not overwhelmingly strong, yet overwhelming in sheer quantity. Their collective glow shimmered visibly in the dim light. The nearest table, a group mid-toast, froze tankards suspended in midair. Anna went utterly still. As a guild receptionist, she knew them instantly. Step wolf manicores. The quantity. 1, 2, 3. Anna instinctively raised a finger to count, only to find it trembling uncontrollably. Too many. No need to count. There were easily 50 or 60. This wasn't dispersal, it was annihilation. And this? Lin Fan withdrew a small cloth bundle from his tunic and placed it gently atop the mound of cores. The fabric parted. There, resting silently, lay a fist-sized mana core, deep, lustrous silver gray. Its magical aura dwarfed all the others combined, so intense it warped the surrounding air, stirring a palpable feverish shimmer. SSSHH. A synchronized gasp swept the hall. The Wolf King's core. A burly man gaped, voice cracking. Anna felt her breath catch entirely. Trembling, she lifted the silver gray core, warm to the touch, humming with the feral, untamed fury of its fallen master. It was genuine. Her gaze snapped up, no longer dismissive, no longer indulgent, but awestruck, reverent. What manner of monsters were these 3 youths? Just then the crystal orb behind the counter flared to life, transmitting an urgent magical message. Anna turned robotically, receiving the transmission. From the orb came the frantic, exasperated voice of a Guild Intelligence Division scout. What in the blazes is going on? I just flew over the eastern foothills of Silvermoon Mountain, and the place is drenched in blood. Corpses everywhere. No room to step. The entire steppe wolf pack has been exterminated. Barely a pup survived. Their den has been utterly razed, and residual fire magic lingers thickly on site. Quickly identify which passing rank veteran did this. The combat power is terrifying. Anna no longer heard his words. Slowly she turned back, fixing her gaze on Lin Fan, still standing calmly before her, then shifted to the cat-eared girl beside him, curiously studying the crystal orb, and finally to the female warrior, hand resting lightly on her sword hilt, expression serene and unreadable. Anna drew a deep, steadying breath. Please, wait a moment. She whirled and sprinted, so urgently she nearly tripped over a chair, toward the guildmaster's office on the 2nd floor. Silence descended upon the hall, absolute and profound. Minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs. A middle-aged man descended briskly, Anna trailing behind, cradling a velvet-lined tray. He approached Lin Fan, face wreathed in warm, almost deferential smiles. I am Carl, Deputy Director of the Silvermoon City Adventurers Guild Branch. He executed a precise, courtly bow. Truly, heroes rise young. We profoundly underestimated your extraordinary strength. Our oversight was grave. Without preamble, he lifted 3 badges from Anna's tray, each gleaming with radiant silver-white light. In light of your exceptional performance on this quest, and following an emergency guild assessment, we hereby elevate all 3 of you to rank status effective immediately. Carl extended the badges with both hands. From this day forth you enjoy all privileges accorded to rank members, including priority quest access, complimentary intelligence briefings, and 20% discounts at all guild-affiliated establishments. A low murmuring ripple stirred through the hall once more. Rank veterans. When the 3 heavy grade badges crafted from secret silver were placed in her hand, Ella felt her palm burning. She looked down at the clear letter on the badge, her mind buzzing, momentarily unable to distinguish reality from a dream. Just days ago she was a great adventurer forced to bow to reality for the sake of survival. To maintain that pitiful rating, she had endured countless injuries and shed much blood in the dark corners of Blackstone City. But now, after merely following Lin Fan for a few days, she had crossed a chasm that countless adventurers could never hope to reach in their entire lives, directly standing at the height of grade. The mixed gazes of shock, envy, and awe from the adventurers in the guild hall made her feel a wave of unreality. Even more unreal was the pouch of money Lin Fan had just received from the receptionist. Quest reward, 5 gold coins. The magic core sold for 10 gold coins. In total, that was a whopping 15 gold coins. Ella had lived for 20 years, and the largest sum of money she had ever seen was the few coins her parents had cobbled together to send her to the Warrior Academy. And now, in just one morning, they had earned 20 gold coins. She felt her breath quickening. Lin Fan handed one of the gray badges to Mia. The little cat-eared girl held the gleaming badge with her round amber eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape, looking as if she might faint. Let's go, Lin Fan's voice interrupted Ella's wandering thoughts. Ignoring the adventurers around them, trying to strike up conversations, he put away the pouch and badge and walked straight towards the guild's entrance. Ella and Mia immediately followed. Are we going back to the inn now? Ella walked beside Lin Fan and quietly asked. Her mind was in turmoil, and she needed a quiet place to digest everything that had happened today. No, Lin Fan shook his head, his pace unwavering and direction clear. Ella paused for a moment before realizing that Lin Fan was leading them towards the commercial street inside the academy. Eventually, he stopped in front of the luxurious magic shop they had visited that morning, which was almost blindingly flashy. Ella's heart began to race uncontrollably. She instinctively looked up, her gaze passing through the mirror-like glass window, landing on the Wind Whisperer longsword priced at 20 gold coins, which she had stared at for a long time that morning. An absurd thought, one she herself found ridiculous, sprang uncontrollably from her heart. Could it be? Hello, could you please take down the Wind Whisperer longsword from the wall for us to take a look? Lin Fan pushed the shop door open and directly addressed the approaching staff member. The receptionist was a clever young man who immediately recognized the 3 poor students who had come to browse, but bought nothing in the morning. However, when his gaze swept over Lin Fan and Ella's 2 gleaming grade adventurer badges, the professional smile on his face instantly turned sincere and eager. Of course, please wait a moment. Great adventurers. They were valuable clients. The staff member carefully climbed a small ladder and gently took down the longsword, cradling it in a soft velvet cloth, and respectfully presented it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not take it. He simply turned to Ella, gesturing for her to take it. At that moment, her breath nearly halted. Her gaze was fixed on the longsword. The silver blade shimmered, reflecting a mercury-like luster under the glow of the magical lights. The blue wind-themed enchantments coiling around the blade seemed almost alive, breathing slowly and emanating visible waves of magical energy. It was stunning. This was the most beautiful sword she had ever seen. We want this sword. Lin Fan's voice struck Ella's heart like a heavy hammer. No, Ella instinctively blurted out. She stepped back abruptly, shaking her head frantically. Lin Fan, this is too expensive. A full 20 gold coins. The money we just earned. We can't spend it this way, she added urgently. And besides, your staff hasn't been bought yet. You're the core output of our team. You should get a weapon first. In her eyes, Lin Fan was the core of the team. She was merely a frontline fighter absorbing damage. Lin Fan regarded her with a calm expression as she panicked and resisted. He merely reached out, drawing the old longsword from her waist that had accompanied her for several years, its blade covered in nick. He placed the 2 swords side by side. One, radiant and sharp, was a work of art. The other, battered and dull, resembled a burnt stick. The stark contrast instantly flushed Ella's cheeks red. She instinctively wanted to snatch back the old sword and hide it, as if her impoverished past was laid bare in the sunlight. Ella, Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable strength. For a team to possess powerful combat capabilities, roles must be clearly defined. He pointed to himself. I am DPS, the range damage dealer. He then pointed to Mia. She is the assassin responsible for harvesting and striking. Finally, his finger pointed at Ella. And you are MT. MT. Ella and Mia looked puzzled. They had never heard this term before. Main tank, the bulwark. It means standing at the front of the team, attracting all firepower and bearing all damage as the core. Lin Fan said in a serious tone, enunciating each word. You are the shield of our small team, the first and last line of defense for all of us. If you stand firm, Mia, and I can unleash our damage without worry. If you fall, we will be easily torn apart by monsters. Therefore, prioritizing arming you to the teeth is not a gift or a favor. It is the most basic and reasonable tactical deployment for our team. Now, do you still think that spending 20 gold coins is not worth it? His words landed heavily. Ella was completely stunned. Shield. Core. These words struck her heart's softest spot with pinpoint accuracy. She had always thought of herself as a dispensable appendage, merely a mercenary following Lin Fan around to handle minor tasks and absorb damage. But she never imagined that in Lin Fan's tactical vision, she would be placed in such an important and irreplaceable position. That was not charity or sympathy. It was an absolute recognition. A wave of indescribable warmth surged from the depths of her heart, instantly overwhelming all her insecurity and resistance. Her eyes turned red uncontrollably. Take it. Lin Fan stuffed the wind whisperer longsword into her hands. The cold and heavy sensation transmitted from her palm. Ella trembled as she grasped the hilt. In that moment, she felt that what she held was not merely a sword, but a heavy trust and a brand new future. In the following days, a legend about a newly promoted grade team began to circulate in the Adventurers Guild of Silvermoon City. This trio was shrouded in mystery with an extremely peculiar composition: a young man suspected to be a mage, a dashing female swordsman, and a cat-eared maid. A team configuration that seemed impossible to achieve. Yet their efficiency in completing tasks was astonishing. Grade task: exterminating 50 venomous leeches in the southern swamps required 3 days, but they submitted the task in half a day, bringing back a full 32 magic cores. Grade task: escorting a merchant caravan to the setting sun mountains encountered the most troublesome sandwalkers, yet they dispatched them effortlessly. Most absurdly, yesterday they accepted a quasi-grade task to hunt a cyclops. My goodness, that was a supergiant. And what happened? They returned by evening with that cat-eared girl dragging the giant's corpse, which was 10 times her size, all the way from the north gate to the butcher's house. In the guild hall, a group of adventurers gathered, passionately exchanging the gossip they had heard, each face revealing disbelief. Meanwhile, the 3 protagonists of the legend were sitting in a room at the Oak Shield and counting their harvest from the past few days. On the floor, a small treasure chest was piled up. Inside, gold coins stacked neatly and gleaming. Mia cautiously counted them, stacking them into piles every 10 coins. When she finished counting the last coin, she looked up, her voice slightly trembling. Lin Fan. We have 40 gold coins. 40 gold coins. This amount is enough to buy a small shop in the most bustling area of Silvermoon City. Lin Fan nodded, his expression still calm. He stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes. It was enough. It was time to equip himself with a suitable weapon. As Lin Fan stepped into the magic shop again, he felt the air inside was noticeably fresher than last time. The reason was simple: with money in his pocket, he felt more confident. Oh, a few esteemed guests have arrived. The clever shop assistant from last time spotted Lin Fan and his companions from afar and immediately greeted them with a beaming smile. His gaze fell instantly on the wind whisperer's sword at Ella's waist, his eyes shining with eagerness. Spending 20 gold coins on a magic sword without batting an eye was not something an ordinary noble could muster. What would you 3 like to see this time? A staff, a magic scroll, or perhaps the batch of alchemical potions that just arrived? The assistant's attitude was more respectful than last time by over 10-fold. Let's take a look at the staff first, Lin Fan replied succinctly. Certainly. Right this way. The assistant promptly led Lin Fan to the innermost part of the shop, to an area protected by a special crystal counter. Displayed here were all the high-end items in the shop. My lord, how about this heart of flame? The assistant presented a staff that was entirely crimson, with a fired crystal the size of a pigeon egg embedded at the top. This staff is crafted from volcanic molten crystal wood, providing a 25 damage boost to fire magic and reducing mana consumption by 15. It's perfect for a fire mage like you. Lin Fan glanced at it, but felt nothing. Do you have anything with more unique attributes? The assistant was taken aback, not expecting Lin Fan to dismiss even a staff of the heart of flame caliber. His eyes shifted as if he remembered something, and his expression grew more mysterious and excited. My lord, you truly have an eye for quality. To be honest, we do have a treasure in our shop. He turned and carefully pulled out a uniquely shaped staff from a separate display cabinet. The staff was made from an unknown silvery white metal, slender in form with extraordinarily complex magical patterns engraved on its surface. The most peculiar aspect was the staff head, which was not a traditional gem or crystal, but a unique structure resembling a star tracker composed of 3 constantly rotating silver rings. My lord, please take a look. The assistant presented the staff before Lin Fan, lowering his voice and speaking in an almost boastful tone. This is Wind of Swiftness, of premium quality with an astonishing 35 increase in magical destructive power. It's a top-tier staff that just arrived at our store. In addition to its exceptional base attributes, it possesses an extremely unique property. He paused, seemingly trying to build suspense. It increases casting speed by 30. Upon hearing this, even the nearby young nobles who were browsing other items could not help but cast astonished glances. A 30 increase in casting speed. Is that for real? Wow, that attribute is too impressive. The assistant, hearing the admiration around him, looked even prouder. He continued to explain to Lin Fan, my lord, you are an expert. You must know what an increase in casting speed means. On the ever-changing battlefield, striking first could mean life or death. A 0.1 second advantage could decide a battle. This 30 speed increase is practically a death sentence for your opponent in a duel between mages of the same level. This is definitely an elite attribute. While Lin Fan listened to his boasting, he maintained a calm facade, but inside, he was already bursting with laughter. Casting speed. What on earth is that? My casting speed only depends on how fast I can move my lips and how realistic my performance is. For him, that 30 increase might only serve to reduce the number of syllables he pretends to chant by 2. Purely an intelligence tax. How much for this staff? Lin Fan feigned interest, curious about how much this intelligence tax would cost. Not expensive at all. The assistant held up 4 fingers. As you are a valued customer, I'll give you a friendly price of 40 gold coins. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. For such trash to be worth 40 gold coins was ridiculous. Just as he was about to find an excuse to refuse, a slightly arrogant voice suddenly interrupted him. I'll take that staff. A young noble dressed extremely lavishly and adorned with the eagle family crest on his chest approached, surrounded by a group of attendants. He didn't even look at Lin Fan and directly ordered the assistant, wrap it up for me. The assistant's face immediately showed a look of difficulty. This gentleman is Sir Caesar, right? Unfortunately, this customer was the first to show interest. What? Is my face not worth more than some nobody? The noble youth named Caesar raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. The atmosphere around them instantly grew tense. Ella instinctively stepped forward, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. But Lin Fan reached out and gently pressed down on her shoulder, signaling her not to act impulsively. He wore a perfectly measured expression of regret and helplessness, slightly bowing to Caesar. This senior is joking. This wind of swiftness is indeed a rare gem, but unfortunately, I'm a bit short on funds and can't afford it at the moment. He sighed and deliberately pushed the staff toward Caesar. Since senior is also interested, it should naturally be yours first. I'll just look at something else. His words were seamless, giving Caesar face while extracting himself cleanly from the situation. Caesar was taken aback. He had prepared to assert his status if the other party was uncooperative. He did not expect this seemingly commoner to be so agreeable. He sized up Lin Fan, and upon seeing the Brank Adventurer badge on his chest, his disdain lessened somewhat. A Brank Adventurer, though not much in the eyes of someone from a prominent family, was not someone to be easily disregarded. Since the other party had willingly given him a way out, he was happy to take it. You're quite impressive. A satisfied expression appeared on Caesar's face as he patted Lin Fan's shoulder, speaking in a tone of a senior, guiding a junior. You have an eye for quality and understand the rules. If you encounter any trouble in the academy that you cannot resolve, just mention my name, Caesar. Saying this, he grandly waved a hand at the assistant. What are you waiting for? Pack it up. Watching Caesar contentedly pay for the staff and leave with his entourage, Lin Fan maintained his smile. He continued to browse through the shop, his eyes sweeping over the various counters. His goal was clear. He was not interested in those glamorous but mediocre items. What he was looking for were items with special effects that could complement his no-chanting spellcasting. Soon his steps halted in front of a dusty corner display. Inside the display lay a seemingly unremarkable black iron ring. The ring had a very ancient design with no embellishments, resembling something from a street vendor. However, Lin Fan's gaze was firmly captured by the small attribute tag beneath it. Twinborn ring. Quality rare. Magical destructive power, increase 50. Attribute 1, dual casting. The number of spells cast doubles damage, is inherited at 100. Attribute 2, slow curse, casting speed reduced by 90. Price 30 gold coins. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Dual casting. This is a truly top-tier attribute. This means his output could directly double. A normal mage, even if using both hands simultaneously, could at most cast 2 fireballs at once. But with this ring, he could cast 4 at once. As for the negative debuff of 90 reduction in casting speed, Lin Fan nearly burst out laughing. Even if it were reduced by 100, what would it matter to me? I don't need to chant. For others, this is a fatal flaw that could turn a divine artifact into scrap metal. But for him, it had no effect whatsoever. This was practically a divine artifact tailor-made for him. He calmly called the assistant over, pointing at the ring and asking in a tone of feigned curiosity, what's the story behind this ring? Dual casting, such a powerful attribute, why is it being sold for so cheap? The assistant's expression instantly turned awkward and unnatural upon seeing Lin Fan point at the ring. He leaned closer to Lin Fan, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Cough, my lord, you truly have a discerning eye. This Twinborn ring is actually a high-level magical equipment. Items with the dual casting attribute in the market start at 200 gold coins. He changed his tone, sighing. However, the curse attached to it is simply too fatal. A 90 reduction in casting speed means you might as well give up on combat. Before the spell is even halfway chanted, you could be sliced into pieces. So, it has been sitting here in our inventory and hasn't sold. He looked at Lin Fan tentatively, saying this item actually offers the best value for its price. We are currently clearing out stock, so it's available at a special price. If you genuinely want it, just take it for 20 gold coins. As he said this, he felt somewhat guilty, worried Lin Fan would think he was trying to swindle him. Lin Fan wore a perfectly crafted expression of struggle and hesitation. He stroked his chin as if seriously weighing the pros and cons. A 90 reduction in casting speed. That flaw is indeed too fatal. After pondering for a long time, he finally seemed to make up his mind and decisively bit his lip. All right, 20 gold coins, I'll take the gamble. Perhaps I can find a way to lift this curse in the future. He readily paid the money. The assistant, seeing the 20 gold coins in hand, was so excited he nearly cried. Oh my, this piece of junk that had been sitting in the warehouse for years, scolded countless times by the boss, was finally sold today. This young man before him was simply a god of wealth descending from the heavens. Lin Fan put the cold black iron ring on his finger. As he stepped out of the magic shop and looked at the bustling street outside, the corners of his mouth finally couldn't help but curl up slightly. Caesar had spent 40 gold coins on a useless piece of trash for him, while he had only spent 20 gold coins to acquire a genuine artifact that could double his combat power. This was an absolute steal. In Silver Moon City at the Magic Academy, in the third teaching tower at a lecture hall. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Fan and his companions were about to attend their first public class after enrollment, Fundamentals of Weapon Enchantment Theory. This course, as its name suggests, is not particularly well regarded. It does not teach how to conjure more powerful fireballs or how to survive in a duel. Rather, it teaches you to inscribe runes on weapons like a blacksmith. In the eyes of the proud noble mages, this was purely a craftsman's task, dirty and exhausting, a blow to their prestige. Thus, in a lecture hall that could accommodate 300 students, fewer than 50 were present. Lin Fan chose a seat in the middle with Ella and Mia flanking him like 2 loyal guards. He surveyed his surroundings. In the front row sat students who looked to be of average means, sitting up straight, their faces filled with a thirst for knowledge and a hint of undeniable nervousness. In the back row lay a dozen noble scions lounging lazily, yawning incessantly. They were either enjoying exquisite pastries served by their servants or simply dozing off on the desks, treating the place like a high-class lounge. Lin Fan paid little attention to these happenings. He was here with a very clear purpose. He was not learning for himself. He understood well the exorbitant costs of enchanting weapons. If this technology could be mastered, analyzed, and even industrially mass-produced by his homeland, the significance would be extraordinary. Therefore, every single word of this class, every piece of knowledge, must be brought back intact. At the podium, a wizardly instructor in a long robe with graying hair had already begun the lecture. His voice was dry, and he spoke rapidly, drawing various complex enchantment diagrams on the blackboard behind him, never pausing to look back, as if he just wanted to finish the lecture quickly. Lin Fan frowned, a very practical issue arising in his mind. He couldn't take notes. While he could write normally in the script of this world, listening to such a high-density information class, while quickly translating it into the local script, was simply impossible. His writing speed could not keep up. Writing in Chinese, even less so. That would be like directly engraving the words, "I am a spy from another world," on his forehead. So he placed his hopes on Ella and Mia. At Lin Fan's request, both of them worked hard. Ella gripped her pen tightly, her brow furrowed, intently staring at the blackboard, her hand flying across the parchment. But when Lin Fan glanced at her page, it was less of a notebook and more like a jumble of chaotic symbols filled with the wildness and sloppiness of a warrior's style. Mia fared worse. The little girl was so anxious that beads of sweat formed on her nose. Her fluffy cat ears were perked up, and she kept alternating between looking at the blackboard and her blank paper, completely at a loss for where to begin. Having been a slave, she couldn't even fully recognize characters. Attending such a college-level class was truly too difficult for her. It seemed she was not to be relied upon. Lin Fan sighed inwardly and began to look for a backup plan in the classroom. His gaze swept over the dozing nobles and the bewildered common students, finally settling on a figure in the corner of the classroom. It was a girl. She sat alone in the middle of a row of empty seats, as if an invisible wall surrounded her, isolating her from the noisy classroom. She wore a gray apprentice mage robe, her flaxen hair simply tied back, her delicate face appearing somewhat pale, but her eyes shone remarkably bright. The feather quill in her hand hardly paused. Whatever the old professor drew on the blackboard, her pen tip mirrored it in her notebook. Her lines were precise and swift. She even managed to record some supplementary knowledge points that the professor casually mentioned and quickly moved on without missing a beat. That focused expression, that state of being immersed in the sea of knowledge. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. No doubt about it, she was a top student. He immediately had an idea. Lin Fan stood up, quietly walked to the back row of the girl, and sat down. She remained completely unaware of the added presence behind her, still outputting furiously. Lin Fan observed for a while and noticed that her lips were somewhat chapped, occasionally licking them instinctively. He felt a stir within him, running to the shop outside the classroom to buy a bag of spiritual clarity spring water for a silver coin, a product exclusively for nobles with a trace of magical power. He gently tapped the desk of the girl in the front row. Startled, she jumped, her body quivering like a frightened deer, turning around with a wary look. "Classmate, you seem a bit thirsty," Lin Fan said with a harmless smile, handing over the water bag. "This is spiritual clarity spring water. It can refresh the mind." The girl was taken aback, looking at Lin Fan, then at the unopened water bag, her eyes filled with confusion and hesitation. She did not recognize this man. In the academy, no one had ever taken the initiative to speak to her. Lin Fan did not continue speaking, but his smile grew more sincere. Perhaps his smile was too charming, or perhaps she was truly thirsty. After a long hesitation, the girl accepted the water bag, quietly saying thank you. She unscrewed the cap, carefully took a small sip, then returned it, continuing to focus on the class. Lin Fan observed for a while longer and quickly discovered a second problem. The girl's feather quill had become somewhat worn and frayed, producing lines that varied in thickness. Several times the ink flow was obstructed, forcing her to stop and shake it vigorously. Lin Fan acted again. He left the classroom and spent 5 silver coins in the academy shop to buy the finest quality dwarven fine ink pen along with a small bottle of high-quality ink. Returning to the classroom, he once more tapped the girl's desk. "I noticed your pen seems a bit inadequate. I happen to have a spare one. You can use it for now." Saying this, he unceremoniously placed the brand new ink pen on her desk. The girl was utterly stunned. She stared at the pin on the desk gleaming with a metallic luster and intricately engraved, then looked up at Lin Fan, smiling face, her mouth opening slightly, unable to say a word for a long time. She recognized this pen. It sold for 5 silver coins in the shop, which was not cheap at all. She hadn't even dared to buy it herself. What on earth did this person want? Why? Why are you? She finally gathered the courage to ask her question. Chill. Lin Fan raised a finger signaling her to lower her voice. Don't mind it, just focus on the class and take your notes, don't get distracted. He paused and revealed a sincere smile. After class, could I borrow your notes to copy? I write slowly and can't keep up with the instructor's pace. The girl was stunned, looking at Lin Fan, finally realizing that this was the reason. She neither agreed nor refused, simply turning around silently, picking up the new pen and continuing to diligently take notes. The 6-hour-long class finally came to an end. The moment the old instructor announced the end of the class, the noble scions in the back row felt as if they had been pardoned, leaving in a noisy throng surrounded by their servants. Ella and Mia walked over with dejected expressions, holding their 2 terrible notes, feeling utterly embarrassed. Lin Fan. I'm sorry. Ella buried her head nearly to her chest. The instructor spoke too quickly, and there were so many specialized terms. I only noted down less than 20%. I did even worse. Mia's voice trembled, her eyes red with tears. I messed it up. It's okay, don't blame yourselves, it's not your fault. Lin Fan comfortingly patted their shoulders and then walked straight up to the top student girl. Classmate, class is over. The girl looked up silently, closing her notebook and handing it over. Thank you. Lin Fan took it without hesitation. Ella and Mia leaned in curiously to take a look. Just one glance, and both of them gasped in shock. This was not just notes, it was practically a printed textbook. The handwriting was neat and beautiful, and the complex enchantment diagrams were clearly marked in different colors of ink with precise and smooth lines, clearer and more organized than what the instructor had drawn on the blackboard. It looked as if it had been measured with a ruler. Oh my goodness. Ella couldn't help but exclaim, these notes are too professional. Mia also stared in awe, her mouth slightly agape, filled with admiration. All right, enough with the awe. Let's hurry and copy. Lin Fan handed the notebook to them. After arranging the tasks, Lin Fan turned his head to look at the girl who was still sitting there. She seemed a bit uneasy, her hands resting on her knees, her gaze unsure of where to look. Lin Fan took the initiative to break the silence. My name is Lin Fan, may I ask what your name is? The girl looked up at him, then quickly lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. Eileen. Just as Lin Fan was about to say something more, to bridge the gap with this scholarly young woman named Eileen, a slightly theatrical voice rang out from the back of the classroom. Damn it, finally over. That old man's lecture is even more soporific than a lullaby. I'd never have come if my mother hadn't insisted. Lin Fan turned to see a young nobleman dressed in opulent attire, his chest adorned with the eagle emblem of the Eagle clan, stretching lazily as he strode forward amid a retinue of servants muttering under his breath. It was Caesar, the very same gullible aristocrat who just days earlier at the Magic Emporium had paid 40 gold coins for that absurdly overpriced intellect tax wand. Caesar spotted Lin Fan instantly. His eyes lit up, and he strode over without hesitation, slapping Lin Fan heartily on the shoulder as if they were old friends. Well, if it isn't the sensible junior brother. What a serendipitous encounter. You've come to suffer through this tedious lecture too. He appraised Lin Fan up and down, then nodded approvingly. Glancing briefly at the nameplate pinned to Lin Fan's chest, he added, not bad at all. So your name is Lin Fan. I like you, lad. You've got discernment, and you understand decorum. Caesar's voice boomed, his face brimming with an effortless, ingratiating warmth. He held Lin Fan in high regard. The boy's voluntary surrender of the wand that day had saved Caesar's face, leaving him convinced Lin Fan was both shrewd and socially astute. If anyone dares to bully you within the academy, just utter my name, Caesar. In Silvermoon City, the Eagle clan's prestige still carries weight. He thumped his chest with swaggering confidence, like an elder brother pledging protection. Lin Fan responded with a polite practiced smile, preparing a courteous but evasive reply, when Caesar's gaze suddenly locked onto Eileen beside him. In that instant, all warmth and bravado vanished from Caesar's face, replaced by an expression both intricate and unsettling, laced with disdain, contempt, and curiously a flicker of wariness. Hey, Lin Fan. Caesar lowered his voice sharply, pulling Lin Fan aside and nodding curtly toward Eileen. What on earth are you doing associating with her? Her? Lin Fan feigned bewilderment. You're new. You don't know how things work around here. Caesar's expression hardened. He pointed toward the notebook Eileen and Mia were frantically copying. Don't be fooled by her meticulous notes. That woman is an anomaly. A freak. Leaning in close, he whispered conspiratorially, haven't you noticed? During class, no one sits within 3 paces of her. Everyone avoids her like plague. She doesn't practice orthodox magic at all. Instead, she obsesses over bizarre heretical alchemy, eccentric forbidden arts. When I first entered the academy 2 years ago, she was already an apprentice mage. Now I'm nearing the threshold of high-tier mastery, yet she remains stuck at apprentice level. His tone dripped with condescension and a palpable sense of superiority. We whisper among ourselves, she must have angered the gods with her blasphemous research, hence this curse condemning her to eternal stagnation. Even her own family has withdrawn its patronage. Take my advice, keep your distance. Don't let her misfortune rub off on you. With that, he clapped Lin Fan once more on the shoulder, gravely, almost paternal, and departed, his entourage sweeping after him in a grand rustling procession. The classroom emptied until only Lin Fan, Eileen, and Mia remained, and Eileen, who had not lifted her head or spoken a single word since the beginning. Caesar's words were harsh, but Lin Fan sensed no malice behind them. Rather, they carried the earnest, insular candor of aristocratic counsel. And precisely because it was sincere, those words cut deeper. Lin Fan turned to look at Eileen. She sat motionless, yet her entire presence seemed suddenly hollowed out, drained of vitality. If moments before she had resembled a fragile sapling straining toward light, faint but persistent, now she looked like a flower struck by frost, utterly withered. Her once bright eyes had dulled, clouded with a lifeless leaden glaze. Even then she edged subtly away, instinctively, painfully, putting distance between herself and Lin Fan. A sudden heaviness settled in Lin Fan's chest. Then he noticed it, faint, crisscrossing white scars circling her wrists, pale against her skin. They were nearly invisible unless examined closely. Yet Lin Fan recognized them instantly, having seen countless such images in news reports from Blue Planet. Evidence of repeated self-harm, the grim, silent testament of a failed suicide attempt. Caesar's barbs. Eileen's silence. Those scars, fragments coalesced in Lin Fan's mind, revealing the truth of her plight in stark, unbearable clarity. This was no mere introversion or social awkwardness. It was the slow, suffocating erosion of a soul, worn down by years of isolation, prejudice, and corrosive self-doubt, until despair became her only companion. Half an hour later, Alara and Mia finally finished transcribing the notes. Lin Fan, we're done. Alara handed over 2 identical hand-copied notebooks alongside the original. Lin Fan took Eileen's notebook, intending to return it, when a breeze swept in from the window, flipping open a page. His gaze fell upon it, and his pupils contracted sharply. What lay there was no magical array diagram. It was a mechanical schematic, unmistakably familiar to him. Though drawn with a quill on parchment, it bore precise annotations, gears, levers, drive shafts, energy conduits, and concepts rooted in physics and engineering he'd only ever encountered in university textbooks on Blue Planet. It depicted an ingenious mechanism for converting magical energy into usable mechanical output. Lin Fan's heartbeat skipped. Unable to resist, he flipped ahead several pages, and each turn deepened his astonishment. Miniature mana conversion engine, 3rd generation revision, preliminary sketch, mana focusing amplifier, theoretical framework, stabilizer module, enhanced variant of levitation spell, page after page unfolded. Visionary, yet rigorously logical, breathtaking in their scientific elegance. Eileen sensed Lin Fan gazing upon her most guarded secret. Her face went deathly pale. She sprang upright like a cornered fawn, reaching desperately for the notebook, her expression raw with shame and terror at having her privacy violated. Lin Fan gently closed the notebook before she could snatch it. Then he looked up, not at the trembling girl before him, but at the brilliant, wounded mind behind her eyes, his heart heavy with quiet awe. Now he understood what Caesar meant by heretical doctrine, and now he understood why the entire academy had cast her out. In this world where divine authority reigned supreme and mages stood unchallenged atop the hierarchy, magic was universally revered as sacred grace, a gift from the gods channeled solely through incantation and spiritual focus. Yet Eileen dared to dissect it, not with faith, but with reason, not with reverence, but with engineering. She sought not to worship magic, but to harness it, systematize it, and ultimately revolutionize it. What she envisioned was nothing less than a magical industrial revolution. To entrenched traditionalists, such thinking was tantamount to sacrilege. This world had no room for her genius. On Blue Planet, in his own future nation, Eileen would have been a national treasure, a scientist courted fiercely by elite research institutions. Here, however, she was branded a heretic, a monstrosity, ostracized, ridiculed, driven so far into anguish that self-mutilation became her only outlet. Lin Fan stared into her hollow, lifeless eyes and felt something deep inside him fracture. With solemn care, he placed the notebook back into her hands. Then beneath her wary, bewildered gaze, he stepped back, straightened his collar, and shed every trace of levity, replacing it with unwavering gravity and profound respect. He extended his right hand. Let me introduce myself again. Eileen froze. My name is Lin Fan. He met her eyes, speaking each word with deliberate, resonant clarity. I am deeply impressed by your designs, and profoundly moved by your vision. They are no heresy. They are visionary constructs, capable of reshaping the world itself. So, senior sister Eileen, I would be honored to call you my friend. Eileen stood frozen in place, her mind a blank slate. This was the first time in her life that someone had spoken such words to her, devoid of mockery, disdain, or contempt. It was like a warm current that instantly broke through the icy walls of her heart. Since Eileen could remember, her world had been filled with various negating voices. She still remembered when she was 12, her father spent a fortune hiring the best magic teacher in Silvermoon City to specifically teach her how to channel magical power. However, Eileen had no interest in topics like magical power condensation or elemental affinity. Her mind was full of questions, and throughout the lessons, she questioned the common knowledge spoken by those teachers. Teacher, do you really believe that magical power is a gift from the gods? She innocently asked at the time. The magic teacher's face turned grim upon hearing this. He shook his head, declaring that Eileen was simply not suited to learn magic, saying she was impure of heart and presumptuous in her criticism of the divine. Her father, not one to be dissuaded, felt the teacher was inadequate, and a few years later spent an even greater sum to send her to the Silver Moon City Magic Academy. As a result, Eileen became even more lost, completely diving into the study of the essence of magic. Eileen, I spent so much money sending you to the Magic Academy for you to become a heretic. Her father's roar still echoed in her ears. Eileen, are you really paying attention in class? What on earth are you studying all day? Do you even want to graduate? The mentor's angry shout also kept her awake at night. Then there were her classmates, those former companions from the noble circle who whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with disdain. Everyone stay away from this freak. Her blasphemous acts will surely anger the gods. We don't want to be dragged down with her. While other noble youths practiced fireball spells and ice cone techniques in the academy's training grounds, Eileen secretly hid in the darkest corners of the library, poring over alchemical and mechanical texts that the academy had expressly forbidden, even deemed heretical. She tried to understand the essence of magical power rather than blindly accept the notion of divine gifts. Using her meager allowance, she secretly bought various cheap materials and conducted experiments in her dorm room. Each failed experiment would draw uproarious laughter from her classmates. Each explosion would lead to her being severely punished by her mentor. There were even several occasions when the academy sent her father a notice of expulsion, and he had to spend a fortune again just to settle the matter. Eileen knew she had problems. She knew she was different from others. But she couldn't help herself, as she simply loved those bizarre gears, levers, drive shafts, and energy pipelines. She enjoyed watching those complex mechanical structures take shape in her hands, then erupt with the energy she anticipated. Even if this energy seemed insignificant to others, and some experiments carried a self-destructive nature. For instance, when she first attempted a magical energy conduction experiment, she blew a large hole in the dormitory wall and nearly ended her own life. The doubts she faced grew more numerous, and the insults became more frequent. Those gazes, those whispers, those uncontainable disdain felt like knives cutting into her heart. She felt like a transparent person, shunned and forgotten by everyone. These negative emotions seemed to become her inner demon, making her own magical power harder and harder to channel. The magic that others could easily complete was always a struggle for her. After 3 years of enrollment, she still remained the lowest-ranked apprentice magician. She even began to doubt herself, wondering if she really was cursed by the gods, a true outcast. Did she not deserve to live in this world? Several times, she stood atop the highest clock tower of the academy, gazing down at the ground, contemplating jumping off to end her meaningless life. The white scars on her wrists were proof of her past struggles. She thought she would spend her life mired in self-doubt and scorn. She believed she would never be understood, destined to walk alone in solitude. But today, I really like your designs and I admire your ideas. They are not heretical, they are genius concepts capable of changing the world. Lin Fan's words still echoed in her ears. These words ignited a flicker of expectation for the future within Eileen. Aren't you afraid of me, a heretic despised by the gods? Eileen's throat tightened, and after a long pause she finally replied to Lin Fan. She was afraid that Lin Fan would shun her like everyone else. She had grown accustomed to being shunned and abandoned, to everyone avoiding her. Yet Lin Fan merely smiled gently, the warmth and acceptance in his expression something Eileen had never seen before. I don't know if the gods like me. I only know that I like you. Lin Fan looked into Eileen's eyes, his tone becoming more solemn. I believe your designs represent the future of this world. If I were one of the gods, I would certainly bestow upon you blessings surpassing all others. Eileen's eyes instantly moistened. Tears welled up, blurring Lin Fan's face. She blinked vigorously, trying to hold back the tears. Her throat felt choked, unable to utter a word. It was the first time she had ever felt such recognition from someone. This sensation was stronger and warmer than she had imagined. It turned out that being understood, accepted, and regarded as something precious felt like this. This feeling made her realize she was no longer alone, no longer the outcast abandoned by the world. Looking at the man before her, warm as sunlight, for some reason her world seemed to have gained color for the first time. Lin Fan's right hand remained extended before her, inviting her. Eileen's gaze fell upon it. After hesitating several times, she finally reached out her hand and gently grasped his. Lin Fan's hand was warm and strong, a stark contrast to her icy touch. This sensation was real and vibrant, giving her an unprecedented sense of security. It felt as if she had grabbed hold of a lifeline or discovered a harbor where she could rely on. The class bell had rung for a long time, leaving only the 4 of them in the classroom. Senior, see you in the next class, we have to go now. Lin Fan said his goodbyes, calling his 2 companions to prepare to leave. Eileen's heart raced rapidly. She watched Lin Fan turn around, taking a deep breath to calm her excited heart. She made a decision she had never contemplated or dared to think of. Summoning her courage, she walked up to Lin Fan and whispered, Lin Fan, I want to take you to see my secret laboratory. I have something I want to show you. Immediately after saying this, she regretted it, thinking how foolish she was to invite him to her laboratory on their first meeting. How could he possibly agree? She had already prepared herself for rejection, feeling waves of regret inside. However, Lin Fan displayed a knowing smile. Perfect timing, you. I have nothing else to do, so let's head over now. Eileen's heart leapt. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to agree so readily. A hint of surprise and disbelief instantly appeared on her face. The group exited the classroom, walking along the academy's tree-lined paths. Around them, noble students gathered in 2s and 3s, pointing at them. Eileen was used to such treatment, but when Lin Fan stood beside her, she felt a slight discomfort. She didn't want Lin Fan to get dragged into the rumors because of her. Lin Fan, however, remained unfazed. He walked straight ahead, his expression one of detached calm, as if the gazes and discussions had nothing to do with him. Eileen stole a glance at Lin Fan's profile, somewhat surprised and increasingly curious about this man. They left the academy and crossed into the commercial district of Silvermoon City, ultimately arriving at a warehouse area in the outer city. This was the most chaotic place in Silvermoon City, a mix of various unsavory dealings. Eileen's secret laboratory was hidden in the most inconspicuous corner here. This is the place. Eileen stopped in front of a dilapidated iron door. The door was rusted and hung with tattered burlap, resembling an abandoned warehouse. Eileen took out a key from her pocket and carefully opened the iron door. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing a dim interior. A mixed smell of metal, oil, and dust rushed at them. The warehouse was spacious, but filled with various clutter, looking as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Eileen led them through a narrow passage, eventually arriving at a workshop partitioned by wooden boards. The workshop was filled with all sorts of strange tools and materials. There were polished wrenches and hammers, as well as gears and springs of various sizes. In the corner, a pile of discarded magical items along with some unknown minerals and plants lay stacked. On a large workbench, several sketches were spread out, filled with complex diagrams and dense calculations. Lin Fan's eyes scanned these items, a hint of surprise flickering in his mind. Although it was rudimentary, he could sense that Eileen had poured her heart and soul into this place. These are some small gadgets I made. Eileen's voice was somewhat subdued, tinged with a hint of insecurity. She walked to the workbench and pointed at a device that looked like a small box. She took out a magic crystal the size of a fingernail from a nearby drawer and carefully inserted it into the slot at the top of the device. As the magic crystal was inserted, the runes inside the device instantly lit up, emitting a faint glow. Lin Fan saw visible strands of magical energy being extracted from the crystal, converging at the center of the device. This is a magic energy conversion device, she explained. It can directly extract the magical energy from the crystal, and then she aimed the device at a pile of discarded metals in the corner and threw it. A sudden violent explosion erupted, accompanied by a shockwave, creating a tremendous noise. It startled Ira and Mia. However, after the explosion, the metal pile merely turned slightly red with no signs of melting. It just makes a show of the power isn't very strong. Eileen's voice was low, clearly showing her disappointment. I made 5 of these devices, intending to use them for self-defense in case of danger. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with confusion and self-doubt. But it seems the effectiveness is not impressive at all. She thought Lin Fan would show disappointment just like everyone else and might turn around and leave. She had even prepared herself for ridicule. However, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. He looked at the rudimentary device, recalling the earlier explosion, feeling as if he had been struck by electricity. This was the first time he had seen someone extract magical energy directly from a magic crystal and release it. This was no mere unimpressive gadget. This was akin to humanity's first invention of gunpowder. Lin Fan's breath quickened. He had a feeling that Ira's device was bound to be groundbreaking. Lin Fan was certain that experts in Waxia's military industry would find a way to enhance its power. Eileen. Lin Fan's voice was filled with unprecedented excitement. Eileen was startled by his sudden voice, her head snapping up, a hint of unease in her eyes. I want to research it with you. Lin Fan looked into Eileen's eyes, his tone resolute. Can I get a copy of your design drawings and materials? Also, can you give me one of these devices to take back and study? Eileen was utterly stunned. She looked at Lin Fan's eyes filled with expectancy and heard his words of trust. All her unease and self-doubt vanished in that moment. Someone truly acknowledged her research. Someone was willing to explore the mysteries of the world with her. A wave of warmth surged from her heart, and her eyes moistened once again. She nodded vigorously. Lin Fan returned to the inn with the items, his emotions still in a state of turmoil. He looked at the rudimentary magic energy conversion device, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. He carefully packed the class notes on enchantment techniques, the explosion damage rune Eileen's device, and the high-grade magic crystals Eileen had given him into his bag. After everything was ready, he took a deep breath and placed his hand on the package. The teleportation talent activated. In the early hours, in the western suburbs of the capital, deep underground, in the strategic command center of the Otherworld Minister of National Defense, Wang Chen's back was straightened. Several unusual items sent back by Lin Fan appeared on the screen, a crudely bound notebook and a device that looked like a small box. There was also a small bag of gray crystals the size of fingernails. Lin Fan's handwritten letter was immediately scanned and enlarged, displayed on the side of the main screen. Minister Wang, esteemed leaders, currently everything is proceeding smoothly. I have initially established a foothold in Silvermoon City and successfully joined the Magic Academy. I am sending back the key items I have obtained. This notebook contains notes from the Magic Academy's course on fundamentals of weapon enchantment. According to my observations, this technology could hold extraordinary significance for the industrialization of magic. This device is a magic power conversion device developed by a friend of mine. It can directly extract magic power from magic crystals and release it. Its current power is still weak, but I believe it has immense potential. In the conference room, a commotion erupted. A magic power conversion device, directly extracting magic power. An energy expert stood up abruptly, his voice filled with incredulous excitement. Weapon enchantment technology. This is a military technology from another world. A military leader's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if he could see countless possibilities. Wang Qin's breathing quickened. The items Lin Fan sent back carried immense weight. They touched upon the technological system of another world, especially that magic power conversion device. If it can indeed extract magic power directly from crystals, doesn't that mean they could bypass the limitations of human spellcasters and directly harness the energy of another world? It might even achieve the industrialization of magic or even mass production. He quickly issued orders immediately analyze all items, especially that magic power conversion device. The expert team sprang into action. An hour later, a preliminary report was compiled. Report to Minister Wang. Academician Chun Haiping's voice came through the communicator, tinged with excitement, but mixed with confusion. We have completed the preliminary analysis of the magic power conversion device. What are the results? Wang Chun asked impatiently. The conclusion is, there exists an extremely complex and unique magical resonance between the core structure of this device and the magic crystals. It seems to be deeply bound to the unique magic of its creator, or rather it was birthed by some special magical force. Academician Shin paused, his tone becoming serious. We tried every analytical method, including simulations at the quantum level, and found that with our current technological and magical research capabilities, we cannot replicate its core magical structure. In other words, this device is unique and we cannot replicate it. The once high spirits in the conference room were instantly doused with cold water. Not being able to replicate it. This meant that the technology for directly extracting magic power could only remain at the level of individual cases and could not form a scale effect. This left many feeling disappointed. Wang Chun furrowed his brow, but his thoughts raced quickly. The inability to replicate the device itself did not mean it couldn't be utilized. He looked at the small device on the screen and swiftly made a difficult, yet decisive decision. Immediately halt all research on replicating the device itself. Since we cannot replicate it, let us regard it as exclusive equipment to support Comrade Lin Fan. Mission change surrounding this device, create a weapon for Comrade Lin Fan that can maximize its effectiveness. Immediately gather all top military experts in the country, especially those involved in material science, energy weapons, precision strikes, and lightweight technologies, to reach Base 9 underground as quickly as possible. Orders were passed down layer by layer, and military technology experts from all over the country were urgently called in overnight. Another world. Magic crystals. When Wang Chun laid out all the circumstances, dozens of military experts felt as if their worldview had been ground underfoot 180 times. Isn't this a scene from a sci-fi movie? Everyone, I know this sounds absurd. Wang Chun looked at these national treasures who usually only dealt with military technology with sincerity in his voice, but this is the truth. Comrade Lin Fan is fighting alone in another world. He needs our support. I'm not an expert, I just know that we must provide him with the best. Therefore, I am completely handing over command to you. Tell me, what can we create? The experts exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from initial shock to a stubborn determination and the fervor of military personnel. Magic weapons. It sounded mystical, but this group of people had spent their lives battling against various impossibilities. Wang Chun initially anticipated that the experts would use the magic power conversion device combined with the fireball spell scroll Lin Fan had sent back to create some kind of powerful magic bomb to maximize the explosion damage. After all, Lin Fan had also mentioned that the device's power was still weak. He thought Lin Fan simply wanted to enhance the explosion's power. However, when dozens of top experts sat down in the conference room to discuss the magic power conversion device and enchantment theory in depth, the first option to be eliminated was bomb. This magic power conversion device is currently our only means of directly utilizing magic power from another world. Making it a one-time bomb would be utterly wasteful. A chief engineer from a certain armament factory stated decisively. Indeed, its preciousness dictates that it must be reusable, preferably integrated into some kind of conventional weapon system to provide sustained strike capability. Another expert added. After a heated discussion, everyone's attention unconsciously focused in one direction: firearms. To achieve the smallest weight, the greatest power, and the most direct threat that would naturally be a sniper rifle. This was a bold idea. The sniper rifles of Blue Star relied on gunpowder to propel bullets, while the magic power conversion device of another world output pure magic power. This required a completely new design concept. Bullets no longer need gunpowder. The warhead is directly enchanted. The entire barrel will serve as a magic-powered acceleration track and energy-focusing channel. The design plan was quickly finalized and received unanimous approval. This was a revolutionary weapon that perfectly combined the precision strike philosophy of military industry with the magical energy of another world. Magic Sniper Rifle. Next came an unprecedented military collaboration. This magic sniper rifle was broken down into dozens of core components. A certain ammunition research institute in the Northeast was responsible for developing the new enchanted warheads. They needed to ensure that the warheads could maximize the internal magic power upon impact, creating a devastating explosion. A certain optical instrument factory in the Southwest was responsible for designing high-magnification multifunctional scopes that not only had to accurately lock onto targets, but also detect magic fluctuations. A certain materials technology company along the coast worked overtime to tackle lightweight composite materials, which had to withstand the immense impact of magic bursts, while keeping the overall weight of the rifle to an absolute minimum. A certain weapons manufacturing group in the Northwest was responsible for integrating the gun body and energy conduction system. They needed to ensure the magic flowed from the conversion device to the warhead with minimal loss and maximum efficiency. There were also expert groups responsible for enchantment, engraving mechanics experts for recoil absorption systems, and industrial designers for firearm ergonomics. Hundreds of top engineers and scientists worked tirelessly at their respective posts striving for the same goal. They poured their most advanced technologies and experiences into this cross-civilization equipment development without reservation. In just a week, a magic sniper rifle that embodied the entire military-industrial power of Huaxia emerged. Its design concept was advanced, and its manufacturing process was exquisite. A single magic crystal could enchant a box of 20 magic high-explosive warheads. Inserting a magic crystal into the magic power conversion device sent back by Lin Fan could drive the sniper rifle for 20 consecutive shots. Wang Chen personally issued orders for live ammunition testing. In the northwest Gobi Desert at a top-secret shooting range, a decommissioned heavy tank stood silently as a target in the distance. Preparation complete. Fire. A sniper pulled the trigger from a kilometer away. The sniper rifle had been silenced and no sound could be heard. A blue stream of magic power, almost invisible to the naked eye, instantly shot from the muzzle. The magical warhead tore through the air, striking the heavy tank a kilometer away with unstoppable momentum. With a dull buzz, the heavy steel beast expanded in an instant, followed by a dazzling blue-white explosion from within under the astonished gazes of all. Boom. A violent shockwave kicked up the surrounding sand and dust several meters high. When the smoke cleared, only a charred pit and a distorted steaming pile of steel wreckage remained where the tank had once stood. Wang Chen stared at the screen, astonished by the tank that had been destroyed in one strike. He knew this gun was certainly powerful, but he never expected it to be this formidable. It was now completely on par with a large-caliber howitzer. The key was this thing was a sniper rifle. All military experts were also dumbfounded. The weapon they designed exceeded their imagination and power. High-ranking leaders were collectively rendered speechless. They exchanged glances, and their eyes held not just shock, but an uncontrollable joy. This astonishingly powerful sniper rifle, even after extreme lightweight processing, still weighed 5,000 grams. Lin Fan's teleportation limit was 1,500 grams, divided into 4 shipments. Wang Chen quickly snapped back to reality from his shock and immediately issued orders ensure that this magic sniper rifle is delivered intact to Comrade Lin Fan within 2 weeks. Lin Fan received his first component package from his homeland. Upon opening it, he was stunned to find a gleaming gun barrel made of cold, hard metal, a complex scope with multiple knobs and lenses, and a box of heavy, uniquely shaped bullets. These items emanated a strong aura of precision and lethal intent distinctly belonging to modern industry, which clashed completely with the magical and divine aesthetics of this world. Lin Fan picked up the assembly manual translated into the language of this other world, and upon scanning the title, his breath caught for a moment. L1 Type Magic Energy-Driven High-Precision Tactical Sniper Rifle Enhanced Version Assembly and User Manual. Sniper rifle. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind. He had considered that the support from his homeland might include translated magical materials, or perhaps more efficient magical training equipment, or even more powerful explosives. But he never expected that his homeland would directly provide him with a sniper rifle. He eagerly unfolded the handwritten letter from Minister Wang Chen. The handwriting on the letter was still strong and vigorous, yet it revealed an unmistakable excitement between the lines. Comrade Lin Fan, the magic energy conversion device you sent back is of great significance. However, after a night of research by our top expert team, the conclusion is that the core magical structure of the device has a certain depth of binding that we cannot comprehend, and with our current technology, it cannot be replicated. Given its preciousness, the first option to exclude is making it into a bomb. Our idea is to combine it with our most mature individual precision strike weapon. This sniper rifle is the best solution we could think of. After our preliminary tests, its effective range and accuracy have reached world-class levels, and its instantaneous burst power is remarkably impressive. For specific data, please refer to the manual. The specially designed bullet heads we provide with their unique alloy formula and enchanting process are exclusive to our country and cannot be replicated in that world. Perhaps this could serve as a bargaining chip for further collaboration with the creators of the conversion device. There's plenty of ammunition, and behind you is the entire Chinese military-industrial complex. Lin Fan clutched the letter, his heart pounding. Impressive. The weight of this word coming from someone of Minister Wang's stature was certainly not as simple as it seemed. The power of this thing is likely quite remarkable. With this, his self-defense capability in this world would surely take a leap forward. Facing those tough-skinned, thick-fleshed magical beasts, he no longer needed to rely on fireball spells to grind them down like before. He could strike from a distance, first weaken them, and then charge in. More importantly, it was Minister Wang's last comment that enlightened him. Bullet heads. He picked up a bullet, the cold metallic texture, and the intricate patterns carved with micro-engraving technology all showcased the top-notch industrial strength of China. This thing Aaron absolutely cannot produce. And her magic energy conversion device is the unique core of this rifle. Special supply ammunition exchanged for core, a perfect commercial loop. He could almost envision in the not-so-distant future a troop equipped with magic energy sniper rifles conquering lands under his command. Even if there is only one rifle now, this is just the beginning. As long as a long-term stable collaboration with Aaron can be established to achieve mass production of the magic energy conversion device, his future power landscape would have infinite possibilities. Even non-combat personnel or ordinary civilians could become deadly fire points with simple training. This game suddenly came alive. For the next period of time, Lin Fan completely transformed into a homebody at the inn. He did not attend any of the courses at the academy regarding the 8 elements of magic chanting or basic magical energy perception. No way. He was already casting spells without incantations. Attending those classes would just be a waste of time, right? He poured all his energy into the assembly of this epic-making weapon. Ella and Mia watched Lin Fan fuss over a pile of oddly shaped iron scraps every day. Both of them were incredibly curious. Lin Fan, what exactly is this thing? Ella squatted beside him, poking at the cold gun barrel with a puzzled expression. Having been a mercenary for so many years, she considered her knowledge of weapons to be far superior to that of ordinary people. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, but nothing resembled this. This thing had neither sharp edges nor heavy hammerheads. It looked bulky and complicated, completely unlike anything meant for combat. It's a type of large destructive weapon I had custom-made. Lin Fan replied absent-mindedly, his eyes glued to the manual. A large destructive weapon. Ella was even more confused. But I don't see any sharp edges, and it's not like a staff. How can it cause large-scale destruction? Lin Fan was not in the mood to explain what modern firearms were to the two curious girls. He was at his wit's end. Step 3B, align the bolt assembly with the recoil spring guide rod into the slot, rotate 90 degrees, and push in. Lin Fan held the 2 parts, gesturing for a long time, but he couldn't find where the slot depicted in the manual was. He felt that his hand-sign ability had suffered an unprecedented insult. Did the scientist from his homeland overestimate this liberal arts student's mechanical assembly skills? Click. With a light sound, Lin Fan's hand slipped, and the 2 parts that were almost aligned separated again. Damn it. Ella and Mia were startled, not daring to breathe. It was the first time they had seen Lin Fan lose his composure like this. Lin Fan rubbed his throbbing temples and let out a sigh. Forget it. Professional matters are best left to professionals. He decided to give up struggling, and once all the parts were collected, he would hand them over to Erin, letting her, the academic overachiever, figure it out. Given her mechanical talent, assembling this rifle should be easier for her than for himself. A few more days passed, and it was time for the public class on wind element enchantment. Lin Fan found this class very useful. Wind represents speed. If this enchanting technique could be unraveled and applied to China's 6th-generation fighter jets, it would undoubtedly yield unexpected effects. More importantly, this highly technical class would definitely not be missed by Aaron the tech geek. He could just bump into her and conveniently delegate the daunting task of assembling the sniper rifle to her. However, when Lin Fan walked into the lecture hall with Ella and Mia, he instinctively looked towards that familiar corner, only to find it empty. Aaron didn't come. Lin Fan's heart sank. Throughout the entire class, he was somewhat distracted. He didn't catch a single word of what the instructor was saying. Without Aaron's super genius original notes, he had nowhere to copy from, and Ella and Mia were still at the level of gibberish and blank pages. He couldn't rely on them. But more than missing out on this class technology, Lin Fan was more concerned about Erin herself. Knowing her, there was no way she would miss a hardcore technical class that interested her. Her absence could only mean one thing. Something happened. Lin Fan's expression darkened instantly. A surge of inexplicable anxiety and unease rose from the depths of his heart. The Homeland had already made it clear that the magic energy conversion device could not be replicated, and Aaron was the only one who could create it. Aaron is the sole supplier. If anything happened to her, the sniper rifle he hadn't assembled yet would become a lost cause. His grand blueprint of building a magic energy infantry corps would declare bankruptcy before it even began. This had a huge impact on Lin Fan's entire future development plan. Aaron, you cannot have any accidents. As soon as the class bell rang, Lin Fan dashed out of the classroom. Lin Fan was inquiring about AI Lin's whereabouts at the Magic Academy. He first asked AI Law to question the Academy's guards, and then sent Mia to subtly gather information from the girls' dormitory. The news he received made his heart sink little by little. AI Lin had not appeared at the Academy for several consecutive days. She hadn't attended classes, hadn't gone to the library, and hadn't returned to the dormitory for days. It was as if she had evaporated from the world. Could it be that something really happened to AI Lin? A thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind: AI Lin's secret base. He almost immediately turned and ran towards the direction of the outer city of Silvermoon City. When he arrived at the dilapidated warehouse area with AI Law and Mia standing in front of the rusted iron door, his heart was already in his throat. He took a deep breath and forcefully pushed open the slightly ajar iron door. Creak. The door swung open with a harsh scraping sound. Seeing that familiar frail figure, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. AI Lin was indeed there. She sat at a workbench cluttered with various parts and tools, yet she seemed completely out of place in this environment, filled with creativity and exploration. She had curled herself up in a chair, hugging her knees with her face deeply buried in her arms. Her beautiful flaxen hair was disheveled, and her apprentice mage robe was wrinkled. The entire workshop was in chaos. Various broken parts and torn blueprints were strewn across the floor, and several half-finished alchemical devices were carelessly tossed in a corner as if they were a pile of discarded garbage. The air was thick with a sense of despair and decay. Hearing the sound of the door opening, AI Lin's body trembled slightly as she slowly raised her head. When Lin Fan saw her face, his heart sank sharply. That already pale face was now devoid of color with cracked and peeling lips. Those bright eyes that once sparkled with genius during research now resembled two pools of stagnant water, hollow and dim without a trace of light. She looked like a flower completely ravaged by a storm, as if all vitality had been drained from her. "Why are you here?" AI Lin said in surprise upon seeing Lin Fan, her voice hoarse and dry as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. "You've missed classes for several days." Lin Fan stepped closer to her, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. "You've even missed the wind magic class. I thought something had happened to you." "Classes?" AI Lin tugged at the corner of her mouth, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. "What does it matter whether I attend or not? After all, I can no longer become a mage." Lin Fan furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" "My father has given me an ultimatum." AI Lin lowered her head, her voice soft, as if she were mumbling in her sleep. "He said that if I failed the junior mage assessment in a few weeks, he would cut off all his support for me and have me expelled from the magic academy. Then he would marry me off to a noble from a neighboring city whose name I don't even know." Lin Fan's heart tightened sharply. He knew that in this world, for a noble family, a child who could not become an official mage was equivalent to a failure, and their final value was to be exchanged through marriage for the family's benefit. Therefore, this base has no reason to exist anymore. AI Lin stood up, gazing around the place. She had poured all her heart into her eyes, filled with nostalgia and reluctance. "I came here today to say a final goodbye to this place." She walked to a box and took out 6 identical magic power conversion devices that she had previously given to Lin Fan. "These are my final works." She handed the 6 devices to Lin Fan, her expression vacant. "If you like them, you can have them all. My futile efforts should come to an end. I'm truly exhausted." Lin Fan looked at the 6 devices she offered, his mind turning icy. 6. Adding 6 sniper rifles. 7 guns. What use is that? The quantity he needed for his future plans was in the tens of thousands. He needed to arm a whole army. A surge of intense anxiety welled up in his heart. He could not let AI Lin give up like this. "It's just a junior mage assessment. Who says you will definitely fail?" Lin Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed AI Lin's cold, slender arms. He wanted to convey his strength and will to her in this way. AI Lin was startled by his action. She looked up at Lin Fan's eyes, which seemed to burn with flames, and a ripple appeared in her vacant gaze. She shook her head, tears finally slipping down her cheeks. "The content of the junior mage assessment is to kill at least 5 ogres alone within a limited time. They say I am cursed by the gods, which is why I tremble in front of low-level magical creatures. I think perhaps they are right." She completely broke down, crouching on the ground and crying uncontrollably like a helpless child, releasing all the grievances, unwillingness, and despair accumulated over the years. Lin Fan watched her, the anxiety born from his thwarted plans unknowingly replaced by a more complex emotion. He released his grip and silently watched her cry for a while. Then he turned around and said to Mia beside him in an authoritative tone, "Mia, go back to the inn right now and bring all the packages with parts from my room. Not a single one can be left behind." "Yes." Although Mia did not know what Lin Fan was planning, she immediately complied and quickly ran out. AI Lin raised her tear-streaked face, looking at Lin Fan in confusion. She did not understand what Lin Fan was trying to do. Lin Fan did not explain. He simply squatted down again, looked directly into AI Lin's eyes, and said in a serious tone, enunciating each word, "AI Lin, listen to me. You are not cursed by the gods. You are just a genius born in the wrong era. You are not incapable of casting magic. You simply do not need to use that foolish and outdated method to unleash your power. Now dry your tears. I want to show you something. Something that will allow you to easily pass the junior mage assessment and make all those who look down on you shut their mouths. A true artifact. A true artifact." Those 5 words echoed through the empty warehouse and struck at the numb nerves of Eileen. She slowly lifted her head, tears blurred her vision. She could not understand how at a moment like this Lin Fan could still say such a thing. An artifact? What artifact could turn someone who could not even form a fireball into a person capable of defeating 5 ogres in weeks? Lin Fan said no more. He went to the only relatively clean workbench, took up the precision ink pen Eileen had used, spread a blank sheet of parchment, and began to sketch. His drafting skill was frankly not commendable. The lines were crooked, the proportions ruined. What he produced looked less like a blueprint and more like a drunk blacksmith's doodle. Ayla and Mia watched nearby with averted eyes, unable to look. Yet Aylin's gaze was gradually drawn in. As Lin Fan drew, he spoke in a clear, highly logical voice she had never heard before, explaining his conception. "Look, your mana conversion device's biggest problem is that its energy release is uncontrollable, like a bomb, right?" Lin Fan sketched a square on the paper to represent the device. "But what if we do not let it simply explode? We add a structure of constraint and guidance." His pen moved and drew a long tube extending from the square. "We compress all the energy drawn from the mana crystal into this narrow channel. Then, using a secondary structure on the channel's inner wall, we accelerate that energy a second time." Aylin's breath caught for a moment. Mana could be used like this. She had always assumed the mana she drew from a mana crystal could only be used to blast monsters. "Finally, we need a projectile." Lin Fan drew a small pointed tip at the front of the channel. A projectile hard enough that its interior can bear an explosive damage inscription. When this constrained, accelerated flow of mana instantaneously propels that projectile. Lin Fan paused, looked up at Eileen. There was a light in his eyes she had never seen before. "What do you think would happen?" Eileen froze. It was as if countless bolts of lightning cleaved through her mind. An unprecedented, madly daring model formed in her brain in an instant. To constrain focus and accelerate mana through purely mechanical means. And finally transfer destructive force precisely to distant targets by means of a physical projectile. This was not magic at all. It was a form of power she had never heard of, yet it resonated perfectly with every heretical tenet she had ever held. She had always treated her little device as an uncontrollable bomb. All her research aimed at increasing its blast or making its explosion safer. But Lin Fan leapt out of that framework. He never thought of letting the device itself explode. He envisioned it as an energy core that drives a projectile. The window he had opened was vast. Vast enough that Aylin's long-dead heart could not help but pound. If this idea could truly be realized. The moment that thought rose, the light in her eyes dimmed. No. She shook her head, bitterness in her voice. Though brilliant, this idea is simply impossible. She pointed at Lin Fan's rough sketch. Do you know what kind of craftsmanship that channel requires? Its inner wall must be absolutely smooth. The tolerances must be controlled to 1/100th of a hair's breadth. Otherwise, the energy flow will become chaotic inside. And that projectile, it must endure terrifying instantaneous acceleration without melting into the barrel. What kind of metal possesses that strength? Not even Inua City, no. The whole Jalindan kingdom can find a craftsman who can make such a thing. The most crucial obstacle is time. There are only a few weeks left. Even a divine artisan could not conjure this out of nothing in time. The more she spoke, the more despairing she became. This is a perfect concept that exists only in theory. It is beautiful yet unrealizable. A tiny deviation and the result is not a launch, but an explosion. She looked at Lin Fan and tears fell again. Thank you, Lin Fan. Thank you for caring so much, for doing all this for me. Truly, thank you. For the first time I felt I was not walking this road alone. She rose and took a few steps back, wearing a sorrowful, relieved smile. But my life is truly over. If I fail the junior mage examination, my father will marry me off to a man whose name I do not even know. I am exhausted. I cannot go on. It's all over. Lin Fan's heart sank. He read the deathly resolve in her eyes. Damn it. This would not do. If she died, who would build my mana conversion device? My unstarted plan for a mana infantry legion would be disbanded on the spot. Lin Fan inhaled deeply to calm his agitation. He sat slowly on a greasy wooden crate and looked at Aylin with composed eyes. Do you want to hear my dream? Aylin was stunned. Before she could answer, Lin Fan began to speak on his own. My dream is to build a wholly new realm. His voice was soft, but every word reached Aylin clearly. In that realm, there would be no nobles, no commoners, and certainly no slaves. Everyone would be equal. Every person could live by their own hands and live with dignity. Technology would flourish like the magic engineered devices you designed. It would transform everyone's life. Aylin stared at him as if listening to a fairy tale. Lin Fan glanced at her with a wry smile. Do you think my dream is ridiculous? Naive? I too have been mocked, called a madman and outcast. In a sense, I am the greatest blasphemer, more extreme than you could imagine. But I am luckier than you. His gaze grew resolute and fervent. Along the road pursuing this distant dream, I found companions who believed in and followed me. I found Ayla, I found Mia. His eyes finally settled on Aylin's face. And now I have found you. Aylin's heart was struck hard. Your mana conversion device and your brilliant designs are vital to me. Without your technology, my distant dream might forever be a joke. Aylin, my dream needs you. You are an indispensable force in my plan. I need your help. His eyes were utterly earnest. Aylin was completely stunned. She had never imagined that the heresy trash everyone spat upon could be so important in another size. No one had ever needed her. No one had ever called her an indispensable force. Everyone said she was superfluous, a freak garbage to be purged. Only Lin Fan. Only this man she had known for mere days would to comfort her spend effort designing an ostensibly impossible magitech device. Only he would place someone like her in his heart, grant her a reason to exist. She felt her cold heart stir back to life. If it were truly possible, she longed to follow him and see the new world he spoke of where magitech could bloom freely. Yet she hesitated and did not answer. Your dream and my dream alike sound impractical. Her voice remained hoarse, but carried a complicated emotion. I like it. If I could, I would help you achieve it. But my reality will not allow it. She closed her eyes in pain. I cannot defy my father nor my family. If I were to leave with you, they would not spare me, nor would they spare you. I will not drag you down. She did not want this single light to be extinguished because of her. At that moment, Lin Fan felt deep within his soul the talent mark that linked two worlds warm slightly. A pure and vast force of faith flowed slowly from Aylin into him. The material transfer talent suddenly shattered an old constraint and advanced. Transfer capacity increased to 1,500 grams, plus 500 grams, cooldown reduced to 3 days. It succeeded and Lin Fan felt delirious joy. He knew he had just recruited another comrade, an absolutely heavy-hitting one. At that moment, the warehouse door was flung open with a slam. Mia burst in, panting, dragging 2 wooden crates behind her. Lin Fan. I brought the things you asked for. Lin Fan's smile could no longer be contained. He strode to the crates and in front of Aylin kicked open the latch of one box. He reached in and took out a length of barrel gleaming with cold metal and a complex sight studded with precise lenses. Aileen, this is what I wanted to show you. Aileen looked at everything in front of her, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What are these things? She stared in confusion as Lin Fan pulled item after item from an unremarkable wooden box. A tube gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Something embedded with numerous transparent crystals appearing to have an extraordinarily complex structure. And a pile of fragmented metal parts that she couldn't even name. These items seemed somewhat similar to the bizarre sketches Lin Fan had made on the parchment, but they were definitely not the same. What Lin Fan had drawn were the idle doodles of a blacksmith. Yet these before her were perfect creations she could never have imagined even in her dreams. Aileen instinctively stood up and, almost as if compelled, walked forward. Her gaze was fixated on the longest gun barrel. It was a type of metal she had never seen before, with a deep matte black surface that felt icy to the touch, yet possessed a strangely warm texture. What left her even more incredulous was its craftsmanship. It was a single piece. Absolutely a single piece. There were no signs of forging or seams. The wall thickness was uniform to a shocking degree. As she lightly brushed her fingers across the inner wall, the smooth sensation made her hair stand on end. How is this possible? As a fervent enthusiast of machinery and alchemy, Aileen had a clear understanding of the processing levels in this world. Even the top dwarven craftsmen in the royal capital, using the most precise tools and spending years on it, could never produce something with this level of precision. She even wondered if the tolerances of this item were approaching zero. Only a deity could create something like this. Her gaze fell upon the component Lin Fan referred to as the scope. The few thin pieces of crystal had been polished to an incredible clarity, with not a single speck of impurity visible inside. What was even more terrifying was that when she tentatively brought her eye closer, she discovered that distant objects were magnified countless times. Moreover, as she turned the small knob beside it, the magnification could actually be adjusted. My heavens! Aileen couldn't help but utter a dreamlike whisper. All her knowledge about optics and crystal polishing was completely overturned at this moment. Her greatest concern, the possibility of energy disruption due to precision issues leading to an explosion, had completely vanished upon seeing these tangible items. Each of these pieces surpassed the limits of her imagination. They were the most perfect creations she had ever seen. She suddenly raised her head to look at Lin Fan, her previously dull eyes now filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Fan. These things. Her words trailed off. Her brain had short-circuited from processing too much overwhelming information. Lin Fan observed her state, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. To be honest, this thing is a bit complex. I've struggled for several days and still couldn't piece it together. He handed her the assembly and usage manual printed in foreign characters. How about we try it together? Isla and Mia, watching from the side, were nearly bursting with laughter. They had witnessed how Lin Fan had been tormented by the pile of parts for days, even cursing out loud. However, Aileen didn't even glance at the manual. After feeling these components, a complete three-dimensional assembly structure had already formed in her mind. She didn't even think, she relied solely on her instinct as a mechanic and began assembling. Click. The bolt assembly was accurately pushed into the receiver, rotated 90 degrees, and perfectly seated. The recoil spring guide rod slid into place with a slight vibration, fitting snugly. The scope was securely mounted on the rail above the gun, the sound of tightening screws crisp and pleasing. Her movements were fluid, without a hint of hesitation. Lin Fan watched in astonishment. Goodness! He had been toiling for several days and hadn't even completed the third step. This girl merely glanced at it and assembled everything with ease. Is this the true essence of a mechanic? In less than 5 minutes, a sleek black long gun exuding an aura of cold severity lay quietly on the workbench. It was even more astonishing and perfect than the model Aileen had constructed in her mind. Aileen gazed at it, reaching out repeatedly, stroking the cold gun body, as if caressing a world-rare treasure. Although she was still unsure of the weapon's final power, she could say with absolute certainty that this item could enable an ordinary person utterly clueless about magic to unleash destructive power comparable to that of a novice mage in an instant. This is insane. Lin Fan. Aileen's voice trembled as she looked at Lin Fan again and asked the most crucial question: how exactly did you create this? This level of precision. I've only seen it once in my life. Logically, with our current technology, this is simply impossible to achieve. Lin Fan shrugged, half seriously and half jokingly said, I spent a fortune hiring a very mysterious organization to help create it. Of course, they have a confidentiality agreement that prevents me from disclosing any of their information. Aileen nodded thoughtfully. She did not press further. She knew that an organization capable of creating such things was undoubtedly among the top in the kingdom. For Lin Fan to enlist their help, he must have paid an astronomical price. She quietly estimated in her heart. Just the cost of these unimaginable materials and processing techniques would likely exceed 1,000 gold coins. Adding in the appearance fee of that mysterious organization, it was probably even higher. For me, he has paid so much. Aileen's heart trembled inexplicably. More than that, I'm curious about its power. Lin Fan's voice interrupted her thoughts. Aileen came back to her senses and looked at the perfect magical sniper rifle before her. Taking a deep breath, she cradled it in her hands and solemnly pushed it toward Lin Fan. You try it. Yet Lin Fan shook his head and pushed the gun back. This gun was originally prepared for you. Aileen froze completely. What? Prepared? For me? She had never thought that this weapon, which could be termed a divine artifact, would belong to her. Does she want it? Yes, she wanted it. She wanted it so much she felt like she might go mad. With this thing, not to mention 5 ogres, even 10, she was confident she could take them down one by one from 100 meters away. With this item, she could easily pass that damn novice mage assessment. She could change her pathetic fate of being treated as a tool for marriage. However, a strong wave of unease surged within her. Why should she? Why should she deserve such a precious thing? Lin Fan. Aileen's voice was dry. How much do I need to pay? She watched Lin Fan nervously, already prepared to go bankrupt. Lin Fan looked at her anxious expression, which was on the verge of tears, and suddenly smiled. He shook his head. No payment is needed. His gaze was clear and sincere. I only need you to join me in building that unreachable kingdom. As he spoke, he extended his right hand toward her once more, just like he had done that day in the classroom. Aileen, I need your help. Aileen looked at his outstretched hand, at his eyes that seemed to illuminate the whole world. All her hesitation, anxiety, and calculations vanished in that moment. What she needed had never been about achieving fame and success. What she needed was simply recognition, a meaning of existence. And this man before her had given her everything. This time Aileen had no hesitation whatsoever. She reached out her hand and firmly grasped Lin Fan's hand. That hand was warm and strong. All right. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented determination. Take me with you. I want to see with my own eyes the brand new world where you said the magical devices can shine brightly. The addition of AI Lin lifted a heavy stone off Lin Fan's heart. Beside him, AI Lin carefully cradled the sniper rifle, as if it were a priceless treasure, turning it over and over in her hands, her eyes glowing with obsession and fervor that she could not hide. Seeing her infatuated expression, Lin Fan felt a tinge of curiosity as well. How would this magical sniper rifle perform in actual combat? We'll head out of the city, soon to practice shooting. AI Lin replied with a nod. All right. A white light flickered from the silver ring on her left index finger. In the next moment, the sniper rifle longer than her body vanished into thin air under the bewildered gazes of Lin Fan, AI La, and Mia. Space ring. AI La couldn't help but blurt out. Mia's mouth fell open as if she had seen something extraordinary. Lin Fan's eyes instantly lit up. He stepped closer to AI Lin, pointing at the ring on her hand, his gaze fervent. Is it really a space ring? He had only heard of such things, never seen one himself, and had thought they were mere fabrications, never expecting it to be real. AI Lin was startled by their sudden enthusiasm and instinctively pulled her hand back, then nodded hesitantly. How much can it hold? Is it expensive? Where can I buy one? Lin Fan bombarded her with questions. With this, transporting materials would become incredibly convenient. Well, AI Lin was somewhat taken aback by the questions. She glanced at her ring and said uncertainly, this was a relic left to me by my grandmother, so I'm not quite sure of the price. However, I heard my father mention that such space rings require a grandmaster of spatial magic and top-tier alchemists months to craft, making them quite rare in the market. The price could be several hundred, even over 1,000 gold coins. Lin Fan gasped sharply. Over 1,000 gold coins. It's a robbery. He had worked hard hunting wolves and giants just to save a few dozen gold coins, and he couldn't even afford a scrap of this ring. How large is the space inside? Is there a weight limit for the items? Lin Fan continued to inquire out of curiosity. It's about 50 square meters, like a small warehouse. AI Lin thought for a moment and added, there's no weight limit as long as the items can fit in terms of volume. Lin Fan smacked his lips. 50 square meters, no weight limit. The item was indeed good, but also very expensive. The fire in Lin Fan's heart was instantly doused by this cold water. Forget it, this item was not something to rely on at this stage. If he had over 1,000 gold coins, he could arm AI La and Mia to the teeth, and even upgrade his own gear. The cost effectiveness was too low. Besides, AI Lin was now one of their own. When they needed to transport goods in bulk in the future, they could just have her act as a tool. Whether he had it or not, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Realizing this, Lin Fan's fervor faded, returning to calmness as he waved his hand dismissively. All right, it's a good item, but it's just too expensive and not worth it. AI La and Mia didn't think much of his attitude. However, AI Lin quietly noted it down in her heart. If she ever got the chance, she would definitely get one for Lin Fan. Let's go, stop dawdling. Lin Fan clapped his hands, breaking the silence in the warehouse. Since we need to find magical creatures to practice shooting, we might as well take a quest from the Adventurers Guild and earn some extra cash. Upon hearing the words, take a quest, hunt magical creatures, AI Lin's body shivered uncontrollably. She had always thought that Lin Fan's idea of practicing shooting meant finding a target outside the city. She never expected that right from the start he would send her to hunt magical creatures. Despite having a magical sniper rifle, the fear of magical creatures had long been etched into her bones, not something that could be easily erased. AI Lin had a face full of resistance. Can't we just find an empty target to try it? Lin Fan noticed her nervousness and explained, practicing on immobile objects is meaningless. In a few weeks, the initial magical apprentice assessment will take place. Don't you want to grow quickly and pass the assessment? After Lin Fan finished speaking, AI Lin bit her lip and eventually nodded. She knew she had to take this step. The four of them left the chaotic warehouse area and arrived at the Adventurers Guild in Silvermoon City. The guild hall was as lively as ever, filled with the scent of sweat and alcohol mixed together. Lin Fan walked confidently to the counter and handed over AI Lin's identity token along with his team badge. Hello, please register this new member under our team name. The The receptionist was the same young girl as last time. Upon seeing the rank badge, a professional smile immediately appeared on her face. When she took AI Lin's token and saw the apprentice mage designation, she paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and began processing the paperwork skillfully. AI Lin stood behind Lin Fan, feeling somewhat awkward as she looked around. At this moment, AI La and me were just putting on their own adventurer badges. When AI Lin's gaze fell on the two heavy rank badges on AI La and me Ya's chest, she was completely stunned. It was only then she noticed that the badge Lin Fan had just handed over was also Brank. Brank. Adventurers. Her mind buzzed. What did it mean to be a Brank adventurer? In Silvermoon City, a standard Brank adventurer team had a strength equivalent to at least 3 to 5 mid-tier mages who coordinated well. But weren't Lin Fan and AI La just apprentice mages like her? And Mio a seemingly harmless cat-tiered demi-human. Lin Fan, AI La, and me, you were actually all Brank adventurers. AI Lin felt her head buzzing. All right, Miss AI Lin. The receptionist handed over a brand new crank badge with an apologetic smile. According to guild regulations, students from Silvermoon Magic Academy can only join the Adventurers Guild at a maximum initial rank of C unless they have undergone practical assessment. I hope you can understand. AI Lin fumbled to receive the badge, thanking her repeatedly. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already turned his attention to the quest board searching for tasks. His eyes occasionally flicked uncontrollably towards a particular quest. Quasi-rank elimination quest hunt the Wyvern Young stage quest location east side of the Setting Sun Mountains Dragons Throat Canyon quest description. This target is extremely dangerous, exceptionally fast, and adept at fire breath. It is recommended for a ranked team or at least 2 high-tier rangers to execute. Quest reward 30 gold coins team, rating increase priority for rank quests. They had attempted this quest 3 times over the past half month. Each time ended in failure. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat it, it was simply that they couldn't reach it. That young dragon was quite cowardly. After being bombarded by his fireballs a few times, it learned quickly to either circle high in the sky or hide in its lair, refusing to come out. The repeated failures of the quest left him feeling frustrated. This had become a mental block for him. Today, with AI Lin as a sniper, he felt he could do it. Let's go with this quest. AI Lin followed AI La and me Ya's gaze, and when she saw the quest content, her vision went dark and she nearly lost her balance. Quasi-rank. A wyvern. That was a legendary creature. Even in its young stage, its strength was comparable to that of a quasi-high-tier mage. Are you crazy? She was just an apprentice mage who couldn't even cast a fireball. How was this supposed to be practice for her as a novice? This was like pulling her a rookie to challenge the final boss. Lin Fan, are you really going? Nearby, a burly man with a beard who was polishing his giant axe saw Lin Fan's actions and couldn't help but speak up. He was the captain of another Brank team who had crossed paths with Lin Fan frequently in the guild recently, so they were somewhat familiar with each other. You really don't give up on that dragon, do you? Another rogue from a different team chimed in, looking at him helplessly. I calculated it, you've attempted to challenge it 3 times over the past half month, right? Each time you returned with a face full of dirt. What's the point? Isn't time money? The bearded man sighed, genuinely advising, brother, take my advice. That thing flies in the sky, and you are the only ranged one in your team, plus you're a short midge. You can't even touch it, how will you fight? If you really want to complete this quest, it would be better to spend some money to hire 2 high-tier rangers with good archery skills to focus fire. When it lands, you might have a chance. Lin Fan smiled at them, but didn't explain. Thanks, brother. Lin Fan patted the bearded man's shoulder. I feel lucky today and want to try again. After saying that, he tore off the quasi-rank quest notice from the board. Alright, I can't persuade you otherwise. I wish you good luck. The other adventurers shook their heads, no longer trying to persuade him. Meanwhile, AI Lin, standing behind Lin Fan, was on the verge of tears. She pulled at Lin Fan's sleeve, her voice trembling. Lin Fan. Quasi-rank. Wyvern. You must be joking, right? Lin Fan turned his head to look at her, amused by her near-fainting expression. He comforted her. Don't worry, it's not scary. That silly dragon is afraid of the 3 of us. It's really cowardly now. Plus, all you need to do is hide in a safe place and shoot from a distance with black guns. AI Lin. She felt like an ignorant girl who had been tricked onto a pirate ship with a dark future ahead. The setting sun cast a glow over the Longho Canyon. True to its name, the entire canyon's terrain resembles the open throat of a colossal dragon, narrow yet profound. On either side rise nearly vertical steep cliffs, their rocky surfaces barren save for a few drought-resistant shrubs stubbornly sprouting from the crevices. A faint scent of sulfur permeates the air, and the ground is marred with charred marks and the remains of enormous, unknown creatures. This is the lair of the juvenile dragon. Lin Fan and his 3 companions are currently hiding cautiously behind a pile of rubble not far from the canyon's entrance. Irene, do you see that cave across the way? Lin Fan lowered his body, pointing at an inconspicuous opening on the cliff above. The position is quite cunning, allowing for a view over the entire canyon's entrance while being perfectly concealed by a protruding rock, making it nearly impossible to spot without careful observation. Irene followed his finger's direction and nodded. Later you will go there. Lin Fan's tone turned serious as he began to outline their tactics. That spot is the best vantage point with a clear view and at least 500 meters away from the upcoming battle site, making it sufficiently safe. Remember, you have only one task: practice your shooting accuracy while ensuring your own safety. He softened his tone as he looked at Irene's still anxious face. If that dragon spots you and rushes at you, don't hesitate. immediately hide in the cave. It's deep enough that it cannot enter. Our plan is to lure it out with me, Ella and Mia, bringing it to the open area in the center of the canyon. At that time, you will try to shoot to distract it. Irene clutched her cold sniper rifle, her palms clammy with sweat. She took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, but her heart continued to race uncontrollably. What if I can't hit it? She asked quietly, her voice laced with insecurity. If you miss, then you miss. Lin Fan's response caught her off guard. It's fine, don't feel pressured. Lin Fan smiled at her, revealing a set of white teeth. We're mainly here to test the weapons and let you practice. If it works, great. If not, so be it. We've already failed 3 times, so one more won't matter. His nonchalant attitude inexplicably reassured Irene. All right then. Irene nodded, her gaze regaining its determination. No longer hesitating, she clutched her sniper rifle and skillfully climbed towards the cave's opening on the cliff. Watching Irene successfully take her position, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Ella and Mia, both of whom were already on high alert, their faces filled with battle spirit. Let's go wake that lazy dragon up. Lin Fan grinned, striding boldly into the canyon with the 2 of them. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. That foolish dragon had been disturbed by him 3 times now, behaving like a timid mole, often retreating back into its lair. Whether they could successfully lure it out today remained uncertain. The 3 of them ventured deeper, quickly reaching the innermost part of the canyon. A massive bottomless cavern loomed before them. The rocks surrounding the entrance scorched a dark red, and the sulfur scent in the air became even more pungent. Standing at the cave's mouth, Lin Fan wasted no time and raised his right hand. Boom, boom. 2 fireballs, each the size of a basin, shot into the pitch-black dragon cave with a roaring tail of flames. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the cavern. Roar! The violent sound waves, accompanied by a wave of scorching air, surged out from the cave, causing the 3 to feel their clothes flutter. Success! Lin Fan's heart filled with joy, even smoother than he had anticipated. It seemed that the foolish dragon was in a particularly bad mood today. He immediately turned to run, with Ella and Mia heading back towards their original path, preparing to lure the beast into the preset ambush zone. However, just a few steps into their retreat, Lin Fan sensed something was amiss. The roar behind them sounded like more than one. He turned around sharply. Emerging from the shadows of the dragon cave were not 1, but 2 flying dragons. One was the juvenile dragon he was familiar with, its fiery eyes glaring at him, nostrils flaring with hot embers. Next to it stood a significantly larger, darker scaled, and more terrifying elder dragon. Though still a juvenile, it was clearly much stronger than the previous one. The elder dragon's gaze was cold and cruel, observing Lin Fan and his companions as though they were mere insects. The younger dragon, emboldened by having a stronger ally, seemed to have gained confidence. It proudly roared at Lin Fan, almost boasting, "Look, this is my big brother. You're all doomed today." Damn, Lin Fan could only think of this one word. This beast actually had no sense of honor and called for help. Retreat, he decisively commanded Ella and Mia. This mission was impossible. Even one juvenile dragon was a challenge, and now, with a stronger one, what could they do? Roar. The 2 flying dragons clearly had no intention of letting them escape. They opened their massive jaws, simultaneously unleashing torrents of scorching dragon breath towards the 3. The terrifying heat instantly scorched the ground along their path to a bright red. Lin Fan remained calm, channeling his magic power frantically, extending both hands. Boom, 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 boom. Under the dual casting effect of the twinborn ring, 4 fireballs compressed to the extreme were released, almost simultaneously, accurately colliding with the 2 dragon breaths midair. The violent explosion erupted violently within the narrow canyon. Flames and shockwaves wreaked havoc, temporarily hindering the pursuit of the 2 dragons. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Fan grabbed Ella and Mia and fled towards the canyon's exit without looking back. While running, he kept glancing back, alternately throwing fireballs as if they cost him nothing, creating an impenetrable wall of firepower. The 2 dragons became flustered by the continuous explosions. While they suffered no fatal injuries, they were still in considerable pain, roaring in frustration as they gave chase. On the cliff at the sniper point, Irene clearly saw everything happening 1,000 meters below through her scope. When she saw the second dragon appear, her heart skipped a beat. And when she witnessed Lin Fan and the others being chased and fleeing in disarray by the 2 dragon breaths, she felt her blood run cold. Fear, like an invisible hand, tightly gripped her heart, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. The situation had exceeded all expectations. Lin Fan and the others had not lured the dragons towards the sniper point. It was clear that the situation had spiraled beyond Lin Fan's initial plan. The mission was cancelled. And now Lin Fan was over 1,000 meters away from her, far exceeding the expected sniper range. If anything happened, she should retreat deep into the cave. Lin Fan's instructions echoed frantically in her mind. Her rationality told her that the most prudent choice was to immediately abandon her position and hide deep within the cave behind her to save her life. However, her gaze remained locked on the crosshairs of her scope. She saw Lin Fan nearly being scorched by the edges of the dragon breath multiple times as he protected Ella and MIA's retreat. She saw Ella drawing her sword, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. She saw the fear written all over MIA's small face, yet her hands were already glowing with fiery claws, ready to fight desperately. They were fighting to protect each other. And what about me? Do I just become a useless, trembling coward like before? No, A surge of courage inexplicably rising from within shattered all her fears in an instant. She no longer wanted to be the abandoned, despised waste. She was a member of this team. At that moment, Irene's eyes became incredibly resolute. Her trembling hands miraculously steadied. She took a deep breath, her gaze turning calm, and according to the manual's instructions, she firmly pressed the rifle stock against her shoulder, the cold scope resting against her cheek. Her finger gently rested on the trigger, feeling the wind direction and predicting the enemy's trajectory. The crosshairs crossed over Lin Fan and the others who were retreating over the enraged juvenile dragon, finally settling firmly on the head of the larger elder dragon. The elder dragon opened its massive jaws, gathering power to unleash a larger flame breath. Now is the time. Irene's mind was clear. She pulled the trigger. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a barely audible hum. A beam of nearly invisible azure light shot forth from the muzzle. It tore through the air, crossing 1,000 meters, and before anyone could react, it accurately penetrated the gaping maw of the roaring elder dragon. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The pursuing elder dragon's body suddenly stiffened. The next second, bang! A muffled explosion erupted from within its head. A single strike hit its vital point. The elder dragon fell dead on the spot. The massive dragon corpse, propelled by its own momentum, surged forward several meters before crashing to the ground, creating a huge, deep pit, twitching a few times before falling completely still. The entire canyon fell into an instant silence. Lin Fan and his companions who were retreating halted in their tracks, staring in shock at the smoking dragon corpse. The surviving juvenile dragon stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at its elder brother's corpse. Its dragon eyes widened in shock, filled with a profound emotion called fear. Within the canyon, an eerie silence reigned. All sound, the wind's howl, the thunderous roars, the deafening explosions, vanished in that single suspended moment. Lin Fan halted mid-step. Ayla and Mia froze beside him, statues carved from shock. All three pairs of eyes locked rigidly on the figure ahead. There it lay, a far larger, far more terrifying flying dragon, stiff and lifeless upon the ground. Its colossal body had cratered the earth on impact. Charred blood seeped slowly from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, pooling silently beneath it. Not a tremor remained. Dead. Just gone like that. Ayla's and Mia's faces paled as if they'd glimpsed a specter. They hadn't even seen what happened. Only a flicker of light, too faint and swift to track, followed instantly by detonation. Then, the dragon that had filled them with utter despair, a beast whose power dwarfed the first, lay motionless, reduced to carrion. Even Lin Fan stood dazed, mind adrift. He knew Eileen had fired. He knew the rifle's lethality was extraordinary. After all, it was the pinnacle of Huaxia's military engineering, capable, in live tests, of obliterating main battle tanks with a single round. Yet he had never imagined its effect would be so absurdly overwhelming. What truly sent chills down his spine, however, wasn't the weapon's raw power, but Eileen's uncanny precision. From over a kilometer away, and while the dragon was in full high-velocity flight, under those conditions, she had not only predicted its trajectory flawlessly, but had placed the round straight into its open maw, triggering internal detonation. A headshot, clean, absolute, surgical. Lin Fan recalled his own early days mastering fireball art. His aim had been so wretched that even Ayla had cursed him aloud. Pure, unrelenting, edge-skimming mastery. To land hits at all, he'd had to close in and unleash spells point blank. But Eileen, her first time holding a rifle, her first real combat, a kilometer distant, and she'd cracked open a boss-level dragon's skull like an eggshell. She was born for sniping, nature's flawless marksman. After a brief, breathless hush, the surviving juvenile dragon finally stirred from its stupor of disbelief. It stared blankly at its elder brother's grotesque ruin, then whirled its head wildly, scanning the void around it. No intruders, only the three figures before it. What force had slain its brother? A primal instinctive terror, fear of the unknown, clenched its heart like iron. It did not know the enemy's identity. It did not know its location. It could not fathom where the next strike might erupt from. That uncertainty terrified it more than facing 100 human mages. The only truth it grasped was this: its brother's death had been profoundly unnatural. One moment it had opened its jaws to unleash breath, then something invisible slipped inside, and its skull exploded. At that thought, the juvenile shuddered violently, and instinctively sealed its mouth shut, leaving not the narrowest gap exposed. Flee. Now, immediately. Its draconic pride and fury dissolved before the cold, suffocating shadow of death. Letting out a shrill, anguished cry, it beat its massive wings and launched skyward, racing upward in blind, panicked flight. It dared not glance back at Lin Fan and the others, not once, desperate only to escape this uncanny realm of death. Upon the cliff's edge, the sniper's perch. Eileen's limbs still hummed faintly from recoil, but she paid no heed. Through her scope, she watched clear and sharp as the far mightier dragon crumpled in death under her bullet. It worked. I actually killed a flying dragon. An indescribable surge of euphoria and surreal disbelief flooded her mind, leaving her thoughts utterly blank. Yet there was no time to savor it, for through the lens she saw the juvenile dragon snap awake and flee upward in desperate haste. It must not escape. That single urgent thought jolted her from her daze. Almost without conscious thought, she cycled the bolt, ejecting the hot casing, chambering a fresh round. Her breathing slowed, deep, steady, unwavering. Her gaze narrowed to a razor's edge of focus. Wind velocity, distance, trajectory, Countless variables streamed through her mind, resolving instantly into infinitesimal adjustments of her finger upon the trigger. She squeezed the trigger once more. VVVV. A near-silent whisper of displacement. Mid-flight, the juvenile convulsed, then shrieked in agony. The toughest scale along its back tore open. Not fully penetrated, yet the bullet's kinetic fury shattered, its vulnerable underscale spilling crimson across its flank. The juvenile was stunned, paralyzed by horror. What manner of assault was this? How could it breach armor it considered inviolable? Even a mid-tier mage's full force spell rarely left such grievous wounds. It hesitated no longer, beating its wings with frantic, desperate strength, clawing for higher, safer skies. But waiting above it was the third round. Thwip! A burst of scarlet erupted from the base of its right wing. Excruciating pain tore through it. Its shriek pierced the air as balance abandoned it entirely, and it tumbled downward like a fallen stone. Brilliant shot. Lin Fan's voice rose from below. As the dragon plummeted, it finally entered his effective range. Whoosh, boom, 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 boom. For fireballs, each the size of a wash basin, screamed upward, striking the dragon's chest and abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. The concussive blast shredded its already mangled form into gory ruin. Ruar. It crashed to earth with cataclysmic force, shaking mountains and cracking stone. It writhed, struggling to rise, its draconic eyes burning with defiance and madness, only to meet two blurs of motion faster than lightning. Huh. Ayla leapt high, her blade wind whisper longsword carving a lethal arc through the air. Verdant wind blades coiled along its edge, cleaving deep into the dragon's neck. Shink. Its armored hide parted like parchment, scalding blood gushed forth. Mew. Mia materialized like smoke at the dragon's opposite flank, her flame-wreathed claws sinking deep into its softer underbelly, then dragging sideways with brutal efficiency. SSSSHHRR. Its torso split nearly clean open. Terrified of another headshot, it kept its jaws clenched tight, never daring to unleash its breath. A dragon unable to breathe fire was half a dragon, its might crippled. Beneath Lin Fan's relentless mid-range barrage and Ayla and Mia's whirlwind close-quarters onslaught, its colossal frame soon buckled beyond endurance. With one final ragged cry of defiance, the juvenile's life ebbed away. The battle ended. Eileen carefully stowed her sniper rifle into her spatial ring, then hurried down the cliffside. When she reached Lin Fan, she was still gasping, chest heaving, face alight with incredulous exhilaration. Gazing at the two immense dragon carcasses, she felt as though she floated within a dream. Eileen. Lin Fan's voice brought her back. She looked up and met a gaze unlike any she'd ever known, warm, profound, brimming with unfeigned admiration and awe. You were absolutely magnificent just now. Lin Fan spared no praise. He stepped forward and clapped her firmly on the shoulder. You're a natural-born ace sniper. His conviction was absolute. That shot. Over a kilometer, one perfect headshot. Without you, we'd never have overcome these two dragons. Eileen met Lin Fan's approving eyes, then turned to see Ayla and Mia, watching her, their expressions radiant with reverence and gratitude. In that instant, a powerful, unfamiliar warmth swelled within her. Worth, belonging, purpose, filling her heart to the brim. She was no longer the scorned, discarded outcast who hid in shadows. She was vital, irreplaceable, to this team. She looked down at her trembling hands, then back at the two colossal corpses. An alpha-class magical beast. She had truly helped slay such a creature. Only then did she grasp with startling clarity just how transcendent the magic sniper rifle Lin Fan had entrusted to her truly was. In the canyon, the scent of gunpowder and sulfur still hung thick in the air. Ella and Mia were crouched beside the carcass of a large wyvern, deftly handling their spoils. At that moment, Ellis, Wind Whisperer Longsword, had transformed into the sharpest of dissection knives. Skillfully she cut through the tough chest armor of the wyvern, muttering, Mia, be careful not to break the magic corb. This thing is worth a fortune. Got it, Mia replied, her small hand reaching into the warm cavity. Soon she pulled out a fist-sized dark red crystal radiating a searing heat. We hit the jackpot, Ella exclaimed as she gazed at the magic core, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This core from a near A-rank magical beast is worth at least 20 gold coins. Adding in the dragon's skin, bones, and blood. My goodness, we're rolling in wealth from this trip. Lin Fan stood aside watching Ella. Ella paid no attention to the spoils. All her focus was on the sniper rifle cradled in her arms. She held it delicately, using a soft cloth to wipe the cold barrel over and over again, her eyes filled with an obsession that was about to overflow. To her, the significance of this gun far outweighed any amount of gold. All right, stop daydreaming, you're about to drool. Lin Fan walked up beside her teasingly, remarking with a chuckle. Ella's face flushed bright red, hurriedly stashing the gun into her spatial ring, her head bowed in embarrassment. Lin Fan stopped teasing her and approached the carcass of an even larger wyvern. He kicked its sturdy thigh, the hard dragon scales emitting a dull thud. Ella, help me out. Show your spatial ring and see if you can store this big fellow inside. Oh, sure. Ella snapped back to attention, quickly nodding. She extended her left hand, and a silver ring on her index finger glowed softly, a gentle light enveloping the massive dragon corpse. In the next moment, as Ella and Mia stared in disbelief, the wyvern, as large as a small house, vanished into thin air. This thing is incredibly convenient. Ella couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes wide as saucers. Mia too gaped, circling around Ella's hand, seemingly trying to figure out the construction of that ring. Lin Fan felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Forget it, no more thinking about it. He shook his head, dismissing the impractical thought of the ring's price being in the thousands of gold coins. After all, Ella was one of their own now, her ring was equivalent to the team's communal property. With this thought, his heart felt much more balanced. Ella estimated, I can only fit one wyvern if there's no room for the other. Lin Fan nodded and clapped his hands, issuing orders. Mia, it's up to you to drag this smaller one back. No problem. Mia patted her small chest full of enthusiasm. A few hours later at the northern gate of Silvermoon City, the guards on the city wall spotted a dark shape appearing on the horizon. Initially, they paid it no mind, thinking it was just a group of adventurers returning from a hunt. However, as the shape drew closer, they finally recognized the prey trailing behind the team, and everyone stood stunned. What? What is that? A young guard rubbed his eyes, uncertainly murmuring. My goodness, that's a wyvern. When they finally saw the full figure of the massive creature being dragged, the entire city wall erupted in chaos. The iconic massive leathery wings, the large body covered in dark red scales, the fearsome dragon head. It was undoubtedly a wyvern. Look, it's that Katir girl dragging a carcass again. This time she's brought back a wyvern. A small, seemingly harmless Katir girl was single-handedly gripping the tail of a wyvern carcass, dragging it towards the city gate step by step. The visual impact of this scene was incredibly strong. The guards on the wall and the adventurers waiting to enter the city were all in a frenzy. Countless mixed gazes of shock, awe, and disbelief focused squarely on Lin Fan and his three companions. Quick, hurry and notify the guild. That B-rank team has successfully defeated the wyvern in Dragon's Throat Canyon. The guild's communication personnel near the wall immediately sprang into action. Before Lin Fan and the others could enter the city gate, a young girl in a guild uniform dashed out from inside, rushing straight to them. It was the very girl responsible for welcoming them that day. At this moment, the professional smile on her face had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable excitement and reverence. Mr. Lin Fan. She ran up to Lin Fan and bowed deeply, saying, Congratulations. Congratulations to your team for successfully completing the near A-rank subjugation mission. Her action caused all the passing adventurers nearby to stop in their tracks. What? They're just a B-rank team. My goodness, a B-rank team has defeated a wyvern. Lin Fan smiled at the receptionist, saying, Just luck, really. Mr. Lin Fan, you are too modest. The receptionist lowered her posture significantly. I have already reported your achievements. The guild higher-ups will unanimously decide to promote your team directly to near A rank. This is your new badge. She held out a tray in both hands, which neatly contained 4 new badges made of fine gold, intricately engraved with complex patterns. Ella and Mia gazed at the near A rank badge, their eyes sparkling. Additionally, the receptionist continued regarding the handling of this wyvern carcass. If you trust me, I can take full responsibility for it. I guarantee that I will contact the best alchemist shops and noble buyers in the city, and I can definitely sell it at a price that satisfies you. This time the guild will only charge you half the fee. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. He had little interest in such commercial endeavors, so having someone else handle it was the best option. Thank you for your trust. The receptionist's face lit up with a smile. Being involved in a trade of a near A rank magical beast would earn her commission equivalent to a month's salary. She was about to summon people to handle the enormous dragon corpse when Lin Fan remembered something and said to Ella, Ella, take out the other big one as well. Oh, let's deal with it together. Ella responded with an oh, extending her hand once more. In the curious gazes of everyone, the spatial ring emitted a flash of light. Boom! With a resounding crash, a wyvern corpse, even larger than the one on the ground, appeared out of thin air, crashing heavily onto the square at the city gate, shaking the ground violently. The entire square fell into a stunned silence. All eyes were fixated on the 2 dragon corpses lying side by side, their minds blank. 2. They actually killed more than one wyvern. The receptionist girl gaped, her mouth agape enough to fit a chicken egg. They simultaneously defeated 2 juvenile wyverns. This was no longer a near A rank team. This was a standard A rank team. Lin Fan returned to the inn as dusk settled in. After a day of travel, the 3 of them were somewhat fatigued, with Ella flopping onto a long bench in the public lounge and letting out a long sigh of relief. Mia obediently went to the bar and ordered a chilled mug of ale for each of them. Only Erin remained in a daze, still buzzing from a heightened state of excitement. She sat in the corner, holding her mug of ale with both hands, her gaze somewhat distant, occasionally glancing down at the spatial ring on her finger, causing her lips to involuntarily curl upward. Within the inn, clusters of adventurers gathered, chatting boisterously, the atmosphere filled with noise. The dwarf owner was humming a disjointed tune while polishing a giant mug, casting a curious glance at Lin Fan's small team. These young mages had been leaving the city frequently lately, and each time they returned, despite being dust-covered, they appeared increasingly invigorated. It seemed they were growing quite well. It wouldn't be long before they would be promoted to junior mages. He would need to treat them with more respect. Bang! The inn's door swung open with a push from the outside, and a young girl in the uniform of the Silvermoon City Adventurers Guild rushed in, breathless. She spotted Lin Fan in the corner at first glance, her eyes lighting up as she practically jogged over. Mr. Lin Fan. The girl's voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of the entire hall. Everyone turned to look, including the dwarf owner behind the bar. The girl reached Lin Fan and bowed deeply, her posture extremely low. First of all, please allow me to extend the sincerest apologies on behalf of the Silver Moon City Adventurers Guild to you and your team. These are the newly crafted badges that correspond to your true identities. She bowed again and produced a delicate velvet tray from her bosom, presenting it to Lin Fan with both hands. On the tray, 4 brand new badges glimmered with dazzling light under the illumination of the magical lamp. The badges were made of highly pure refined gold with a roaring griffin intricately engraved in mithril displaying complex and majestic patterns. A level badge. A mercenary at the neighboring table, upon seeing the design of the badge, dropped his mug with a crash. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were glued to the 4 badges, their breaths held in awe. A level adventurer team. In the Silver Moon City Adventurers Guild, each A-level team possessed power nearly on par with that of high-level mages of the same number belonging to the upper echelon. Yet this team before them consisted of a seemingly underage young mage, a female swordsman of the same age, a frail cat-eared subhuman, and a recently joined noble girl, also a novice mage. With such a rookie configuration, could they truly be an A-level team? Is the world going mad? After I reported your slaying of 2 wyverns, the Guild Deliberative Council immediately convened an emergency meeting. The council unanimously agreed that the strength of your team has far exceeded the criteria for a provisional A-level designation. Therefore, we have replaced your badges with formal A-level badges. Her words detonated like a heavy bomb in the silent hall. They killed 2 wyverns. My goodness, I just heard about it today and thought it was a rumor. I never expected it to actually be them. At that moment, all eyes were filled with reverence. Lin Fan remained remarkably calm, gesturing for Ella to accept the badges. There is one more thing. The receptionist pulled out a heavy money pouch from another pocket and solemnly placed it on the table. The bodies of the 2 wyverns have been completely processed. The smaller one yielded a total of 15 gold coins in dragon skin bones and other materials. The larger one brought in 25 gold coins. The 2 magic cores upon appraisal were found to be very intact and of high quality, worth 10 gold coins for the smaller one and 20 gold coins for the larger one. Adding the task reward of 30 gold coins. A total of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. This figure plunged the entire hall back into silence. Even Erin, from a noble background, appeared somewhat dazed at this moment. The total amount she received each month from her family for all expenses and pocket money was barely a handful of gold coins. Yet now, in just a day, they had earned enough to cover more than half a year's worth of living expenses. Most importantly, this money was earned through their own efforts. The unparalleled sense of achievement and value made her feel utterly at ease. Over the next few days, Lin Fan's team became regulars at the Silver Moon City Adventurers Guild. They did not take on other tasks, but focused wholeheartedly on challenging the wyverns of the Setting Sun Mountain range. It was simply due to familiarity. The more money. For other adventurer teams, hunting wyverns was a perilous challenge. These flying beasts were highly mobile, with strong physical defenses. A single breath from them could take down even intermediate mages if luck was not on their side. To kill one, either sheer numbers were needed or high-level rangers with exceptional archery skills. However, for Lin Fan's team, equipped with Erin, a humanoid anti-material sniper, turret hunting wyverns was astonishingly easy. Erin, do you see the 3rd mountain peak on the left? The one basking in the sun. Yes, that one. I see it. Take it down. Buzz. Hundreds of meters away, a dozing wyvern on the cliff erupted into a shower of blood from its wing base. It screamed in pain just as it was about to take flight to escape. The second bullet accurately struck its opposite wing. The unbalanced wyvern fell from the cliff, screaming like a broken sack. What awaited it was Lin Fan's prepared fireball barrage and the fierce close-quarters assault from Ella and Mia. The entire process flowed seamlessly, efficiently to an astounding degree. After another 4 similar hunts, Lin Fan's team's treasury had increased by nearly 200 gold coins. Their total assets had surpassed 300 gold coins in one fell swoop. This sum was already considered a significant fortune in Silver Moon City. Moreover, Erin's shooting skills had become increasingly terrifying through repeated practical experience. Within a kilometer, she could hit any target with pinpoint accuracy. Her predictions of wind speed, humidity, and target movement trajectories had reached a near instinctual level. Sometimes Lin Fan even felt that she was not aiming with her eyes, but with intuition. As the team's wealth rapidly grew, Lin Fan began to feel a subtle sense of unease. He noticed that the entire team's output was becoming overly reliant on Erin. One day, after effortlessly taking down an adult wyvern once again, Lin Fan stopped the others who were preparing to clean up the battlefield. Let's try something different today. He pointed at Erin's L1 type magic energy sniper rifle. All 3 of us should give it a shot. He wanted to see if everyone could equip a sniper rifle. The result was disappointing. The first to try was Ella. As an experienced mercenary, her understanding of weapons far exceeded that of the average person. She mimicked Erin's stance, adeptly shouldering the rifle and aiming at a distant rock. Bang! A dull thud echoed, but the bullet seemed to have flown off somewhere. After firing 20 shots, she had yet to hit her target. This thing is way too hard to aim. Ella exclaimed, both helpless and frustrated. Next was Mia, and the result was the same. Finally, it was Lin Fan's turn. He believed that having received modern education, his comprehension skills should surpass theirs. Confident, he lay down prone, eyes glued to the scope, carefully adjusting his breath. Lin Fan fired 30 shots, but hit nothing. Erin, how do you aim? He couldn't help but ask. Standing beside him, Erin tilted her head, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It's simple. You see, align the center of the crosshair with the point you want to hit. Do you see it? I see it. Lin Fan stared intently at the magnified target in the scope. And then, just pull the trigger and shoot it. Lin Fan. He took a deep breath, trying to enter a state of single-mindedness like Aaron, then pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the ground several dozen meters away from the target rock, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Fan's lips twitched. He had to admit that sometimes in the face of true talent, hard work meant nothing. The three of them ultimately gave up collectively. It proved that this weapon was not something anyone could handle. Lin Fan gazed at the distant mountain range, lost in thought. Ella and Mia were too short-handed. If they encountered flying enemies in the air without Aaron, they would be left helpless, turning into live targets. This feeling of placing all hope on a single person was quite unsettling. They needed to find a way to resolve their air defense issue. Otherwise, if Aaron were unavailable or occupied, the entire team's earning efficiency and even survival capability would be significantly compromised. In order to solve the problem of flying, Lin Fan spent the next few days almost exhausting all the magic shops in Silvermoon City. He walked into each intricately decorated shop with high hopes, only to walk out disappointed time and again. Boss, do you have any magical items that can make someone fly? Shoes, cloaks, potions, anything will do. Fly. The shop owner, sporting a beer belly, looked at him as if he were a fool. Young man, have you read too many magical novels? Flying magic is a forbidden field only legendary magic masters can master. Even if such an item existed, it would be a strategic asset at the imperial level. Do you think it would be sold in my small shop? Then, do you have any scrolls for spatial traversal? You know, something that can whoosh and teleport you into the sky. Spatial traversal. Another shopkeeper who looked like an alchemist adjusted his monocle. Kid, are you dreaming? Reality was far more harsh than imagination. Just when he felt he was running out of options, Aileen provided a new perspective. Lin Fan, you definitely won't find it in ordinary shops. That night at the inn, Aileen looked at the worried Lin Fan and suggested softly, perhaps we can try our luck at the underground auction in Silvermoon City. An auction? Lin Fan's spirits lifted. Yes, Aileen nodded. Silvermoon City holds a large auction every once in a while where many rare items appear. My father took me there numerous times before. As a noble, Aileen was born with a silver spoon and had the qualifications to enter the auction. Lin Fan immediately agreed. 3 days later in Silvermoon City at the Moon Goddess Tier Grand Theater. This was the venue for the underground auction. During the day, it served as a place for nobles to enjoy operas. By night, it transformed into a lavish auction house. Lin Fan followed Aileen through the resplendent foyer and, guided by a servant, entered a private box shrouded in a magical barrier. The box had an excellent view overlooking the entire auction venue. Many people were already seated inside, all dressed extravagantly, their breaths restrained, clearly not ordinary characters. Oh, isn't this Lin Fan, my junior? What a coincidence. A somewhat frivolous voice came from the adjacent box. Lin Fan turned around to see Caesar holding a glass of red wine, leaning against the railing of the box, raising his glass to them. Behind him stood a stern-looking old butler. Caesar's gaze swept over Aileen, a hint of subtle disdain flashing in his eyes before settling on Lin Fan, his face instantly beaming with a warm smile. Lin Fan, my junior, you're here to have fun too. You should have said so earlier. Let me show you around. This is my home turf. Since that day Lin Fan had voluntarily given up his staff to save him, face Caesar had grown increasingly close to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and greeted him. The auction was about to begin. The Eagle Eye long-range observation crystal, starting bid 30 gold coins. They'll bid 50. Caesar didn't even bother raising the price, directly raising it by a large margin. This magical item, capable of clearly observing objects 500 meters away, attracted the attention of several mercenary leaders, but in the end it was easily claimed by Caesar. He beamed with pride. Junior, did you see that? That thing is useful. In the future, everyone will have to beg me to scout ahead. As Lin Fan nodded, he silently complained in his heart, 500 meters. Alien scope can see over 1,000 meters without consuming mana. Your 50 gold coins are just a pure tax on intelligence. The Flame Storm attack scroll, a one-time consumable capable of severely injuring a young dragon. Starting at 80 gold coins. 100. Caesar raised his card again. Lin Fan continued to grumble in his heart, severely injure. Aileen could take it down with a single shot. Your 100 gold coins are just for the sound. The Swift Champ potion, which increases casting speed by 50% for a short period after consumption. Starting at 60 gold coins. 80. Lin Fan was already too tired to complain. He could cast spells instantly without incantations. Who needed this stuff anymore? Despite his inner turmoil, Lin Fan maintained a facade of envy on the surface, giving Caesar plenty of face. Senior Caesar, you are just too amazing. Haha, it's just a small matter. Caesar, buoyed by the flattery, waved his hand grandly. If you see anything you like, just tell me, and I'll bid for you. However, until the grand finale of the auction concluded, Lin Fan did not see anything that could resolve his flying dilemma. He couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Just when he thought he would return empty-handed, the auctioneer walked onto the stage and announced the final segment, treatment of unsold items. Dear guests, next we will conduct a clearance of items unsold from this auction and previous ones at low prices. All items will be displayed simultaneously and you may bid freely. The highest bid wins. Essentially, this segment was just for clearing out junk. Most people lost interest and began to leave one after another. In leaving Junior, Caesar also stood up. What's left is just some worthless junk, nothing worth seeing. Lin Fan initially planned to leave, but adhering to the principle of being there, he decided to take one last look. He walked to the exhibition area below, his gaze sweeping across the bizarre unsold items. Suddenly his footsteps halted at an unremarkable corner. There was an exhibit covered by a glass dome containing a scroll, or rather a pile of torn pieces of parchment. The fragments were yellowed and curled, covered in water stains and mold, looking as if they had just been pulled out of a gutter. But the label bore several ancient words that made Lin Fan's pupils constrict. Forbidden spell, spatial confinement, a forbidden spell. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He carefully read the accompanying explanatory text. An extremely rare high-control spatial magic that can confine a single living being. The duration of confinement is proportional to the difference in magical power between the caster and the target, with a minimum effective time of 3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's enough. As long as he could immobilize the dragon in midair for 3 seconds at the moment of takeoff, it would be sufficient to injure its wing base. As long as the dragon couldn't take off, it would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This perfectly resolved the weakness of Lin Fan, Era, and Mia being short-handed. Lin Fan's breathing quickened as he looked at the starting bid on the label. 200 gold coins. A forbidden spell scroll starting at only 200 gold coins. That's very cheap. Just as he was about to place a bid, a hand landed on his shoulder. Junior, don't act impulsively. Caesar had returned without Lin Fan noticing. He glanced at the tattered scroll Lin Fan was staring at, frowned, and signaled his old butler behind him. The old butler understood and stepped forward to examine the scroll carefully before slightly bowing to Lin Fan and advising young Master Lin Fan this item is a trap. Although it is indeed a forbidden spell scroll, as you can see, it has been severely water damaged, and the core magic circuit diagram has been completely destroyed, making it impossible to repair. Its only value now is as an antique to be bought and placed in a collection room to showcase one's taste and financial power. The old butler paused, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. To be honest, its current appearance is so shabby that it looks like garbage. Which noble with taste would display something like this in their home? That would not showcase taste, it would lower one's status. Therefore, its actual value is 0. Don't mention 200 gold coins, in my opinion, it's not even worth 20. Moreover, the explanation next to the scroll regarding its content, such as single target control and 3 seconds of strong control, is likely just the seller's bold speculation. As the butler's words fell, several buyers who had also been attracted by the forbidden spell title immediately showed disdain, shaking their heads and leaving. The auction staff, standing nearby, wore expressions of embarrassment. They had originally acquired this item for a whopping 800 gold coins, and now it couldn't even sell for 200, truly a loss beyond measure. Lin Fan hesitated. He knew that with his own skills and those of this world, it was indeed impossible to repair it. But what about his homeland? Back home were there experts in cultural relic restoration who could help? Lin Fan was uncertain. This was a gamble. The stakes were 200 gold coins, the hard-earned money of the entire team over several weeks. If he won, the team's shortcomings would be thoroughly addressed, and their combat capability would elevate to a new level. If he lost, 200 gold coins would go down the drain. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He decided to take the gamble. Even if he lost, it could allow his homeland to gain more understanding of forbidden spells and accumulate experience for the next research on forbidden spells. From this perspective, even losing would have value. He walked to the bidding platform, picked up a sign, wrote down 201A, and raised it. Alas, Caesar shook his head in disapproval, looking utterly frustrated. Lin Fan, didn't you hear what my butler said? You're not one of those nobles who need to maintain an image. Oh, why spend 200 gold coins on such junk? Is it easy for you to earn money? Didn't you notice you're the only one bidding? You're just a sucker. But Caesar knew that since a bid had already been placed, there was no turning back. He sighed, disappointment written all over his face as he left with the butler, not looking back. In the end, Lin Fan unambiguously won the scroll at the price of 201 gold coins. Back at the inn, he didn't even have time to explain to Era and the others before he dove into his room and locked the door. He carefully arranged the pile of moldy parchment fragments and included a handwritten letter explaining the situation. He packed it into a parcel. Then he took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the parcel. Material transmission activated. In Huaxia, at the underground base No. 9, a Minister of National Defense, Wang Qin's gaze was firmly locked onto the main screen, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. In the center of the screen was a high-resolution photograph. The photo depicted a pile of tattered sheepskin parchment fragments, yellowed and curled with dark mold spots and water stains covering the edges, resembling trash just pulled from a filthy ditch. Forbidden spell scroll. Lin Fan referred to it as such in his letter. But now in this state, it was impossible to discern even which part was which, let alone the characters on it. Wang Qin knew nothing about artifact restoration. His life had been dedicated to national security work, which had nothing to do with archaeology. Yet his intuition told him that the value of this object might surpass that of the magical sniper rifle capable of destroying tanks with a single shot. This otherworldly artifact must be restored. Contact the National Cultural Heritage Administration, the Palace Museum, the Ancient Text Research Institute immediately. Wang Qin turned around and ordered his secretary in a low voice, gather the top experts in ancient document restoration, material analysis, and paleography from across the country. Oh, everyone is to be summoned with the highest recruitment order. Within 12 hours, a group of elderly experts averaging over 60 years of age, either gray-haired or sporting receding hairlines, were invited to this heavily guarded underground world. When they were led into a top-tier ultra-clean workspace and saw the fully armed soldiers, they were all bewildered. Having spent their lives dealing with ancient texts, the most dangerous places they had visited were those unfinished ancient tombs. They had never encountered such a setup. Commander Wang, what is going on? A distinguished professor in the domestic archaeology field pushed up his reading glasses somewhat anxiously. Wang Chen personally received them, his attitude respectful. There is a very special artifact that requires your expertise in restoration. He gestured for the staff to bring over the pile of sheepskin fragments. Upon seeing the ancient object, the expert's professional instincts kicked in, and they surrounded it, their eyes immediately sharpening with focus. This material seems to be sheepskin, but the fiber structure doesn't match any known leather species on Earth. One material expert was the first to speak, his tone filled with confusion. The characters on it represent an ideographic writing system never seen before. Some of its symbols seem to bear a resemblance to cuneiform, but the grammatical structure is completely different. The damage is too severe with water immersion, mold, and physical tearing. The difficulty of restoration is quite high. A restoration expert shook his head, his face grave. Wang Chun watched their intense discussion, not holding out much hope himself. After all, this object was in such a state of decay and was from another world. How much could be restored depended entirely on fate. However, he underestimated the combat power of Waxia's top artifact experts. Upon realizing the potential significance of this artifact, these usually slow-paced old gentlemen unleashed an astonishing energy. An unprecedented cross-dimensional artifact restoration battle was about to begin. The multispectral imaging device was activated, and through various wavebands of light, the ink markings long hidden beneath water stains and mold began to reveal themselves on the screen. The X-ray fluorescence spectrometer conducted a non-destructive scan of the fragments, analyzing the specific elemental composition of the ink to deduce the most suitable cleaning and reinforcing methods. Under a high-precision digital microscope, each fragment's edges were magnified to the extreme, and the computer performed billions of virtual splices based on the fiber breakage directions, searching for the most perfect combination. The entire restoration team seemed to be energized, working tirelessly. They argued over the depth of an ink mark and quarreled over the brush strokes of a symbol. The initial confusion and shock had long been replaced by a pure exploratory desire and a sense of mission belonging to scholars. 1 week later, Commander Wang, we did our best. An old professor, dragging his weary body, took off his glasses, his bloodshot eyes reflecting both relief at completing their mission and a hint of regret at their limitations. A large restored scroll was presented before Wang Chun. Approximately 80% of the content had miraculously been restored. A complex, mind-numbing magical array occupied the core of the scroll. The remaining 20% mainly consists of several key nodes of the core formation, which have been thoroughly damaged from prolonged water exposure. No existing technology can restore them. From a technical perspective, we have reached our limit. The rest can only rely on speculation, the old professor said hoarsely. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed gentlemen. Wang Chun bowed deeply to all the experts. The rest is up to us. He turned and immediately issued new orders. Connect the Magical Theory Project team. Have Daoist Zhang and the Fuxi supercomputing team intervene immediately. When the incomplete forbidden spell diagram appeared before Daoist Zhang Qingxuan, even his usually placid Dao heart could not help but stir. Wow, this thing is extraordinary. He stroked his goatee, circling the scroll several times, exclaiming, this is no longer just a symbol, it's constructing a domain. Such grand ambitions, such wild ideas. The computer team input the restored diagram and all known magical theories and Daoist talisman doctrines into the core database of the Fuxi artificial intelligence. Begin the simulation to complete the missing parts. On the screen, data streams cascaded like a waterfall. Fuxi began generating various possible completion schemes at trillions of calculations per second based on existing logic and rules. Each generated scheme was quickly dismissed by Zhang Qingxian. No, the chi at this node is misaligned. Energy will implode. This one won't work either. It looks similar but lacks the essence. That's like trying to paint a tiger but ending up with a dog. The old Daoist, with his celestial demeanor, was like the most discerning product manager engaged in an incredible cross-disciplinary collaboration with the world's most advanced supercomputer. 3 days later, when Fuxi generated the 29,372nd possibility, Zhang Qingxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Stop. This is it. He pointed to the screen at the finally complete and smooth magical array diagram, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. Dao follows nature, and it is spontaneously accomplished. This is the one. In a specially designated underground testing ground, 100 squealing experimental pigs were herded into a massive area enclosed by alloy fences. Inside the isolation observation room, everyone held their breath. Daoist Zhang Qingxian took the stage himself, standing in the center of the area, holding a high-purity magical crystal in his left hand while forming a spell gesture with his right. He did not recite any incantations. With his eyes slightly closed, he visualized the perfectly completed forbidden spell array in his mind. Concentration, visualization, guiding chi with intention. In the next second, in the center of the pigpen, the air within a circular area approximately 5 meters in diameter distorted oddly. The movements of the dozen or so pigs inside that area froze instantly. One pig was lifting its front hoof frozen in midair, while another was yawning, its mouth wide open, completely motionless. Even more bizarrely, a larger pig was half inside the circle and half outside. Its hindquarters outside the circle were still frantically digging the ground, its tail wagging like a rattle. Yet its front half inside the circle was as if preserved in amber, unable to move even its eyeballs. Time seemed to have been entirely extracted from that circular zone. Space was solidified into an absolutely still canvas. Strange beyond reason. The timer's numbers rolled, 1, 2, 3. When the timer reached 10 seconds, the air in that area slightly rippled again. All the frozen pigs resumed their actions. They seemed completely unaware of what had just happened, only frightened, squealing, and scattering in all directions, turning the entire pig pen into chaos. Inside the observation room, there was a dead silence. Everyone was stunned, speechless by the surreal scene they had just witnessed. After a long time, Wang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and picked up the communicator. Immediately develop a new generation of neural feedback meditation assistance system based on this model. Ensure it reaches Comrade Lin Fan before the next transmission cycle arrives. On the second floor of the inn, Lin Fan unfolded the letter from the Silver Moon Magic Academy. The gilded emblem shimmered under the magical lamp, and the paper was of high quality, yet the contents were disappointingly simple. This is to inform you that the annual Junior Magician Assessment will be officially held 3 days later at the training ground on the eastern side of the academy. The assessment content: independently slay 5 ghouls. All apprentice magicians are required to attend on time. Is that it? Elle peered over to take a look, unable to hide her disdain as she snorted, kill 5 ghouls. This thing I can slay 8 with 1 sword. 5 isn't even enough to fill Mia's gaps. Mia, thoroughly agreeing, nodded her little head, then shook it again, adding seriously, ghouls' meat is sour and smelly, it's not tasty. Lin Fan placed the letter on the table, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Ghouls were something he could already slay at Blackstone City. For them now, these creatures were no different than stray dogs on the street. Every day they battled wits with dragons in the Sunset Mountains, performing integrated combat maneuvers. Now they were suddenly told to deal with 5 ghouls. It felt akin to asking an ace driver accustomed to world championships to go back and take a driving test. It's not that it's impossible, it's just that it feels a bit unmotivating. Erin also received her notice. She quietly read through it and carefully folded the letter before putting it away. Her face lacked the overt disdain of Ellis. Instead, she bore a calm relief. Once upon a time, this assessment had been a nightmare that kept her awake at night, even making her consider giving up on life. But now it was merely an inconsequential formality. Lin Fan observed the diverse reactions of the 3 and pondered. Although the assessment content was absurdly simple, he should not entertain even a hint of complacency. Even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort. Moreover, what they lacked the least at present was money. Since we're going, let's prepare thoroughly. Lin Fan stood up, casting a glance at the 3. Let's go shopping. Huh, we still need to buy stuff. Ella looked puzzled. Is it necessary to deal with a few ghouls? Our current gear is enough to rub dragons into the ground. Lin Fan's attitude was resolute. We work hard to earn money. After all, isn't it to spend it? Ella and Mia seemed to understand to some degree, while Erin nodded thoughtfully. The noble commercial district of Silver Moon City was starkly different from the chaotic adventurers guild nearby. The streets were paved with smooth white stones, so clean that not a speck of debris could be seen. Each shop along the road was luxuriously decorated with polite attendants standing at the entrance, and the air was filled with a blend of the scents of gold coins and spices. Lin Fan's target was clear: the best enchanted armor shop in the city, Dwarven Forge. The shopkeeper was a dwarf with his beard braided into dozens of thin plaits, his temperament as foul and hard as his hammer. When Lin Fan proposed to customize the best armor for the entire team, the dwarf just raised his eyelids and grunted dismissively. The best? Kid, your words are quite bold. The best here isn't something young adventurers like you can afford. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time arguing with him. He directly tossed a heavy pouch of coins onto the counter. The crisp sound of gold coins clinking was more persuasive than any words. The dwarf opened the pouch and took a look. The indifferent expression on his face immediately vanished, replaced by a businesslike enthusiasm. Ahem. Honorable guest, please tell me what you need. Lin Fan pointed to himself. I need a full set of plate armor made of the best mithril alloy, inscribed with sturdy and anti-magic runes in key areas, and the weight must not affect mobility. He then pointed at Ella. Give her a set of elven-style chainmail, also mithril lightweight, and fitted with no unnecessary metallic clinking sounds. And her Lin Fan looked at Erin, a robe suitable for a high-level enchanter with built-in magic shield and mental guard effects. Lastly, he squatted down, ruffling Mia's hair. Get this little one, the sturdiest dragon leather armor, one that can defend against slashes and piercings. The dwarf shopkeeper listened to Lin Fan's series of requests, quickly jotting them down with his pen, his mouth agape in disbelief. This was clearly not a simple armor purchase. This was obviously a noble indulging in a spree of consumption. And all the requests were top tier. In a frenzy of spending, more than 300 gold coins flowed out like water. Ella watched as 1/5 of the pouch emptied, feeling a pang of pain, as if she were slicing her own flesh. Yet when she donned the mithril chainmail that fit like a second skin and was so light it felt almost weightless, she couldn't help but break into a silly smile. Erin, on the other hand, wore the robe embroidered with silver threads, which automatically emitted a gentle magical glow, a bit shy. She could distinctly feel a gentle energy enveloping her, bringing unprecedented peace and focus to her spirit. This robe was indeed the most fitting for her as a sharpshooter. And Lin Fan, he resembled a moving iron fortress. The matte black plate armor tailored for him fit his form perfectly. Out every piece of armor connected flawlessly, providing impeccable protection while maximizing agility. He tried to swing his fist and jumped aside from feeling a bit heavier. There was almost no obstruction. This defense was maximized. He now felt that even if he stood still and let a dragon spit fire at him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Leaving the armor shop, Lin Fan took the three of them to scour the largest alchemy potion shop in the city. Top-quality healing potions, top-quality magic crystals, and berserk potions that could temporarily boost strength and speed. Again, hundreds of gold coins were spent. The entire team was now completely transformed from head to toe. If previously they were a dragon-slaying professional relying on technique and tactics, now they were whale players armed to the teeth with gold. 3 days later, on the day of the junior magician assessment, Mia was not a student of the Magic Academy, as she stayed at the inn to look after things. Lin Fan took Ella and Aaron to register. The training ground on the eastern side of the Silver Moon Magic Academy was packed with people. Thousands of apprentice magicians gathered here, the air thick with tension, anticipation, and unease. The training ground was divided into 3 areas corresponding to the registration points for junior, intermediate, and senior magicians. The junior assessment area had a long queue mostly made up of youthful faces. The intermediate assessment area had fewer people, but each one wore a solemn expression, clearly elite students from the academy. The senior assessment registration point, however, was sparsely populated with only a dozen individuals, each exuding a calm aura, their eyes sharp, clearly formidable characters. Lin Fan and his companions in their brand new gear stood out among the plain-clothed apprentice magicians, drawing many curious glances. "Oh, Lin Fan Jr., what a coincidence!" A familiar voice called out. Caesar, dressed in extravagant golden armor, swaggered over, surrounded by equally flamboyantly dressed noble offspring. Upon seeing Lin Fan, a beaming smile instantly lit up his face. "Junior, you're here for the assessment too. The junior one isn't tough. Oh, just keep your composure and you'll pass easily. I, on the other hand, am not like you. I will challenge the senior magician assessment this time," he proclaimed with a bragging tone. One of his lackeys immediately chimed in. "Young Master Caesar is the most promising talent in our cohort to pass the senior assessment first." Caesar proudly lifted his chin. "Junior, do you know what the senior magician assessment entails?" he asked, feigning mystery. Lin Fan shook his head, playing along. "It's fighting against live young dragons. Surviving in a confined gorge filled with numerous young dragons." Caesar's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone around to hear. He animatedly described dragons. "They are legendary creatures. Their scales are harder than steel. A single breath from them, if you're unlucky, even an intermediate magician would melt on the spot. And they can fly soaring through the skies. How can you fight them? You simply can't reach them." As he spoke, he gestured wildly as if he had personally slain a dragon. The surrounding apprentice magicians listened with admiration, their eyes filled with awe. Meanwhile, Ella and Mia, standing behind Lin Fan, wore awkward expressions, desperately holding back laughter, their shoulders shaking. Erin even turned away, pretending to admire the scenery, but the corners of her mouth that slightly curled up betrayed her feelings. Listening to Caesar's boasting, Lin Fan's expression became somewhat complex. "I won't talk to you anymore. My custom gear has arrived. I need to prepare for the next." After Caesar left, one thought spiraled endlessly in Lin Fan's mind. The senior magician assessment. The content is actually to beat young dragons. Is that it? The very thing that had become their team's recent daily entertainment and primary economic source. They had been slaying those creatures like wild chickens. How did they become the standard for assessing senior magicians here? He had originally planned to pass the junior assessment, honestly obtain the title of junior magician, and then advance step by step. But now, a thought uncontrollably emerged in his mind. If the senior assessment is just this, why should he waste time queuing here to slay those 5 ghouls, which are no different from stray dogs? Lin Fan's gaze crossed the long queue, landing on the senior assessment registration point, which was cold and quiet with only a few dozen people in line. He beckoned to Ella and Aaron, striding directly toward the senior assessment registration area, amid the astonished gazes of everyone. On the second floor of the inn, Lin Fan unfolded the letter from the Silver Moon Magic Academy. The gilded emblem shimmered under the magical lamp, and the paper was of high quality, yet the contents were disappointingly simple. "This is to inform you that the annual junior magician assessment will be officially held 3 days later at the training ground on the eastern side of the academy. The assessment content: independently slay 5 ghouls. All apprentice magicians are required to attend on time." Is that it? Ella peered over to take a look, unable to hide her disdain as she snorted. "Kill 5 ghouls. This thing I can slay 8 with one sword. 5 isn't even enough to fill Mia's gaps." Mia, thoroughly agreeing, nodded her little head, then shook it again, adding seriously, "Ghouls' meat is sour and smelly. It's not tasty." Lin Fan placed the letter on the table, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Ghouls were something he could already slay at Blackstone City. For them now, these creatures were no different than stray dogs on the street. Every day they battled wits with dragons in the Sunset Mountains, performing integrated combat maneuvers. Now they were suddenly told to deal with 5 ghouls. It felt akin to asking an ace driver accustomed to world championships to go back and take a driving test. It's not that it's impossible, it's just that it feels a bit unmotivating. Erin also received her notice. She quietly read through it and carefully folded the letter before putting it away. Her face lacked the overt disdain of Ellis. Instead, she bore a calm relief. Once upon a time, this assessment had been a nightmare that kept her awake at night, even making her consider giving up on life. But now it was merely an inconsequential formality. Lin Fan observed the diverse reactions of the 3 and pondered. Although the assessment content was absurdly simple, he should not entertain even a hint of complacency. Even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort. Moreover, what they lacked the least at present was money. Since we're going, let's prepare thoroughly. Lin Fan stood up, casting a glance at the three. Let's go shopping. Huh, we still need to buy stuff. Ella looked puzzled. Is it necessary to deal with a few ghouls? Our current gear is enough to rub dragons into the ground. Lin Fan's attitude was resolute. We work hard to earn money, after all, isn't it, to spend it? Ella and Mia seemed to understand to some degree, while Aaron nodded thoughtfully. The noble commercial district of Silver Moon City was starkly different from the chaotic adventurers guild nearby. The streets were paved with smooth white stones so clean that not a speck of debris could be seen. Each shop along the road was luxuriously decorated with polite attendants standing at the entrance, and the air was filled with a blend of the scents of gold coins and spices. Lin Fan's target was clear, the best enchanted armor shop in the city Dwarven Forge. The shopkeeper was a dwarf with his beard braided into dozens of thin plaits, his temperament as foul and hard as his hammer. When Lin Fan proposed to customize the best armor for the entire team, the dwarf just raised his eyelids and grunted dismissively. The best? Kid, your words are quite bold. The best here isn't something young adventurers like you can afford. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time arguing with him. He directly tossed a heavy pouch of coins onto the counter. The crisp sound of gold coins clinking was more persuasive than any words. The dwarf opened the pouch and took a look. The indifferent expression on his face immediately vanished, replaced by a businesslike enthusiasm. Ahem. Honorable guest, please tell me what you need. Lin Fan pointed to himself. I need a full set of plate armor made of the best mithril alloy, inscribed with sturdy and anti-magic runes in key areas, and the weight must not affect mobility. He then pointed at Ella. Give her a set of elven-style chainmail, also mithril lightweight, and fitted with no unnecessary metallic clinking sounds. And her Lin Fan looked at Aaron, a robe suitable for a high-level enchanter with built-in magic shield and mental guard effects. Lastly, he squatted down, ruffling Mia's hair. Get this little one, the sturdiest dragon leather armor, one that can defend against slashes and piercings. The dwarf shopkeeper listened to Lin Fan's series of requests, quickly jotting them down with his pen, his mouth agape in disbelief. This was clearly not a simple armor purchase. This was obviously a noble indulging in a spree of consumption. And all the requests were top tier. In a frenzy of spending, more than 300 gold coins flowed out like water. Ella watched as 1/5 of the pouch emptied, feeling a pang of pain, as if she were slicing her own flesh. Yet when she donned the mithril chainmail that fit like a second skin and was so light it felt almost weightless, she couldn't help but break into a silly smile. Aaron, on the other hand, wore the robe embroidered with silver threads, which automatically emitted a gentle magical glow a bit shy. She could distinctly feel a gentle energy enveloping her, bringing unprecedented peace and focus to her spirit. This robe was indeed the most fitting for her as a sharpshooter. And Lin Fan, he resembled a moving iron fortress. The matte black plate armor tailored for him fit his form perfectly. Every piece of armor connected flawlessly, providing impeccable protection while maximizing agility. He tried to swing his fist and jumped aside from feeling a bit heavier. There was almost no obstruction. This defense was maximized. He now felt that even if he stood still and let a dragon spit fire at him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Leaving the armor shop, Lin Fan took the three of them to scour the largest alchemy potion shop in the city. Top quality healing potions, top quality magic crystals, and berserk potions that could temporarily boost strength and speed. Again, hundreds of gold coins were spent. The entire team was now completely transformed from head to toe. If previously they were a dragon-slaying professional relying on technique and tactics, now they were whale players armed to the teeth with gold. 3 days later, on the day of the junior magician assessment, Mia was not a student of the Magic Academy, as she stayed at the inn to look after things. Lin Fan took Ella and Aaron to register. The training ground on the eastern side of the Silver Moon Magic Academy was packed with people. Thousands of apprentice magicians gathered here, the air thick with tension, anticipation, and unease. The training ground was divided into 3 areas corresponding to the registration points for junior, intermediate, and senior magicians. The junior assessment area had a long queue mostly made up of youthful faces. The intermediate assessment area had fewer people, but each one wore a solemn expression, clearly elite students from the academy. The senior assessment registration point, however, was sparsely populated with only a dozen individuals, each exuding a calm aura, their eyes sharp, clearly formidable characters. Lin Fan and his companions in their brand new gear stood out among the plain-clothed apprentice magicians, drawing many curious glances. Oh, Lin Fan Jr., what a coincidence! A familiar voice called out. Caesar, dressed in extravagant golden armor, swaggered over, surrounded by equally flamboyantly dressed noble offspring. Upon seeing Lin Fan, a beaming smile instantly lit up his face. Junior, you're here for the assessment too. The junior one isn't tough. Oh, just keep your composure and you'll pass easily. I, on the other hand, am not like you. I will challenge the senior magician assessment this time, he proclaimed with a bragging tone. One of his lackeys immediately chimed in. Young Master Caesar is the most promising talent in our cohort to pass the senior assessment first. Caesar proudly lifted his chin. Junior, do you know what the senior magician assessment entails? He asked, feigning mystery. Lin Fan shook his head, playing along. It's fighting against live young dragons. Surviving in a confined gorge filled with numerous young dragons. Caesar's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone around to hear. He animatedly described dragons. They are legendary creatures. Their scales are harder than steel. A single breath from them, if you're unlucky, even an intermediate magician would melt on the spot. And they can fly soaring through the skies. How can you fight them? You simply can't reach them. As he spoke, he gestured wildly, as if he had personally slain a dragon. The surrounding apprentice magicians listened with admiration, their eyes filled with awe. Meanwhile, Ella and Mia, standing behind Lin Fan, wore awkward expressions, desperately holding back laughter, their shoulders shaking. Erin even turned away, pretending to admire the scenery, but the corners of her mouth that slightly curled up betrayed her feelings. Listening to Caesar's boasting, Lin Fan's expression became somewhat complex. I won't talk to you anymore. My custom gear has arrived. I need to prepare for the next. After Caesar left, one thought spiraled endlessly in Lin Fan's mind. The senior magician assessment. The content is actually to beat young dragons. Is that it? The very thing that had become their team's recent daily entertainment and primary economic source. They had been slaying those creatures like wild chickens. How did they become the standard for assessing senior magicians here? He had originally planned to pass the junior assessment, honestly obtain the title of junior magician, and then advance step by step. But now, a thought uncontrollably emerged in his mind. If the senior assessment is just this, why should he waste time queuing here to slay those 5 ghouls which are no different from stray dogs? Lin Fan's gaze crossed the long queue, landing on the senior assessment registration point, which was cold and quiet with only a few dozen people in line. He beckoned to Ella and Erin, striding directly toward the senior assessment registration area, amid the astonished gazes of everyone. The road to the registration point for the advanced mage assessment was not long, yet Lin Fan and his companions felt as if they had stepped into a forbidden zone. The students who had previously been queuing and whispering to each other all halted their actions, their gazes turning towards them in unison, as if witnessing something incredible. Did they take a wrong turn? That direction is the advanced assessment registration point. Am I mistaken? Aren't they all wearing the robes of apprentice mages? Are they out of their minds? Whispers arose from all directions, coalescing into an invisible wave that crashed upon the three. Era instinctively straightened her back, her eyes filled with a hint of defiance as she scanned the surrounding onlookers who were observing them like a circus show. Aileen remained silent, yet a newfound confidence surged within her. Lin Fan appeared unfazed, his steps unhurried as he kept his gaze fixed on the end of the road. There stood a solitary long table. Behind the table sat a middle-aged instructor with a stern expression, his hair meticulously combed. Before him were only a handful of individuals, each exuding a calm and restrained aura, their eyes sharp, like eagles, emanating an invisible sense of pressure simply by standing there. These individuals were the true players in the advanced mage assessment. When they saw the 3 apprentice mages join their queue, their expressions were filled with astonishment, yet the instructor sitting close by did not utter a word. Soon it was Lin Fan's turn. When he, along with the 2 girls, approached the table at a leisurely pace, the instructor didn't even lift his eyelids, merely extending his hand with a hint of impatience, uttering 2 words. Identification plates. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Lin Fan pulled out the identification plates of himself, Era, and Aileen from his pocket and placed them side by side on the table. The 3 gray stone identification plates representing the lowest rank appeared so plain and unadorned under the sunlight that they were almost blinding. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The middle-aged instructor's hand, suspended in midair, suddenly stiffened. He slowly raised his head, his brows furrowing slightly at first, then tightening into a frown. His eyes were filled with unabashed absurdity and displeasure. Are you trying to make a joke with me? This is the advanced mage assessment registration point. Can't you read? The beginner assessment is over there. He pointed towards a long queue in the distance, his tone reaching a peak of disdain. Teacher, we haven't taken a wrong turn. Lin Fan's expression remained calm as he met the instructor's scrutinizing gaze, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. We are here to register for the advanced mage assessment. The instructor seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and looked at the trio with the eyes of someone regarding a fool. Lin Fan ignored the instructor's displeasure and directly asked, "Excuse me, teacher, is there a rule in the academy that prohibits apprentice mages from participating in the advanced assessment?" The instructor was momentarily taken aback by this question. He reflected carefully, and indeed there seemed to be no such clause in the academy's regulations. Because this was simply beyond the consideration of a normal person. It was akin to laws not stipulating that one cannot eat stones, as any person with a normal mind would not do such a thing. The instructor's expression turned sour. He straightened his posture, leaned forward, and raised his voice. There is no prohibition in the regulations. However, I must warn you. The venue for the advanced assessment is an entirely open wilderness. There are no protective measures, and no instructors will rush in to save you. Every year there are well-prepared intermediate mages who suffer serious injuries or even die inside. Are you sure you want to pay the price of your foolishness and arrogance with your lives? He emphasized the word death, heavily, attempting to crush the ignorance and impulsiveness of these youngsters with the weight of his words. However, Lin Fan simply nodded calmly. We are sure. Era and Aileen behind him also nodded decisively at nearly the same time. The instructor was left speechless. He stared at Lin Fan for a full half-minute, seemingly trying to find even a hint of bravado or timidity on that calm face. But he failed. He realized that this kid was not joking. He was determined to lead the other 2 girls to their doom. Good, very good. The instructor squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, suddenly yanking open the drawer of the table and throwing out 3 pre-prepared sheets of parchment. Since you are so eager to seek death, I will facilitate you. This is the death waiver. By signing this, all injuries or fatalities you encounter during the assessment will have nothing to do with the academy. The The Academy will not assume any responsibility, nor will it pay a single copper coin in compensation. His voice was icy. This was the last piece of advice he could give as an instructor, and the final procedure to absolve the Academy from responsibility. Lin Fan picked up a feather pen, not even glancing at the terms, and directly signed his name at the bottom. His writing was bold and flowing without a hint of hesitation. Era and Aileen quickly followed suit, picking up the pen and swiftly signing their names. The corner of the instructor's eye twitched violently. He took the 3 identification plates and heavily stamped them in the register, then tossed the plates back along with 3 simplified maps of the assessment area, not wishing to say another word. News spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the training ground in just a few minutes. 3 apprentice mages had registered for the advanced assessment. They even signed the death waiver. This news was 100 times more explosive than hearing someone was challenging an instructor. As Lin Fan and the others walked towards the designated teleportation area for the advanced assessment, all eyes followed them, as if they were observing a grand parade heading towards destruction. The waiting area for the advanced assessment was on a separate platform where a massive teleportation array buzzed with energy, emitting a soft blue glow. Next to the array, a man dressed in the Academy's administrative uniform was loudly announcing the assessment rules. All participants in the advanced assessment, pay attention. You will soon be teleported to the Dragon Valley. The Dragon Valley is an independent canyon completely sealed off by the Academy with barriers at its edges preventing entry or exit. The adult dragons within the canyon have been cleared, but there still exists a significant number of native juvenile dragons, and there may even be some powerful individuals on the verge of maturity. Once the assessment begins, the magic rings on your hands will activate, releasing a massive amount of dragon lure agents that will continuously waft, maximizing the dragon's appetite and aggression. What you must do is survive for 3 days in the canyon. Only after 3 days will the teleportation passage reopen. The rings cannot be removed. If you dismantle them privately, you will immediately be disqualified and placed on the Academy's blacklist. Remember, you only have 2 choices: either become food for the dragons or return alive in 3 days, becoming a respected advanced mage. If anyone feels unprepared and wishes to back out, now is your last chance before stepping into the teleportation array. As the administrator finished speaking, the waiting area fell silent. The dozen or so senior students who had been waiting here showed little expression, clearly already familiar with these rules. Lin Fan, however, was keenly examining a simple map of the canyon nearby. 3 days of dodging the juvenile dragon's pursuit seemed rather dull. Instead, he preferred to revert to his old profession, taking Era and Aileen to hunt these little dragons together. During this time, the dragons of the Setting Sun Mountain had nearly been wiped out by them, drastically reducing hunting efficiency. Unexpectedly, the Academy directly sent them to a new dragon nest. Although the dragon corpses were too large to drag back, the valuable dragon cores were not too big and could easily fit in Aileen's spatial ring. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel excited. This was not an assessment at all. It was clearly an official welfare scheme allowing them to stock up. Lin Fan was calculating in his mind, not intending to play by the book and choose areas sparse with dragons, but rather opting for the sniper high ground in regions where dragons were densely clustered. After confirming the correspondence between the teleportation array and the position coordinates, Lin Fan prepared to step into the array. Just then a frantic voice erupted from behind. "Lin Fan, are you out of your mind?" Caesar, clad in his flashy golden armor, squeezed through the crowd, panting heavily, followed by a group of equally incredulous noble friends. He rushed up to Lin Fan, his expression a mix of urgency and anger. "I just heard that you registered for the advanced assessment and thought someone was spreading rumors. But you really are insane. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? I prepared for an entire year, spending over 1,000 gold coins on equipment just to dare to challenge. You 3 will die the moment you enter. While there's still time, hurry back. Don't be foolish." The teleportation array buzzed, and Caesar stood at the edge, watching helplessly as the figures of Lin Fan and the others gradually blurred and faded away in the light until they completely disappeared. In the last second before they vanished, Lin Fan even turned his head and smiled at him. That smile was casual and carefree, as if he was just going out for a stroll and casually greeting a neighbor, perhaps even carrying a hint of gratitude. Caesar's outstretched hand froze in midair. The gaudy golden armor he wore made a crisp sound with his hurried movements. He wanted to stomp his foot and curse. "That kid is simply as stubborn as a mule." Caesar's chest heaved violently, as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. He truly couldn't understand. Lin Fan, who usually seemed quite clever and quick-witted, why was he so stubborn today, insisting on heading down a path of destruction? He could understand that Aileen, an heretic abandoned by her family with no magical talent, was reviled in the Academy, truly living a miserable life. Seeking to end her pathetic life in such a grand way could be seen as a form of liberation. But Lin Fan was not like Aileen. These two were already rank adventurers. Although Caesar himself did not mingle with the Adventurers Guild, he still had that much common sense. In a place like Silvermoon City, as long as a Brank adventurer team did not seek their own doom, they could easily take on escort missions for merchant caravans or eliminate low-level magical beasts, leading a relatively comfortable life. Even if their magical talent was poor and they could never break through to junior mage, relying on their identity as adventurers, they could definitely manage to scrape by. There was simply no reason to seek death. Unless they were being deceived by Aileen. But Lin Fan and Ayla clearly didn't seem like the kind of people who could be easily fooled. Caesar's mind raced as he tried to untangle the mess of thoughts. Suddenly a detail he had overlooked struck him like lightning. The broken forbidden spell scroll from the auction. That day at the Moon Goddess Terror Theater, Lin Fan had spent a full 200 gold coins just to buy something that nobody wanted, not even the butler, who declared it worthless. At that time he thought Lin Fan was just a bit too excited and didn't heed advice, and he felt a bit regretful. But now he suddenly realized that he might have overlooked a most fatal issue. Money. 200 gold coins for someone like him, a top-tier rich second generation, with a family fortune, a butler accompanying him, and all equipment being top-notch custom-made. That amount was just pocket money enough to buy a new suit of armor or indulge himself with his friends without a second thought. But for an ordinary brank adventurer with no family background, what did that money mean? Although Caesar was not short on cash, he wasn't foolish. He once wanted to experience life, and on a whim hired a brank adventurer team as bodyguards. At the end of the mission, he casually gave the team leader a gold coin as a tip. He still remembered how the weathered man's eyes lit up at the sight of that gold coin and how he nearly bent over to the ground in gratitude. The man was so excited he could barely speak, repeating, "Thank you, boss. This gold coin will last our brothers for 2 months. 2 months. For just 1 gold coin. What about those 200 gold coins?" Caesar's heart sank as he quickly calculated in his mind. For a brank team, earning 1 gold coin in 2 months meant they would need 33 years without food or drink to earn 200 gold coins. How old was Lin Fan? He looked not even 20. Where did he get such a huge sum of money? The answer could only be one: debt. Moreover, to gather 200 gold coins so quickly could not possibly come from a formal bank with complicated procedures and various collateral. It could only be a loan shark, the kind that specializes in lending to fugitives with interest compounding at a terrifying rate. Once that scroll was proven to be garbage and could not be resold, the debt on Lin Fan's shoulders would balloon like a snowball, instantly becoming a mountain that could crush any ordinary person. At that point, let alone being an adventurer, he would spend his entire life working for that loan shark, living worse than a dog. He understood everything. The reason Lin Fan and Ayla were so hot-headed following the useless Eileen to seek death stemmed from this deadly usury. When Lin Fan realized that the worthless scroll had squandered 200 gold coins, his future would vanish, his hope would be lost, and he would bear a debt that could never be repaid for his entire life. Anyone in that situation would collapse. And Eileen, that woman, must have taken advantage of this moment, using sweet words to successfully lure 2 already desperate young men to walk the path of no return with her. The more Caesar thought about it, the more convinced he became. He even recalled that on the day of the auction, Eileen had followed Lin Fan closely. This might just be a complete trap. That malicious woman wanted to die herself, but intended to drag 2 others down with her. Damn it! Caesar cursed under his breath as a surge of unnamed anger and regret erupted like a volcano. He had clearly seen something was wrong with that scroll at the time. The old butler behind him had also analyzed it from the most professional perspective. He had the ability to stop Lin Fan before he raised his bidding paddle. Even if Lin Fan had already placed a bid, he could have simply spoken up or even bid himself to buy that junk, then casually throw it to Lin Fan and pull him back from the cliff. But he didn't. He thought Lin Fan wouldn't listen to advice, and out of anger, he just left. However, that was him failing to fulfill his duty as an older brother. From the first meeting in the magic shop, when Lin Fan had voluntarily given him that exquisite wand allowing him to shine, Caesar had found this kid particularly likable. In their subsequent encounters, Lin Fan was also polite, calling him Senior Caesar repeatedly, which made him feel extremely comfortable. At the auction, Lin Fan's unabashed admiration for him further provided him with emotional value. In Caesar's heart, he had already unilaterally regarded Lin Fan as his newly accepted younger brother. Yet now his younger brother was being pushed into a dead end over a mere 200 gold coins. And he, the older brother, clearly had thousands of gold coins in pocket money and could easily solve the problem with a slight effort, yet he watched helplessly as his younger brother walked to his demise. Caesar gritted his teeth, his fists cracking with tension. 200 gold coins were nothing. If that kid Lin Fan had just asked him for help, he could have plugged that hole in no time. But this kid just had to have that face-saving suffrage insolence personality. Someone like Lin Fan was rare. Even when at the end of his rope, he was unwilling to ask for help. Even if it meant his own death, he wouldn't want to burden anyone else. He knew that this personality had its flaws. Yet for some reason, Caesar didn't dislike it. Instead, he felt it was the way a man should be. Just like him, Caesar. No way. He couldn't just watch him die. If he didn't save Lin Fan today, even if he truly became a great archmage, Caesar would likely live with this guilt for the rest of his life. This was something he had to do. Caesar suddenly turned around and glanced at the few noble followers who usually accompanied him. Sorry, brothers. He pushed aside the closest companion, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. You all go in by yourselves? That kid Lin Fan is my new little brother, and I can't just leave him. I know your strength you can manage even against a young dragon on your own. But Lin Fan can't. Wait for me to pull him back from the gates of hell, and then I'll meet up with you. With that, he gave no time for his companions to respond, turning and stepping into the teleportation array Lin Fan had used before. After a short while, a young noble suddenly realized something was wrong. Brother Caesar, don't go. The destination of that teleportation array is the core area of Dragon Valley. Our planned route is the outskirts. If you go there, you'll die too. Behind him, the horrified shouts of his companions echoed. But Caesar could no longer hear them. The buzzing sound of the array starting up drowned out all other sounds. The blue light shone once more, completely engulfing Caesar's dazzling golden armor. In the final moment before his consciousness faded, Caesar caught a glimpse of his companion's anxious and shocked expressions at the edge of the platform. Although he couldn't make out what they were shouting in Caesar's view, they must have thought that his act of single-handedly saving his younger brother was incredibly heroic. Dragon Valley, core area. Lin Fan and the others stepped away from the teleportation array. The view was exceptionally vast, revealing a massive basin-shaped canyon. Towering cliffs rose on both sides, while the middle was a desolate wasteland filled with jagged rocks. The unique roars of the flying dragons echoed continuously. A strong scent of sulfur mixed with the distinct stench of some wild beast lingered in the air. The scene before Lin Fan made his previously calm heart leap wildly in an instant. Excitement. The wasteland was densely packed with black dots. In the sky, circling around, perched on the rocks, and even rolling in the mud, there were flying dragons everywhere. Most of them were merely juveniles roughly the size of a small truck. This quantity, Lin Fan glanced over and estimated there were hundreds. No, at least over 1,000. This was no Dragon Valley. This was clearly an open-air treasury. I've hit the jackpot. Lin Fan muttered unconsciously. That one sharpening its teeth is robust, its magic core is worth at least 15 gold coins. The one flying above is a bit malnourished, its magic core could probably only sell for 10 gold coins. That red one over there, based on the color of its scales, it might be a mutated species, its magic core should start at 30 gold coins. Lin Fan felt his breath quicken. In the Sunset Mountain range recently, due to some special reasons, the number of flying dragons had sharply decreased. He, along with Ella, Aaron, and Mia, had to cross 2 mountains and lie in wait for half a day just to find one dragon. Sometimes if luck was against them and the dragon flew slightly higher, they could only watch helplessly. The efficiency was too low. But here, this was simply a buffet. As long as they moved a little, gold coins would rain into their pockets. Ella beside him clearly shared Lin Fan's thoughts. This female swordsman had already placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, her eyes gleaming. Lin Fan, did we come to the right place? With so many, can we kill them all? Even the usually demure Aaron couldn't sit still at that moment. She instinctively touched her spatial ring, her eyes sparkling with the excitement unique to a sniper. With so many targets to hit, it was like paradise for her. Don't rush into action yet. Lin Fan forcibly suppressed the urge of the 2 women to unleash a massacre. He was here to stock up, not to seek trouble. The density of flying dragons here was too high. Once surrounded, even with their good equipment, they would suffer. They needed to find a good position. Aaron, look over there. Lin Fan raised his hand and pointed to a cave in the distant cliffs on the right. That position was extremely advantageous, with a sheer cliff behind it, an unobstructed view in front, and a height difference of several hundred meters from the ground. Although juvenile flying dragons could fly, it would be difficult for them to organize an effective aerial assault in such a narrow terrain. That was a natural artillery position. Let's go there, well leverage the terrain, and the flying dragons will be ours to kill. Lin Fan quickly devised a strategy. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, preparing to sneak over. Just then the space behind them suddenly twisted violently. Buzz, a blinding blue light exploded out of nowhere. Lin Fan was startled and instinctively turned around. He saw a figure stumbling out of the light, staggering as he landed. The dazzling golden armor, which was excessively flamboyant, reflected glaring light in the sunlight. Caesar. And it was just him. Lin Fan was taken aback. Why did this fool come here? Wasn't he busy bragging with his lackeys? Why was he following him into the core area? Lin Fan's mind spun several times, but couldn't figure out Caesar's motives. However, his expression soon changed. They had come to participate in the assessment, but Mia couldn't enter because she wasn't a student of the academy. Without a high-output melee assassin, Lin Fan had been worried about the drop in output efficiency. But now Caesar had arrived. Although this guy usually seemed unreliable, he was at least a mid-level mage among the wealthy, equipped with top-notch gear. This laborer that had come to him, he couldn't let it go to waste. Lin Fan immediately put on a warm smile and greeted him. At that moment, Caesar, who had just steadied himself, had already seen the surrounding environment. Then he was dumbfounded. All around were cliffs, and above them were flying dragons. The deafening roars made him feel as if he had fallen into the belly of a monster. This is the core area. Although Caesar shouted that he had come to save people, he subconsciously thought that the teleportation point should be at some edge area, because he had never studied any teleportation points related to the core area. But reality slapped him hard. This was the very center of Dragon Valley. It was the place with the highest density of flying dragons and the most dangerous area in the entire canyon. No doubt about it. Damn it. Caesar's heart sank and cold sweat instantly poured down his back. He had been reckless, impulsive. This was the end. Roar, roar. Before he could finish regretting, 2 sharp shrieks suddenly came from above. Caesar suddenly looked up. He saw 2 juvenile flying dragons, not too large, but with extremely fierce eyes, had already spotted these uninvited guests. They folded their wings and like 2 black meteors dove down with a piercing wind directly toward them. Damn it, what bad luck. Caesar cursed under his breath. This was just too unfortunate. They had just teleported over and the advanced mage assessment hadn't even officially started. The induction agents on their wristbands hadn't even reached the activation release time. They were directly targeted. And it was 2 flying dragons. The 2 flying dragons were extremely fast, closing in within 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Although Caesar was panicking inside, seeing Lin Fan looking at him not far away, his pride kicked in. Since he had chosen this path, he had to see it through, even if it meant kneeling. This was the principle his father had taught him since childhood. Moreover, losing face in front of his junior was more painful than being killed. Lin Fan. Caesar shouted, his voice slightly cracking, but he still gritted his teeth and took a step forward, standing protectively in front of Lin Fan. Although I'm not a good person, but I said I would protect you, so I will. Stay behind me. Don't leave my side by more than 5 steps. He raised his staff, violently, magic power surging wildly within him. Lin Fan, protected behind him, watched this scene, opening his mouth to explain something. In fact, Lin Fan had already noticed those 2 flying dragons earlier. They were thin with dull scales, clearly malnourished. Such creatures likely had magic cores no bigger than walnuts. Peeling their skins and dismantling their bones wouldn't fetch much money. According to Lin Fan's current standards, these were losses. Killing them seemed like a waste of magic power. He originally wanted to say that these 2 were too skinny and not worth it, suggesting they let them go and kill a fatter one. But Lin Fan's words hadn't escaped his lips. Caesar had already cast his spell. This rich second generation was clearly frightened and unleashed his ultimate life-saving skill right away. Wall of ice. Multiple constructs. As he recited a hurried yet standard incantation, the water elements in the air instantly condensed. Crack, crack, crack. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 massive ice shields, each half a meter thick, suddenly appeared in midair, layered one on top of the other, blocking in front of everyone. The ice shields were crystal clear, emitting a chilling aura, and their defensive power was frighteningly high. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Not bad. This spoiled young master actually has some skills. The technique for releasing multiple ice shields likely took years of hard practice. It seemed that aside from being a chatterbox, this guy's strength was indeed legitimate. Bang! The first flying dragon crashed heavily into the outermost ice shield. Ice shards flew everywhere. The first layer of the ice shield shattered in response. Then came the second layer. Bang! 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 After 3 consecutive impacts, the second layer also broke. Caesar's face turned a bit pale, gritting his teeth to maintain his magical output. Damn, how strong is this? 3 layers left. Could it hold? Caesar felt uncertain, his hands trembling. He had prepared himself to fight desperately once the ice shield broke. However, just as the 2 flying dragons smashed through the second layer of the ice shield and prepared to break through the third layer of defense, they suddenly stopped. The 2 flying dragons hovered in midair, their originally brutal and murderous vertical pupils suddenly flashing with confusion. Then the confusion turned into fear. Their keen sense of smell detected a scent. It was the blood of their kind. Not just 1 or 2, but the lingering resentment and blood from the deaths of hundreds and thousands of their kin. This aura was continuously emanating from the 3 people behind the ice shield, especially from the smiling black-haired youth and the woman with the sword. In the perception of the flying dragons, these were not 3 humans at all. They were clearly 3 ancient ferocious beasts in human skins. The aura of slaughter cultivated after killing countless kin made these 2 naive juvenile dragons instinctively feel a shiver deep within their souls. They would die. They would definitely die. If they ran even slightly slower, they would be skinned and have their tendons pulled out, leaving not even a scrap of bones. Ow! The 2 flying dragons let out a distorted cry as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't hesitate at all, not even daring to look back. They flapped their wings and made a 180 turn in midair, scurrying away in terror. Their speed was even faster than when they had come. Behind the ice shield, Caesar was gritting his teeth, preparing for the impact. But after waiting for a long time, the expected impact never came. He saw that the 2 flying dragons had already turned into small black dots in the sky. They ran away. Caesar was stunned. He looked at the 3 layers of ice shield still remaining in front of him, then at his trembling hands. A wave of immense, unreal surprise surged in his heart. What the hell? Is this my strength? Caesar's eyes widened in disbelief. When did I become this strong? I actually scared off 2 flying dragons just by relying on momentum and the ice shield. When I go back, I must brag about this to everyone. He straightened his back, the earlier fear dissipating in an instant, replaced by a sense of inflated pride called, I am the best in the world. He turned around to look at Lin Fan, revealing a self-proclaimed handsome smile. Did you see that, Junior? This is my strength. Lin Fan looked at the 2 flying dragons that were now walking coins drifting away, his mouth twitching slightly. He inwardly cursed. Damn it. It seemed that they had been killing too fiercely recently. The smell on them was too strong, and in the eyes of the flying dragons they had likely become red-named players. How could they enjoy stocking up in the future? However, seeing Caesar's smug expression, Lin Fan held back from dampening his spirits. Impressive, Senior Caesar is truly impressive. Lin Fan perfunctorily gave a thumbs up, but was secretly calculating. He would have to find a way to hide better later, so as not to scare away those truly valuable fat dragons. Caesar stood among the pile of rubble, his golden armor clanking in the wind. He looked at Lin Fan, who was pointing at a dark cave in the distant cliff, claiming that his goal was to go there. Hearing this, the heavy stone that had been hanging in Caesar's heart finally fell to the ground. Thankfully, Lin Fan's mind had not completely gone awry. Although he hadn't truly engaged with the flying dragon in his previous actions, the momentum, the spectacle, and the grandeur of the 5-layer ice shield had undoubtedly stunned the scene. The fact that the 2 flying dragons were scared away was solid proof. Lin Fan must have realized upon witnessing this scene that following his big brother would provide him with hope for survival and great prospects for future development, thus dispelling any thoughts of self-destruction. That's the way to go. Better to live poorly than to die well. Even if burdened with a debt of 200 gold coins, as long as one is alive, there will always be a chance for a turnaround. If it really came down to it as the big brother, it wouldn't be a big deal to secretly slip him some money. With this thought, a strong sense of achievement surged in Caesar's heart. This trip was not in vain. As for Lin Fan's proposal, Caesar was also very much in agreement. Although he felt invincible, now able to scare off even the flying dragons, reason told him that the numerous flying dragons lurking nearby were not to be trifled with. The immediate priority was indeed to find a defensible position to hunker down. Moreover, this was the core area. His original plan was to rescue Lin Fan and quickly regroup with his companions. Now it seemed that the original plan had completely fallen apart. He did not have the confidence to safely traverse this dangerous area filled with flying dragons. Instead of recklessly running around, it was better to find a place to settle down and assess the situation. That cave entrance looked promising. It was backed by a sheer cliff with an open field ahead, making it difficult for the flying dragons to launch a surprise attack. As long as they held the cave entrance, even if 3 to 5 flying dragons came with his top-notch equipment and his superb ice magic, he should be able to manage. Caesar waved his hand decisively. All right, let's go to that cave entrance. After saying this, he cast a glance at Aaron, who stood behind Lin Fan. He had no goodwill towards this woman. In fact, he felt a sense of disgust. If it weren't for her, how could Lin Fan and Ella, 2 promising talents, have nearly walked the path to ruin? However, now that the danger had been averted and Lin Fan had come to terms with things, Caesar couldn't be bothered to argue with the woman. Besides, under the current circumstances, she wasn't entirely useless. If they truly encountered danger, having one more person to draw fire would increase their chances of survival. As long as she didn't stir up trouble or speak out, if she could just act like a transparent person, Caesar could temporarily treat her as heir. Stay close to me. Caesar planted his staff into the ground and strode confidently at the front. Lin Fan and the others exchanged glances, saying nothing. After all, having a fool volunteer to take the lead and draw danger for them was a good thing, so the 3 of them silently followed. The 4 of them formed a line and began to make their way toward the cave entrance on the cliff. At that moment, the magic rings on all their wrists suddenly vibrated. The runes on the surface of the rings lit up, and a faint gas with a peculiar sweet fragrance began to seep from the tiny holes in the rings. The lure had been activated. Caesar's heart dropped, and his nerves instantly tensed. This thing was specifically used to entice flying dragons. It contained a hormone that could drive the dragon race into a frenzy, and upon smelling it, those flying dragons would charge at them like starving wild dogs that had caught the scent of meat buns. The lure has been activated. Everyone stay alert. Caesar shouted in a low voice, gripping his staff tighter, his palms sweating. As he walked, he vigilantly watched the sky, fearing that a massive shadow might suddenly emerge from behind a cloud. However, 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. The 4 of them crossed a dry riverbed, climbed over a pile of rubble, and even ventured into a sparse coniferous forest. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Aside from the sound of the wind howling through the rocks, not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. In the sky, a few flying dragons occasionally circled, yet they seemed blind, completely ignoring the 4 human meat buns emanating an enticing fragrance. In fact, when Caesar and the others passed through an open area, several flying dragons above purposely ascended several hundred meters, maintaining an extremely cautious distance, then flapped their wings and flew in the opposite direction. Caesar was a bit bewildered. This script didn't match. Didn't the mentor say that once the ring was activated, all flying dragons within several kilometers would come rushing? Why were they all acting like they were avoiding a plague now? Could it be because of the overwhelming aura of dominance he emitted? Caesar touched his shiny armor, wondering if spending several thousand gold coins on it was really worth it. He felt a bit skeptical. However, it was always a good thing that no flying dragons were coming to cause trouble. He didn't have a masochistic tendency to wish for flying dragons to come and bite him. Just as he was thinking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes ahead. Be careful. Caesar reacted swiftly, immediately shielding Lin Fan, and the light at the tip of his staff lit up. Hiss! Several cave spiders covered in black fur and the size of grinding wheels sprang out from the bushes. These low-level magical beasts were at the bottom of the food chain in Dragon Valley, usually just feeding on carrion or small animals. But now, perhaps stimulated by the lure on the ring, they charged over with bloodshot eyes, claws bared. Lin Fan had just lifted his hand and hadn't had time to act. Caesar was already blocking in front of Lin Fan. He couldn't miss the opportunity to show off in front of his little brother. If a few little bugs dare to block the way. Caesar sneered, waving his staff. He began chanting a spell. As a seasoned intermediate mage, he had long mastered such low-level spells. Fireball. Boom. A fireball the size of a basin whistled out from the tip of his staff. The color of the fireball was not the usual orange-red, but a deep crimson with an extremely high core temperature. It hit its target precisely. The leading cave spider didn't even have time to scream before being blasted into a charred mass. Immediately after, the fireball exploded, sending a rolling wave of heat sweeping around. The remaining spiders were knocked to the ground by the shockwave, and before they could get up were pinned down by several ice spikes that Caesar followed up with. It was clean and efficient. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Caesar retracted his staff, lightly blew away the non-existent smoke, and tilted his chin at a 45-degree angle. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan behind him. As expected, Lin Fan was looking at him with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Amazing, Senior Caesar. This almost instantaneous fireball couldn't be achieved without years of practice. And that prediction with the ice spikes was simply brilliant. Lin Fan's flattery was smooth as silk. Caesar felt a sense of comfort in his heart, even more refreshing than drinking a chilled beer on a hot day. Oh, just basic skills, basic skills. Caesar waved his hand nonchalantly. What's so remarkable about this little scene? It's just a warm-up. I thought it would be a terrifying experience, making my father and me lose sleep for days thinking it was really a den of dragons and tigers. But it turns out it's just this. Not even a decent flying dragon dares to come down, just these inconsequential little bugs. The more Caesar spoke, the more he felt capable. He even thought it was a bit funny that he had been so anxious before participating in the assessment. With his strength plus Lin Fan and the others helping out, surviving in Dragon Valley for 3 days, or even a week, wouldn't be much of a problem. The group continued forward. Soon they climbed up the cliff and arrived at the cave entrance. Caesar didn't rush inside, but first circled around the entrance. He used his magical energy to probe the depths of the cave. It was deep. The inside was pitch black, and he couldn't tell where it led, but there was indeed no sign of magical beasts. Moreover, the rock at the entrance was very hard with some ancient claw marks left on it. It appeared to have been a lair for some large beast in the past, but it was now abandoned. A good place. Caesar nodded in satisfaction, patting the stone wall of the cave. This stone is tough. The flying dragons couldn't dig this out in a day and night. As long as we hold this entrance, we can be like a single man defending against thousands. Plus with my firepower. Caesar grinned and turned to Lin Fan Jr. This time we're set. As long as we can hunker down here for 3 days, the badge of an advanced mage will be as good as ours. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, all thanks to the senior's protection. While the two were chatting, Caesar suddenly felt something was off. He looked up at the sky again. Noon. Logically, this was the time when magical beasts were most active. Moreover, the lure had been released for almost 2 hours. With such a high concentration of lure, the scent could probably be detected throughout half the canyon. The flying dragons here had been starved by the mentors for several days, and with the lure, they should be in a frenzied state. But why up until now had there been no flying dragons coming to cause trouble except for the 2 that had fled at the start? This was not scientific. Could it be that the ring was broken? But there were 4 of them. The chances of all 4 rings breaking simultaneously were almost 0. Or is it? Does he exude some kind of aura that makes flying dragons keep their distance? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Caesar couldn't help but grin. Just as he was basking in his self-satisfaction, preparing to find a flat stone to sit down and rest, Erin, who had been silent, suddenly made a move. Unlike the others who were finding places to rest, she walked straight to a protruding rock at the very edge of the cave entrance. There the view was the best, but also the most conspicuous. Any slight movement would immediately attract the attention of the flying dragons above or below. What was this woman trying to do? Caesar frowned, about to yell at her to hurry back and hide. But he saw Erin wave her hand. A peculiar-looking object he had never seen appeared in her hand. What was that? Caesar was taken aback. Before he could see clearly, Erin had already adeptly crouched on the rock and set up the black pipe. Her movements were fluid without any hesitation. Then she gently pressed what looked like a small trigger. Bang! A crisp yet muffled sound unexpectedly rang out at the cave entrance. A strong magical fluctuation mixed with airflow instantly stirred up the dust at the entrance, splattering it onto Caesar's face. Caesar was dumbfounded. At that moment, only 2 words kept echoing in his mind: it's over. The gunshot echoed in the vast cave like a resounding slap that struck Caesar's face hard. In that moment, Caesar felt every hair on his body stand on end. He sprang up from the ground, ignoring the dust on his face, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Aileen, who was crouched at the cave entrance. This woman, she truly is a madwoman. He had sensed something was off before. How could a discarded failure from her family, a heretic bent on death, calmly follow them to this safe point? It turned out she had been pretending all along. She was waiting for this moment. Waiting until everyone thought it was safe, waiting until everyone had let their guard down to suddenly create such a commotion. What kind of weapon is this? This is clearly a signal flare. She intends to use it to alert all the dragons in the canyon. Come quickly. There are 4 tender, juicy human buns here. Come and eat. Caesar felt a chill rise from his soul straight to the crown of his head. He had anticipated everything: guarding against dragons, guarding against monsters, guarding against various emergencies. The only thing he hadn't prepared for was this seemingly harmless woman. Aileen, are you out of your mind? Caesar shouted in anger, his voice slightly cracking. He couldn't care less about noble demeanor. All he wanted was to rush over, drag that damned woman down from the rocks, and tie her up tightly, even if it meant throwing her out to feed the dragons. Do you want to get us all killed? If you want to die, jump down yourself. Don't drag us down with you. Caesar roared as he took big strides toward the cave entrance. His staff was already raised, ready to cast a freezing spell on this madwoman to calm her down completely. However, just as he dashed out a few steps, Lin Fan blocked his path. Instead of panicking as Caesar had expected, Lin Fan appeared calm, even a bit excited. After stopping Caesar, he ignored him and quickly walked to the edge of the cave, peering outside. His expression was like someone watching a long-awaited fireworks display. His voice was tinged with uncontrollable delight. Beautiful. A great start. Look at that size. TSK tisk, definitely a fine specimen. Its magic core can sell for at least 25 gold coins. Lin Fan gave a thumbs up to Aileen, who was still on the ground, a wide grin on his face. Well done, Aileen. Your aim is becoming more divine. Caesar stood frozen, his mind completely in disarray. What was going on? What nonsense was Lin Fan talking about? A great start. 25 gold coins. Had this kid been scared silly? Aileen, that madwoman, just pulled out a strange object and made a noise. How did it turn into gold coins? What 25 gold coins? What well done. Lin Fan. What on earth are you talking about? Lin Fan turned his head back. Senior, come take a look. That dragon, is it fat enough? Lin Fan turned to the side, pointing at the sky outside the cave. Caesar, puzzled, moved his legs and walked to the cave entrance following Lin Fan's pointing direction. In the distance, a black was rapidly falling, emitting black smoke. From its outspread massive wings, it was clear that was a dragon. Moreover, it showed no signs of struggling as it fell. The nearby dragons seemed to be greatly frightened, quickly flying away without any intention of rescuing their companion. It was evident that this dragon was already dead. Just like that. Dead. Caesar's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. He abruptly turned his head, staring intently at Aileen on the ground, and glanced at the strange weapon in her hand that was still emitting smoke. The distance. At least 700 meters. Even farther. How could a dragon flying so high in the sky be taken down by her in one shot? What kind of hellish thing is this? What kind of magic is this? Caesar felt as if his worldview was collapsing. As a mid-level mage, he had received formal magical education from a young age, and his understanding of magic was deeply ingrained. To attack a target 700 meters away, one would need to be at least a high-level mage or a special grade mage to achieve that. Moreover, it would require a long incantation lock-in and guidance. But this woman, this person universally regarded as a failure, had she actually done it? What on earth is going on? Caesar pointed at Aileen, his finger trembling. What is she using? A divine artifact. Lin Fan chuckled, walked over, and pressed down Caesar's finger. Calm down, Senior, calm down. It's not a divine artifact. This is a special weapon Aileen crafted herself. Lin Fan spoke earnestly. The principle is a bit complex, and I don't understand it. You can think of it as a special remote magic tool. The attack range can reach up to 1 kilometer. As for the power, you can see for yourself. Lin Fan shrugged. As long as you aim well, a headshot will be a one-shot kill. Caesar's mouth dropped open, unable to close for a long time. Magic. A sniper rifle. This was what Aileen had been tinkering with day in and day out at the academy. He had previously mocked her for playing with mud. Now it seemed the fool was truly himself. So, Caesar swallowed hard, finally piecing together the fragmented information from earlier. You chose this cave entrance not to hide. Of course not. Senior, to be honest, all the dragons in this valley are seen as walking gold coins by the three of us. Typically, you can't even find such a dense gathering of dragons outside. Lin Fan pointed at the canyon outside. Our plan is very simple. Using this as a base, Aileen will be responsible for picking off those flying high and wanting to escape. I will handle those basking in the sun on the ground. Originally, I was worried about not having enough manpower and the output being insufficient. Lin Fan looked at Caesar, his eyes growing eager, as if looking at a free high-level fighter. I didn't expect Senior to be so loyal and actually join us. This is fate. Senior, what do you think? Are you interested in temporarily joining our dragon hunting team? Lin Fan wore a persuasive expression. You don't have to take the front line, just follow behind us and supplement the damage. In the end, we will divide the rewards according to labor, and you will definitely not suffer any losses. Caesar was taken aback. Hunting dragons in the core area of Dragon Valley. You must know that the purpose of the Academy setting up this assessment was to test the survival and adaptability of mid-level mages in extreme environments. All the candidates entering here thought only of how to hide, how to survive, and how to endure these damned 3 days. No one had ever thought of actively provoking these dragons, let alone killing a dragon. Is this something a human can do? If someone had said this to Caesar before the assessment, he would have spat and cursed them insane. But now, he looked at the distant dragon corpse that was still smoking. Then he glanced at Aileen, who was calmly reloading ammunition. And then at Lin Fan, who appeared confident, as if everything was under control. Caesar felt his worldview had completely collapsed. Senior, Caesar, consider whether to join the hunting of the flying dragons as we walk. Now we cannot remain in this cave indefinitely. This would limit Erin's performance. She needs a quiet environment where she can focus. Caesar was still somewhat dazed, clearly unable to digest all the information he had received. Just now, Erin had taken down a flying dragon from 700 meters away in an instant. Now Lin Fan was inviting him to participate in the hunting operation of the flying dragons. This is insane. They are just apprentice mages after all. They are about to hunt flying dragons that even high-level mages struggle to face. What? He couldn't believe it. But under Lin Fan's urging, Caesar decided to follow along. Although he still couldn't comprehend the situation, he had to see it for himself. What on earth is going on? Lin Fan's target was clear. It was the place where that unfortunate flying dragon had fallen. It was a rocky area, relatively flat, which also meant there was no cover. The gunshot earlier had created quite a stir, and now the place was in chaos. Several quick-thinking and sharp-minded flying dragons, upon seeing their companion mysteriously drop dead, had already fled in panic, flapping their wings. However, unlike humans, dragons also have those who are stubborn and do not fear the unknown. At this moment, there were still 5 sturdy young dragons left in the rocky area. They circled around the corpse, restlessly pacing, snorting heavily, and growling in a low, threatening manner. Upon seeing Lin Fan and the others swaggering towards them, the 5 flying dragons instantly found an outlet for their anger. Roar! The leading red-scaled flying dragon raised its neck and let out a deafening roar. Immediately, 5 pairs of vicious, bloodthirsty vertical pupils fixed their gaze upon them. Under the simultaneous gaze of 5 dragon eyes, Caesar felt a wave of panic wash over him, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. 5 furious young dragons. If they got surrounded, forget about his 5 layers of ice shield. Even 50 layers would be crushed to shreds. Lin Fan, this is too many. Why don't we? Caesar was just about to suggest a tactical retreat when a silver shadow beside him had already darted forward. It was Ella. This usually calm-looking female swordsman was now charging forward like a released female leopard. Without any probing or detours, she drew her long sword and charged straight at the 5 flying dragons. Insane. Absolutely insane. Caesar's eyes nearly popped out. The 5 flying dragons had clearly never encountered such an audacious human. The leading red-scaled flying dragon opened its mouth wide, deep crimson flames quickly gathering in its throat. Dragon breath. At this close range, if it hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, an almost imperceptible magical trajectory appeared, and something flew into the open mouth of the red-scaled flying dragon, exploding with a thunderous bang. Though the red-scaled flying dragon did not perish on the spot after the violent explosion within its skull, it was left with barely half of its life lying on the ground, unable to move. Caesar quickly realized it was Aaron. The flying dragon that had been slain earlier was taken down by Aaron using this very method. This was absurd. They were at least 800 meters away in a straight line from the cave where Aaron was hiding. Aaron could actually strike with such precision. Moreover, the power was immense. One strike had knocked down a red-scaled flying dragon. The red-scaled dragon was hit in the mouth, while releasing its breath, instantly taken down. This scene directly terrified the other 4 flying dragons. They dared not use their breath any longer. Caesar had yet to recover from the shock when Ella had already successfully breached the defenses and charged in front of the 5 flying dragons. She moved her lips slightly. Freeze. Freeze. Lin Fan also raised his right hand. In the next second, Caesar witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. The air around the other 4 flying dragons suddenly became like a viscous glue, even showing visible distorted ripples. The dragon that had originally lunged at Ella with its claws suddenly froze mid-action. Their heads and upper bodies were firmly immobilized in midair. The sight was extremely eerie. Their lower halves continued to thrash wildly, tails cracking loudly, claws digging deep trenches into the ground. Yet their heads felt as if they were embedded in an invisible wall, unable to blink even once. What kind of magic is this? Caesar was completely stunned. He quickly ran through all the control spells he had learned in his mind. Freezing spell? No, he didn't see any ice. Gravity spell? No, gravity spells push people down, they don't freeze them in midair. Paralysis spell? Even more so, a paralysis spell wouldn't have such a strong hard control effect. Suddenly, a lightning bolt flashed through his mind. He remembered that day at the auction. The worthless scroll that everyone else considered trash, which Lin Fan bought for an exorbitant price. Forbidden spell, space confinement. What did the old butler say back then? That thing's core circuit was completely destroyed, making it impossible to repair. It was just a piece of waste paper. Yet the current situation clearly was not like that. Could it be that the old butler and he both misjudged it? He looked at the 4 flying dragons, struggling, yet completely immobile, feeling as if he were losing his mind. This is truly space confinement. A genuine forbidden spell. And judging by this effect, it's even more outrageous than what that appraiser at the auction claimed. How did Lin Fan manage to do this? Did he actually repair that scroll that was reduced to shreds? Not only repaired it, but learned how to use it. Even Ella had managed to master it. No wonder they dared to say they would hunt flying dragons. With such unreasonable hard control trump cards in their hands, and 2 of them at that, they indeed had the confidence. Roar. The red-scaled flying dragon momentarily calmed down, shaking its head as if trying to regain its senses, and at that moment it realized that its mouth was already ruined. It finally came to its senses. If it did not run now, it would undoubtedly die. A strong fear surfaced in the eyes of the red-scaled flying dragon. Without a second thought, it flapped its wings, desperately wishing it could grow 2 more pairs. Bang! From a distance, the familiar dull gunshot rang out once more. The red-scaled flying dragon, which had just spread its wings, suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist at the root of its right wing. The tremendous impact shattered its bones. It let out a scream, falling awkwardly to the ground. Caesar was shocked. He knew it was Aaron again. So precise. The destructive power was immense. This red-scaled flying dragon was the strongest mutated dragon among the 5. And now it was being utterly dominated by Aaron alone. Senior Caesar, stop dawdling. Lin Fan's voice suddenly pulled Caesar back from his shock. Space confinement can only hold them for 10 seconds. We must incapacitate their flight ability within that time. Caesar snapped back to reality, yelling loudly as he raised his staff. To hell with the flying dragons. To hell with the fear. To hell with what is reasonable or unreasonable. Today I will slay a dragon too. Fireball technique. The magic within him surged wildly, forming an even larger deep red fireball at the tip of his staff. He smashed it into a flying dragon that had yet to be dealt with. Boom. Boom. The continuous explosions from Lin Fan and Caesar intertwined with Ella's sword shadows. Time's up. The space confinement was lifted, but it was all over. The 5 flying dragons either had broken wings or were already dazed and lying on the ground. They lay there, their eyes no longer fierce as before, filled only with terror and despair. They couldn't understand. Why were these seemingly weak humans more brutal in battle than they were as magical beasts? The fight had turned into a one-sided slaughter. Lin Fan bombarded with fireballs, Ella finishing off in close combat, Aaron striking from an ultra-long distance. Caesar stood by watching this seamless cooperation, rubbing his hands to form a second fireball, unsure of where to throw it. So strong. Really too strong. Is this Lin Fan's confidence? Is this what they call hunting? This was a combat power he could not even begin to imagine. The battle ended quickly. Ella skillfully began to extract the magic cores. Caesar stood dumbfounded, panting heavily. Even at this moment, he could hardly believe that he had truly participated in the hunt of 5 flying dragons. He had genuinely taken part in a perfect dragon-slaying operation, and they had taken down 5 in one go. This accomplishment, when he returned to the academy, he could brag about it until graduation. This feeling is incredibly exhilarating. He suddenly thought that his previous worries were nothing but a joke. He looked at Lin Fan with a changed expression. The earlier affection he had felt as a big brother looking after his little brother had now transformed into a complex emotion mixed with envy, admiration, and even a hint of awe. Lin Fan briefly observed before setting off directly, "Senior Caesar, don't be dazed, the hunt has only just begun. We're still far from our target for today's achievements." Caesar came back to his senses. Coming. The hunt continued. Caesar felt as though he had just unlocked a door to an entirely new world. At first he was flustered, uncertain when to strike, terrified that a misfired fireball might disrupt Lin Fan's control rhythm or accidentally strike Ella. But soon he found his stride. In truth, it wasn't difficult at all. Lin Fan's battlefield control was unnervingly precise. The moment he raised a hand, one, or several, dragons would instantly become living targets. Ella handled rear-line elimination and close-quarters entanglement. Ellen dealt with stragglers attempting to flee from afar. And Caesar, he simply served as a straightforward high-impact artillery platform. Wherever a monster was immobilized, he hurled a fireball. Wherever a dragon attempted a flank assault on Ella, he erected an ice wall. This sensation of unleashing raw firepower without tactical deliberation suited him perfectly. Moreover, Lin Fan seemed deliberately granting him opportunities to practice coordination. Each time he froze a dragon, he intentionally left a brief opening and called out senior brother, inviting Caesar to deliver the finishing blow. That sense of being valued, of being indispensable, made Caesar grow ever more fluid and ever more exhilarated. Boom! Another massive fireball detonated. A frozen dragon slumped into unconsciousness. Clang! Another attempting a side flank ambush slammed into an ice shield, rebounded dazed, and before it could regain its footing was struck square in the head by Ellen's rifle. Brilliant! Senior brother Caesar's anticipation is divine. Lin Fan unreservedly gave a thumbs up. Caesar wiped sweat from his brow and chuckled. Though he knew half of Lin Fan's praise was mere encouragement to keep working, it still warmed him deeply. Nothing special, just basic technique really. Caesar rarely feigned humility, but this time he meant it sincerely. The more he coordinated with Lin Fan, the more profoundly terrifying Lin Fan became. It was as if every whisper of wind, every tremor upon the battlefield fell precisely within his calculations. When to advance, when to retreat, when to unleash a forbidden spell, when to conserve mana. Lin Fan commanded each moment with absolute mastery. Caesar even harbored a fleeting illusion that his gear, worth thousands of gold coins, had only now under Lin Fan's command truly realized its full potential. Before he had merely charged recklessly, now this was true combat. Without realizing it, Caesar had completely forgotten he was supposed to be the senior mage among them. He now moved like a diligent enforcer, striking exactly where Lin Fan pointed without complaint. Even the task of looting the battlefield, he eagerly took upon himself. Aside from Ellen, only Caesar possessed a spatial ring. Ellen occupied a high vantage point, making movement impractical. Thus, gathering magic cores, dragon fangs and claws naturally fell to Caesar. And so a peculiar sight unfolded within Dragon Valley. A noble scion clad in gleaming golden armor, the very image of a top-tier heir, hurried earnestly behind a group of apprentice mages, now crouching to extract magic cores from gore-licked dragon carcasses, now prying fangs loose with a dagger, all the while cheerfully counting aloud. 56th. Hey, this one's exceptional quality. These claws are razor sharp, definitely fetch a premium price. Were his noble entourage to witness this, their jaws would surely drop. Was this truly the same Caesar, whose shoelaces required a steward's assistance, who now stood here? Time flew swiftly. At dawn the next day, the hunt resumed. After yesterday's relentless sweep, flying dragons in this region had noticeably dwindled. Where once a few steps would yield an entire flock, now one had to scale rubble heaps or probe hidden fissures in the cliffs to find any. The surviving dragons, though low in intellect, had grown cunning. They sensed the arrival of death dealers in their territory. At the faintest whiff of familiar scent, or the echo of that dread-inducing gunshot, they fled instantly. Yet this posed no obstacle for Lin Fan. He led the team in a meticulous grid-like search. Ellen called out positions from elevation, Lin Fan and Ella executed flanking maneuvers. Caesar held the center ready to reinforce. Under such a tightly woven tactical net, no hiding dragon could remain concealed. By late afternoon of the second day, when Ella withdrew her long sword from the chest of the final dragon, hidden deep within a stone crevice, silence descended, profound and absolute. Only the wind remained. The ceaseless thunderous roars had vanished entirely. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings. Within a kilometer radius centered on Ella, not a single flying dragon remained. The area had been fully cleared. An entire core zone, its dragon population utterly eradicated. Let's tally our haul, Lin Fan said, settling onto a clean broad stone and taking a sip from his water skin. Caesar rushed over, then tipped the contents of his spatial ring onto the ground with a resonant clatter. Magic cores of every hue, dragon fangs large and small, and a jumble of miscellaneous materials piled up into a glittering mound. Sunlight danced across the spoils, casting dazzling, iridescent reflections. I did a rough count earlier, Caesar said, crouching and sifting through the cores. 186 magic cores in total. Over 50 of those are premium grade, and several are rare mutations. Plus these fangs' claws. He looked up at Lin Fan, voice trembling slightly. Lin Fan, do you know how much this is worth? Lin Fan arched a brow. How much? Conservatively, at least 3,500 gold coins. 3,500 gold coins. Even Caesar himself recoiled at the figure, utterly stunned. His family was wealthy, exceptionally so. His monthly allowance alone amounted to several hundred gold coins. Yet this sum, 3,500 gold coins, was the first he'd ever earned with his own hands through his own sweat, risking his life alongside comrades in seamless cooperation. This feeling bore no resemblance to casually requesting funds from his father. Gazing upon that glistening hoard, Caesar suddenly understood money for the first time carried real weight. He had once scorned wealth acquisition as meaningless. Now, staring at this pile, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment welled within him. Deeper than acquiring new gear, stronger than basking in academic acclaim. Lin Fan too appeared thoroughly satisfied. The dragon hunt operation has been exceptionally successful. Everyone rest well. Night fell. Dragon Valley's nights were traditionally perilous, but with the local dragon population annihilated, this stretch had become the safest place of all. The four found shelter against a windshield cliff face and kindled a campfire. Caesar volunteered to prepare the hind leg of a freshly slain flying dragon. He cut the meat into generous chunks, skewered them on branches, sprinkled them with premium spices from his personal stores, and roasted them over the flames until they sizzled and glistened with rich oil. Here, taste the culinary artistry of his lordship. Caesar distributed the sizzling portions. Ella seized hers without hesitation and devoured it ravenously, grease dripping down her chin. Ellen accepted hers with a soft, graceful thank you. Her manners refined, yet her pace brisk. Firelight flickered across her features. Caesar momentarily lost himself in thought. Where was the trace of that once mocked useless girl? Timid, insecure, perpetually cowering. That unwavering confidence, that innate composure radiating from her very bones. It unsettled him, yet commanded his deepest respect. In just a few months, she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Caesar knew precisely where this transformation began, with the man leaning against the stone, eyes closed in quiet repose. Lin Fan. Caesar watched Lin Fan. Firelight traced the contours of his profile, deepening the shadows and amplifying his aura of inscrutable mystery. Ella's overwhelming strength, Ellen's profound evolution, that terrifying forbidden spell. Every extraordinary change revolved around this man. He was like a colossal vortex, drawing those near him into his orbit, then bestowing upon them rebirth and newfound power. Caesar suddenly felt profoundly fortunate. That impulsive rush into the teleportation array, he'd thought it the dumbest decision of his life. Yet now he recognized it as the wisest. Had he not entered, he might never have discovered what true adventure truly meant, or what genuine strength truly looked like. They sat encircling the fire, conversing loosely. No hollow pleasantries of aristocratic gatherings, no forced pretense of superiority. Ella recounted embarrassing tales from her mercenary days, sparking hearty laughter. Ellen interjected occasionally, brief, but always landing precisely on the punchline. Even Lin Fan, rarely given to levity, offered a few wry remarks. This atmosphere settled over Caesar like a warm embrace. So comfortable, he found himself reluctant to return to the scheming, treacherous world of nobility. Once the trial concluded, perhaps he could invite Lin Fan home as a guest. His father, learning he'd befriended someone of such extraordinary caliber, would surely be overjoyed. At that moment, Lin Fan rose and gazed toward the canyon's depths. Tomorrow is the final day of the trial. This core zone has been completely exhausted. Everyone rests early tonight. At first light, tomorrow we relocate. Where to? Caesar asked instinctively. Lin Fan pointed southward. According to Ellen, she spotted something massive in that direction. We'll assess the situation tomorrow. If we can defeat it, we will. If not, we'll fall back to the periphery and hunt scattered flying dragons. Caesar followed Lin Fan's gesture toward that distant point, and a chill of apprehension tightened his chest. For that direction lay the Forbidden Zone, even more perilous than the core region itself. Lin Fan stood behind a towering rock, holding a simple map issued by the Academy. A prominent red cross marked their current location on the map. Forbidden Zone. According to common sense, a normal candidate would bypass this mark without hesitation. But Lin Fan was different. He was here for supplies. The young flying dragons in the core area had already been harvested, as if they were merely crops, with the remaining ones either hiding in the crevices or having flown dozens of miles away. The efficiency was too low. To maximize profits on the last day, they had to venture into places that no one dared to approach. Wealth comes from risk. Listen up. Lin Fan turned to glance at the three behind him. We are here to seek fortune, not to lose our lives. Lin Fan lowered his voice, his tone serious. The level of monsters here might be a tier higher than outside. If anything seems off, or if the cost-benefit ratio is too low, we withdraw immediately. Don't get into a fight, don't get carried away. Caesar said confidently, Don't worry, Lin Fan, with me taking the lead, and your control, what forbidden zone can intimidate us? It seems trivial to me. This guy had become quite arrogant after slaying numerous flying dragons. But confidence was a good thing, at least he would stand firm as a meat shield. Lin Fan said no more, waved his hand, signaling the team to set off. The four crouched low, using the cover of rubble and bushes, stealthily entered the area marked in red. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the surrounding environment became. The vegetation here was visibly denser than outside, with gigantic ferns towering above them. The air was thick with a strong sulfur smell, even more potent than in the core area. Giant claw marks were visible everywhere on the ground, as some rocks had even been melted by high temperatures, giving them an eerie glass-like texture. Stop! Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand, making a fist. The team instantly halted. AI Lin had collaborated with Lin Fan countless times, and without needing orders, she nimbly climbed up the tallest tree beside them. She set up her sniper rifle and looked through the high-magnification magical scope toward the open basin ahead. Moments later, AI Lin jumped down from the tree. Her landing was light like a cat. However, her expression was somewhat grave. Lin Fan, there's something big. AI Lin's voice was low, her finger pointing toward the center of the basin. About 1,200 meters away, there's a natural volcanic pit. There is a dragon in the pit. Not a young dragon. AI Lin paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts to describe what she had seen. Its size is at least 10 times that of those young flying dragons outside. 10 times. Caesar, who had just appeared relaxed, instantly froze in shock. AIRA also subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword. Did you see what species it is, eh? Lin Fan asked. It is covered with deep red scales with flames flickering in the gaps of its scales. It lies there, and the surrounding air is warping. AI Lin recalled the scene in the scope. It has bone spikes on its back resembling lotus flowers. Caesar gasped, his voice changing pitch. Red lotus giant dragon. That is a special type of aberrant dragon. An adult. As a mid-level mage with solid theoretical knowledge, Caesar's mind immediately accessed his database. The instructor told us about this creature. Its defense is absurdly high. Its scales can withstand mid-level magic without a scratch, and it has a high-temperature field, making close combat a nightmare. The most annoying part is that it holds grudges. Once provoked, it won't stop until it kills. Lin Fan frowned. An adult aberrant dragon. This indeed exceeded his hunting plan. With their current setup, they could handle young dragons, but facing such a massive creature, even if they could win, they would likely exhaust all their resources. All the magical potions, scrolls, and even AI Lin's specially made bullets would be entirely consumed. And if anyone got injured, it would be even more of a loss. AI Lin continued. Under it, there seems to be something. It is very alert, occasionally raising its head to watch its surroundings. I estimate it could be a dragon egg. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to move a bit closer to find a better vantage point for AI Lin to continue observing. The four cautiously advanced 200 meters, crouching behind a large rock peeking out. Through the scope of AI Lin's sniper rifle, Lin Fan finally saw the true form of the creature. It was indeed enormous. Lying there, it resembled a small red hill. With every breath, flames visibly spewed from its nostrils, sizzling the rocks on the ground. Beneath its massive abdomen, 3 dark red eggs were faintly visible. Each egg was the size of a grinding stone, covered in complex natural patterns, emitting a faint red glow. True dragon eggs. Lin Fan felt his heart skip a beat. This was a rare treasure. He had never seen dragon eggs before, whether in Dragon Valley or the previously hunted Dragon Canyon, because these locations were merely feeding grounds for flying dragons. It was said that most flying dragons would migrate to a place called Dragon Island to lay their eggs. Only those mother flying dragons that could not migrate in time or due to irresistible reasons would choose to lay eggs outside of Dragon Island. This was Lin Fan's first time seeing real dragon eggs. Are these valuable? Lin Fan turned to look at the valuation expert Caesar beside him. Caesar stared at the 3 eggs for a long time, finally shaking his head, his face showing a look of disdain. These look impressive, but they are essentially useless. Useless? Lin Fan asked in confusion. Caesar explained slowly. Dragon eggs cannot be incubated by species outside of the dragon race. That's common knowledge. If a dragon egg cannot be hatched, it can only be used as an ingredient. When I was young, my father spent a fortune to get a dragon egg, claiming it was highly nourishing. Caesar grimaced, but when we cooked it, the taste was akin to chewing rubber that tasted like sulfur, both fishy and tough. It was horrid. Only those old nobles looking to enhance their vitality would buy it, paying a tax on their intelligence. There isn't much of a market for it. Lin Fan quickly came to a conclusion. Cost extremely high. Profit extremely small. The input-output ratio is severely unbalanced. Lin Fan was a practical person. He never engaged in losing trades. Withdraw. Lin Fan decisively ordered, showing no hesitation. We will not pursue this deal. The 4 began to slowly retreat. As long as they returned to a safe distance, this massive creature should not chase them. However, just as they retreated less than 50 meters, the magical rings on their wrists suddenly flickered. They released the sedative again. The scent of the sedative drifted on the wind, heading toward the center of the basin. Normally, this scent was to attract young dragons. But at this moment, this scent was a blatant provocation for a mother dragon that was incubating eggs. Roar. A deafening roar suddenly erupted in the center of the basin. The sound wave hit like a tangible shockwave, stirring up debris and dust from the ground and crashing violently all around. Lin Fan turned around abruptly. He saw that Red Hill was moving. Those enormous vertical pupils were fixated directly on the rock they were hiding behind. The gaze held nothing but pure rage and murderous intent. It had sensed them. The scent of food, the scent of intruders, and a repulsive scent of someone trying to steal its children. Boom. The massive dragon wings suddenly spread wide, blocking out the sun. The red lotus giant dragon's colossal body lifted off the ground, creating a scorching whirlwind. Run! Lin Fan shouted loudly, no longer caring about stealth. Full speed retreat. Move to the sides. Lin Fan was not afraid of it. It was simply not worth the risk. Only a fool would fight. Caesar reacted the quickest, instantly casting a lightness spell on himself and bolted away. AIRA and AI Lin followed closely behind. Lin Fan was last glancing back. The red lotus giant dragon had already taken to the air. It did not dive down directly, but opened its mouth wide. Deep in its throat, red light surged. Damn, Lin Fan cursed. Spread out. Dragon breath. The four of them erupted like startled rabbits, instantly darting in 4 different directions. Boom. A massive fire column crashed down on the rock they had just hidden behind. The rock instantly melted into magma. The ground was plowed into a deep black trench several meters deep. The heat wave singed a few strands of Lin Fan's hair. If they took a direct hit, they would likely be severely burned. Run toward the edge. Lin Fan decisively commanded. They had to reach a place that could limit this giant creature's flight. Or, Lin Fan recalled a large cave located at the edge on the map. There should be other candidates. Though it felt a bit unethical, a life of a friend is worth less than his own. Caesar seemed to have thought of something as well, immediately shouting, "Everyone follow me. I remember there's a big cave to the north. We can hide there." Caesar cast wind magic on everyone, and with the wind at their feet, he led the troublemaking team into a frantic run. At the fringes of Dragon Valley, within a cavern nearly breached by a swarm of flying dragons. Boom! Shards of rock clattered down from the ceiling, striking the ground and kicking up choking clouds of dust. A mage hunched his neck and pressed himself tightly into a shallow recess in the cave wall. In his trembling hand, he gripped a staff already fissured with cracks, his palms slick with sweat, clammy and unbearable. His nickname was Skinny Monkey, one of Caesar's 3 lackeys. The roars outside erupted once more, a uniquely metallic grating shriek that set one's scalp crawling. Rotate positions. 3rd squad fall back. 4th squad advance. Earth mages, seal the entrance immediately to buy frontline mages time to drink their potions. A cool, clear female voice cracked through the cavern's depths, soft in volume, yet laced with unassailable authority. Skinny Monkey wiped ash from his face and gasped for breath. This accursed place was no haven for mortals. It was a colossal natural cavern at the frontier, once an ideal stronghold, defensible, secluded, nearly impregnable. Now it had become little more than a living tomb. Outside, the flying dragons surged like a possessed tide, wave after relentless wave hurling themselves against the cave mouth. The once solid mountainside had been clawed open by those winged beasts, half its mass reduced to rubble. Sunlight pierced through vast fissures, glaring upon dried bloodstains scattered across the floor. Harsh, blinding, unforgiving. Skinny Monkey turned his head, slightly glancing at the comrade beside him. When they'd first entered, laughter had echoed among them. Hopeful, even buoyant. This trial was brutal, yes, but together they believed they could endure. What now? Silently, Skinny Monkey counted. 42. For we're already gone. Just yesterday afternoon, a fire mage, his mana utterly spent, had stepped back to quaff a potion when a dragon's talon shot into the cavern, snatching him out like a chick plucked from a nest. That scream, he would never forget it. Then came the gnawing crunching of bone. Outside, and inside, a silence as absolute and suffocating as death itself. No one dared go out to save him. None could. This was the advanced mage trial. Every moment confirmed the instructor's grim warning. To enter without full preparation is not merely reckless. It is either folly or madness. Hold fast. Just one more day. Endure until sunset. The teleportation array will activate. The woman's voice rang out again. Skinny Monkey lifted his gaze toward the figure at the cavern's heart. A young woman clad in violet robes, her staff embedded with a peerless thunder spirit pearl. She stood at the vanguard, arcs of violet lightning crackling fiercely around her, casting her delicate features in a pallid, almost spectral light. Luna of the Lei Yun clan, a rare thunder element mage. Her family, alongside Caesar's Eagle clan, ranked among Silver Moon City's 4 great noble houses. And like Caesar, she was terrifyingly powerful. Skinny Monkey had watched just 2 hours earlier as a reckless dragon thrust its head into the cave, only for Luna to raise her hand and unleash a bolt of lightning as thick as an ancient oak trunk. The beast hadn't even uttered a cry. The skull exploded into blackened ash. This was her 6th kill. This was no longer mere strength, it was legend. A mid-tier mage slaying 6 juvenile flying dragons in 48 hours. If word reached the academy, even the venerable professors might drop their dentures in disbelief. Without her, this immovable pillar, they would have fared far worse. Yet Skinny Monkey saw it plainly. She was nearing her breaking point. Her frequency of mana potion consumption had risen sharply. Her once upright posture now bore subtle tremors of exhaustion. If she fell, a shiver ran down Skinny Monkey's spine. He dared not imagine further. He shrank back into his corner and slumped onto the cold stone floor. Beside him sat his 2 closest friends, Chubby and Chatterbox, both also Caesar's lackeys, cut from the same cloth, swaggering idle, riding Caesar's coattails. "Hey, Skinny Monkey." Chatterbox nudged him with his elbow, lowering his voice. Do you think any of us will walk out of here alive? Shut your crow mouth, Skinny Monkey snapped, shooting him a glare. Didn't you hear Lady Lei Yun? One more day? As long as we stay sharp and keep our heads down, we'll make it. I just feel hollow inside. Chatterbox sighed. Look at that earth mage over there. His hands are shaking. Earlier, while reinforcing the wall, he nearly left a gap wide enough to crawl through. How long can this crumbling hole hold if another assault hits like that? Hold it, or die trying. Chubby interjected, still clutching a pastry in his hand. Unless, of course, a true tank arrives right now, to shoulder some of Lady Lei Yun's burden. At the word tank, all three fell silent. Chubby took a bite of his pastry and murmured, Kizarsama would be here if only he could. Skinny Monkey's heart swelled with bittersweet longing. Yes, Kizarsama would be here, if only he could, though outwardly unreliable, boastful, ostentatious, dripping with new Vorish bravado. His gear was undeniably forged in iron and gold, a shell worth thousands of gold coins. That was no jest. Had he stood guard at the entrance, raising ice shields thick as city ramparts, the cavern's safety margin would double overnight. Lady Lei Yun wouldn't need to strain so desperately. Everyone could finally breathe. Stop dreaming, Skinny Monkey sighed, leaning his head against the icy rock wall, his eyes glassy and distant. Kizarsama won't be returning. What nonsense are you spouting? Chubby's small eyes widened in alarm. With that god-tier gear, even a dragon would need hours just to gnaw through it. How could he possibly fall so easily? You understand nothing, Skinny Monkey replied, bitterly shaking his head. Where are we? The frontier. And where did he go? The core zone. The teleportation attendant had stated it plainly. The core is a dragon's nest, where flying dragons swarm like dumplings boiling in a pot. Kizarsama rushed in, without hesitation, for that boy Lin Fan. Skinny Monkey shook his head again, voice heavy with sorrow and resignation. Even senior mages from the student council, masters of advanced magic, would struggle to emerge unscathed from such a place. Let alone Kizarsama. 2 days and 2 nights. No sign, no signal. Tell me, do you still hold hopes? Chubby opened his mouth to protest, then closed it, speechless. Chatterbox fell silent too. Truth be told, they all knew, clear as polished crystal. The core zone was never meant for ordinary candidates. To enter was suicide. Kizarsama might be wealthy, well-equipped, and formidable, but he remained a mid-tier mage. Against hundreds, no thousands, of flying dragons. Even iron would melt into slag under such onslaught. What a waste. Skinny Monkey drew a small pouch of gold coins from his robe and rolled 3 between his fingertips. The reward Caesar had tossed him casually after a simple errand. Kizarsama may love showing off, but he's loyal, generous, and treats us as equals, never as underlings. Skinny Monkey sniffed, his throat tightening. I'd even hoped this trial would let me cling to his shadow, earn my advanced mage title, then feast and revel beside him, striding boldly through Silver Moon City. But now, enough, stop talking. Chatterbox waved his hand impatiently. The more you speak, the more dread sinks in. Let's focus on surviving ourselves. When we get out, we'll build Kizarsama a monument grand enough to honor a brother's bond. A long, heavy sigh passed between the three, oppressive, hollow final. Then, suddenly, the wind mage stationed at the cave mouth screamed. Attention! Attention! Situation developing. Directly ahead. Someone's approaching, from that direction. Chaos erupted within the cavern. People, at this hour. How? Luna of the Lei Yun clan snapped, her eyes open, her staff flaring instantly with violent violet light. She strode swiftly to the entrance, squinting into the distance. Skinny Monkey and his 2 friends scrambled upright, pressing themselves to the narrow fissures in the rock to peer out. One glance, and Skinny Monkey froze. Across the barren wasteland, dust billowed violently. A golden speck, blazing incandescent, raced toward them at impossible speed. It burned with such brilliance that beneath the noon sun it reflected light like a miniature sun skimming the earth. As it drew nearer, its shape resolved clearly. A suit of armor, ostentatious beyond measure, every plate studded with gems gleaming in pure, unadulterated gold. That vulgar, flamboyant aesthetic, that shameless, audacious display of wealth, was unparalleled. Not just across Silver Moon Magical Academy, but throughout all of Silver Moon City, none could rival it. Skinny Monkey rubbed his eyes fiercely. Had exhaustion finally warped his vision? Oh, by the gods. Chubby groaned, dreamlike, jaw slack enough to swallow a fist. That is Kizarsama. Chatterbox's voice cracked mid-scream. Yes, absolutely, unquestionably, yes. That gait, that flourish of the staff, that unmistakable aura radiating from afar. I am the wealthiest man alive. Even if reduced to ashes, Skinny Monkey would recognize him instantly. Alive. Kizarsama is alive. His mind reeled, unable to process the impossibility. This defied reason. That was the core zone, a den of dragons and death. How had he emerged alive? Caesar, brother, truly magnificent. Skinny Monkey whispered, grief dissolving instantly into overwhelming elation. Kizarsama lived. His lifeline remained intact. Salvation was near. Kizarsama, we're here. Chubby couldn't contain himself. He leapt up, arms waving wildly toward the entrance. Wait. Skinny Monkey seized Chubby's arm, brow furrowing sharply. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. Kizarsama was running, but his posture looked less like triumph, more like flight. And he ran too fast. Not with steady stride, but with desperate, all-consuming urgency, layering multiple wind affinity acceleration spells upon himself. What was he fleeing? Skinny Monkey instinctively shifted his gaze behind Caesar. past the dazzling gold, past the blinding reflection he'd previously overlooked. Now he saw it. A massive crimson shadow skimming the earth hundreds of meters behind Caesar, moving with terrifying velocity. Where it passed, bedrock blackened and shattered, belching thick, acrid smoke. Not the shadow of a cloud. A living thing. A creature of monstrous scale. Roar. A roar tore across kilometers. Louder, more horrifying than every dragon's shriek they'd endured these past days combined. The cave mouth trembled violently under the sonic shockwave, gravel cascading from the ceiling. Then the crimson shadow unfurled colossal wings, obscuring the sun. Its immense body launched skyward, revealing bone spines erupting from its back like blooming lotus petals, glowing with a sinister pulsing red light beneath the sun. A visible wave of searing heat crashed toward them like a tidal surge. Skinny Monkey's pupils contracted to needle-fine points. He finally saw what it was. This was no juvenile flying dragon. It was the Crimson Lotus dragon. Luna's voice trembled for the first time. An adult, aberrant dragon. Skinny Monkey felt his calves cramp uncontrollably. Staring at Kizarsima, racing headlong toward the cave mouth, he could think only one thing. Kizarsima lived, but he had dragged hell's own demon straight to their door. Skinny Monkey stared at the colossal beast, closing in relentlessly, jaws already gathering a torrent of dragon fire. Then back at his golden, glorious, doomed elder brother. He genuinely wished, more than anything, to seal the cave mouth shut. Truly he did. What a calamity. The Skinny Monkey clung to the crevice of the rock, rubbing his smoke-stung eyes vigorously. Aside from the dazzling Caesar under the midday sun, he finally saw the three figures trailing behind him. It was Lin Fan's three apprentice mages. The Skinny Monkey felt his brain was stuffed with a blob of mush, completely unable to process the situation. That was the core area after all. Not only did Caesar manage to escape unscathed, but he also brought along these three brainless individuals who should have been doomed. To have emerged alive from beneath the watchful eyes of hundreds of flying dragons, while carrying three deadweights, what kind of skill was required? What kind of courage? The Skinny Monkey had to admit that the boss was even more impressive and powerful than he had imagined. But, the thing you brought, can our small band of survivors handle it? The Skinny Monkey trembled all over, his lips quivering, praying fervently in his heart. Brother, Caesar, please don't come over. At this moment, the massive shadow had already blotted out the sunlight. The red lotus giant dragon was as large as a moving mountain, and with each flap of its wings the stones below rolled over twice. A pungent smell of sulfur mixed with a burnt odor pierced through the air, stinging the lungs. The ground began to shake like it was being sifted, and debris fell from above. The pesky juvenile flying dragons gathered outside the cave were also showing signs of agitation. They had been tirelessly battering against the barriers set up by the earth mages trying to break in for a feast. Their greedy behavior was despairing. But as Caesar's group approached within 200 meters, these juvenile dragons seemed to sense something extremely terrifying. A roar, several distorted screams echoed, born from the depths of their souls in fear. Immediately after, over 50 juvenile dragons, not daring to look back, flapped their wings and fled in a frenzy, as if they had seen a ghost. Some fled so hastily that they crashed headfirst into the rock wall, bleeding from their heads, but they got back up and continued running, not daring to pause for even a moment. In the blink of an eye, the area around the cave became utterly clean. Not a single dragon hair was left behind. Everyone inside the cave was left dumbfounded. They all ran away. What the hell? The talkative mage swallowed, his voice dry as if a handful of sand was stuck in his throat. Is this red lotus giant dragon really that fierce? It scared this bunch of little brats before it even arrived. The Skinny Monkey felt the same. After all, it was an adult aberrant dragon species. The bloodline suppression was a well-known fact in the monster world. But from this one could also infer just how powerful the adult giant dragon brought by Caesar truly was. The Skinny Monkey had just begun to make sense of the logic. An angry curse rang from the cave entrance. Caesar, you bastard. Lady Luna of the Lei family had completely lost her noble lady image at this moment, pointing at the golden figure rushing towards them, her face twisted in anger, her staff embedded with lightning beads trembling in her grip. Caesar, are you crazy? Why bring that kind of thing here? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Luna's composure shattered. She had been working herself to the bone for 2 days, her magical power nearly depleted, and just when she finally saw a glimmer of hope, this fool directly brought over an ultimate boss. Is this because you think we aren't dying fast enough? Is this the legendary pig teammate? Hurry, reinforce the defenses. All earth mages, drain all your magical energy. Seal the entrance. Quickly weld that door shut. We cannot let Caesar in. Caesar and the others seemed to realize they weren't welcome in this cave and made a sudden sharp turn. They ran in another direction. However, the massive body of the red lotus giant dragon had too much inertia and couldn't come to a stop immediately. Just as they regained their footing, the giant dragon's enormous vertical pupils were instantly attracted to the densely packed humans in the cave. Clearly, they were much more appealing than those 4 slippery characters. These dozens of humans clustered together, exuding the scent of fear, were evidently more enticing. Roar. The red lotus giant dragon halted its steps. It turned its head, its massive skull facing the cave entrance, the reflections of the terrified faces of those inside mirrored in its vertical pupils. Deep within its throat, a red glow suddenly flared up, as if a sun on the verge of eruption was packed inside. The surrounding air instantly warped, and the temperature soared. The The skinny monkey felt as if his eyebrows were about to catch fire. It's over. The pastry in the little chubby's hand fell to the ground, rolling into the dust. Defend. Full defense. Luna's voice was almost distorted. Dozens of mages desperately raised their staffs, and the colorful magical light coalesced into a vibrant barrier at the cave's entrance. But before the imminent dragon breath, this barrier seemed so flimsy, so laughable. Boom. A thick, dark red fire pillar bearing the momentum to annihilate everything crashed violently into the barrier. Without any suspense, the barrier couldn't hold for even 10 seconds, bursting like a punctured soap bubble. The scorching wave surged forward, rushing directly into the cave. The first few earth mages at the front didn't even have time to scream before being swept away by the force, crashing heavily against the rock wall, their lives unknown. The skinny monkey felt a great force hit him, and he flew out as if thrown into a tumble dryer. He arced through the air, landing heavily on the ground, stars dancing in his vision. His ears buzzed, rendering him deaf to everything. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the cave entrance engulfed in flames, watching as the red lotus giant dragon approached, taking heavy steps. Only one thought remained in his mind. This time he had truly been led to disaster by Brother Caesar. Caesar halted his steps. He looked at the cave entrance, now shrouded in thick black smoke, listening to the cries coming from inside, his heart squeezed by an invisible hand. Just moments ago, he had even felt a sense of relief that the dragon hadn't chased him down. But when he clearly saw the skinny monkey's distinctive lean figure among those fleeing from the cave, the relief on his face froze instantly. That was his lackey, the one who always called him boss, Caesar, running errands for him, waiting in line, listening to his brags. Though these guys usually lacked any real skills and would run faster than anyone else when danger struck, they truly regarded him as their big brother. And now he had led death right to his brother's heads. Caesar's hands trembled, not from fear, but from guilt. Although he had always been a wastrel, loved to save face and show off, he had never betrayed his teammates. If he simply ran away today, it wouldn't just be a matter of face, he would have to live his life like a stray dog. Caesar suddenly turned to Lin Fan beside him. Lin Fan. His voice was low, barely audible except to a few of them. He didn't look into Lin Fan's eyes, just fixed his gaze on the dragon, preparing to unleash its second breath in the distance. I didn't expect everyone else to be there. This path is mine to lead, this burden is mine to bear. Caesar gripped the priceless staff tightly, the golden armor reflecting a never-before-seen tragic grandeur in the firelight. My useless brothers are all inside. Ooh, I cannot watch them die. This dragon is coming for me, its hatred is directed at me. As long as I charge forward to draw its fire, it will most likely turn to deal with me. You all, go first. After saying this, Caesar took a deep breath as if trying to suppress all his fears into his lungs. Without waiting for Lin Fan to respond, he immediately conjured the strongest magical shield for himself and turned back to charge. His back looked a bit foolish, but undeniably manly. Lin Fan stood rooted, watching Caesar's stance as he prepared to go to his death, but his mind raced. They were already on the edge of the dragon valley beyond which lay the barrier. This red lotus giant dragon clearly bore a grudge, but had pursued them tirelessly. Even now, though distracted by the people inside the cave, once it finished killing and devouring them, its next target would surely be their team. Since this battle was unavoidable, Lin Fan glanced at the cave where dozens of disposable pawns were ready to draw fire. Plus, with Caesar, this top-tier meat shield voluntarily acting as the main tank. Now killing it should not be too difficult. The cost-effectiveness had suddenly increased. Lin Fan's gaze gradually sharpened. Eileen, Lin Fan suddenly whispered. At 9 o'clock, that highest protruding rock, can you get up there? He pointed at an excellent vantage cliff on the side. Eileen glanced over and nodded yes. Good. Let's go set up there. Aira, here, follow me. Eileen could no longer hold back her long sword humming in her hand. Lin Fan turned around. Since this dragon loves to chase us, then we can only slaughter it. At the cave entrance, Luna had barely recovered from the dragon's terrifying breath when she saw a golden silhouette standing squarely between the cavern mouth and the crimson lotus dragon. Was it Caesar? How had he returned? What on earth was happening? Just moments earlier, Caesar had lured this adult dragon here, successfully diverting its enmity, then fled faster than a hare as if desperate to grow 2 extra legs. Yet now he had returned. He had drawn this calamity upon them, and now chose to turn back towards certain death. For what purpose? Had his mind truly shattered? Before Luna could process it, Caesar's gem-encrusted staff whirled like a windmill in his hands while incantations tumbled from his lips at breakneck speed, too rapid to decipher. Multiple ice shields, arise. One after another, thick ice walls crashed down from thin air. Before the first even struck the ground, he yanked a fistful of costly disposable magic scrolls from his robes and tore them all open without hesitation as though they were worthless scraps. A kaleidoscope of light erupted instantly. Earth's Terra Ward Water's veil of celestial grace, light's divine aegis. Layer upon layer of shimmering barriers cocooned him tightly, rendering him luminous as a radiant, translucent onion. In the next instant, the crimson lotus dragon unleashed its breath, not flame, but liquefied magma. Boom! The deafening impact against the shields pierced Luna's eardrums. Scorching heat bled through the seams of the barriers, warping the surrounding air into shimmering distortion. Luna instinctively narrowed her eyes. A chilling premonition seized her. Such overwhelming force would fell not only Caesar, a mere mid-tier mage, but likely even a true high-tier mage. After several seconds of suffocating silence, the smoke cleared. The golden onion was shattered. Half its outermost ice shields vaporized, its flamboyant golden armor blackened and smoking faintly. Yet Caesar still stood, grumbling aloud, hot. Hot. Damn it. Did that beast breakfast on magma? Its power is insane. He shook his scorched hands. Though battered, his feet remained rooted to the earth like iron spikes, unyielding, unmoved. Then with practiced ease he drew yet more disposable magic scrolls from his spatial ring. As if these were nothing more than common blotting paper. Luna's mind reeled. Was this truly the same arrogant, swaggering heir who flaunted wealth across the academy? How much fortune had he poured into that arsenal? That single barrage of scrolls alone must have cost as much as an entire estate in Silver Moon City's core district. What are you gawking at? Caesar suddenly wheeled around and bellowed toward the stunned group, still frozen at the cave mouth, spittle flying. Do you think I bought these scrolls for your entertainment? You expect me to tank damage for free? Get moving, attack. His roar jolted Luna back to reality. She didn't understand his sudden recklessness, but hesitation was no longer an option. If this dragon lived, they all perished. Everyone's still able to fight. Follow me. Gritting her teeth, Luna strained every last thread of magical energy and raised her staff high. Violet lightning coalesced at its tip. Lightning strike. A thunderbolt thick as a water barrel slammed into the dragon's brow with a deafening crack. It left only a smudge of scorch on the crimson scales. The dragon merely wrinkled its eyelid, unimpressed, unaffected. Then from within the cave, a scattered volley of fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades arced forth, hitting the dragon's hide like harmless pebbles. It was simply too resilient. An adult hetero-dragon's defenses were utterly impervious to their mid-tier arcane might. Despair rose like a tide, cold, inexorable, and absolute. The Crimson Lotus Dragon, clearly enraged by these gnats' insolence, shook its massive head. Twin jets of flame erupted from its nostrils. Its colossal foreclaw lifted, aiming to crush this golden nuisance into paste, then roast the cave dwellers whole with one final breath. Faced with this invincible foe, Luna nearly dropped her staff in terror, when from afar atop a distant ridge, a soft, sharp report echoed. In the next heartbeat, the Crimson Lotus Dragon's enormous head jerked violently sideways. Splut. Scales exploded above its left eye, spraying a crimson mist. A guttural, agonized shriek tore from its throat, its hulking frame staggered, and the raised claw slammed into the earth with a tremor that rattled the ground. Luna's eyes widened in disbelief. Penetrated. Blood drawn in a single strike. Had a senior academy master infiltrated the trial, or had a hidden guardian intervened? Instinctively she scanned the direction of the sound, yet saw no one. Caesar, holding the front line, seemed to have anticipated it all. His grim, sacrificial resolve vanished, replaced instead by profound, palpable relief, as if he'd known victory was assured all along. He even paused to wipe soot from his face. Before Luna could grasp the logic behind it, a silvery gray blur shot forth from a jumble of rubble to the side. A female swordsman, long blade in hand, clad in unadorned enchanted light armor. But her speed was staggering. So swift it left a phantom afterimage burning across Luna's retina, a velocity far beyond any apprentice's capacity. She charged straight, unflinching, toward the dragon's very feet. Luna's heart clenched. Even wounded, the dragon needed only a flick of its tail or a casual sweep of its claw to reduce such a fragile warrior to pulp. Yet just as the swordsman breached the dragon's attack radius, a black-haired youth entered Luna's field of vision. Lin Fan, the reckless apprentice mage who dared attempt the advanced trial. Standing 100 meters away, he calmly raised his right hand and gripped empty air toward the Crimson Lotus Dragon. His lips moved silently bind. No dazzling spelllight flared, but the air itself thickened, viscous and heavy. A wave of profound disorientation washed over Luna, her heartbeat skipping as if gravity itself had faltered. Then, the Crimson Lotus Dragon froze mid-rage, its furious thrashing arrested in utter stillness. Its massive body writhed futilely, yet its gaping maw remained locked mid-roar, drool suspended in midair, defying all natural law. The sight was profoundly uncanny, as though an invisible, unbreakable force had sealed the space around its head in absolute stasis. Luna's pupils contracted sharply. This was a spatial binding, high-tier control magic, a true forbidden art, and the female swordsman clearly knew this rhythm well. Seizing the dragon's paralysis, she launched herself skyward with explosive force. Her blade gleamed coldly, its trajectory precise, unwavering, the joint where the right wing met the torso, the sole vulnerable point where scale coverage thinned. Steel met flesh. Crimson blossomed, exposing raw bone beneath. Luna stood motionless, stunned. Powerful, unbelievably powerful. These two apprentices, truly extraordinary. Luna had yet to recover from the shock she had just experienced. Lin Fan's voice echoed again. This guy is no ordinary foe. I can control it for a maximum of 7 seconds. Focus on the wound at the base of its wings. We must not let it take to the skies. Lin Fan issued the command, but the remaining soldiers were clearly scared stiff by the adult dragon, each holding their staffs, exchanging nervous glances, and no one dared to move. Are you all deaf or something? Caesar jumped out shouting, attack the base of its wings. Hurry. His loud voice also jolted Luna awake. Lin Fan was right. The dragon's true advantage lay in its ability to fly to heights unreachable by anyone. Now the cave where everyone was hiding had already been stripped bare, providing no cover. If it broke free and soared into the sky, everyone would become living targets and the consequences would be dire. It must be kept on the ground. Luna raised her thunder spirit staff, her voice suddenly rising. Everyone, target the wound on its right wing. Thunder, strike. Boom. A purple light erupted. Luna demonstrated first, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Following her lead, others quickly joined in, launching dozens of colorful magic beams, all aimed at the gushing wound. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades. Roar. The time of confinement was up. The control was released, and the Scarlet Lotus dragon let out a piercing wail. It instinctively tried to flap its wings and ascend, wanting to escape the range of attack. However, as soon as it exerted force with its right wing, the wound, which had been slashed open by the female swordsman and bombarded by dozens of spells, burst open. The massive dragon wing drooped limply, resembling a broken fan rib. The gigantic dragon's body swayed and crashed heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. It worked. The flying ability of the adult dragon had been neutralized. Luna did not slack off in the slightest. She knew this was not over. Although it could no longer fly, it remained an adult Scarlet Lotus dragon. The arduous battle might just be beginning. A comprehensive strategy had to be formulated. Luna subconsciously glanced at Caesar, wanting to exchange ideas with him. However, Caesar did not even look at her directly, shouting, "Everyone, follow Lin Fan's orders. Anyone who dares to slack off will face my wrath when we get back." Luna was taken aback. The dozen or so disheveled mages around her were also stunned, all staring at Luna in unison. For the past few days, it had always been Luna leading everyone and holding on. She was a rare lightning mage, the strongest fighter, and also the young lady of a top noble family in Silvermoon City. Everyone had grown accustomed to following her lead. Now suddenly having a novice mage in command. Who could adapt to that? Luna quickly reacted. Caesar was right. Now a mysterious mage hiding far away, capable of dealing high damage from ultra-long range. A highly mobile high-damage sword mage. Plus that powerful space-binding spell capable of controlling the dragon. These were the keys to breaking the situation. And all the keys rested solely in Lin Fan's hands. If they did not listen to him, then whom should they listen to? Luna took a deep breath. She turned around, looking at the group of classmates, eagerly watching her voice firm. "Stop looking at me. From now on, everyone will follow Lin Fan's orders." After saying that, she turned and nodded vigorously in Lin Fan's direction. Lin Fan, seeing the trusting look in Luna's eyes, unhesitatingly took command. He swept his gaze across the battlefield. Although this group of ordinary mages had low individual output, the variety of spells they wielded could be quite effective if coordinated. Caesar, in his top-tier equipment, was throwing precious one-time-use scrolls like they were beans, his lavish mode activated with astonishing defense. Luna, being a rare lightning mage, if she could hit accurately, her output was undoubtedly the highest among them besides Eileen. Coupled with the dual space binding of herself and Ella, and Ella's instant burst, plus Eileen's long-range precision sniping, there was simply no reason to lose this fight. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on the rolling Scarlet Lotus dragon, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This creature looked terrifying, but in reality, it was not much different from an ordinary young dragon. The number of dragons he had slain was far too numerous to count. His understanding of the dragon's attack patterns was likely even greater than the dragon's understanding of itself. Its attack pattern was single-minded, with a large wind-up and sluggish movements. As long as the rhythm was right, no matter what kind of dragon it was, even if its defenses were high, it could still be ground down. As for multi-person command, he had dealt with tougher bosses than this during his time in the university dorms when leading a guild. What with full-screen attacks, control immunities, frenzy mechanisms, and random force targeting, which of those had he not seen before? The dragon before him was just a larger version of a minor enemy. Lin Fan quickly entered the zone, a profound calm and focus rising within him. Caesar, here. After collaborating with Lin Fan for 2 days and witnessing his prowess, Caesar responded faster than anyone. That dragon's right wing is broken. Head to the right wing and attack its blind spot. Got it. Without hesitation, Caesar rallied those around him and began to circle to the right. Lin Fan shifted his gaze. Luna, what? Your output is the highest. Your precision must improve. Hold off on casting spells for now. Wait until I have it under control, then charge up steadily. Understood. Earth mages, follow Caesar's direction and intercept its movements. Water mages, don't worry about defense. Just blast it in the face. Aim for its eyes. Yes. Received. Everyone was mobilized. Lin Fan's strategy quickly took effect. Several earthen walls rose up, perfectly blocking the giant dragon's raised left foot. As the dragon attempted to charge forward, it stumbled and nearly fell flat on its face. Infuriated and embarrassed, it wanted to counterattack, but could only see a blur in front of it, unable to even discern who had just struck it. It opened its massive jaws, ready to unleash its lava breath. At the final moment before the breath was fully charged, freeze. The space slightly distorted, and the dragon's breath of lava got stuck in its throat, unable to be released. Immediately after, its head took a solid hit from a bolt of lightning that was thicker than a tree trunk. Following that bang, a faint sound echoed from a distant cliff. An almost imperceptible projectile connected with the dragon's throat. Puff. Before the flames in the dragon's mouth could erupt, it was blown into a cloud of black smoke, causing it to cough violently, tears streaming down its face. Now's the time. Without needing Lin Fan's precise commands, Ella dashed forward at high speed, launching a furious barrage of strikes at the dragon's hind leg tendons. Roar! The dragon in pain trembled all over, struggling to maintain its balance as it attempted to turn around to bite. Caesar, lead the attack on its rear. Coming. From Caesar's side, a dozen ice mages unleashed a flurry of ice spikes, striking true at vital points, shattering defenses while effectively drawing aggro. The dragon became disoriented, unable to keep track of both its head and tail. Lin Fan stood above, observing the colossal creature being toyed with below, calculating the timing. Ella's space binding still had 3 seconds left. Lin Fan's voice cut through the battlefield. Everyone, prepare to repeat the process. Listen to my countdown. 3, 2, 1. As Lin Fan's countdown concluded, Ella's space binding arrived on cue, locking onto the Scarlet Lotus dragon's head once more. Dozens of magic lights, already charged and ready, shone brightly once again. In the dragon's valley at the fringe, a thunderous roar echoed. With the final dull thud, the red meat mountain collapsed completely. The ground trembled, and the stirred dust clouded Luna's face. She did not dodge, nor did she have the strength to do so. Leaning on her staff, embedded with a thunder spirit pearl, her legs weakened, and she sat helplessly on the rubble-strewn ground. Her lungs burned with pain, and the dizziness from the complete depletion of magical energy made her feel nauseous. Is it over? Is it really over? The surroundings were deathly silent, with only the heavy breathing of dozens reverberating in the air. No one spoke, nor did anyone cheer. Everyone stared fixedly at the blood-soaked red lotus giant dragon, their gazes vacant, as if they had yet to awaken from the 3-hour-long nightmare. An adult, aberrant dragon species. With monstrous defense, possessing a high-temperature domain, and capable of melting rock with a single breath, how could it really have been slain by a bunch of students who hadn't even graduated? If this were to be said, even the principal would probably not believe it. Luna wiped the soot from her face, her hands trembling. In these 3 hours, she felt as if she had unleashed all the thunder strikes of her life. But she was well aware that their victory had little to do with her, or even with Caesar. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached from the side slope. Luna instinctively raised her head. She knew that the mysterious mage who had been lurking from afar, taking precise shots and dealing damage far beyond her own, was finally about to reveal themselves. She was curious about who that person really was. All eyes turned in unison to see which hidden master from the academy possessed such terrifying long-range suppression. However, when the figure approached, and she clearly saw their face, Luna was left dumbfounded. The face was serene, carrying a hint of scholarly air. Eileen, the one abandoned by her family, universally acknowledged as having a heretical talent for divine magic fluctuations. The once timid waste who walked with her head down in the corners of the academy, afraid to speak up. Luna felt a buzzing in her mind. The one who had just scored a headshot from 800 meters away, forcing the giant dragon to cry out, was actually her. A chorus of astonished voices erupted around her. Previously, when people looked at Eileen, there had always been a hint of disdain, even disgust. They regarded her as a freak who brought shame to mages. But now, looking at Eileen's calm expression and recalling her terrifying power in suppressing the giant dragon from such a distance, Luna couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. Glancing at the side where Ella was polishing her sword, Luna felt even more outmatched. She had seen many magic swordsmen, but a magic swordsman who could simultaneously slash while instantaneously casting spatial confinement was something she had never even heard of. That was a forbidden spell. Moreover, when that woman charged in to slash at the dragon's tendons, her ferocity seemed even more beast-like than the dragon itself. Of course, the most outrageous was that man. Luna looked towards Lin Fan. Throughout these 3 hours, every command he issued was terrifyingly precise. Left-wing defense, focus fire on the eyes, earth shield positioning, ice-based deceleration. He seemed to possess divine foresight, calculating every movement of the dragon and each of its attempts to breathe fire. He even predicted the magical energy vacuum period that Luna herself had not noticed, timely prompting Caesar to step in and fill the gap. Such a broad perspective, such control over the battlefield, Luna had only witnessed in the battle-hardened director of the academy. Moreover, the powerful Ella and the mysterious Eileen both heeded his commands. Even the proud Caesar seemed to show a hint of submission. This deepened Luna's curiosity about Lin Fan. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a blade cutting through flesh shattered the silence. Ella had leaped onto the giant dragon's head, skillfully wielding her sword, and split open its skull. A magical core the size of a basketball, radiating a scorching red light, was extracted. That was the most valuable item on the entire giant dragon. Priceless. Dozens of eyes around were fixated on the magical core, and someone swallowed hard. But no one dared to speak up. No one dared to voice any objections. Even the most greedy among them, the thin monkey, was now quietly huddled in the back, not daring to make a sound. Though this item was valuable, it was earned through their own efforts. Without Lin Fan and the others, the dozens present would have already turned into dragon dung. Their lives had been saved by them who would dare object. Luna took a deep breath and forced herself to stand up. Although she was a noble, and somewhat proud, nobles valued clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. One must acknowledge a debt of gratitude. She straightened her tattered robe and walked up to Lin Fan. Caesar had already approached, helping Ella wipe the large magical core, still muttering, "The quality this time is truly excellent." Ignoring Caesar, Luna looked at Lin Fan with a complicated expression. "Lin Fan, thank you." There were no extra words. Lin Fan looked up, met her gaze, and smiled. "It's merely mutual benefit." Mutual benefit. Luna was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Fan meant. She pulled out a badge engraved with a thunderbolt emblem from her pocket and handed it over. This is the token of the Lei family. In the future, if you encounter any trouble in Silver Moon City, you can present this. This time consider it a life debt from me, Luna. Lin Fan was not polite either, casually accepting the badge and putting it in his pocket. The mages who were sprawled on the ground nearby saw this and struggled to rise. In an instant, promises and thanks filled the air. Although most of these people's families were not top-tier aristocrats, together their connections could cover half of Silver Moon City. In this battle, Lin Fan not only acquired the top magical core of an adult wyvern, but also harvested the hearts of the new batch of advanced mages. Lin Fan waved his hand and did not exchange pleasantries with these people. He turned to look at Ella and Eileen. We forgot the dragon egg. Lin Fan and the others turned and walked towards the forbidden zone from which the giant dragon had charged out. Caesar had intended to follow, but glancing at his nearly ruined gear and realizing he had exhausted all his disposable scrolls accumulated over the years, he lost all confidence. He looked around at the remaining soldiers and let out a sigh, choosing to stay behind. He plopped down on the ground, disregarding the dirt, and pulled out a bottle of wine from his spatial ring and took a big swig. Luna, this Lin Fan is my brother. Aren't you envious? Ha ha. Luna shot her a glare, not responding. She gazed in the direction where Lin Fan had disappeared. After this assessment, he would just like her become an advanced mage. Thinking of their future life in the academy, a feeling of inexplicable anticipation rose in her heart. Several hours later, a buzzing sound rang in the sky. Beams of blue light descended from above. It was the signal for the teleportation array to activate. The 3 days had come to an end. Everyone felt a sense of relief. The assessment has finally concluded. I am finally an advanced mage. A mentor sits behind the registration desk next to the teleportation array, casually holding the pre-prepared list. It was a death list. 3 names were already written on it: Lin Fan, AI Law, and AI Lin. The causes of death were noted in advance: perished in a wyvern attack, leaving no remains. Matthew sighed, took a sip of the cold coffee beside him, the bitter taste spreading on his tongue. Every year there are always these reckless students who think that signing a life and death document makes them brave warriors. Little did they know it was merely a one-way ticket to hell. Especially those 3 apprentice mages who foolishly chose a teleportation point in the core area. That place, even elite students from the academy would be seriously injured if they were careless. These 3 kids probably didn't last even 10 minutes. What a pity, so young. Matthew shook his head, preparing to add a few embellishments to the death report later, at least to ensure they died with some dignity. The humming of the teleportation array sounded. The light flickered and the assessment was over. Matthew adjusted his sitting posture and pushed a box full of emergency potions forward, ready to welcome the victors who would be crying out for their parents. As the light dissipated, the first batch of figures gradually became clear. Matthew squinted, his feather quill hovering over the survivor list, ready to mark. Then he was stunned. The ones walking at the forefront were not the well-equipped intermediate mages, nor the few gifted students who were expected to perform well. Instead, it was those 3 apprentice mages. Lin Fan walked in the middle with the swordswoman AI Law, who carried a long sword on her back, on the left, and the delicate AI Lin on the right. The 3 of them, while their clothes were a bit dirty, smeared with dust and blood, were neither missing arms nor legs. They even looked surprisingly energetic, especially Lin Fan, who was chatting and laughing with the 2 girls. Had they really survived 3 days in Dragon Valley? Matthew frowned slightly. This was impossible. They had gone to the core area of Dragon Valley. In such a place, the density of wyverns was terrifying. Coupled with the induction agents, it maximized the aggression of the wyverns. How could they possibly return unscathed, and without even a bit of disgrace? Teacher, we passed. Matthew stared at the 3 in front of him, unable to regain his senses for a long time, until the sounds of painful groans from the candidates, who came out one after another, snapped him back to reality. Those intermediate mages looked disheveled, some helped by others, some still retching. That was the typical scene of a normal advanced mage assessment. In contrast, the situation of these 3 apprentices was simply too bizarre. Did you 3 really teleport to Dragon Valley? Yes, Lin Fan nodded, casually brushing off the dust from his clothes. Did you encounter any wyverns? Matthew pressed on, leaning forward and staring intently into Lin Fan's eyes. We did, Lin Fan replied matter-of-factly. Quite a few, and they were a bit noisy. Encountering them, and still being alive, and only finding them noisy. Could it be that the induction agent in the magic wristband failed to activate? Or was it someone helping them? Matthew's gaze drifted past Lin Fan, scanning the figures of Caesar and Luna, who were walking out behind. These 2 were the strongest intermediate mages of this cohort. But Caesar's golden armor was so blackened it looked like he had just crawled out of a coal mine, and Luna's face was pale, swaying as she walked, clearly exhausted from overexertion of magic. Even in such a state, if they truly wanted to help, they would need the energy to do so. Moreover, in an environment like the core area, self-preservation was already difficult. Who would be foolish enough to bring along 3 dead weights? Matthew was baffled. But rules are rules. As long as they emerged alive, it counted as passing. With a grim expression, he took out 3 brand new advanced mage robes and silver badges representing their identities from the box behind him. As he handed them over, Matthew's fingers tightly gripped the corner of the robe, reluctant to let go. This was absurd. 3 apprentice mages who hadn't even passed the basic assessment had jumped ranks to obtain advanced titles. If this got out, he, the mentor in charge of the assessment, would undoubtedly face intense scrutiny. Thank you, teacher. Lin Fan snatched the robe, casually draping it over his shoulder, completely disregarding this symbol of honor, and swaggered off with the two girls. Watching their backs, Matthew's suspicions grew. Cheating. They had absolutely cheated. Either they had used some prohibited item that the Academy strictly forbids, or they had found some loophole to exploit. No, this matter couldn't be left unresolved. It had to be investigated thoroughly. If he found out anything suspicious, he would personally deal with these three little brats. Matthew, through the registration work to the assistant next to him, called a few stewards, and with a stern face, turned to head towards the teleportation array. He wanted to see what had truly happened in Dragon Valley. The light of the teleportation array lit up again. Matthew stood in the core area of Dragon Valley. As soon as he landed, he assumed a defensive posture, the shield spell at the tip of his staff ready to activate. After all, this was the core area where a wyvern could pounce at any moment. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There were no roars of wyverns, nor the howling sound of wings slicing through the air. Only the sound of the wind blowing over the rocks, mournful like a lament. Matthew lowered his shield, looking around in confusion. Then he saw a scene akin to hell. To be precise, it was the hell of wyverns. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. On piles of rubble beneath rocky walls, even hanging off the cliffs. Wyvern bodies were scattered everywhere. Some had exploded heads, some had broken wings, not a single one was alive. Moreover, every corpse had been handled exceedingly cleanly. Chest cut open, the magic core missing. Mouth pried open, dragon teeth gone. Claws chopped off, dragon tendons pulled out. This was no longer an assessment site. This was clearly a slaughterhouse assembly line. Matthew felt a chill run down his spine. Even if the Mentor group came to cleanse the area, they couldn't have done it so thoroughly, so cleanly, could they? Not even a single cub was spared. Were they trying to exterminate the wyverns? Matthew waded through the pile of corpses, examining the wounds on several bodies. Charred burns, fire magic, neat incisions, blade slashes, and a strange penetrating wound that blew open the skull. What kind of magic caused this? The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This was simply one-sided slaughter. Who on earth did this? Caesar? Luna? Impossible. They definitely couldn't have such strength. Could it be that a top mercenary group from outside had infiltrated? Just then the communication crystal lit up. Report. Anomaly detected in the fringe area. The voice of the patrolling steward came through the crystal incredulously. A corpse of an adult scarlet lotus dragon has been found. Repeat. Corpse of an adult scarlet lotus dragon. Matthew was momentarily stunned. An adult scarlet lotus dragon. That was a special entity specifically left in the forbidden area. Its purpose was to increase the tension of the assessment, putting pressure on the candidate's nerves. But the forbidden area had already set up a scent-blocking magic formation. As long as the candidates did not delve into the forbidden area and provoke it, it would not be affected by the induction agents, who would actively provoke the Scarlet Lotus Dragon. Thinking of this, Matthew's brows furrowed. In this assessment, someone must have introduced external assistance through cheating means. Matthew no longer hesitated, directly crushing the precious scene recall crystal in his hand. This item could reproduce images of events that occurred over a certain period and could only be applied for use during investigations of major incidents. The current situation undoubtedly qualified as a major incident. The light and shadow flowed. The surrounding scenery began to reverse. Matthew held his breath, staring intently at the phantom in midair. The scene froze 2 days ago. In the core area, he saw the 3 apprentice mages who should have died on the first day. Caesar was also there. At first, everything seemed normal. The 4 of them hid in the cave higher up. Then the girl named AI Lin took out a strange black long tube. Bang! 700 meters away, the head of a patrolling young dragon exploded, crashing down. Matthew's eyes widened, nearly pressing his eyeballs against the phantom. What on earth was that? No incantation needed. And the power was this great. A direct kill from 700 meters. A long-range strike weapon. In the following imagery, Lin Fan raised his hand. Several wyverns preparing to dive suddenly froze in midair as if pinned against an invisible wall. Spatial confinement. Forbidden spell. Although it was just the lowest level of forbidden spell, it was still a forbidden spell. He had only recently saved enough money, and through some fortunate coincidences had been lucky enough to obtain one. And this spatial confinement spell that swordswoman named AI La could actually use too. Matthew gasped, feeling a surge of complex emotions welling up inside. Though Caesar joined into the scene was a bit off. He was seen following along clumsily, dealing the finishing blows and scavenging. His movements were skilled to the point of being pitiful. Matthew hurried to the place where the corpse of the Scarlet Lotus Dragon was found, activating the recall. He saw that dragon. He also saw that group of intermediate mages disoriented from being blasted by a dragon's breath. Then Lin Fan stepped forward. He took over command. Matthew watched as Lin Fan organized that group of mages like moving chess pieces. Earth shield positioning. Ice spell slow down. Water spell to obscure faces. Focus fire on the right flank. Each command was executed with precision that was astonishing. He understood the habits, weaknesses, and even the attack animations of the dragon better than the textbooks. Especially the final wave. Lin Fan and AI La executed a dual spatial confinement, seamlessly connecting, forcibly locking down the dragon for 14 seconds. This allowed dozens of spells to coordinate in a precise bombardment, ultimately leading to the death of the Scarlet Lotus Dragon. This courage, this control, this command, this calculation ability. Matthew asked himself, even if he were to take command, he probably couldn't execute it this perfectly. Their killing of the Scarlet Lotus Dragon was not luck. It was an absolute display of overwhelming power. The recall ended. The light and shadow dissipated. Matthew stood in front of the empty cave, unable to calm down for a long time. The wind blew, stirring up the dust on the ground. He felt like he had just received a hard slap to his face. It stung. He had just been suspecting them of cheating, but they had given him a lesson. Talents like this are rarely seen in a century. The Academy must focus on nurturing them. Matthew abruptly turned around and returned to the teleportation array. The magic circle lit up. Matthew's heart was still swirling with emotions. He would have to find an opportunity to mend his relationship with Lin Fan. Outside the gates of Silvermoon Magic Academy, Mia had already turned in place for the 800th time. She occasionally stood on tiptoe to peek inside, her cat ears perked up in vigilance. Any slight rustle would make her shiver. Though rationality told her that since Lin Fan dared to go, he must have assurance. But after all, it was a high-level mage assessment, and she had heard it involved the Dragon Valley, which just by name sounded like a dubious place. What if? Mia, a familiar voice called out. Mia turned abruptly, seeing Lin Fan coming out of that door, symbolizing status, accompanied by Ella and Eileen moving leisurely. The three were draped in robes, with silver trims and 2 interlocking hexagrams embroidered on the chest. High-level mage robes. Mia rubbed her eyes to ensure she wasn't mistaken. They succeeded. All 3 of them succeeded. Stop daydreaming. Lin Fan approached and tossed a heavy bag to Mia. Let's go, time to sell the loot. The largest magic core acquisition center in Silvermoon City. When the plump appraiser saw the pile of magic cores laid out like jelly beans on the table, his eyes almost popped out from the radiance. This is from a mutated dragon. This one. Such quality, just freshly dug out. The appraiser's hands trembled, struggling to hold the tweezers steadily. Having worked in this field for 30 years, he had seen many adventuring groups come to sell their goods, but he had never seen a collection of premium dragon magic cores all handled so perfectly before. Especially the last one. When Lin Fan placed the basketball's eyes still radiating heat red lotus giant dragon magic core on the table, the appraiser nearly knelt down. An adult variant dragon. Fire type premium. The appraiser swallowed hard, tremblingly extending 5 fingers. 500 gold coins. For this one, I'll give 500. The appraiser gritted his teeth, plus these juvenile dragon magic cores. A total of 4,000 gold coins. This thing here in Silvermoon City, except for me, no one else can handle such a large shipment. 4,000 gold coins. Hearing this number, Mia, standing behind, felt her knees weaken and almost knelt down to Lin Fan. Previously, they had worked hard in Dragon Valley for months and only earned a little over 1,000 gold coins. Lin Fan, Ella, Eileen earned 4,000 in just 3 days. And she wasn't even there. Deal. Lin Fan remained calm. Collect the money and leave. As they exited, Mia was still counting on her fingers, her expression a mix of excitement and pain. 4,000 gold coins. If only I had gone in with you. Mia's cat ears drooped. Even if I just helped carry the bags or collect the bodies, it would have been worth it. Lin Fan chuckled and patted her head. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After processing the dragon magic cores, Lin Fan recalled the 3 dragon eggs in his spatial ring. He led the group to the largest ingredient shop in the city. Dragon eggs. The shop owner was a balding man. He tapped on the 3 eggs with his knuckles, listened to the sound, and then shook his head with disdain. These things only have hard shells. The meat is tough and fishy. Aside from a few old men who are crazy about enhancing their vitality, no one else loves to eat them. The owner extended 4 fingers, 40 gold coins, each 120 for all 3. Take it or leave it. 40 gold coins. Lin Fan frowned. An ordinary dragon magic core can sell for over 10 gold coins. This is a dragon egg, the future giant dragon, and a special red lotus variant worth only 40 gold coins. This price is simply an insult to the dragon race. Not buying, Lin Fan turned and walked away. Although Caesar said that in this world no one can hatch dragon eggs, that is common knowledge. But Lin Fan felt that this common knowledge might not be absolute. After all, he had his country behind him. As for whether the country could hatch the dragon, Lin Fan was uncertain, but he was willing to take the gamble. If he lost the gamble, it would only be a few dozen gold coins. But if he won, he could very well become part of the future Dragon Knight Corps. Just that now the conditions weren't yet met. A single egg weighs 50 kilograms, and his material transmission ability currently can only transfer 2 kilograms at a time. It is far from meeting the transmission standard. He could only wait until later when his ability upgraded to discuss it. Eileen, please store these eggs in your spatial ring for me, Lin Fan instructed. Don't let them break or bump into anything. Eileen nodded, didn't ask further, and waved her hand to retrieve the eggs. After handling the goods, Lin Fan planned to find Caesar. As previously agreed, Caesar had also contributed to this hunt, and indeed his role was significant. Although this guy wasn't short on money, he still deserved his share. Lin Fan didn't need to specifically look for him. He just needed to head towards the noisiest, most bustling place. 2 streets away, he could already hear the sounds of drums and the crowd's wild cheers. As he got closer, good heavens! Caesar was dressed in a brand new high-level mage robe, but evidently found it too plain, so he put on a layer of golden silk armor over it, 3 huge gold chains hanging around his neck, and in his hand a scepter embedded with jewels that gleamed in the sunlight, blinding anyone who looked. He rode atop a tamed giant beast, followed by 2 rows of servants banging drums and tossing silver coins into the crowd. While scattering coins, he shouted, "Congratulations to young Master Caesar on becoming a high-level mage. Keep it coming. Everyone gets a reward. Don't rush. Everyone gets a reward." The surrounding commoners were frantically scrambling for the coins on the ground, shouting, "Long live young Master Caesar." This scene didn't resemble a mage's promotion, but rather a local tyrant's ascension. Lin Fan stood outside the crowd watching this guy's nouveau riche demeanor, unable to help but laugh. He squeezed through the crowd to reach the front of the horse. Senior Caesar. Caesar was in the midst of throwing money when he looked down and saw Lin Fan immediately jumping down from the beast with agile movements. "Oh, Lin Fan, my little brother. You finally came." Caesar threw his arm around Lin Fan's shoulders, grinning brightly. "So how is it? Is this scene grand enough? Is it impressive enough?" "It's grand, very grand indeed." Lin Fan pulled out a crystal card from his pocket and handed it over. "Just sold the magic cores for 4,000. Based on the contribution level, this 1,000 is yours." Caesar's smile froze. He looked at the crystal card and then at Lin Fan, his brows furrowed tightly. "Lin Fan, what are you doing?" Caesar pushed Lin Fan's hand back, his tone a bit displeased. "Are you slapping my face?" "Brothers should settle accounts clearly," Lin Fan insisted. "Settle accounts?" Caesar glared. "Do I lack this 1,000 gold coins? What I threw out today is more than this." He pointed at the servants behind him, still throwing money, looking utterly justified. "Am I in it for the money when I hunt dragons? I'm in it for the thrill of pressing a dragon down and rubbing it against the ground. The joy of harvesting when extracting the magic core. That feeling I wouldn't trade for 10,000 gold coins." Caesar patted Lin Fan's chest, speaking earnestly. "Money is just a number to me. But happiness is priceless. Do you understand?" Looking at his dismissive attitude towards money, an image suddenly popped into Lin Fan's mind. Those big shots driving luxury cars to fish at the reservoir, spending thousands on fishing rods and baits only to release all the fish they catch with smiles on their faces. Caesar is probably that kind of person. It's a simple and monotonous, yet pure joy exclusively for the wealthy. "Fine, I'll accept it then." Lin Fan didn't act coy and took the card back. Since the rich man wasn't short on cash, he would keep it for future investments. While they were chatting, a suddenly louder commotion emerged from the city gate. A procession of over 100 night guards was slowly entering the city. The knight commander held up a unique banner of a certain family. The sounds of music, trumpets, and the rhythmic hoofbeats were louder than the ruckus on Caesar's side. The crowd that had originally surrounded Caesar scrambling for money was instantly drawn towards the noise. Caesar's expression instantly soured. Damn it, who is it? Caesar was not happy. Today was his stage, his moment of glory as young Master Caesar. How dare someone steal his thunder at this time? Go see what's going on. Caesar kicked a servant standing nearby. Not long after, the servant ran back with a peculiar expression. "Young master, it's a bridal procession." "A bridal procession?" Caesar was taken aback. "Where did they come from?" "I heard it's a prominent family from Windstorm City, the Bailey family, coming to fetch a bride." Caesar looked at it with disdain. "Windstorm City? It's not even half the size of Silvermoon City. What Bailey family? It's just a middle-tier family. In our Eagle family's eyes, it's still a small family that can't make it to the stage. Such a lowly family, how dare they create such a big show in Silvermoon City? If it weren't for today my father assigning me the task of making a scene livelier, I would have taught them a good lesson." However, Caesar was also curious. Whose bride are they fetching? The servant lowered his voice. "They're here to fetch Miss Eileen." Caesar was taken aback. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who was adjusting his cuffs, froze as well. At this moment, the procession was passing nearby. The surrounding crowd was whispering, "I heard it's that Eileen who has no magical talent. What luck to marry into the Bailey family of Windstorm City." Lin Fan turned to look at Eileen beside him. Eileen stood there, her normally calm face now drained of color. Her hands tightly grasped the robe, and her eyes, usually timid but sharp on the battlefield, were now filled with rage. Caesar also sensed something amiss. He glanced at the arrogant procession, then looked at Eileen. "Eileen, do you need my help?" Eileen's face was dark. "This is my own matter. I can handle it." Eileen walked away on her own. Meanwhile, Caesar furrowed his brows, contemplating something. At this moment, Barton Belial, the eldest son of the Belial family in Windfire City, was sitting inside his spacious carriage. Despite the expensive ice silk cushions inside the carriage and the ice crystal stones placed in the corners for cooling, his stout body could not stop the oil sweat from pouring out. He held a silk handkerchief in his hand, constantly wiping the layers of fat stacked around his neck, his eyes revealing a shrewdness and arrogance characteristic of a businessman. The carriage slowly drove into an old street in the western district of Silvermoon City, stopping in front of an old mansion. It was the residence of the Sylvan family. It was also the home of AI Lin. Through the gap in the carriage window, Barton surveyed the manor, which, despite its considerable size, clearly lacked maintenance. The moss in the corners and the slightly faded paint on the front door told the story of a family in decline. But he did not care about these. What he cared about were the several herbal transportation channels held by the Sylvan family. As long as the two families were united in marriage, the low-level mana recovery potions produced by the Belial family could flow into the major shops in Silvermoon City through these channels. The profits from this, even if roughly calculated, could make him wake up laughing in the middle of the night. As for the woman named AI Lin, it was said she was a waste with no magical talent left to fend for herself at Silvermoon Magic Academy. But that did not matter. As long as she could bear children and maintain the contractual relationship between the two families, it was irrelevant to Barton whether she was a waste or what she looked like. Anyway, after marriage, he could just toss her into the backyard and continue to indulge in his hedonistic lifestyle outside. The carriage came to a halt. Barton adjusted his tight formal attire, made an effort to suck in his stomach to appear slightly more presentable, and then stepped down from the carriage onto the back of a servant. The Sylvan couple had been waiting at the door. The smiles on the faces of this middle-aged couple could only be described as sycophantic. The Baron rubbed his hands, his waist bent like a cooked shrimp, while the Baroness personally stepped forward to offer her support to Barton, only to be slightly taken aback by the strong scent of perfume emanating from him. "Oh, young Master Barton, it truly honors us for you to come personally." Baron Sylvan beamed as he welcomed Barton into the living room. The furnishings in the living room were acceptable. The best tea had already been brewed, and the snacks had just come out of the oven. Barton sat down heavily in the main seat, and the sofa let out a groan of strain. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, not rushing to discuss the marriage, but instead began to flaunt his own strength. "Baron, I came in a hurry this time, and didn't bring any precious gifts." Barton put down the teacup. "I've been busy cultivating and preparing to challenge the advanced magic exam next year, truly unable to spare any effort." Challenge the advanced magic exam. Baron Sylvan and his wife exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and delight in each other's eyes. Barton was barely over 30, right? He was already an intermediate mage and was aiming for advanced. In this world where strength is paramount, the weight of an advanced mage is even greater than that of a powerless baron. "My goodness, young Master Barton is truly talented." The Baroness' voice trembled with excitement. "For our AI Lin to marry you, it is her fortune accumulated over several lifetimes." Baron Sylvan nodded repeatedly, his wrinkles blooming into laughter on his face. Yes, we hope young Master Barton will take care of us in the future." That child AI Lin. Although she has no talent for magic, she is gentle in nature and healthy. The two leaned closer together, lowering their voices. As long as the next generation inherits excellent talent, the revival of the Sylvan family will be hopeful. Barton heard these compliments and sneered coldly inwardly. Talent. He knew his own limitations. That so-called intermediate mage certification was something his father had paid a hefty price for bribing the assessors from the Windfire City Magic Guild to obtain. As for challenging for advanced, that was just a pie drawn for these two old fools. But he showed no sign of it on his face, still maintaining an arrogant demeanor. "Since you two have no objections, let's discuss the main matter." Barton pulled out a pre-drafted contract from his pocket and slapped it on the table. "This is the commercial cooperation plan after marriage. I have looked over it. Your family's transportation lines in the south of the city are just sitting idle. Why not let our Belial family manage them? In terms of profits, we take 70% and you take 30%. After all, we provide the core product while you merely run errands. 70-30 split." Baron Sylvan's face stiffened for a moment. That was too exploitative. By customary standards, such channel cooperation should at least be 50-50. But thinking of Barton's quasi-advanced mage status and the financial power of the Belial family in Windfire City, the Baron gritted his teeth and endured it. After all, he was marrying off his daughter, and they would be one family. A small loss was acceptable. "No problem, we will follow young Master Barton's lead." The Baron picked up a pen, preparing to sign the contract. Just then a flurry of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. The butler rushed in, panting and looking somewhat flustered. "Sir, madam. Miss AI Lin has returned." The Baron frowned and put down the pen. "So what if she has returned? No need to panic. It's just right to let her meet young Master Barton." The butler opened his mouth as if to say something, but didn't dare. He could only step aside. Immediately afterward, a cold voice pierced through the corridor, clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the living room. "I refuse this marriage." The voice was not loud, but the tone was extremely resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The flesh on Barton's face trembled. He narrowed his already small eyes, looking toward the doorway. Baron Sylvan's anger flared up instantly. Was it not disrespectful to behave this way in front of a distinguished guest? Wasn't that a slap in his face? "You brat." The Baron slammed the table, stood up, and shouted toward the doorway. "Who do you think you are to speak here? This is a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking. You think you can just refuse? Get in here and apologize to young Master Barton." The light at the door was blocked by a figure. AI Lin stepped in. She did not lower her head as usual, nor was she wearing that worn-out apprentice gray robe. She was wearing a brand new silver-white mage robe. The robe was tailored extremely well, with intricate magical patterns embroidered on the hem, shimmering softly in the indoor light. And on the left chest of the robe, two interlaced silver six-pointed stars appeared, exceptionally eye-catching. The living room fell silent instantly. The Baron was about to curse, but the words caught in his throat. The Baroness covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. The silk handkerchief that Barton was using to wipe sweat fell to the ground unnoticed. That was a robe for an advanced mage. Moreover, it was a custom robe from Silver Moon Magic Academy, only available to elite students who passed the most rigorous assessments. "You?" Baron Sylvan pointed at AI Lin, his finger trembling. "What on earth are you wearing?" Barton was first taken aback, then reacted. "Fake. It must be fake. How could a recognized magic failure, an apprentice mage, who couldn't even properly cast a fireball, suddenly become an advanced mage? Has this woman gone mad? To avoid marriage, she dared to impersonate an advanced mage." Barton's shock turned into ridicule, and he sneered, leaning back against the sofa, crossing his legs. "Quite interesting." Barton looked at AI Lin as if she were a clown. "You really went to great lengths to avoid marrying me. This outfit looks pretty realistic. Which tailor shop did you order it from? Must have cost a fortune." Hearing this, Baron Sylvan also came to his senses. Indeed, how could AI Lin possibly be an advanced mage? If people from the Magic Guild or Academy found out impersonating a high-level mage was a serious crime, it's a prison sentence. It could even implicate the whole family. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The Baron trembled with anger, rushing forward to rip the clothes off. AI Lin, you unfilial daughter. Do you want to ruin our entire family? Hurry up and take off that outfit. Burn it immediately. Young Master Barton, please don't be angry. This child is not in her right mind. I will discipline her right away. The Baron's hand hadn't even touched AI Lin. Suddenly a clear bird song came from outside. A blue paper crane made entirely of magical energy flapped its wings and flew into the living room. It circled above everyone's heads and then landed steadily on AI Lin's shoulder. The paper crane unfolded, transforming into a light curtain. On the light curtain, the huge emblem of Silvermoon Magic Academy shone brightly. A solemn voice emerged from the light curtain, echoing in the living room. This is to notify Silvermoon Magic Academy. Student AI Lin Sylvan has performed excellently in this assessment and has successfully advanced to become an advanced mage. This notice is issued to commend her. As the voice fell, the light curtain transformed into specks of starlight, merging into the badge on AI Lin's chest. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Baron Sylvan remained frozen in a pose of reaching out, his entire being turned to stone. The Baroness rolled her eyes and nearly fainted. The mocking smile on Barton's face had not yet had time to withdraw, now frozen in place, looking absurd and ridiculous. The Academy's official announcement. Magical sound transmission. This could not be faked. This was absolutely not a fake. Hi, advanced mage. The Baron felt his tongue tie, staring at his usually submissive daughter, suddenly feeling immensely unfamiliar. Barton panicked as well. Though he was a scoundrel, he also knew what it meant to be a true advanced mage. That was a symbol of strength, a symbol of privilege. If AI Lin was truly an advanced mage, then what he had just said, and this exploitative contract. At this moment outside the mansion, a sudden uproar erupted. Drums and shouting filled the air. Following that, an extremely arrogant, boisterous voice pierced through the walls, exploding directly in the courtyard of the Sylvan family. Who the hell is from the Belial family? Get the hell out here. Dare to steal my thunder and bully my friend Caesar. I see you don't want to mix in Silvermoon City anymore. With this roar, the living room door was kicked open. A burly man shining with golden light and seemingly wearing his treasury swaggered in. Behind him stood a cold-faced girl in a purple robe wielding a lightning staff. Caesar, the heir of the Eagle family, one of the 4 great families of Silvermoon City. Luna, the young lady of the Thundercloud family. These 2 top-tier second-generation heirs, usually only existing in rumors, now stood like bodyguards on either side of AI Lin. Caesar scanned the room, his gaze finally landing on the already frightened Barton on the sofa, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So it's you, fat pig, who wants to marry our AI Lin. Do you even look in the mirror? Do you think you're worthy? Baron Sylvan felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. The highest official he had ever seen in his life was merely the tax officer of Silvermoon City, and the most formidable figure he had encountered was the vice president of the Magic Association, who only knew how to take money for services. But now who were the 2 young people standing in his living room? The golden armor they wore, which jingled with every step, bore the emblem of a majestic eagle ready to take flight. This was the crest of the Eagle family, which controlled more than half of the mining and magical equipment businesses in Silvermoon City. And the Thundercloud emblem on the purple-haired girl's robe represented the oldest and most powerful Thundercloud family in Silvermoon City. These 2 families practically ruled half of the sky in Silvermoon City, akin to local emperors. Usually Baron Sylvan had to queue just to visit their butler, yet now these 2 heirs were standing right in front of him, seemingly ready to back his daughter. Young Master Caesar. Miss Luna. The Baron's voice trembled, his legs felt as weak as noodles. What brings you here? Caesar completely ignored the Baron and walked straight to Erin, patting her shoulder in a familiar manner as if they were old war comrades. Erin, Luna and I are here to visit you. Are you welcoming us? Erin nodded, a bit surprised. Though Luna didn't speak, she stood half a step beside Erin, her staff lightly tapping the ground, creating an invisible field of lightning that instantly enveloped Erin. This silent stance was more intimidating than any words. We are here to celebrate with a good friend. Luna spoke coldly, her gaze sweeping over the unsigned marriage contract on the table, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. By the way, which blind family is trying to humiliate a promising high-level mage with such a trash contract? Good friend. The Baron's head buzzed. Wasn't his daughter always? When did she become good friends with these 2 top heirs? What? The Baron doesn't know. Caesar exclaimed loudly, deliberately making sure everyone heard. If it weren't for Erin, Luna and I would have died in the jaws of that Crimson Lotus dragon in Dragon Valley. A kilometer away, I shot it right in the head, interrupted its breath. That was a life-saving grace. Caesar bragged, casting a look of disdain at Barton. Noticing the mid-level mage badge he was ostentatiously displaying, his expression was one of mockery and disdain. Our Erin is now a bona fide high-level mage, and she has the record of killing an adult dragon. Someone of your caliber isn't even worthy to carry her shoes. This statement hit Baron Sylvan like a heavy blow to the top of his head. Saved Caesar and Luna's lives. Killed an adult dragon. Was this still his daughter, who only dared to hide in her room reading books and couldn't even kill a chicken? But the Baron was a shrewd businessman, and he quickly realized. Regardless of how Erin accomplished it, the fact remained. She was not only a high-level mage, but also a distinguished guest of the Eagle and Thundercloud families, a good friend of these two heirs. The value of this connection was worth more than gold. Compared to that, what was the Belial family? The profits from those few herbal channels were nothing compared to the commercial landscape of the Eagle family. The Baron took a deep breath. The sycophantic look he had when facing Barton vanished without a trace. He straightened his back, adjusted his collar, and turned to the still quaking fat man on the sofa. Young Master Barton, the Baron's voice turned cold and distant. I believe you heard what was just said. Since my daughter has been promoted to high-level mage, her marriage should naturally be decided by herself. This marriage is hereby cancelled. Although the Sylvan family has declined, it is not something that anyone can trample on. Please leave. Barton Belial sat there, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Humiliation. This was blatant humiliation. Just moments ago, he was the honored guest here, and in the blink of an eye, he was treated like garbage and swept out. He wanted to explode, to slam the table, to threaten the Sylvan family that they could never do business in Gale City again. But he dared not. He looked into Caesar's mocking eyes, at the arcs of electricity dancing on Luna's staff, and then at the gleaming high-level mage badge on Aaron's chest. A profound sense of powerlessness surged within him. He knew he had run into a brick wall, and one that was sharp and red-hot. Well, Barton stammered as he stood up, casting a resentful glance at Aaron, gritting his teeth, and saying, since the Sylvan family has climbed to such heights, I have nothing more to say. Let's wait and see. After saying this, he left with his servant's tail between his legs. Stop right there. Caesar's lazy voice came from behind. Barton paused, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. Did I let you leave? Caesar slowly walked up to Barton, poking him in the fat belly with his gem-studded staff. You think you can come to my territory, act wild, and throw out threats, and simply walk away? Do you think Silvermoon City is your backyard? What? What do you want? Barton's voice trembled. Nothing much. Caesar grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Just wanted to inform you. Starting today, all shops, docks, and warehouses belonging to the Eagle family in Silvermoon City are strictly prohibited from accepting goods from the Belial family. Also, I will have a word with the Merchant Association. Anyone who dares to sell your family's potions will be crossing me, Caesar. Do you understand? Barton felt his legs go weak, almost kneeling on the ground. Complete shutdown. The Eagle family controlled 70% of the import and export trade in Silvermoon City. Caesar's words were equivalent to directly severing all business lifelines of the Belial family in Silvermoon City. This was even more painful than killing him. Young Master Caesar, you can't do this. Barton's face quivered with fat, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. The Belial family has never had any grievances with the Eagle family. You can't do this. Caesar suddenly raised his staff and slammed it down onto the ground. Bang! A loud noise shook the ground. Get out! Barton was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He scrambled out of the living room with his servants, not daring to look back. Baroness Sylvan watched Barton's embarrassing retreat, feeling both relieved and complicated. Baron Sylvan also let out a long sigh. He knew that starting today, the Belial family would hardly have a chance to appear in Silvermoon City again. This was the consequence of offending Caesar. Caesar and Luna both looked at Barton's retreating figure, satisfaction evident on their faces. Aaron, you don't have to pay attention to such a trash family in the future. Caesar patted Aaron on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of concern. In Silvermoon City, if anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name. I, Caesar, will protect you. Luna stepped forward, handing Aaron the Thunder family's emblem. This is the token of the Thunder family. If you encounter any trouble, you can present it. In the future, the Thundercloud family will also back you up. Aaron looked at Caesar, and Luna, warmth flooding her heart. She knew they genuinely cared for her. And the reason they were willing to help her was all because of one person, Lin Fan. Thank you both, Aaron said softly, a sincere smile spreading across her face. Baron Sylvan watched this scene filled with indescribable excitement. He knew that the fate of the Sylvan family had completely changed from this moment on. He quickly walked up to Aaron, his face filled with unprecedented affection and remorse. Aaron, my dear daughter, it was the father's fault before for being blind and not seeing your talent. You, don't blame your father. Baroness Sylvan also approached, holding Aaron's hand, her eyes red. Aaron, you have suffered. From now on, everything in the family will be decided by you. Whatever you want, just speak up and the family will fully support you. Aaron looked at her parents, their faces filled with regret, and felt little emotional fluctuation. She knew they were merely shocked by her current strength and connections, which led to this complete turnabout. But she didn't care. Father, mother, Aaron spoke in a calm tone. I only need one thing. The Baron and Baroness nodded immediately in unison. What is it? As long as the family can do it, we will bring it to you no matter the cost. Aaron's mind conjured up something that Lin Fan greatly desired. I need a space ring of the highest specification. The Baron and Baroness were taken aback. A space ring. This item, while precious, was not something unattainable. However, since Aaron mentioned it was of the highest specification, it certainly wasn't an ordinary item. Baron Sylvan quickly recalled everything he knew about space rings. The highest specification space rings obtainable in Silvermoon City were likely those with 100 cubic meters of storage space. Such items were typically only owned by core members of top nobles or powerful high-level mages. As for the price, the Baron calculated in his mind. A 100 cubic meter space ring would cost at least 500 gold coins. This was no small sum. Although the Sylvan family still had some foundation, taking out 500 gold coins at once would still be quite painful. But thinking of Aaron's current high-level mage status and the support of those two top families, the Baron immediately brushed aside that concern. What is 5000 gold coins? As long as Aaron can continue to grow, the future standing of the Sylvan family will undoubtedly rise. Not to mention 5000 gold coins, even 5000 gold coins can surely be earned back. This was an investment in the family's future. No problem. The Baron gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. Aaron, rest assured. The family will do everything possible to get you the best space ring. The Baroness also nodded repeatedly, wearing a flattering smile. Yes, yes, yes. Tomorrow I will inquire at the best magic workshop in the city, striving to get it for you as soon as possible. Aaron looked at her parents, their determined expressions finally easing her mind. She knew her goal had been achieved. With this large-capacity space ring, Lin Fan would be able to store and transport materials more conveniently when he went hunting in the future. Lin Fan would definitely appreciate it. As for her parents' change of heart, Aaron merely smiled faintly. She was no longer the silly girl who would be moved to tears by a few kind words from her parents. Her future, her goals were tightly connected to the boy who gifted her the magical sniper rifle, Lin Fan. All right, with Aaron's matters resolved, we should take our leave. Caesar glanced at the sky, stretching lazily. In a few days I need to report to the academy. I'm a high-level mage now, and I need to show off to those old geezers. Luna also nodded to Aaron as a farewell. Caesar and Luna swaggered out of the Sylvan family's mansion with their servants. Baron and Baroness Sylvan respectfully saw them off until their figures disappeared before returning to the living room. Baroness Sylvan looked at Aaron, her face carrying unprecedented respect and flattery. Aaron, you are now a high-level mage. What are your plans for the future? Aaron casually replied, we'll take it one step at a time. With that, she headed to her room without looking back. As for her future plans, she already had the answer deep down. That was to always stand by Lin Fan's side until she helped him create the new world he desired. In the depths of the Silver Moon Magic Academy, before a gray spire often shrouded in mist, Lin Fan stood at the base, gazing up at the building that nearly pierced the clouds. There were no bustling students, nor noisy clamor, only the occasional passing of a cold crow letting out a hoarse call. This was the exclusive domain of high-level magicians, the Tower of Truth. Today marked his first day reporting after being promoted to a high-level magician. Beside him stood a group of dozens who had just been promoted as well, including AI Lin, the quietly dressed, yet still ostentatiously wealthy Caesar, and the aloof Luna. The rest were seniors who had just passed the high-level magician evaluation. Leading them was a gray-haired, old man named Griffin. He wasn't wearing a robe but draped in a worn linen long shirt, holding not a staff, but leaning on a withered tree branch. Yet as he stood there, the air around him felt almost solid. The Archmage. This was an existence that transcended high-level magicians, a true powerhouse who had touched the edges of the rules. Once you step through this door, the previous rote teaching ends. Griffin's voice was soft like dry leaves scraping against the ground, yet everyone present heard him clearly. No public classes, no roll calls, no assignments. The old man's murky eyes scanned the crowd. Magic at the high levels is about cultivating the heart. The path lies beneath your own feet. How far you walk is entirely up to you. If you encounter insurmountable obstacles in your cultivation or puzzling concepts, come find me. With that, the old man waved his withered branch. The heavy tower doors slowly creaked open with a nauseating friction. A scent, a mixture of aged paper, special ink, and a strong magical aura instantly enveloped him. Lin Fan took a deep breath. This scent was more alluring than any perfume to him. It was the scent of knowledge, or more plainly, the scent of armaments. He stepped inside. The interior of the tower was a vast circular space with countless floating staircases spiraling upward and the walls densely lined with bookshelves. Each level shimmered with different colors of magical brilliance. Those were magical tomes protected by wards. Lin Fan felt his heart race noticeably. This was the foundation of the Silver Moon Magic Academy. What was stored here was not merely spells, but the ultimate exploration of energy usage by civilization over thousands of years. He approached a shelf labeled Extreme Cold System, high level, lightly touching the transparent protective shield. In the outer academy, the most he could access were basic applications like Fireball and Ice Spike. Slightly deeper principles were tightly guarded by various noble families and high-ranking academies. But now these things were laid out before him. Lin Fan had only one thought in his mind: to take it all. He wanted to pack everything here and send it back to his homeland. If the experts back home saw this, they would probably be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days and nights. Lin Fan casually picked up a scroll titled Extreme Cold Storm. This is high-level magic. He opened the first page, and his originally excited expression slowly froze. He couldn't understand. It wasn't that he couldn't read the words, it was that the content recorded was too abstract. Lin Fan frowned and flipped through a few more pages. The entire book was filled with a plethora of idealistic descriptions, such as perceiving the breath of extreme cold and listening to the pulsation of ice crystals. There were even many diagrams of fluctuating magical circuits that looked like a tangled mess. Lin Fan knew that at high-level magic it had become something one could only comprehend but not articulate. Lin Fan glanced at the label at the bottom of the scroll. Price 200 gold coins. This was just a high-level ice magic scroll and already cost 200 gold coins. Lin Fan closed the scroll, his heart sinking. This was troublesome. His original plan was to use his memory to memorize these books or transcribe them by hand, then use material transportation to send them back. After all, buying the original copies directly was too expensive. But now it seemed that this plan was unfeasible. These high-level magic scrolls were themselves a type of special magical artifact. The ink used to write them was mixed with the blood of high-level magical beasts, and the paper was specially made. The authors had sealed their spiritual insights within the text. Only by reading the original could one feel that elusive spiritual resonance. If he merely copied the text, even if not missing a single punctuation mark, what would be sent back would just be a pile of soulless waste paper. If the researchers back home based their studies on his manuscript, they might end up going astray. In scientific research, a small error can lead to 1,000 miles of deviation. Lin Fan dared not take that gamble, nor could he afford to. Behind him stood 1.4 billion people, countless compatriots battling day and night against the crisis of this otherworldly invasion. Every word he sent back could determine the outcome of future battles, even the lives and deaths of countless soldiers. He must buy the original copies. He needed to send back entire volumes, allowing the top experts in his homeland to decipher, comprehend, and reverse engineer them. He touched the crystal card in his pocket. There lay 4,000 gold coins. That was the hard-earned money he had obtained in Dragon Valley after risking his life to dismantle the Red Lotus giant dragon along with several high-quality dragon magic cores. 4,000 gold coins would be considered a fortune that an ordinary person would never spend in a lifetime. But in this Tower of Truth, it was merely the price of 20 books. This didn't even account for those more precious, often costing over 1,000 gold coins rare editions. Lin Fan stood before the shelves caught in a dilemma. His original plan was to use this money to buy a large-capacity spatial ring first. Currently, every time he went out hunting, the biggest bottleneck was not his inability to defeat enemies, but rather the lack of space to carry things. Most of the Red Lotus giant dragon's body had been painfully left in Dragon Valley because AI Lin's spatial ring was full, as was Caesar's, and many precious materials could not be brought back, leading to their abandonment. If he had a large-capacity spatial ring, his efficiency in gathering resources could increase by at least 50%. Moreover, a spatial ring was also a necessary transit point. Currently, 3 dragon eggs were still lying in AI Lin's ring. This was crucial for his personal development. But Lin Fan looked up at the window. The sky was azure with not a cloud in sight. But he knew that in a distant dimension on that blue planet, time was of the essence. Only a little over 9 years remained until the arrival of the gods. Every day was precious. Every second could not be wasted. The domestic research on magic was just beginning and desperately needed theoretical guidance. If he used the money to buy a ring now, it would indeed make his life a bit more comfortable and allow him to earn money faster in the future. But research does not yield immediate results just because there is data. It requires the sedimentation of time. The sooner he obtained the data, the sooner it could be comprehended back home. Perhaps that single day of time difference could save tens of thousands of lives on the future battlefield. Isn't national fortune simply the choice made by countless people to sacrifice their own interests for the greater good at critical moments? Lin Fan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Forget it. The ring can be bought later. At worst, he could earn a little less in the future. First, he would buy the books. Lin Fan opened his eyes and his gaze became resolute once more. At that moment, a fair hand suddenly reached out to him, offering a delicate little box. The box was made of rosewood, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, and exuded a faint fragrance. Lin Fan paused for a moment and turned to look. It was AI Lin. She was wearing a brand new high-level magician's robe today, looking much more spirited, no longer the timid and submissive person she used to be. But faced with Lin Fan, she still instinctively felt a bit awkward, her fingers unconsciously pinching the edge of her robe. This is for you. AI Lin's voice was soft, her gaze somewhat evasive. What is it? Lin Fan was a bit surprised. A gift. AI Lin quickly pushed the box into Lin Fan's hand as if afraid he would refuse, speaking rapidly. Open it and see. Lin Fan curiously opened the box. On the black velvet cushion lay a silvery white ring. The ring had a very ancient design, with a deep void stone embedded in the face, surrounded by intricate silver runes. Even without infusing magical energy, Lin Fan could feel the space around the ring slightly warp. This is a spatial ring, and judging by the intensity of the magical energy, it was definitely not a cheap item. The quality of this ring was on par with the ostentatious one Caesar wore among the top-tier spatial rings in Silver Moon City. Such a ring, Lin Fan had previously researched, had a capacity of at least 100 cubic meters. Such items are not easily bought, costing at least 5,000 gold coins. This is too precious. Lin Fan instinctively tried to close the lid and return it. I can't accept this. He and AI Lin were teammates, friends, even comrades. But he could not accept such a grand gift without cause. It was against the rules and his principles. It's not expensive. AI Lin became anxious, pressing her hand down on Lin Fan's. Really, it's not expensive. This is a reward from my parents. She took a deep breath, seemingly organizing her words to sound more justified. Look, I'm now a high-level magician. My family provided me with many resources to win me over. This ring is one of them. AI Lin raised her left hand, shaking the somewhat old spatial ring on her ring finger. But I already have this one. It's a relic from my grandmother, and I've worn it for many years. I'm used to its magical fluctuations. If I switch to a new one, it would take time to readjust, affecting my focus during sniping. She looked into Lin Fan's eyes, her tone turning sincere. Moreover, this new ring will just collect dust here. You don't have a spatial ring yet, and every time you go out you have to carry so many things that really hinders your combat efficiency. You are our captain. If your efficiency increases, the safety of our entire team is guaranteed. So, Can this be considered for the team okay? AI Lin finished looking at Lin Fan with hopeful and anxious eyes, her light blue gaze filled with expectation. Lin Fan looked at her. He wasn't foolish. For a magician, the larger the capacity of a spatial ring, the better. Who would complain about having too good an equipment? She must have noticed his earlier dilemma or had anticipated his need, which was why she specifically asked her family for it. This favor weighed heavily. But it must be said that this ring was indeed something he needed right now. With it plus the 4,000 gold coins he could buy the crucial books here without worry and send them back home. This was of immense significance to his country. Lin Fan remained silent for a few seconds, no longer refusing. He picked up the silvery white ring and solemnly placed it on the index finger of his right hand. The size was just right, neither too large nor too small, as if custom-made. A cool sensation spread from his fingertip, followed by the feeling of possessing vast space. Lin Fan looked up at AI Lin, revealing a heartfelt smile. Thank you, AI Lin. He did not say empty pleasantries like I will return it later. Some debts of gratitude were meant to be kept in the heart. In the future on the battlefield, being able to trust her back to him would be the best repayment. Seeing Lin Fan accept the ring, AI Lin's taut shoulders instantly relaxed. She broke into a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Yes, as long as you like it. She was genuinely happy, happier than when she herself was promoted to high-level magician. Lin Fan gently rubbed the ring on his hand, turned around, and faced the entire wall of magical scrolls once more. The biggest dilemma was resolved. Now it was time to stock up for his homeland. Lin Fan stood before the counter, weighing the specially crafted magic catalog in his hands. This item felt quite heavy, each page sealed with a thick layer of magical energy, creating a rustling sound as he flipped through it, evoking a profound sense of knowledge. The old man Griffin, responsible for managing this level of the tower, was currently nestled in a rocking chair. Covered by an old blanket of indeterminate color, he held a steaming cup of hot tea, the steam clouding his glasses to a milky white, making him look as if he were asleep. But Lin Fan knew very well that if anyone dared to tuck that scroll into their bosom without paying, the old man's withered branch could shatter that person's skull within a second. Lin Fan's fingers danced across the catalog, moving as swiftly as if he were ordering food. Thunderclap. It sounded invigorating. He would buy that. The emergence of the tree realm, a high-level plant-based spell, he would buy that too. Necromancy. This item seemed a bit sinister, but the biologist back home would surely be interested. He would take one. Fire path. This one was a must-have. His speed in selecting books was absurd. He didn't bother reading the summaries or considering their suitability. As long as they were high-level and not yet cataloged in his homeland, he marked them all. This was hardly about selecting magic books. It was like wholesale buying cabbages at a market. A head popped over from the side. Caesar stared at the long list of titles. Lin Fan was selecting, his eyebrows almost twisting into a knot. Lin Fan, are you feverish? Caesar reached out to touch Lin Fan's forehead, but was dodged by him. Caesar pointed at the skull symbol in the catalog. Necromancy, that's from the dark arts. Why would a spatial mage and fire mage want this? Planning to summon a skeleton to chat with at night. Though Caesar often acted like a nouveau riche, he had received a formal elite education in magic. What mages fear most is biting off more than they can chew. Human energy is limited and magical circuits have attribute repulsion. A fire mage learning water spells is like having water in the brain. Learning necromancy is akin to courting death. And this emergence of the tree realm. Caesar pointed to another line. That's a set of natural magic from the druids. Are you planning to become a gardener in the future? Luna also walked over. With her arms crossed, her cold gaze swept over the catalog. Caesar's words may be rough, but they're not lacking in reason. Luna looked at Lin Fan, her tone serious. The difficulty of advanced magic far exceeds that of beginner and intermediate levels. Each spell requires vast calculations and insights. Specializing in just one element, many people never reach the pinnacle in their lifetime. Casting your net so broadly may very well lead to nothing in the end. Moreover, the way you're going about it is too wasteful of money. Though Luna was quite wealthy, she never spent frivolously. Lin Fan's current profligate behavior clearly resembled Caesar's. Perhaps he had been influenced by that fool. With this money, you'd be better off buying 2 top-tier spatial tomes and using the rest to acquire some high-level magic potions to solidify your magical foundation. Luna gave the most rational advice. These two truly considered him a friend, which was why they spoke such heartfelt words. In this world, the growth path of a mage is extremely vertical. But Lin Fan couldn't explain. He couldn't tell them that standing behind him was not just a person but a nation with a complete industrial system and millions of researchers. For an individual, practicing all elements is akin to seeking death. But for a nation, specializing in one area is the real taboo. The homeland needs comprehensive magical data. Whether for lightning to defeat enemies, earth for construction, water for healing, or plants for agriculture, anything useful that can enhance national strength is needed. Lin Fan casually marked another, turning to smile at Caesar and Luna. Don't worry, I have a plan. Lin Fan paused, finding a somewhat reasonable excuse. I don't have many hobbies, I just enjoy collecting. And I believe magic is interconnected. By looking at other elements, I might gain some inspiration for my spatial magic. Interconnected. Caesar rolled his eyes. I think you're just bored. All right, as long as you're happy. Luna shook her head, no longer persuading him. Geniuses often have quirks. Perhaps Lin Fan, this odd talent, truly comprehended the mysteries of space from the multitude of magics. Lin Fan selected 20 scrolls. These 20 books covered 4 major categories: elements, summoning, alchemy, and enchantment. They could basically exhaust all of his 4,000 gold coins. Lin Fan handed the selected magic scroll catalog to a female attendant. Upon glancing at it, the attendant was instantly stunned. Her mouth slightly opened, but she did not speak. She had many pieces of advice she wanted to express, but she knew that offering suggestions to a distinguished high-level mage was not her place. The female attendant took the catalog and brought all the scrolls Lin Fan had selected on a small cart. Lin Fan pushed the cart laden with goods to the counter. "Teacher, I would like to check out." Griffin in the rocking chair lifted one eyelid and glanced at the colorful scrolls in the cart. A flicker of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. Having guarded the Tower of Truth for decades, he had seen many geniuses. Some were arrogant, some cautious, some fixated on forbidden spells, and some delved into foundational theories. But he had never seen anyone like Lin Fan, who bought 20 books at once with such a wide range of categories. "Young man." Griffin set down his teacup, his voice slow. "I don't need to tell you the principle of biting off more than you can chew, do I? Magic emphasizes gradual progress. Aren't you afraid of overindulgence?" Though he said this, Griffin's hands honestly reached out to start counting the scrolls. After all, the tower also has operational costs. Selling books was one of his jobs with performance bonuses. If a fool was willing to spend money to learn a lesson, why stop him? "Thank you for your reminder, teacher." Lin Fan handed over the crystal card. "I have strong digestibility." "Huh." Griffin chuckled lightly and no longer urged him. His fingers swiped over the crystal card and 4,000 gold coins were instantly deducted. No refunds or exchanges. The old man pushed the scrolls toward Lin Fan and sank back into the rocking chair to continue napping. Without saying a word, Lin Fan waved his hand, collecting all 20 scrolls into the spatial ring he had just put on. That heavy sense of fulfillment brought him considerable peace of mind. "I'm leaving." Lin Fan waved at Caesar and Eileen. "I'll go back and study these treasures." Leaving the Tower of Truth, Lin Fan headed straight back to the inn. Returning to his room, he probed his consciousness into the spatial ring. The 20 scrolls, radiating magical brilliance, floated quietly in the space. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Talent material transmission activate. Target Huaxia. China, the northwestern Gobi Desert, subterranean base No. 9. The low hum of the air purification system echoed through the vast, empty corridor. Wang Chun stood before the one-way glass of the central laboratory, hands clasped behind his back, palms slick with sweat. Beyond the glass, dozens of researchers in white lab coats surrounded the 20 newly teleported spell scrolls, so agitated they might as well have unearthed the terracotta army of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Taoist Master Zhang Qingxian was among them. This venerable Taoist, usually serene and ethereal, now looked utterly disheveled. Hair wild as a startled rooster's nest, gripping a magnifying glass as he all but pressed his nose against the scroll titled Thunderclap, muttering incantations under his breath and scratching his head incessantly, every trace of sage-like composure utterly vanished. "Director, the preliminary scan results are in." A technical advisor strode forward briskly and handed Wang Chen a thick report. "The scroll's material is highly unusual. The paper contains an exotic high molecular biofiber, and traces of high-energy particles were detected in the ink. Each volume functions as a self-contained microscale energy field." Wang Chun accepted the report, not bothering with the dense data, but flipped straight to the conclusion page. "Can we crack them?" "Yes," the advisor replied without hesitation. Though the underlying principles seem esoteric, any flow of energy must obey inherent patterns. The Fuxi supercomputer has been running at full capacity for 3 hours. Integrated with the guidance model provided by Master Zhang and his team, we have successfully reverse-engineered the source code embedded within all 20 scrolls. Based on the decoded arcane circuitry, we've manufactured 20 custom-designed neurofeedback training headsets overnight. These devices project the spellcasting framework directly onto the user's cerebral cortex. Theoretically, anyone who follows the training regimen can master it. Then what are we waiting for? Initiate testing immediately. Wang Chen ordered. "Testing has already begun," the advisor replied, and his expression shifted, growing oddly strained. "But the problem lies in the test results." He led Wang Chun into the adjacent monitoring room. Dozens of miniature video feeds flickered across the main screen. Each frame showed an elite special operations soldier, carefully selected, seated motionless, wearing the new training headset, their bodies studded with biosensors tracking vital signs. All had previously mastered foundational fireball sorcery and spatial banishment spells, their aptitude and spiritual resilience far surpassing ordinary limits. "Screen 3, the advisor pointed. On the display, a soldier sat, eyes closed, muscles taut, temples pulsing violently as beads of sweat streamed down his brow. His brainwave patterns surged erratically across the monitor, crimson alarm lights flashed in frantic rhythm. "He's attempting the Fire Path, a high-tier fire affinity spell," the advisor explained. "His grasp of basic fireball sorcery is the strongest among all subjects. By all logic, he should possess optimal resonance. Yet he is in excruciating pain, his cerebral cortex enduring immense strain." "Why?" Wang Chen asked. Because prior to learning the Fire Path, he had already mastered a high-tier ice affinity spell. At that moment, the laboratory door slid open, and Taoist Master Zhang Qingxian entered. He held a thermos cup, his face pale from profound mental exhaustion. After sipping a mouthful of goji berry tea, he exhaled deeply before turning to Wang Chun. This humble Taoist tested Thunderclap earlier, just enough to gain entry. But when I attempted to glance at Polar Storm, the residual thunder essence in my mind nearly shattered my very consciousness. Wang Chen froze. Rejection. Precisely, catastrophic rejection, the advisor interjected, pulling up comparative data. We discovered that once the brain constructs a high-tier spell's arcane circuit, that circuit seizes dominance over the brain's core computational center with ruthless exclusivity. Forcing a second high-tier circuit into place triggers violent neural conflict. So, one person can only master a single high-tier spell. Currently, yes. Master Zhang sighed. Even this humble Taoist, given our present mastery over spiritual energy, can sustain only one such spell. Attempting a second risks either irreversible psychosis or total cerebral collapse. Wang Chun fell silent. His original plan had been flawless. Lin Fan had transmitted 20 spellbooks, decipher all 20, convert them into structured curricula, and transmit them back to him, transforming Lin Fan into a fully versatile mobile artillery platform. Fire, ice, lightning, necromancy. Whatever foe emerged, he'd deploy the perfect counter. Total strategic supremacy. Reality, however, had delivered a sharp, resounding slap. A single-choice exam, irreversible. Once the neural architecture solidified around one arcane circuit, it could not be rewritten. Wang Chun paced the room. Lin Fan was now an advanced mage, desperately in need of high-tier spells to arm himself. But if those 20 headsets reached him, and he chose unwisely, that singular skill slot once occupied could never be reset. Package all 20 headsets. Wang Chun halted mid-stride, decision crystallized. All of them. The advisor blinked in surprise. Director, this, send them all to him. Only Lin Fan knows what he truly needs. Our speculation is futile, let him test them himself. Wang Chun approached the desk and seized a pen, swiftly inscribing a line upon a specially treated letter sheet. The nib tore through the paper, its pressure imprinting deep beneath the surface. We must make the stakes unmistakably clear. To him, this may be his sole chance. Choose wrongly, and his fate is sealed for life. He folded the letter carefully and slipped it into an ultralight pouch stamped with the word top secret. Inside rested 20 sleek black tactical headsets, each labeled with a distinct color: red for fire, blue for ice, purple for lightning, black for necromancy. Embodying humanity's highest achievement, an arcane decryption, lying still and solemn, awaiting transmission across time and space, to the lone young warrior fighting far beyond the reach of home. Lin Fan. Wang Chun gazed at the pouch poised for retrieval. A quiet thought resonated within him. This choice rests solely with you. All our nation can do is lay every option before you. Do not choose wrongly. 3 hours later, the countdown in the subterranean base reached 0. Without sound or flash, the parcel, bearing China's most advanced science and deepest hopes, vanished from the teleportation platform. In a different world, Silvermoon City. In the hotel room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed with a large bag that had just been teleported in front of him. The bag was open, revealing 20 black tactical headsets neatly arranged in shockproof foam alongside a handwritten letter from Minister Wang Chun. High-level magic has a strong repulsive nature. The brain's computing power is limited and can typically only accommodate one high-level circuit at a time. Be sure to choose wisely. Once it's said, it cannot be changed. Lin Fan folded the letter and tucked it away, his gaze falling upon the pile of headsets. 20 to choose from. In truth, there wasn't much choice. Lin Fan directly picked up the headset with the red label. Fire path. Fire-type high-level magic that Lin Fan had been coveting for a long time. It could leave a burning path in its wake, combining offense and defense with exceptional mobility. This was his favorite. You're the one. Lin Fan put on the headset and pressed the activation button on the side. Buzz. Following the guidance, Lin Fan tried to construct a stable three-dimensional model of countless complex lines in his mind. According to the manual, as long as he could endure the initial discomfort and stabilize the model in his brain, he would be considered a beginner. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Fan's forehead and down his cheeks. His back was already soaked. The flame model in his mind remained on the brink of collapse. It felt as if it was repelling Lin Fan. Or rather, Lin Fan's brain was rejecting it. Crack. A crisp sound only Lin Fan could hear. The model in his mind shattered completely, transforming into countless red light spots that dissipated. Lin Fan's head throbbed painfully, as if it was about to crack open at any moment. He yanked off the headset, collapsing onto the bed, gasping for breath. Failed. Not only did he not learn it, but he was also backfired upon. How could I not learn high-level fire magic? It's okay. I might not be compatible with fire-type high-level magic. Lin Fan forced a bitter smile, grabbed a cup of water, and gulped down a large mouthful of cold water, slightly calming his agitated blood flow. Let's try again. Lin Fan rested for half an hour before picking up the blue headset. Extreme cold storm. After half an hour, Lin Fan took off the headset, his face pale, feeling as if his brain had been frozen, still failing. Next was the lightning type, thunder roar. Failure. The earth type, earth armor. Failure. Time passed second by second, and the sky outside changed from noon to dusk. The headsets lay scattered on the floor. 19 of them. A total of 19 high-level magic spells covering various schools of elements, enhancement, and control. All failed. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, his gaze a bit vacant. What 20 to 1? One must have options to choose. I can't be a magic failure, can I? He looked at the last black headset left in the box, feeling his confidence shatter. Lin Fan stared at his own hands. Unable to learn even a single high-level magic, how could he call himself a wizard? This is the last one. Lin Fan picked up the black headset with a skull label. Necromancy. This is a branch of dark magic belonging to the Death Magic School. In Silvermoon City and even across the entire human realm, the reputation of necromancers is quite poor. Dealing with corpses and bones all day long brings some bad luck. However, Lin Fan didn't care. He just wanted to quickly find a high-level magic he could learn. Lin Fan put on the last headset, activating it. The anticipated intense pain did not occur. Instead, a cold yet exceptionally obedient aura flowed gently into his brain. No repulsion, no resistance. The complex magic model representing necromancy rapidly took shape and solidified in Lin Fan's mind, as if it was meant to be there all along. That feeling was like a traveler returning home after many years, finally pushing open the door. So smooth it was unbelievable. Just 10 minutes had passed. Lin Fan opened his eyes, a dark green glimmer flashing deep within his pupils. Did I succeed? My destined high-level magic is actually Necromancer level 1. Although it was an obscure death magic, at least it was high-level magic. Lin Fan couldn't wait to test its effects. He took out a piece of dragon bone he had picked up in Dragon Valley from his spatial ring and placed it on the floor. According to the magic book, necromancy requires a complicated incantation and expensive casting materials with a chanting time as long as 10 minutes. This is also one of the reasons why necromancers are extremely rare. The preparation time is too long. Who waits 10 minutes in a fight? But Lin Fan knew that chanting had nothing to do with him. Lin Fan took a deep breath and touched the magic model in his mind. Buzz! The model lit up instantly. There was no need for incantation. With a thought, the magic power from the magic crystal in his hand was instantly drained. The piece of bone on the floor trembled violently. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of bones grinding that made one's teeth ache. A cloud of black mist surged forth, enveloping the piece of bone. The next moment, a small black dragon skeleton with its eye sockets burning with green soul fire emerged from the black mist. It was only the size of a small dog, but its bones emitted a metallic sheen, and its claws were sharp as knives. It obediently lay in front of Lin Fan, its tailbone gently swaying, making a clack-clack sound. Only then did Lin Fan realize that perhaps he was about to become invincible. For an ordinary necromancer, summoning the dead is a meticulous task that takes a long time, summoning them one by one, with every loss feeling painful. But for Lin Fan, who possessed instantaneous casting ability, as long as he had enough magic crystals and bone materials, he could completely do wholesale. Unlimited army. Lin Fan's eyes grew brighter. What single combat? That's something only fools do. As long as you give me enough magic crystals and bones, I can raise an army of the undead and drown the enemies. Moreover, with the spatial ring that Eileen gave him, he had no shortage of supplies. Magic crystals. Plenty. Bone materials. Plenty. At this moment, Lin Fan finally realized that this necromancy might just be the divine skill tailored for him. The next morning, Lin Fan called Ayla, Eileen, and Mia into his room. This is for you. Lin Fan sorted through the remaining headsets and distributed them to them. Since they were all comrades, their combat power had to be raised quickly. This magic device seems different from the previous ones. Ayla fiddled with a red headset. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. Give it a try. The results surprised Lin Fan. The three girls' talents for high-level magic were clearly much better than his. As a magic swordsman, Ayla had a strong physique and a firm will. She almost passed the test for Lava Shield in one go. This is an extremely domineering defensive magic that can not only withstand high damage, but also continuously burn surrounding enemies. Combined with Ayla's reckless charging style, she was practically a human tank. Mia, the cat-eared girl, surprisingly had a natural affinity for nature magic. She summoned a large area of vines in the room within half an hour of putting on the headset. Nature's Domain. A wide area control spell that slows down enemies and creates terrain advantages. This greatly enhanced the team's control capabilities. Even Eileen, who had always been regarded as a magic failure, directly matched with Extreme Cold Enchantment. This was not a direct attack spell, but a type of support state. She could attach the power of ice to any object. For example, bullets. Eileen stood by the window, excitedly holding a magical sniper rifle. Bang! A soft sound. Outside the window, a large bird passing by was instantly smashed and turned into a lump of ice, falling straight down. Hit and freeze. Eileen put down the rifle, a rare, confident smile on her face. As long as I hit, I can slow down the target or even freeze it instantly. Lin Fan looked at his newly refreshed team in front of him. He felt a bit unsettled, but also very pleased. Now, in terms of high-level magic, there was a tank, Ayla, a controller, Mia, a long-range sniper, Eileen, and himself, a summoner capable of unlimited army. With this configuration, even in the circle of high-level mages, they could probably walk sideways. Let's go. Where to? Mia shook her ears. To the Adventurers Guild. Lin Fan adjusted his collar, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. To take quests, earn money, and by the way, find a misfortunate soul to practice on. The wind in the Black Wind Gorge was harsh, scraping against the face like sandpaper. Lin Fan stood behind a protruding rock, clutching the bounty notice he had just peeled off from the Adventurers Guild. A level mission. Target adult red-scaled, flying dragon. Reward 300 gold coins. This creature was not some undeveloped hatchling, but a bona fide adult dragon, though it did not compare to the Red Lotus giant dragon he encountered during the assessment. In the realm of commerce, this beast was an aerial bomber. Recently, it had gone wild, attacking 2 merchant caravans attempting to pass through the gorge, leaving nothing but crushed bones. Now the entire perimeter of the gorge was eerily quiet. The usually bustling trade route was deserted, not even a ghost in sight. Everyone was terrified, and no one was willing to risk their lives. Have you pinpointed the location? Lin Fan did not turn around, his gaze focused on the rocky terrain below. Aaron lay at a higher vantage point to his left, observing a cliff a kilometer away through her scope. 3 o'clock direction, the largest nest. The thermal signature is strong, it's sleeping. Aaron's voice was steady, betraying no hint of nervousness. Since mastering the extreme cold enchantment, this girl's demeanor had changed significantly. Lin Fan nodded. In the past, encountering a monster of this level would have sent him fleeing without a second thought, because it was extremely difficult to kill, making it wholly unworthy in terms of cost-effectiveness. But today was different. Today he was here to test the goods. He had to see if the high-level magic quickening sent by his homeland was truly effective. Mia, released the bait, Lin Fan ordered. Mia shook her cat ears and pulled a sealed jar from her spatial backpack. Due to their recent excess of dragon kills, their scent was quite strong. Without some assistance, Lin Fan feared the dragon might flee. Mia threw the jar into the center of the rocky terrain. Crack! The jar shattered. A strong, pungent odor instantly spread with the wind throughout the gorge. The smell was unpleasant, but for the dragon, it was like freshly cooked braised meat. Minutes later, a deep, muffled roar reverberated from the cliff. Immediately after, the sound of massive wings flapping filled the air, the wind whipping up debris. A huge red shadow blocked out the sunlight. It was a red-scaled flying dragon with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. It was clearly lured out by the scent, diving down at high speed, its red scales gleaming with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The dragon quickly approached. Ella, see if you can withstand it. Without hesitation, Ella jumped out from behind cover. She did not draw her sword, instead charging forward as a special magical circuit activated in her mind. High-level magic, lava shield. Without any incantation or even a preparatory gesture, boom. Centered around Ella, the ground suddenly cracked open, and scalding magma erupted, instantly coalescing into 3 sides around her, forming a dark red magma shield wall that was half a meter wide, 1 meter long, and 30 centimeters thick. The surface of the shield was adorned with special patterns, the air around it distorting from the intense heat. Ella stood unfazed on the bait, facing the dragon. In the next moment, the dragon collided with her. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as if 2 heavy trucks had collided at high speed. Magma splattered and sparks flew. The red-scaled flying dragon let out a pained cry as its proud momentum was swallowed by the shield. Even worse, the magma from the shield clung to its scales, sizzling and burning it as it writhed in pain. Ella's feet carved deep grooves into the ground, and she was pushed back about 5 meters before stopping. She shook her numbed arms and grinned. That was powerful. In the past, such a collision would have likely broken several of her ribs. But now she felt no injuries at all. The dragon, dazed from the impact, flapped its wings in an attempt to regain altitude, realizing that these humans below were not to be trifled with, and planning to use its aerial advantage to unleash its breath attack. Wanna fly? Mia emerged from the side, green light dancing at her fingertips. High-level nature magic, tree domain descend. The barren rocky ground suddenly trembled. Dozens of thick vines as large as pythons burst forth from the earth. These vines were no ordinary plants. Their skin was as hard as iron, covered in barbs. The vines grew wildly, seemingly with intention, accurately wrapping around the dragon's ankles and the base of its wings, then yanking downward forcefully. Roar! The dragon let out a mournful cry. Its body, just a few meters off the ground, was forcibly pulled back down. It struggled desperately, trying to bite through the vines, but they regenerated too quickly. For every one it broke, 2 more would grow, binding it like a dumpling. The dragon opened its massive mouth, attempting to use its breath to incinerate the troublesome vines. Aaron! Without needing Lin Fan's direction, Aaron took a deep breath from her elevated position, her finger already on the trigger. In her mind, blue runic circuits lit up. The ice elements in the surrounding air surged wildly, adhering to the specially made armor-piercing round. The originally yellow bullet instantly transformed into an ice-blue projectile radiating extreme cold. High-level enchantment, extreme cold. Bang! The gunshot echoed throughout the gorge. The bullet sliced through the air, leaving a trail of white frost. Just as the red-scaled flying dragon opened its mouth, the flames in its throat, not yet ignited, the bullet pierced straight into its mouth, accompanied by a violent explosion. Then came a sharp crack. The dragon froze in its tracks. Blue ice crystals rapidly spread from its mouth. Its tongue, teeth, throat, and even half of its head were instantly encased in a massive block of ice. The breath attack was stifled, exploding inside its belly, but this heat only intensified the destruction caused by the clash of ice and fire. The dragon's massive body crashed to the ground, thrashing and wailing. That's enough, everyone stop attacking. Lin Fan stepped forward. He looked down at the scattered unknown bones beneath his feet. In his mind, the black skeletal mark illuminated. High-level necromancy, undead summon. A large portion of Lin Fan's mana was instantly drained. On the ground, the bones that had long since lost flesh began to tremble violently. Black mist seeped out from the gaps in the bones as if it had come to life. Clatter, clatter. Strange-shaped skeletal beings stood up. Some had wings while others boasted sharp claws. They felt no pain or fear. Their only instinct was to obey commands. Lin Fan counted. There were a total of 20. This was still due to the lack of materials. Had this been a mass grave, he could have summoned an entire battalion. Go. Lin Fan pointed at the struggling dragon on the ground. The 20 skeletal beings seemed to receive a pardon, shrieking as they pounced. Though their individual combat strength was inferior to that of a living dragon, they were fearless. Once they latched on, it was a relentless fight to the death. Furthermore, Lin Fan occasionally unleashed spatial forbidden spells, turning this adult dragon into mere meat on the chopping block. 10 minutes later, the entire rocky terrain fell silent. Lin Fan checked the time, extremely satisfied. It was too fast. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. In the past, fighting monsters of this caliber required teamwork and careful caution. But now, it was like an industrial assembly line dismembering. Is that it, eh? Ella kicked the dragon's corpse, expertly slicing open its still partially frozen head to extract the magic core. Dragon magic core, 300 gold coins. The dragon hide is slightly damaged, worth 50 gold coins, including the mission reward. It totals around 600 or so. Mia noted it in her little book, her abacus clicking away. Previously, earning 600 gold coins was a strenuous task. Now, it was merely a stroll in the park. Lin Fan stuffed the magic cores and the dragon's carcass into his spatial ring. Let's go back to the city. Then we'll head to the Tower of Truth to pick up some goods. The Tower of Truth. The air inside the tower was still as oppressive as ever. Old Griffin remained nestled in his rocking chair, the familiar blanket draped over him in the same position, even the wrinkles matching those from last time. He closed his eyes, breathing steadily, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Smack! A crystal card was slapped onto the counter, the sound crisp and clear. 3 more books, please. Lin Fan didn't waste words, pushing the hefty catalog onto the table. I've checked off everything I want to buy. Griffin slowly lifted one eyelid, adjusting his glasses that had slid down to the tip of his nose. His murky eyes first glanced at the balance on the crystal card, 600 gold coins. He was about to scold, questioning whether the boy had lost his mind to still be buying. But as he looked up, the words that were about to spill from his lips caught in his throat. His half-closed old eyes gradually widened. As the tower keeper and one of the most senior magi in the academy, Griffin had seen more geniuses in his life than he had eaten salt. However, today, he felt that his experience in judging people was somewhat lacking. The aura surrounding Lin Fan had changed. A week ago, when the kid came to buy books, the magical fluctuations around him were active, yet chaotic, resembling a newly promoted high-level mage fledgling. But now, a cold, obscure, yet exceptionally refined aura was entwining around Lin Fan. Was that the characteristic of high-level necromancy? Had this kid already mastered the summon undead? Moreover, such stability was definitely not from just starting out. He had formed a complete magical circuit and had even used it in practical combat. Griffin straightened up, his gaze passing over Lin Fan to look at the girl named Ella standing behind him. The warrior girl carrying a longsword had her elemental aura subtly distorted. Standing there, she resembled a walking furnace. The surrounding water elements evaporated quickly, and the fire elements were highly compressed. Had she already mastered the lava shield? Next, he glanced at the seemingly quiet girl, Erin, who appeared to breathe out faint white frost. Extreme cold enchantment. Finally, his gaze landed on the cat-eared humanoid girl in a servant's uniform. Mia was curiously examining the magical books on the shelf. Feeling someone watching her, she flinched, quickly retreating behind Lin Fan. But Griffin caught it nonetheless. That vibrant, even somewhat wild natural force. It was the fluctuation of a high-level druidic secret art, Tree Realm's Descent. This. Griffin felt his throat dry as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. He picked up the cold tea beside him and took a sip, trying to calm his shock. A few days. Just a few days. It had only been about a week, right? These 4 little ones had actually all mastered high-level magic. What a joke. High-level magic isn't cabbages. It requires years of meditation, understanding the rules, and constructing magical circuits step by step. Even those past super geniuses in the academy would take at least 3 months to truly master a high-level spell. What was going on with these kids? Teacher, is there not enough money? Lin Fan asked, seeing the old man remain unresponsive for a long time, thinking that prices had risen in the past few days. It's enough. Griffin set down the teacup, his voice a bit hoarse. He looked deeply at Lin Fan without asking further. Living to his age, he understood that everyone had their secrets. These little ones might have encountered some great opportunity. Asking too much could shorten his life. But he pointed to Mia, hiding behind, with an expression of displeasure, his brows knitted together. What's that little girl's name? Lin Fan turned back and pulled Mia out. Mia, why is she still wearing the academy servant uniform? Griffin pointed at her drab, coarse clothes, his tone carrying a hint of anger. A high-level nature mage who had mastered Tree Realm's Descent was actually a servant in the academy. That was simply an insult to magic. Mia timidly shrank her neck, wringing the hem of her clothes. I wanted to join the Magic Academy. But when I applied before, the enrollment teacher said I was a humanoid. They didn't want me. Nonsense. Griffin slammed the table. How ridiculous. Such a good talent, and they don't take her. Are those enrollment office folks brain dead? The old man was so enraged that his beard was trembling. He pulled open a drawer and rummaged through a pile of clutter, finally finding a wrinkled piece of parchment. He grabbed a quill and swiftly wrote a few lines, then produced a private seal representing his identity as a mage from his pocket, took a breath, and pressed it down heavily. Take this. Griffin crumpled the parchment and tossed it to Mia. Go to the academic office to report. Slam this in the face of those fools and tell them it's a special admission from me, Griffin. Mia clumsily caught the parchment, looking bewildered. She carefully unfolded it. The handwriting was scrawled like ghostly symbols, but the bright red seal radiated an astonishing magical aura. Silver Moon Magic Academy Nature Department Special Admission Notification. Can I go to school now? Mia asked, stutteringly, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had dreamed of entering the Magic Academy to study alongside Lin Fan, but due to her humanoid status, she could only serve as a servant and even sneaked into the library. Of course. Griffin glared at her and reclined back in his rocking chair. If someone who has mastered Tree Realm's descent can't enter the academy, then the academy should just close down. Those blind fools in the enrollment office, I must teach them a lesson. Mia held the paper, looking towards Lin Fan, feeling somewhat at a loss. Lin Fan smiled and patted her head. Go on, we'll be classmates from now on. At that moment, in the hall of the tower's first floor, there were still quite a few other students. Caesar was scratching his head over a book titled Frost Nova's Golden Armor, particularly striking in the dim tower. Luna was holding a thunder-related tome, her brow furrowed, clearly encountering a bottleneck. Hearing the commotion, everyone paused their actions and looked over. Griffin surveyed the area, looking at these noble youths who often prided themselves on being geniuses, suddenly feeling a sense of disappointment. Look at them. And now look at you. The old man cleared his throat, his voice echoing in the spacious tower. Listen up. Caesar and Luna both looked up, puzzled. This strange old man usually couldn't be bothered to say more than a word. Griffin pointed at Lin Fan and the three others who were about to leave. From now on, if you want to learn summon undead, don't bother me. Go find Lin Fan. If you want to learn lava shield, find that sword-bearing girl Ella. If you want to learn extreme cold enchantment, find the one named Aaron. As for the nature spell Tree Realm's descent, go find that cat-eared girl Mia. The old man paused, looking at the dazed eyes all around. Those wishing to learn any of these 4 high-level spells should first ask them. If you really can't understand, then come to me. These 4 have already mastered them. The hall instantly fell into silence. The Frost Nova book in Caesar's hands dropped to the ground with a loud thud. His mouth gaped, glancing at Lin Fan, and then at Griffin, his eyes nearly popping out. Mastered? Just how many days had it been? He hadn't even finished reading the introduction of Frost Nova. Luna's fingers tightened around the pages of her book. She stared at Lin Fan's figure, feeling a storm brewing within her heart. She considered herself exceptionally gifted, and with her family's resources, she had merely just touched the surface of high-level thunder magic these past few days. Lin Fan and his group had all mastered it. How could that be possible? Someone let out a strange cry, breaking the silence. Immediately, the entire first floor of the tower erupted into chaos. Everyone's gaze converged on Lin Fan and his 3 companions, their expressions akin to that of seeing a monster. Lin Fan paid no heed to their gazes. Striding out of the tower with the 3 girls, he left behind a crowd of classmates, their hearts shattered, left in disarray in the wind. In the Silver Moon Magic Academy at the Tower of Truth, the interior remained dimly lit, with a peculiar odor of aged paper blended with special ink lingering in the air. Lin Fan stood before a row of bookshelves stocked with new goods. Without hesitation, he quickly stuffed the newly arrived scroll into his arms and turned to head towards the counter. Behind the counter, the old man Griffin held his signature chipped teacup, staring blankly at the empty shelves behind Lin Fan. The shelves, once filled to the brim, now stood bare enough to allow a mouse to run through. 2 months. Just 2 months. This kid was like an insatiable glutton, gnawing away at the centuries of foundation of the Silver Moon Magic Academy, consuming more than half of it. Teacher, I'm here to pay up. Lin Fan slammed the hefty space-type scroll onto the counter and casually handed over a crystal card. Griffin did not take the card. He raised his head, his murky old eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Lin Fan. The old man's voice trembled, sounding as if someone had gripped his throat tightly. You need to tell me honestly, with you buying so many high-level scrolls, are you secretly planning to sell them in the black market? This is outrageous. A normal high-level mage would take at least a year and a half just to study, comprehend, and model 1 scroll. Yet this kid bought them by the cartload, coming back every few days. The key is he never returned any after taking them home, nor did he seem to go insane. This was quite alarming. Teacher, you must be joking. Selling magic scrolls privately is a death sentence. Even if I were foolish, I wouldn't engage in such folly. Lin Fan said, sincerely nudging the crystal card closer to the old man. I'm just being cautious, thinking that reading more books can only be beneficial. What if one day someone attacks me with some bizarre magic? I wouldn't be caught off guard, and I could even exploit their weaknesses to counterattack, right? Griffin rolled his eyes. What this kid said did seem to have some reason behind it. However, the cost of doing so was enormous, with no cost-effectiveness whatsoever. All right, enough nonsense. Griffin helplessly swiped the crystal card, his movements so practiced it was painful to watch. Just take it and go already. Seeing you makes my head ache. He was genuinely scared. One, he feared that if this continued, the Tower of Truth would have to be renamed Tower of Truthlessness. If the dean inquired, he as the tower keeper would have a hard time making excuses. Secondly, he feared that the magical prodigy he had painstakingly nurtured would ultimately die from going mad. At that point, everyone would blame him for not providing the right guidance and necessary admonitions as a teacher. Lin Fan chuckled, retracting the crystal card and tossing the precious space scroll into his space ring. His movements were fluid and graceful. The space ring that Eileen had given him was now stuffed full of various supplies. In addition to these invaluable magic books, there were various rare materials he had scavenged from the black market auction houses and adventurers' guilds, as well as the magic crystals he had frantically hunted over the past few months. Lin Fan stepped out of the Tower of Truth. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. He took a deep breath and looked back at the building that represented the highest magical achievements of Silver Moon City. He had pretty much harvested all he could. If he kept going, he might just end up skinning the sheep. In these 2 months, he had nearly packaged all the high-level magical resources available in Silver Moon City to send back home. But this also meant that the value of Silver Moon City had peaked for him. To continue growing stronger and to acquire even higher-level arms for his homeland, he needed to switch to a larger map. While he was contemplating this, the communication crystal in his arms suddenly vibrated. Lin Fan took it out and saw it was a message from Caesar. It contained a short sentence, yet it radiated a barely concealed excitement. Academy Square. Good news. Hurry over. Academy Square. This was usually a place for students to boast, chat, and gossip. But today the square was packed with people. Almost the entire faculty and student body squeezed in here. In the center of the crowd stood a massive magical notice board. It displayed a line of large golden characters scrolling across. Notification regarding the selection of outstanding high-level mages to attend the Glorious Magic Academy for academic advancement. Caesar stood out too much. Dressed in shining golden armor, he stood at the forefront of the crowd, enthusiastically bragging to a few younger students beside him. Did you see that? The Glorious Magic Academy. That's a top-tier magic school. Only true geniuses can go there. And this young master is one of those chosen by destiny. Ha ha ha. From now on, don't call me Senior Caesar, call me the leader of magic. Luna stood beside him, her expression still cool, holding her staff with a look that said, I don't know this fool. However, from her slightly clenched fingers, it was clear she was not at ease. Eileen and Mia stood quietly at the periphery, and upon seeing Lin Fan approach, their eyes lit up, and they quickly squeezed through the crowd to greet him. Lin Fan. Eileen rushed over, her expression excited. We're all on the list. Lin Fan glanced over the list. Sure enough. Lin Fan, Ayla, Eileen, Mia, Caesar, Luna. 6 names neatly lined up at the top. This was not unexpected. Lin Fan had heard the old man Griffin mention it before. The Silver Moon Magic Academy planned to send 6 people to the Glorious Magic Academy for a 3-year academic advancement. Nearby magic academies would also send their most outstanding talented high-level mage students to participate. And the most outstanding group of high-level mages from the Silver Moon Magic Academy were of course him, Ayla, Eileen, Mia, Caesar, and Luna, 6 of the youngest who had already mastered high-level magic. The Silver Moon Magic Academy certainly had many other high-level mages who had mastered high-level magic, but they were all too old, and the academy feared it would lose face if they sent them. Thus, the youngest and most powerful among them would likely be chosen directly to represent the Silver Moon Magic Academy, going to the Glorious City to earn prestige. Now it seemed that Old Man Griffin's predictions were correct. Glorious Magic Academy. Lin Fan looked at those golden characters, his mind racing through information about this place. Glorious City. One of the major metropolitan cities of the Human Alliance, at least 3 times larger than Silver Moon City. It not only gathered a large number of top mages, but was also a confluence of guilds, merchant associations, and even royal influences. There were even rumors that beneath Glorious City lay the relics of ancient gods from the previous era. Now with the towers of Silver Moon City nearly emptied by him, the library of Glorious City would surely be even richer. He could go there to stock up. Moreover, he might get to interact with higher-ups and clarify the plotting related to this otherworldly invasion. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. This battle must penetrate the enemy's inner lines. So what do you say? Are you going? Caesar strode over, throwing an arm around Lin Fan's shoulder. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I've heard that the magic towers over there are several times taller than ours. Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I? Returning to the inn, Lin Fan secured the doors and windows tightly. He emptied the last batch of supplies from his space ring. The floor instantly piled up into a small mountain. In addition to the recently purchased high-level scrolls, there were also numerous magic crystals. Huff. Lin Fan took a deep breath and placed his hand on the heap of supplies. Activating the talent material transfer. Lin Fan wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and plopped down on the bed. Has everyone packed up? Lin Fan called out. A quick response came from the adjacent room. Already packed. My sword is polished and shining. Ayla was filled with energy. The sniper rifle is all maintained. Aylan's voice was steady. The carriage is ready. We can leave at any time. Mia was somewhat excited. China base no. 9. At 3 a.m. Howling sandstorms raged outside, yet the 3rd subterranean level, the warehouse for receiving supplies, was brightly lit alive with the rumble of forklifts shuttling back and forth. Wang Chen stood on the 2nd floor platform, hands resting on the iron railing as he gazed down. Dozens of researchers in white lab coats carefully placed magical scrolls into temperature-controlled chambers, handling each with reverent delicacy, as if even the slightest bump might shatter destiny itself. Director Zhao of Logistics hurried up the metal staircase, clutching a freshly printed inventory list. Director Wang, the count is complete. 300 high-tier magical scrolls, Zhao added, swallowing hard, his voice rising unbidden. Elemental, necromantic, natural, enchanting. 12 major categories, all fully represented. Our magical system used to be riddled with gaps, but now Lin Fan alone has filled them all. And the crystals, 35,000 spirit crystals, 3,000 high purity, 500 peerless grade. This quantity could expand our existing magical special forces tenfold, and still leave surplus. As Wang Chen absorbed these figures, elation warred with solemn gravity. 300 high-tier scrolls, 35,000 spirit crystals. Was Lin Fan single-handedly arming all of China? How much had it cost? How great the peril? These crystals bore not only the blood of monstrous entities, but likely Lin Fan's own as well. How long had Lin Fan held the rank of senior magician? Less than 2 months. Was this young man now emptying the very vaults of Silver Moon Academy and carrying its treasures home? Wang Chun reached into his pocket for a cigarette, paused at the sight of the no smoking sign on the wall, and slipped the pack back. While Lin Fan fought on the front lines, delivering elite scrolls and spirit crystals, what was happening at home? Back here, officials hesitated, fearing public panic, opting instead for timid small-scale pilot programs. If this caution persisted, they would truly betray Lin Fan's sacrifice. Only 9 years and 3 months remained until the clash of 2 eras, the descent of the gods. For apocalyptic warfare, planning 9 years was vanishingly short. Now that these supplies had arrived, and with them a complete coherent high-tier magical framework, perhaps it was time to take bolder steps. First, universal magical education could no longer wait. On one hand, high-tier magic demanded exceptional aptitude. Like selecting fighter pilots, not just anyone could command a jet. For billion souls, they must identify those rare minds gifted with innate magical resonance. On the other, today's youth must awaken, not to celebrity gossip flickering across smartphone screens, but to the truth they had enemies. Fearsome ones. And those enemies did not even dwell upon Earth. Director Zhao summoned the core committee, meeting in 30 minutes. Also contact the Ministry of Education, Minister Li. Command Center conference room. A digital countdown glowed on the far wall, ticking downward second by second. 9 years, 3 months, 24 days, 12 hours, 23 minutes, 21 seconds. Wang Chun sat at the head of the long conference table. Flanking him were senior leaders from critical national departments. On the video screen, Minister Li of Education looked exhausted. In the corner, Taoist Master Zhang Qingxian sat quietly, eyes closed in meditation. Wang Chun rose and walked to a display cabinet beside him where a row of black tactical headphones gleamed. This is our newly developed second-generation neurofeedback magical training interface, engineered using data Lin Fan transmitted earlier. Colleagues, he gestured toward the headphones, his voice low yet resonant in the hushed room. We now possess weapons theory next-generation training apparatus, and even the most scarce resource of all spirit crystals delivered by Lin Fan himself. But what we lack, desperately, is people, talent. Across the entire military, fewer than 1,000 special forces operatives can reliably conjure fireballs or cast wind blades. That is utterly insufficient. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, suffused with quiet dread. Therefore, I am initiating the National Magical Literacy Initiative. At these words, Minister Li's eyelid twitched violently on screen. Nationwide. His voice tightened. Director Wang, is this not dangerously precipitous? We have not yet secured full readiness. Launching such a sweeping program risks mass panic. Panic is preferable to passive extinction. Wang Chun pointed to the countdown behind him. Minister Li, we have no time for trials. Our enemies will grant us no grace period to adapt. My plan proceeds in 2 phases. Phase 1, reform the National College Entrance Examination Gaokao. Leaning forward, hands braced on the table, he continued, beginning next year, magical aptitude assessment and foundational theory will be integrated directly into the Gaokao. Minister Li opened his mouth to protest, only to be gently but firmly preempted. This phase consumes no spirit crystals. We cannot afford such extravagance yet. Our sole objective is to uncover every latent prodigy among our youth. More crucially, we must awaken every child's awareness. Wang Chen's gaze sharpened. 10 years hence, today's Gaokao candidates will form the backbone of society, the vanguard who bear arms and defend the realm. They must know, beyond doubt, who their enemy is, what weapons that enemy wields, and how through mastery of those very weapons we shall turn their power against them. Minister Li fell silent for a long moment, removed his spectacles, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and finally sighed. Understood. If matters have reached this threshold, there is no longer any justification for concealment. I will instruct my office to draft the directive immediately. The Gaokao reform begins next year. Wang Chen nodded, then turned toward the corner. Phase 2, establish China's first magical military university. Master Zhang. The elderly Taoist opened his eyes slowly and straightened his posture with deliberate calm. We respectfully request you assume the position of founding chancellor. This humble Taoist had hoped to retreat to the mountains for a few days of quiet cultivation, but it seems such fortune is no longer mine to claim. Your presence and your guidance are irreplaceable. Wang Chun offered a faint smile before continuing his directives. The 50 warriors already proficient in high-tier magic will be reassigned as senior instructors. Assistant instructors will be selected from promising junior officers across the armed forces. This university will pursue no abstract theoretical research. It teaches only one discipline: magical combat. What I demand are officers who can deploy instantly, command troops on the battlefield, and stand as one against 100. That same night, deep underground printers hummed steadily. Document after document, each stamped with the highest level crimson seal, was sealed into classified envelopes and dispatched via secure channels to provincial education bureaus and major military commands nationwide. The file bore a lengthy, unwieldy title: Implementation Plan for Nationwide Identification and Cultivation of Magical Aptitude. That night Wang Qin tossed and turned sleepless. Tomorrow, a sweeping transformation, initiated by China, would officially commence reshaping not only its own society, but reverberating across the globe. Its ultimate reach, its final consequences, no one could foresee with certainty. Yet he knew beyond question. After tomorrow, everyone would bid farewell to the world they once knew. At 3:30 in the morning, Lu Guoqiang, the principal of Zhonghai No. 1 high school, was abruptly yanked from his bed by the urgent ring of his phone. Groggily, he fumbled for his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and immediately sprang from his bed fully awake. It was Director Zhao from the Education Bureau. Lu Guoqiang cleared his throat and cautiously slid his finger across the answer button. Director Zhao, it's so late. On the other end of the line, the background noise was chaotic, as if things were being moved. Get to the bureau right away. Bring the official seal and sign a confidentiality agreement. Remember, drive yourself, don't bring a driver, and don't tell anyone, including your wife. The call ended. Lu Guoqiang stood there, phone in hand, dazed by the bed. After 30 years in education, he had never seen anything like this. The last time it was this urgent was during the lockdown due to a severe epidemic. He didn't dare delay, quickly dressed, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out the door. Upon arriving at the Education Bureau's courtyard, Lu Guoqiang realized the situation was even more serious than he had anticipated. The courtyard was filled with cars, all belonging to the principals of various elementary, middle, and high schools in the city. The conference room was brightly lit with a row of armed police at the entrance, expressionlessly checking IDs. Inside the conference room, dozens of principals sat in silence, no one whispering. The atmosphere was stifling. Director Zhao sat on the podium, his eye bags swollen like walnuts, clutching a red-headed document tightly. Everyone is here. Director Zhao stood up without any opening remarks. Following orders from higher authorities, starting today, a revolutionary reform will be implemented throughout the national education system. He raised the document, his hand trembling slightly. I won't read the document, you can take it back and read it yourselves. I will emphasize 3 points. First, all high schools will immediately suspend classes for 2 days and adjust their schedules. Second, clear out the best classrooms and transform them into meditation rooms. The standards will be sent to you later. Third, and most importantly, ensure that teachers and students are mentally prepared for this change. Director Zhao took a deep breath, scanning the faces of everyone present. Anyone who falters at this critical moment or engages in passive resistance should not blame me for being merciless. They will be dismissed and investigated. When Lu Guoqiang received the heavy craft paper dossier, he felt sweat pooling in his palms. He nervously peeled open the seal. The title of the document was short in large glaring red characters: Emergency Notice on the Nationwide Introduction of Magic Theory and Adaptive Assessment Courses in General High Schools. Lu Guoqiang thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and brought the document close to his nose, deciphering it word by word. Magic. It was indeed magic. The document clearly stated that effective immediately fundamentals of magic, beginner's meditation guide, and bestiary of the divine realm would be required subjects for high school. Lu Guoqiang leaned against the driver's seat, his mind buzzing. He was a staunch materialist, having taught politics his entire life. And now they were suddenly telling him to teach students how to conjure fireballs. Was the world going mad? Yet he quickly calmed down. The red-headed document was genuine, and the director's grave demeanor was no facade. The armed police at the entrance were certainly real. No matter how absurd this was, it was a fact. As the principal, his primary task was not to question its authenticity, but to figure out how to smoothly implement this change at the school, how to better respond to the directives from above. If everyone was studying magic, what advantage did Zhonghai No. 1 high school have? What about the teaching staff? Lu Guoqiang started the car, flooring the accelerator, heading straight for the school. At 6 in the morning, in the main conference room of Zhonghai No. 1 high school, all over 200 staff members were present. The teachers were yawning one after another, some even sneaking breakfast, all complaining about this sudden emergency meeting. What's going on? It's early in the morning. Old Zhang, the head of the senior grade department, muttered to the physics group leader while peeling an egg. Is it another quality education inspection? Who knows? I hope it's not about some temporary reform for the college entrance examination. The physics group leader adjusted his glasses. Lu Guoqiang walked into the conference room, followed by the director of education, who was carrying a thick stack of new textbooks. Close the door. Lu Guoqiang sat down, tapped the microphone. No one is allowed to record. Put away your phones. The conference room fell silent. Without wasting any time, Lu Guoqiang placed the red-headed document on the projector. The large screen displayed the document's contents. Let's get straight to the point. Lu Guoqiang's voice was hoarse. The country has decided to incorporate magic into the educational system. The room was silent for 2 seconds. Then with a bang it erupted. Magic? You must be joking. Wait, I'm a physics teacher. I have to learn this. Is this even scientific? The physics group leader stood up in excitement. Sit down. Lu Guoqiang slammed the table. This is a political task. It is a national strategy. It has nothing to do with whether it's scientific or not. This is an order. He pointed at the stack of textbooks beside him. These are the sample textbooks that the Ministry of Education airlifted overnight. Each high school teacher will receive a set. Starting today, you will learn first, especially for the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology teachers. Lu Guoqiang fixed his gaze on the previously standing physics group leader. You have a solid foundation and strong comprehension skills. You need to take the lead in learning. Don't give me any excuses about Newton. From today onwards, anything that Newton can't explain will be the domain of magic. But principal, a young female teacher raised her hand, her voice timid. We don't know how to teach this. If you don't know, learn. Lu Guoqiang glared. The country has provided video materials recorded by our top experts. You will learn from the videos, and once you understand it, then teach the students. I want to make it clear from the outset. Lu Guoqiang stood up, hands braced on the table, leaning forward with an imposing presence. This reform concerns the future of our school. In the future, college entrance examination magic will be a major focus. Anyone who cannot learn or teach this will have no one to blame but themselves if they lose their job. If you don't want to be laid off, memorize these few magic books. Dismissed. Senior class homeroom, teachers stay behind. The conference room erupted into chaos as teachers received the books, their expressions resembling those who had seen a ghost. The physics group leader held the book Analysis of Magical Energy Circuits Fire Element Edition, his hands trembling. He opened the first page, looking at the complex geometric figures and energy formulas, his expression shifting unpredictably. This structure. He muttered to himself, why does it look somewhat like a circuit diagram? But where does this energy source come from? Magic crystals. The chemistry teacher beside him leaned over, looking at another book titled Basics of Potion Making. Old Wang, look at this formula. Dragon's blood herb plus mercury. What on earth is this? Stop chatting and start memorizing it. Old Zhang sighed, tucking the book under his arm. The principal has spoken, or if you don't want to lose your job, we must figure this out no matter how ridiculous it seems. Lu Guoqiang watched the departing teachers, feeling uncertain. He called the senior class homeroom teachers over. You are the first batch of teachers facing the college entrance examination reforms. Lu Guoqiang's tone softened somewhat, but he remained serious. During morning self-study, you will announce this to the class. Remember, keep the students' emotions stable. Don't let them feel like the sky is falling. Also pay close attention to those students who usually enjoy reading novels and playing games. Lu Guoqiang recalled what the director had told him privately. The higher-ups said that these students are lively thinkers with strong acceptance abilities, and they have a significantly higher probability of becoming magical geniuses. The homeroom teacher for Class 2 of the senior grade, Old Chun, was a distinguished math teacher in his 50s. He adjusted his thick glasses, looking at the notification in his hands, his brow furrowed. Principal, this notice says. English is cancelled. Yes, it's cancelled, Lu Guoqiang nodded. There will be no more ABCD tests. We will switch to tests on the characters of the divine realm. The textbooks will arrive tomorrow. Old Chun took a deep breath, feeling a toothache coming on. His class English representative, Su Xiaoxiao, the top student of the grade, would probably cry in the restroom now. This world had truly changed. Clutching the heavy notification, Old Chun turned and exited the conference room. In the corridor, the morning light was dim. The clear sounds of reading came from various classrooms, students reciting ancient poems and vocabulary. Listening to these familiar sounds, Old Chun felt a mix of emotions. After today, these sounds would probably turn into incantations, right? He arrived at the door of Class 2 of the senior grade, took a deep breath, and pushed open the classroom door. In the classroom of Class 2 senior year, the air was stuffy and murky, blending the scents of chive buns and old books. Zhang Wei huddled in the corner of the last row, burying his head behind a tall stack of books. He held a crumpled English book in his hand, mumbling, abandon, abandon, while his gaze had long drifted into the drawer of his desk. There lay a novel, Otherworldly Mage, with its cover torn off. Last night, he had seen the protagonist mastering advanced magic, rampaging through enemies, which had stirred his blood to a boil, leaving his mind still filled with images of fireballs flying around. Bang! The top student, Su Xiaoxiao, slammed a stack of test papers onto the desk, startling Zhang Wei. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, can't you change the words you memorize? You've been memorizing abandon for 3 years, and do you plan to continue until college? Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and ignored her. Su Xiaoxiao was the English representative of the class, scoring near full marks on every exam, and looked down on students like Zhang Wei who dragged their English scores down. TCH, what's so great about being good at English? Zhang Wei muttered under his breath, this subject is utterly meaningless and should be cancelled sooner or later. Just then the classroom door was pushed open. The homeroom teacher, Lao Chen, walked in. Usually Lao Chen entered the classroom with his hands behind his back, moving leisurely, his face bearing a calmness that suggested he had seen through the world. But today Lao Chen was brisk, his expression heavy as if he had just lost 500,000 at home. He wasn't holding a ruler or compass, but rather a red-headed document and several books with odd covers. Everyone stopped for a moment. Lao Chen stepped onto the podium and placed the items on the desk. The entire class fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at each other, sensing that something was amiss. Lao Chen surveyed the room and cleared his throat. According to an urgent notice from higher authorities, I am here to convey an important decision regarding the college entrance examination reform. College entrance examination reform. The students below perked up their ears. In their senior year, there was going to be a reform. What was changing? Lao Chen picked up a piece of chalk, turned around, and forcefully wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard. Magic. The chalk broke, with half of it falling to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Starting today, a new main subject, magic, will be added to the college entrance examination. Lao Chen's voice trembled, but he tried hard to sound calm. It will be worth 200 points. The primary assessments will be magic adaptability, magic perception, and basic theory. And most importantly, the release of fireball magic. Silence. The entire classroom sank into a deathly quiet. Zhang Wei's mouth fell open, nearly dropping his jaw onto the desk. He wondered if he had hallucinated from staying up late reading novels, or if he had actually crossed over to another world. Teacher, is today April Fool's Day? The physical education committee member in the front row asked with a dry laugh. I wish it were Lao Chen sighed, raising the red-headed document, but this is a direct order from the Ministry of Education. The textbooks have already been distributed. He pointed to the few blue-covered books on the podium. Additionally, Lao Chen paused, casting a complex glance at Su Xiaoxiao to make room for magic in terms of class time and score the English subject. Will be cancelled. Cancelled. Su Xiaoxiao jumped up, her face pale. Teacher, what does cancellation mean? Is listening comprehension no longer tested? It is completely cancelled. Lao Chen cruelly shattered her illusions. English will no longer be a subject for the college entrance examination. In its place, there will be a new language, Divine Realm Common Language. Su Xiaoxiao swayed slightly and plopped back down into her chair. She had studied English for 10 years, practiced countless sets of exercises, and developed a sense of listening and language which overnight turned into scrap paper. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhang Wei, after the initial confusion, was overwhelmed with joy. English is cancelled. The subject that has tormented me for 3 years and made me miserable is finally gone. And now we have to test magic. We have to test the release of fireball magic. Could it be? My time has come. Although I don't understand much about magic, my passionate dreams of magic are deeply etched in my bones. He knew one truth: passion itself is a person's greatest talent. Wow, my time has come. Zhang Wei couldn't help but slap his thigh and exclaimed. All the classmates turned to look at him. Under normal circumstances, Lao Chen would have thrown a piece of chalk at him by now. But today Lao Chen looked at Zhang Wei with a hint of anticipation. Zhang Wei, Lao Chen called out. Zhang Wei quickly stood up, thinking he was about to be scolded. You often read those messy books and play games. Your ability to adapt is the strongest. Lao Chen pointed at the new textbooks on the podium. When the books are distributed, you lead the reading of the introduction. Since we are going to learn magic, you active thinkers might pick it up faster than us teachers. Zhang Wei straightened his back, feeling that life was filled with hope. The news spread like wings, reaching every corner of Jianghai City and even the entire country in less than half a day. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Wei returned home to find his father Zhang Depeo not on the balcony smoking as usual, but sitting in front of the television staring intently at the news broadcast. On the television, the host was articulately reporting. The State Council has issued guidelines for the comprehensive advancement of magic education, stating that this is a major strategic measure to respond to changes in the future international situation and enhance the quality of the entire population. Zhang Depeo was a construction contractor with little education, usually most concerned with the prices of steel and concrete. Today, as he watched this news, he felt his head buzzing. It can't be real, can it? He pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat group named Class 2 Senior Year Striving Group. In the parent group, the English teacher had already left. Now everyone was discussing where to buy magic crystals. The group was in an uproar. Su Xiaoxiao's mother, this isn't fair. Our Xiao Xiao is so good at English, oh, why should it be cancelled just like that? This is irresponsible to the children. Cancelling is good. I've disliked English for a long time. What's the use of learning that? Parent A, who has connections. I've heard that magic potion is sold on the black market. 50,000 a bottle, is it real? Parent B, don't believe it. That's a scam. Just earlier the police issued a notice. That's just Red Bull mixed with Sprite. Dad, I'm back. Son. Zhang Depeo threw his phone aside and grabbed Zhang Wei's shoulders. Is it true that magic is included in the college entrance examination? It's true. Zhang Wei replied excitedly. That's right, today, I even led the reading of the magic introduction. Is the magic book expensive? How much money does your dad need to prepare for you? Zhang Wei looked at his father's anxious face. Dad, you don't need to buy it. He pulled out Basic Theory of Magic from his backpack. The government has distributed the books. Moreover, I think I might really have some talent. He opened the book, pointing at the most basic meditation diagram. At school, when he stared at this diagram for a while, he felt a warm sensation in the center of his forehead and a surge of heat below his navel. At that time, he thought he had just overeaten chive buns at noon. Now it seemed perhaps that was the legendary talent for magic perception. Zhang Depeo's eyes lit up. Really? Then hurry up and practice after dinner. No, practice right now. Dad will feed you. That night, countless families in Jianghai City were unable to sleep. Some were burning their English books to mourn their lost youth. Others were cramming Basic Theory of Magic, while still others were frantically searching for how to quickly become a mage. And online, the term Magic College Entrance Examination directly skyrocketed to the trending topics across various platforms. The microserver has crashed, not due to any scandal involving a celebrity, nor because an idol has fallen from grace, but purely due to that official document with a red header. Programmer Lao Zhang stared at the string of glaring red error codes on the screen, forgetting to drink the coffee in his hand. He cursed as he restarted the server, watching the information being pushed. Trending at number 1, followed by the deep red word explosive. Ministry of Education announces magic officially included in the college entrance examination system. Trending at number 2, English cancelled. Trending at number 3, all high schools nationwide will suspend classes for 2 days for curriculum adjustment. Trending at number 4, does fireball really exist? Lao Zhang felt that this world was somewhat magical. He typed on the keyboard, muttering, after coding for over a decade and balding, and now you tell me to look at magical energy instead of hair volume. After a hard fight to rescue the server, he clicked open the comments section only for it to freeze like a PowerPoint presentation. Netizens had already gone crazy. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Unfortunately, I'm not educated, but a single what the hell can conquer the world. Are we really going to practice cultivation? Upstairs it's magic, not cultivation. Read the document clearly. It's about arcane model construction, not golden core or nascent soul. What's the difference? Isn't it just a fireball appearing with a wave of the hand? I just want to ask, can I, a 30-year-old wage slave, still learn? I don't want to work anymore. I want to return to campus and become a master of magic. Forget it. The document says it's mainly targeted at young people of appropriate age. People like us with fixed brain grooves can probably only be muggles. Whoa. English has finally been cancelled. Heaven has eyes. I was held back in the college entrance examination by English, otherwise I'd have been at Tsinghua or Beida long ago. Are you sure? The common language of the divine realm is 1,000 times harder than English. In Zhanghai City at a construction site, Zhang Depeo squatted on a pile of rebar, holding an unlit cigarette. His rough face was flushed as if he had drunk 2 gin of fake liquor. A circle of workers surrounded him, each with dirty faces, but their eyes shone brightly. Depeo, did that kid really say that? A thin, monkey-like worker handed over a lighter, a fawning look on his face. Can you really learn that? Fireball technique at school. Is there any doubt about it? Zhang Depeo lit his cigarette, took a deep puff, and blew out a smoke ring. His posture more commanding than a corporate CEO. Last night, when I got home, that kid threw his backpack aside and took out the new textbook. It was blue with the hexagram printed on it. Zhang Depeo gestured with his hands, issued by the Ministry of Education. Free. It's said to be a national secret textbook. That kid read an introduction aloud to me, and it made my head buzz. Although I didn't understand it, I could tell it was impressive. Well, your Zhang Wei has hit a good time this time. Another worker envied. If I could have learned magic back in school, I wouldn't be here hauling bricks now. Exactly. Zhang Depeo slapped his thigh, spitting saliva everywhere. When I usually ask him to memorize vocabulary, it's like slaughtering pigs. But last night, when I let him look at that magic book, his eyes didn't even blink. He even told me he felt warmth in his belly button. That's unequivocal magical talent. Surrounding workers gasped in astonishment. Warmth in the belly button. Isn't that a sign of diarrhea? Get lost. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. That's called magical energy sensing. Zhang Depeo stared wide-eyed. If my Zhang Wei becomes a great magician in the future, you all won't need cranes to build houses. Just wave his hand, and the rebar will go up. Although he was bragging, everyone felt warm inside. Previously, they thought such things were too far from their lives, just elements of movies. But now with the official document posted at the school gate and textbooks in the kids' hands, this matter suddenly became tangible and real. This storm not only swept through the country, but also traveled across the ocean, carried by undersea cables. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. Wherever there was a screen, this news from the East was being reported. At first, foreigners were skeptical. A BBC host sat in the studio wearing that iconic smirk tinged with superiority. It seems the ancient country in the East is up to some new propaganda strategy again. Magic. How that sounds like a gathering of Harry Potter fans. Perhaps they're trying to relieve the exam pressure on students through this method. However, when a segment of a CCTV news video was uploaded to foreign networks, the laughter abruptly stopped. The video was not a special effects blockbuster, but a genuine teaching demonstration. A young instructor in military uniform stood on the playground. He didn't chant spells, just raised his hand with his palm facing up. Seconds later, whoosh, a mass of orange-eared flames ignited out of thin air, hovering and dancing in the palm of his hand. The surrounding air warped under the extreme heat, blurring even the background parallel bars. Then with a wave of the instructor's hand, the fireball was launched, accurately hitting a steel plate target 50 meters away. Boom. The steel plate was instantly penetrated, its edges melting into dripping molten iron. The video was short, only 30 seconds long. But it was these 30 seconds that silenced the entire Western internet. The tone in the comments section shifted dramatically. Oh my God, is this special effects? Tell me this is special effects. I wish it were, but I just had a Hollywood friend authenticate it. Light effects, particle flow, physical feedback. All real. Unless their special effects technology is 50 years ahead of us. This is unscientific. This violates the laws of thermodynamics. Where does the energy come from? To hell with the laws of thermodynamics. I want to learn this. Why are we studying algebra while they're learning fireball techniques? This isn't fair. I want to study abroad in the Dragon Kingdom. Right now? Even if it means washing dishes, just let me audit a magic class. 9 base. Wang Chen stood in front of the screen holding a stainless steel thermos with some tea leaves stuck to the lid. He looked at the data on the screen, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Minister, it seems we bet right. Next to him, Minister Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. The public's acceptance is stronger than we thought. Especially among the youth, they seem a bit overly excited. Excitement is a good thing. Wang Chen took a sip of tea, moistening his throat. Interest breeds motivation. What we lack is this drive. However, the reaction from abroad is quite intense. The advisor pulled up a set of data. Half an hour ago, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs phone lines were overwhelmed. They were all calls from various embassies asking if we discovered aliens or unearthed ancient civilizations. Wang Chun sneered, placing the cup on the table with a crisp sound. Let them guess. Wang Chun turned around and looked at the giant world map behind him. Previously, this map marked various countries' military bases and aircraft carrier fleets. Now what Wang Chun saw was the same abyss that all of humanity was about to face. Notify all provinces and cities to speed up the distribution of textbooks. Especially in remote areas, don't let them fall behind. Wang Chun instructed Lin Fan is working hard over there. We can't let him down here. Also let the propaganda angle shift towards defending the homeland. Don't let these kids just think magic is cool. They need to understand that this is meant for combat, not just for show. Minister Li nodded, taking notes. After hesitating for a moment, he asked then, How should we respond to the inquiries from abroad? Wang Shen walked to the door and paused. No need for a special response. Tomorrow morning at the routine press conference, place the newly compiled high school magic textbooks on the table. Tell them this is the new curriculum standard of the Dragon Kingdom. As for whether they believe it or learn it, that's their own business. In the Eagle Nation at the Underground Strategic Command Center in Virginia, there were more than 20 people seated around a long conference table. These individuals often appeared in television news, exuding an air of confidence, as if they could crush the earth in their palms, their shoulder insignias gleaming under the cold fluorescent lights. But now they all hunched their necks, their faces as dark as soot at the bottom of a pot. Smith sat at the head of the table. With a loud thud, he slammed a document onto the table. A few advisors at the end of the table jumped in fright, nearly dropping their pens. Smith spat the remnants of his cigar onto the floor, glancing around the room. No one dared to meet his gaze. These normally boisterous generals were now fixated on the water bottle in front of them, as if they could find answers within it. Speak up. Have you all gone mute? Aren't you usually quite talkative? Can someone explain to me what on earth is happening here? Is our enemy collectively out of their minds? Or is your intelligence system entirely incapacitated, bringing me this pile of useless paper? The intelligence chief, a balding middle-aged man, stood up, trembling, one hand pressing down on the remote in front of him. The large screen lit up. The image was clear, featuring a screenshot of a recent red-headed document released by the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Nation, along with several viral videos circulating on Twitter and YouTube. In the videos, a young instructor from the Dragon Nation held a bright orange fireball in the palm of his hand. General, the intelligence chief swallowed hard, according to reports from our informants embedded within the Dragon Nation, combined with cross-reference data from the internet. They might not be insane. They are indeed implementing educational reforms. The core content is indeed magic. As soon as these two words were spoken, many faces in the conference room twitched. A 4-star Air Force general couldn't help but chuckle, leaning back in his chair, which creaked under the weight. Smith's anger turned to sarcastic laughter. He spread his hands, leaning forward, his eyes clearly expressing disbelief. Magic? You mean to tell me that we spend hundreds of billions of dollars each year developing 6th-generation aircraft, hypersonic missiles, and electromagnetic railguns, striving to gain a technological edge over them, only to find that our opponents are now placing their bets on magic? That's ridiculous. Have they watched too much Harry Potter, or do they think we are fools? No one laughed. The atmosphere became so tense it was suffocating. At that moment, a man in thick glasses sitting in the corner stood up. He was the chief scientific advisor, holding a tablet, his expression graver than if he were attending a funeral. General, I wish this were a joke. The advisor approached the large screen, connecting his tablet and pulling up a set of complex data models. It was filled with red and green lines and wave peak graphs. This is the analysis result just completed by our supercomputer Titan. Targeting the video leaked from the Dragon Nation, that scene with the hand-formed fireball. The advisor pushed up his heavy glasses, his voice low, tinged with confusion and fear. We conducted a full grid light particle analysis, thermal imaging feedback simulation, and environmental light occlusion calculations. All data points to one conclusion: the video has not been processed by any AI, nor is it CGI effects. The fireball's core temperature exceeds 1500 degrees Celsius. It appeared out of thin air, showing no signs of any fuel sources or external heat input. This violates the first law of thermodynamics and the conservation of energy. In the conference room, only the monotonous hum of the ventilation fan remained. Smith stared at the curve, snorting derisively. He was a staunch materialist and an extremely pragmatic military man. In his view, the only truths in this world were caliber and range. Now someone was telling him that the truth had transformed into spells, violating physical laws. Then it means your analytical methods are outdated, or this is just a highly sophisticated trick. And this. At this moment, the intelligence chief, eager to prove he was not at fault, quickly added his own remark. He pointed at a line of translated text at the bottom of the screen. All magic technology originates from the divine realm. 9 years later, the gods of the divine realm will invade Earth. Smith's eyes caught the terms divine realm and gods. His previously tense body suddenly relaxed. He leaned back against his chair, even crossing his legs, the anger and impatience on his face quickly dissipating, replaced by a mocking composure. Divine realm. Gods. Smith shook his head, a cold smile tugging at his lips. When he first heard about magic, he had a fleeting moment of doubt, wondering if they had mastered some unknown advanced technology, like a type of plasma weapon merely disguised as magic. But now, hearing about the divine realm, hearing that gods were going to invade Earth, this was utterly absurd. The script was far too ludicrous. Smith could now be absolutely certain. This must be a psychological warfare tactic employed by the Dragon Nation. Even a national-level strategic deception. Smith took another cigar from his pocket, not lighting it, just holding it in his hand, as he rapidly processed all the information. Nationwide school closures. A red-headed document. Realistic special effects videos. Coupled with this so-called apocalyptic prophecy. This combination was clearly aimed at putting on a show for the Eagle Nation across the ocean. Using the entire society of the Dragon Nation as actors. Smith muttered to himself, a hint of admiration in his voice, but mostly disdain. What a grand scheme. They want to drag us into some meaningless Cold War competition, then attempt to wear us down. This old trick is something they in the Eagle Nation had worn out decades ago. Smith stood up, slowly pacing around the conference table. Everyone, put your hearts back in your bellies. He patted the anxious intelligence chief on the shoulder. There's nothing to fear. This is just a reenactment of how we dealt with the Soviet Union back in the day. The people in the conference room looked up at him. Back then the Soviet Union was our primary competitor. How formidable they were. The steel tide once made us lose sleep. Smith recalled that history, a victorious smile spreading across his face. And then, our space agency put on a grand show, manned lunar landing. We treated the entire Eagle Nation populace and even the whole world as both audience and actors. With Hollywood directors, top-set designers, and a perfect script, we successfully deceived the Soviet Union. In their desperate attempt to keep pace with our progress, they were drawn into a space arms race. They threw heaps of rubles into a bottomless pit, chasing after a space dream that we had masterfully concocted, one that was utterly impossible to realize. And the result? The Soviet Union's national strength was completely drained, leading to their eventual dissolution. Smith spread his hands, shrugging. We hardly lost a single soldier and took out our greatest rival. To this day, no one has discovered that we once staged such a play. Those voices of doubt were all dismissed as lunatics. Smith walked up to the large screen, pointing at the fireball video. Now the Dragon Nation's claims of universal magic, their so-called interdimensional threats, are merely a desire to repeat those tactics. They want us to believe they possess supernatural powers. They want to instill fear in us, to divert our military funding from solid missiles and fighter jets to research magic, to search for non-existent gods, and thereby deplete our national strength. Smith turned to look at the generals present, his gaze sharp. This is exactly the same tactic we used against the Soviet Union back in the day. Not a hint of freshness. Several generals, upon hearing this analysis, slowly relaxed their expressions. So that's how it is. The Air Force general exhaled in relief. I was wondering how it could be true magic. That's just too anti-intellectual. Exactly, if there were truly gods, what use would we have for nuclear bombs? This tactic is indeed ruthless, but it's something only a nation like them could pull off. Everyone began to chatter, the previous oppressive atmosphere lifting completely. Smith listened to their discussions, a cold smile forming in his heart. We had performed so well back then, the news was so well contained that even now the world has yet to uncover that performance. The Dragon Nation probably has no idea that their elaborate setup for the Eagle Nation is merely our leftovers. To defeat me with their magic. Naive. General, what should we do now? The intelligence chief asked cautiously. The foreign ministry has been inquiring whether we should issue an official response to this matter. Or perhaps send a delegation. Respond. Nonsense. Smith sat back, down, cigar in mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. They want us to watch their show to get involved, but we absolutely must not give them what they want. Smith's fingers tapped against the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Relay my orders. First, in the current state of severed physical networks with Huaxia, further strengthen the firewall. Restrict all video streams and data packets from the Dragon Nation. Second, notify all major media outlets, Facebook, Twitter, Google, limit their traffic. Label all these videos about magic and the divine realm as false information or poor special effects. Third, coordinate with Hollywood to produce more films exposing the century's deception, subtly satirizing this act of national-level fraud. Smith sneered. We won't watch. Our populace won't watch either. Let them perform for themselves. Let them have their fun over there. Magic, interdimensional threats, divine realm invasions. Smith shook his head, a look of exasperation on his face. What nonsense. Even if they changed it to an alien invasion of Earth or the discovery of a civilization in the Earth's core, it would be more believable than magic. After all, the idea of aliens is something people can still believe in to some extent. Magic, that's just a fairy tale to amuse children. The imagination of the Dragon Nation people is ultimately lacking. Smith stood up, adjusting the collar of his uniform. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Go back to what you were doing. The testing progress of the 6th-generation aircraft must be accelerated. That's the real deal we should be concerned about. The generals rose one by one, walking out of the conference room with relaxed expressions. General Smith seized through it all. We almost got fooled by those people. The Dragon Nation must be running out of tricks. They resorted to such methods. Smith looked at the empty conference room, staring at the frozen image of the fireball on the screen. He walked over to the screen and turned off the power. The screen went black. Want to deceive me? Smith sneered at the blackened monitor. Try again in your next life. The road to the glorious Magic Academy was far more difficult than Lin Fan had anticipated, especially with the burden of having Caesar in the group. This guy seemed eager to bring his 2-meter-wide soft bed along in the carriage. 10 carriages and 3.5 were filled with his luggage, causing the caravan's speed to resemble that of a tortoise. The captain of the Silver Moon Knights escorting them, Raymond, was a burly, middle-aged man with a thick beard. He rode on a tall horse at the front, wielding a two-handed sword that was broader than a door. Throughout the journey, Raymond's brow had not relaxed. At this moment, the caravan had just entered the edge of the Moonshadow Forest, and the surrounding light had dimmed. The trees here grew wildly, their crowns pressing against one another, blocking the sunlight overhead. The air was damp, filled with the scent of decaying leaves and aged soil. Ouch! A dramatic cry came from the gilded carriage up ahead, where Caesar was. Captain Raymond, what kind of road is this? It's jarring enough to split my behind. Can't you have your men pick up the stones on the road? My carriage axle is inlaid with mithril. If it gets damaged, you won't be able to compensate. Raymond, sitting on his horse, felt a stiffness in his back. He took a deep breath, pretending not to hear, and simply gestured for the caravan to continue moving. Lin Fan sat in the middle carriage, reaching out to lift a corner of the curtain. The forest outside was eerily quiet, lacking even the sound of birds. Opposite him, Mia was curled up in the corner of her seat, her two furry cat ears standing straight, occasionally twitching rapidly, and her nostrils slightly flaring. Ever since entering the forest, the girl had been tense. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked. Mia raised her head, her expression not good. "Something feels off." She glanced outside. The wind carries the scent of blood, and it's strong. Plus, there's a nauseating stench. As a high-level nature mage combined with her demi-human heritage, Mia was like a living radar in this forest. Just as Lin Fan was about to inquire further, the caravan suddenly halted. A cacophony of horses' hooves and clanging armor echoed around. "All personnel on alert." Raymond's rough voice echoed through the forest. "There's trouble ahead. Protect the carriages." Soon the caravan stopped at a high slope, and Lin Fan pushed open the carriage door and jumped down. Through the sparse tree trunks, he could see a valley a few hundred meters below. It was an elven tribe, and countless green figures were surging like a tide attacking the settlement. Goblin. Not just a few or dozens, but a fully organized goblin army. A preliminary estimate showed at least 3,000. They wielded rusty iron swords, wooden clubs, and even makeshift siege ladders, frantically charging at the elven defenses. The sounds of battle screams and the goblins' distinct high-pitched cackles blended into a chaotic symphony. Wow, this is quite the scene. A few knights gathered around Raymond, craning their necks to peer down. "Captain, it looks like the sacred tree protecting this elven tribe has fallen." A young knight licked his lips, greed glimmering in his eyes. These goblins are surprisingly capable. They've actually managed to destroy the sacred tree. In the human world, elves were a rare commodity. They were beautiful, long-lived, adept at magic, and capturing even one to sell on the black market would fetch a sky-high price. Normally, these elves hid under the protection of the sacred tree, completely inaccessible to humans. Now that the sacred tree was destroyed, it was like a chunk of tender meat without a shell. "Captain, should we?" The young knight lowered his voice. "Shall we encircle them from behind and seize the opportunity? After all, these elves would die in the hands of the goblins anyway. Why not take the chance to capture some elven slaves to sell at the market in Glorious City?" Another seasoned soldier chuckled. "If we could catch a few dozen, this trip would be more lucrative than escorting these little ancestors." Several knights around them showed signs of interest. Raymond shot a cold glance at his subordinates. "Dump the water in your heads. Don't forget what our mission is." The few carriages contain elite high-level mages from the Magic Academy of Silver Moon. 2 of them are the lifeblood of the super clans. He pointed at the battlefield below. "There are too many goblins, at least 2,000 to 3,000. If we get caught up in this and a few slip through and collide with the carriages, injuring even one young master or young lady, how many heads do you have that are enough to chop off? Not only would the Magic Academy not spare us, but the families behind Caesar and Luna could skin you alive to make boots." Raymond spat. "Behave yourselves. Do your jobs well, and don't think about anything else. Take a deeder." The knights, though somewhat reluctant, shrank their necks at the mention of skinning and dared not bring it up again. Lin Fan stood not far away, hearing all these words clearly. He turned to glance at Mia beside him. Mia had her head down, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. The words slave and capture to sell clearly stung her. She had once been treated like that, captured and caged like a commodity with a price tag. If not for meeting Lin Fan, she might still be in some noble's backyard as a plaything or long dead in a corner. In this world, the weak were merely commodities. No one thought there was anything wrong with that. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked back at the battlefield below. The elven defenses were already on the verge of collapse. Though the goblins were poorly equipped, they were numerous and fearless. The elves were struggling to hold on. In no more than an hour, this tribe would be completely wiped out. Lin Fan hesitated to charge in or not. Facing 3,000 goblins, Lin Fan could not guarantee that he could retreat unscathed. From a merchant's perspective, this was a risky venture. But from a strategic viewpoint, Lin Fan stroked his chin. With the impending war between the two realms and the gods descending upon the divine domain, relying solely on his homeland might not guarantee much success. He needed to find allies in another world. On the human side, the nobles were greedy, the royal family corrupt, and most were unreliable. But the elves were different. This race was inherently kind, non-confrontational, and exceptionally long-lived, with a high aptitude for magic. Most importantly, they naturally rejected oppressive forms of governance, valuing nature and harmony. If he could lend a hand to these elves at this time, perhaps they could become allies for his own future. Moreover, elves were excellent snipers. His future new nation was in dire need of such talents. Should he leave them to be ravaged by goblins? Or let the knights capture them as slaves? That would be a tremendous waste. Lin Fan made up his mind. He reached out and patted Mia's trembling shoulder. "Mia." Lin Fan's voice was steady like an anchor. "We will do what others dare not." Mia suddenly lifted her head, her amber eyes filled with surprise. "Lord Lin Fan, you. Perhaps our current strength is not enough to change the entire world." Lin Fan looked down at the struggling elves. "But at least we can decide the outcome of this battle right now." Mia gazed at Lin Fan's profile, and the dimness in her eyes began to brighten slightly. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the high slope, gazing quietly at the boiling green ocean below. 3,000 goblins. This number may sound like just a figure, but when laid before the eyes, it becomes a dense mass, like a moldy green carpet writhing, as if to swallow the hundreds of elves. The stench in the air grew stronger, mingled with the smell of blood piercing into his nose. "Tisk." Lin Fan clicked his tongue, calculating in his heart. Although he had a team of elite 6 high-level fighters, AI Law could tank me, you could control AI Lin could snipe, and he could summon troops. Caesar and Luna would likely follow him as well. But the problem is that mana has its limits. This is not a game where one can pop potions to instantly recover when out of mana. If they fell into a war of attrition surrounded by these 3,000 fearless green-skinned monsters once their stamina was exhausted, it would mean annihilation. They must have strong external support. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze falling on the more than 100 Silver Moon Knights. These people were well-equipped, their armor so thick that even ordinary blades could not pierce it, making them the best meat shields. Unfortunately, the command did not lie in his hands. The captain named Raymond was currently directing his men to turn their horses around, seemingly determined to take a detour. After all, they were being paid for escorting, not for risking their lives. Lin Fan stroked his chin, scanning around, finally landing his gaze on the most luxurious carriage. Caesar was lounging with his legs crossed on the carriage, holding a silk handkerchief to his nose, looking disdainfully at the battlefield below, and cursing, likely complaining about the air quality of this cursed place. Luna stood not far from him, her staff tapping the ground, her expression indifferent. Lin Fan smirked. Wasn't this a ready-made order arrow? He wasn't a noble and couldn't command Raymond. But these two were top-tier second generation from Silver Moon City, or would Raymond dare to disobey them? Lin Fan adjusted his cuffs and strode over. Caesar, Luna. He walked between the two and directly spoke. Can you help me out? Caesar lowered the handkerchief from his nose. What's up, brother? Don't tell me you also want to get out of this place. Lin Fan shook his head, pointing at the elves struggling below. You know, I've recently spent too much on magic scrolls. My finances are a bit tight right now. I think those knights just said something right. Lin Fan's tone carried a hint of a merchant's greed and calculation. With so many elves down there, if they could be transported to the slave market in Radiant City, it would definitely be quite profitable. This reason may seem cliché, but in this world it's the most reasonable logic. If Lin Fan had said, I feel too sorry for them and want to save them, Caesar would probably think Lin Fan's mind had been kicked by a donkey and might even suspect Lin Fan was an outright freak. But if he said, I have my eye on this batch and want to get rich, want to possess them, then in noble circles that would be completely justified. Sure enough, as soon as Caesar heard this, he immediately nodded. I've said it before, buying so many magic scrolls is a waste of money, though I don't agree with it. But since you're in trouble, of course I'll help you. Luna, listening from the side, lightly tapped her staff on the ground. If you want this batch of elves, I can help you consider it returning your favor. However, Lin Fan sighed, pointing to the knight squad that was regrouping. Captain Raymond seems reluctant. He said it's too dangerous and wants to take a detour. Upon hearing this, Caesar's eyebrows instantly shot up. The air of a spoiled rich kid came over him. Does he dare to take a detour for what my brother wants? That's rebellion. Caesar rolled up his sleeves, revealing a hand full of golden rings. I'll go talk to them. On the other side, Raymond was urging his men from horseback. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. The front team is now at the back. Get the hell out of this cursed place. He was on edge. Although he didn't put the 3,000 goblins in his eyes, he still had to escort 6 nobles. If any of the young masters or young ladies lost a hair, he would lose his head upon returning. Raymond! A loud and arrogant shout came from behind. Raymond turned around to see Caesar striding over confidently, followed by Lin Fan and Luna. What brought this lord here? Raymond quickly squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. Young Master Caesar, the team is about to depart. Please get back into the carriage. We are taking a detour. Detour your ass. Caesar walked up to Raymond's horse, tilting his head and using his nostrils to face this battle-hardened knight. Captain, who told you to leave? Did this young master agree? Raymond's smile froze on his face. Young master, it's too dangerous below. That's the goblin army. Dangerous? Caesar sneered, pointing at the valley below. What do you mean dangerous? That's my property. Property? Raymond was bewildered. Of course. Caesar pointed assertively at the group of elves being besieged. I have my eye on that group of elves. That's my private property. And now a bunch of green-skinned monsters are trying to steal my things, and you actually want to take me away. He stepped forward, nearly spitting on Raymond's boots. Raymond, do you believe I will write to my father right now? Tell him that the knight group funded by the Eagle family every year can't even protect their employer's property. Watching my things be stolen while cowering. Raymond felt his head buzzing. What kind of robber logic was this? Just because you like it, it's yours. You haven't even captured it yet, and you call it private property. He looked to Luna beside him for help. This young lady from the Lin family usually seemed reasonable, though she should be able to talk some sense into this spoiled brat. Luna noticed Raymond's gaze and stepped forward expressionlessly. Her lightning staff glimmered slightly and purple arcs crackled in the air. The Lin family also has its eyes on it. Luna's voice was not loud, but each word felt like ice shards. If you feel unable to handle the task of defeating the goblins, I can suggest to my family to revoke the Silver Moon Knights cooperation qualification. Raymond felt his knees weaken. Revoking the qualification? That would cut off the entire knight group's source of income. These second-generation nobles were really difficult to please. Just now he complained about the bumpy road now for a few elves that hadn't even been captured yet. He was supposed to lead over 100 brothers to fight 3,000 goblins. What kind of bizarre logic was that? But seeing Caesar's expression of, if you don't agree I will kill you, and Luna's cold gaze, he took a deep breath and swallowed the curse that was about to come out. Annihilating the goblin army would at most result in some injuries. Offending these two, however, could truly lead to ruin. Huff! Raymond exhaled a breath of foul air, and his expression suddenly changed. The timidity vanished, replaced by the ferocity and determination of a professional soldier. Since there was no avoiding it, they would fight. After all, the combat abilities of these high-level mages were not to be underestimated, and this battle was not unwinnable. Moreover, if they really helped them capture these elves, these lords would surely reward them generously. Everyone listen up. Raymond suddenly drew his greatsword from his back, pointing the blade straight at the valley below. All the knights froze, halting their retreat, looking towards their captain. Get your spirits up, Raymond shouted. Those elves down there are the private property of young Master Caesar and Lady Luna. Now a bunch of filthy greenskin monsters are destroying the nobles' private property. This is a provocation against the nobles of Silvermoon City, an insult to the honor of the knights. The knights' eyes instantly glazed over, but no one dared to voice any doubts. Everyone knew that asking one more question would mean death. Yes. Raymond yanked the reins, causing the warhorse to rear up. Heavy cavalry form up. Prepare to charge. Archers prepare to cover. Target the goblin army. Crush them. Kill. More than 100 knights roared in unison, the sound of clashing armor resonating like a torrent of steel rushing down the slope. Lin Fan stood at the top of the slope, analyzing the battlefield. He looked back at AI Lin and Mia. We are going to. In the center of the battlefield, the female elf, surrounded on all sides, furrowed her brow. Her skin glimmered like moonlight amidst the smoke, and her long white hair brushed against her beautiful face. Her fingers trembled on the longbow, not from fear, but from exhaustion. As the chieftain of the elf tribe, she had never experienced such a devastating defeat in her life. All around were the nauseating green goblins. These creatures usually lurked like rats in the sewers, avoiding elves at all costs, yet today, they surged forward like madmen, wave after wave. Sylph glanced back over her shoulder. The once towering sacred tree now stood as nothing but a charred stump. Flames still crackled and popped. Those damned green-skinned beasts who knew where they had acquired the hellfire. It couldn't be extinguished by water or buried by earth. It had mercilessly reduced the sacred mother tree to ashes. Looking at the charred remains of the sacred mother tree, Sylph felt her heart wrench in agony. The elven tribe consisted entirely of females, and only the sacred mother tree could nurture new life. The loss of the sacred mother tree meant that this tribe would no longer see the birth of new little elves. Moreover, the crucial natural protection provided by the tree was gone. In the past, within the sacred tree's domain, the stamina recovery speed of elven warriors was extremely fast, and the arrows they shot were empowered by the forces of nature. But now Sylph drew back the bowstring, feeling her arm heavy, as if filled with lead. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, still accurate, piercing straight through a goblin's throat. However, it had little effect, as the penetrating power had already diminished, and the 3 goblins charging behind were not taken down. These goblins wielded rusty iron blades, some even brandishing discarded human pot lids as shields, emitting sharp, ear-piercing screeches. Their eyes were filthy. Sylph was all too familiar with that look. It was greed, desire, the gaze that treated elves as mere playthings. Chieftain, the right flank can't hold much longer. A young elven ranger stumbled over his once exquisite leather armor, now tattered, and his face smeared with blood. Sylph gritted her teeth and drew the last 3 arrows from her quiver. We must hold on. Tell everyone no surrender. If we fall into the goblins' hands, it will be worse than death. Better to die fighting than be captured alive. The young ranger's eyes reddened, and he nodded vigorously before rushing back into the fray. Sylph watched his retreating figure, her heart twisted in pain. Just moments ago, she had witnessed several sisters collapse from exhaustion, immediately pounced upon by 7 or 8 goblins who bound their hands and feet with rough ropes and dragged them away like pigs to slaughter. The iron cages were already set up at the edge of the battlefield, filled with captives. Sylph took a deep breath, gazing at the goblin chieftain riding a wolf in the distance. Its triumphant grin was utterly nauseating. Sylph gritted her teeth in hatred, yet felt utterly powerless against it. Just then the ground suddenly trembled. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was deep, like muffled thunder rolling underground. Then a clarion call pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, a metallic trumpet's unique tone, high-pitched and laced with a murderous aura. Humans. Sylph abruptly turned her head towards the hillside. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the treetops, illuminating a silver-white armor that reflected a cold light. A heavy cavalry regiment. The banner fluttered in the wind, embroidered with a crescent moon, the emblem of Silvermoon City. It's the human knights from Silvermoon City. A young elven warrior beside her exclaimed with a hint of surprise, Chieftain, are humans here to help us? Help us? Sylph coldly stared at the iron tide rushing down the hillside, feeling not a shred of joy at the prospect of rescue. In her eyes, the 2 races were equally vile. The goblins sought the bodies of elves to satiate their desires, while humans aimed to capture elves for profit. These knights had chosen to appear at this moment, neither earlier nor later. Clearly they were here to snatch their prey. Sylph pulled the bowstring taut, the arrowhead aimed at the goblins, but her peripheral vision remained fixed on those knights. They just don't want us merchandise to fall into the goblins' hands. Kill. The knights charged forward. Over 100 heavily armored cavalrymen, paired with the impact of warhorses, created a noise akin to an earthquake. It had to be admitted, these human knights were indeed formidable. The frontline goblins were caught off guard and flung away, the sound of breaking bones distinctly audible. Swords swung, blood splattered. The goblin horde, which had been ferociously assaulting the elven defenses, was suddenly torn open. The pressure on the elves dramatically lessened. Many young elves sighed in relief, and some even collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. But Sylph did not. She observed keenly. The knights, while attacking, intentionally herded the elves toward the center, like shepherd dogs herding sheep. Their swords were swift, mercilessly slaughtering goblins, yet when faced with elven prisoners captive in cages, they did not rush to free them. Instead, they had sent people to reinforce the cages, even securing them with iron chains. It was an action of claiming the spoils for themselves. A bunch of robbers. Sylph spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. The battle situation did not turn as favorably for the knights as they had hoped. There were simply too many goblins. Over 3,000 densely packed waves of them surged forth one after another. Moreover, these green-skinned creatures seemed to have taken some sort of drug today, and instead of collapsing at the first touch, they began to utilize their numerical advantage in the terrain to counterattack. They jabbed their spears into the horses' bellies, some even climbed trees to leap down, directly landing on the knights' backs and biting wildly. The heavy cavalry was unstoppable on the plains, but in the complex terrain of the forest their mobility was severely hampered. Soon the momentum of the charge was stifled. The knight regiment sank into a quagmire. Sylph witnessed a knight being dragged off his horse by 3 goblins, only to be hacked to death in an instant. Just as the situation reached a stalemate and the knight regiment was being forced to contract their formation, a few figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Sylph squinted her eyes. There were 6 individuals clad in specially made robes resembling mages. Boom. The first to act was a man dressed like a nouveau riche. His staff was encrusted with gems, and with a wave of vast sea of flames erupted, instantly incinerating a dozen goblins into charcoal. It was high-level fire magic. Following that, a burst of purple lightning lit up the scene. A girl stood still in place, her staff thrusting down into the ground. Zzz. Within a 50-meter radius of her, it transformed into a thunder pool. Those goblins attempting to ambush her were immediately electrocuted into convulsions, frothing at the mouth as they fell to the ground, smoke rising from their bodies. Such strong control over lightning magic. Sylph marveled inwardly. Mages of this caliber were probably rare, even in the human world. Then she witnessed something astonishing. A girl with cat ears pressed her hands against the ground. The roots beneath the earth seemed to come alive, growing wildly into thick vines that ensnared and even strangled many goblins. Nature magic. Sylph was stunned. A cat-eared demi-human could actually wield the power of nature. There was also a female swordsman charging straight into the horde of goblins while brandishing a shield flowing with lava. That shield was too hard. The goblins' blades shattered upon striking it, causing them to scream in pain from the searing heat. There was also a mage she couldn't quite comprehend, lying on a distant high ground, holding a strange long tube. If not for the enhanced perception array in the forest, she would have never noticed her presence. Each time that tube fired, a robust goblin elite would surely have its head blown apart from afar. The attack range exceeded 1,000 meters. Such precise long-range attacks were unachievable even by the elven sharpshooters, and she only targeted elites. The goblin squad leaders responsible for directing the assault fell one after another, causing chaos within the goblin army's command structure. The addition of these human mages instantly reversed the tide of battle. However, what truly sent chills down Sylph's spine was not these mages. At that moment, a bone-chilling aura enveloped the entire battlefield. This chill was not the cold wind of winter, but as if someone had pressed a gravestone directly against her back. Sylph instinctively shivered and turned to look. She saw a black-haired human youth taking a slow step forward. He held no staff, merely lifting a hand slightly. On the ground, the corpses of the recently slain goblins, along with the long-buried bones, suddenly began to tremble violently. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones grinding was even more piercing than the screams of battle. Black mist surged. 1, 2, 10, 100. 500 skeleton soldiers of various shapes stood swaying upright. They clutched rusted swords and daggers, their eye sockets burning with ghostly green soul flames, exuding a deathly aura. Sylph's pupils constricted sharply. A necromancer. An evil being that desecrated the dead. These skeletons felt no pain and feared not death. Under the command of that human youth, they advanced like silent harvesters. The once ferocious goblins finally broke down upon seeing their reanimated kin. Fear was contagious. Even the Silver Moon Knights instinctively turned their horses away, trying to distance themselves from those skeletal beings. Even his allied knights were unwilling to come close to such ghastly creatures. Sylph looked at the black-haired youth. His expression revealed nothing. No fervor, no joy, as he commanded the throngs of the undead to slaughter the goblins as if it were as mundane as eating or drinking. His gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on Sylph. In that instant, she felt as if she were being targeted by a venomous snake. She was not afraid of death, but she feared falling into the hands of such a person. If captured by the knights, she would at most become a noble's plaything. But if she fell into the hands of a necromancer— Sylph glanced at the skeleton soldiers, her stomach churning. She did not want to become a grotesque monster after her death. The goblin army finally crumbled. When the goblin chief witnessed his guards being torn apart by a horde of skeletal soldiers, his meager courage dissipated completely. He screeched with a duck-like voice, desperately whipping his mount to flee while hurling curses in that harsh goblin tongue. Sylph understood a bit. That fellow was shouting, "The sacred tree of the elves is what we burned." After toiling hard to set the tree ablaze, losing so many subordinates, the fruits were picked by humans. Shameless humans, actually intercepting our elves. Stealing our achievements. Despicable. Shameless. Brazen. Retreat. Hurry to retreat. His voice was filled with grievance and unwillingness. As the chief fled, the remaining goblins discarded their armor and fled into the forest, desperate to disappear. Only the sounds of groaning remained on the battlefield along with the suffocating stench of blood. The battle was over. But for the elven tribe the nightmare was just beginning. Hurry! Move faster! The bearded captain of the Night Brigade shouted loudly from his horse. Gather all the surviving elves. Don't let them escape. That one over there. Put down your weapon. Otherwise I'll chop off your hand. The knights dismounted, behaving like bandits raiding a village, skillfully scavenging the battlefield. They scorned the goblin corpses, immediately delivering death blows to any goblins still gasping for breath. In their eyes, the only things that mattered were the elven merchandise. Sylph was pinned to the ground by two strong knights, her hands bound behind her back. The coarse hemp rope pressed into her flesh, causing sharp pain. Her bow was kicked aside, and her quiver was torn apart. Behave yourself. One knight kicked her in the back, cursing, "Damn it, this elf really is something to behold. If this gets to Radiant City, it will definitely fetch a high price." This one is the elven chief, after all. Her demeanor is simply different. Another knight leaned over, reaching out to touch Sylph's face, his eyes filled with greed. Smack! Captain Raymond walked over and slapped the knight's helmet, sending him flying. "Damn it! Is this something you can touch?" Raymond glared. "This belongs to young Master Caesar and Miss Luna. If even a hair is lost, I'd sell you to pay for it. Keep your hands and feet clean." The knight who had been slapped away held his dizzy head, struggling to get up, looking ashamed, and not daring to say a word. He returned to the group. Sylph was dragged up by the knight captain, shoved along with the crowd towards the sacred tree. All the surviving elves were herded here. There were about 100 of them. Each was wounded and tattered clothes, their faces covered in ashes and tears. They huddled together, their eyes hollow and filled with despair. Meanwhile, the knights were counting the number of elves, obsequiously reporting their bountiful harvest to 2 sorcerers. Sylph looked around. Her once homeland now lay in ruins. Sylph raised her head, gazing at the ancient tree that had sheltered the tribe for 1,000 years, her heart twisted in anguish. The trunk had been burned away, leaving only a few flickering embers on the charred ground. There were no green leaves left, no comforting scent of nature. Only a blackened root remained, and a sense of death lingered. Sylph felt her eyes welling up, tears flowing uncontrollably down her ash-covered cheeks. The tribe was gone, the sacred mother tree was gone, and the future was lost. Even if they miraculously escaped in the future, an elven clan without the sacred tree would be but rootless weeds destined to perish. For them, the future held no meaning whatsoever. Sylph looked at the charred root. A strong impulse suddenly surged within her. Even if it meant becoming a slave, even if it meant dying in a foreign land, she wanted to take something with her. Seizing the opportunity while the knights were busy reporting, Sylph quietly moved to the base of the root. Her hands were bound behind her back, forcing her to rub against it, digging with her fingers. The ground was scorching, littered with hot coals and ashes. Her fingers blistered, her skin scraped, blood mingling with black soot, creating a gruesome sight. But she didn't care. She only wanted to excavate some roots that had not completely carbonized, even just a small piece, because it was proof of her mother's existence, the last thought of the tribe. "What are you doing? Are you seeking death?" A knight spotted her actions, cursing loudly as he raised his sword sheath to strike down. Sylph closed her eyes, recoiling, her neck tightly grasping that small segment of warm root. The anticipated pain never came. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. That chilling feeling crept into her bones once more. Sylph opened her eyes. The knight's hand holding the sword sheath froze in midair, his expression one of horror as he slowly backed away. In front of him stood a black-haired human youth, the necromancer. He didn't even glance at the knight, simply standing there quietly, surrounded by an almost imperceptible aura of death that was enough to make the living retreat in fear. Sylph's heart suddenly contracted. She instinctively hid the small piece of root in her palm, her body trembling uncontrollably. What is he going to do? Is he going to turn me into a skeleton too? Or is he going to take this last root away? Lin Fan looked down at the elven chief kneeling on the ground. She looked very disheveled, her face covered in soot, her hair a mess, but in her light green eyes there was still a trace of stubbornness. Her hands were hidden beneath her body, fiercely guarding something. Lin Fan's gaze pierced through her disguise, seeing the piece of wood in her hand. It was a remnant of the sacred tree. To ordinary people it might just be a useless piece of wood, but for elves it was faith, it was home. For some reason Lin Fan could empathize with her feelings. He didn't speak. He simply looked at her quietly for a few seconds, his eyes devoid of the knight's greed or the necromancer's indifference. It was a very calm gaze, even carrying a hint of understanding. Sylph held her breath, waiting for the judgment. However, Lin Fan did nothing. He turned around, waved his hand at the still-dazed knight, signaling him to scram. Then he simply walked away. He did not take her root, nor did he turn her into an undead. Sylph was stunned. She watched the dark figure still tightly clutching that piece of root. She didn't understand why this necromancer would help her, but she knew that she had perhaps just danced with death. She took a deep breath, cautiously stuffing the piece of root into her close-fitting leather armor. The scent of her mother made her cold and desperate heart feel a little warmth. "Everyone, get on the cart." The knight's shouts rang out again. Sylph struggled to stand up, being shoved towards the horse-drawn carts with iron cages. Before entering the iron cage, she turned back for one last look at the charred stump. Her lips moved slightly. "Farewell, my mother." Lin Fan stood before the pile of charred ruins while the knights around him busily herded the elves into cages, oblivious to his presence. He looked down at the massive tree stump beneath his feet. This thing is the lifeblood of the elven race, the so-called sacred tree. Just now the elven chief desperately tried to pry off a small piece, his eyes filled with a desperation that left a deep impression. Lin Fan crouched down and reached out to touch the carbonized bark. It still held warmth, burning to the touch. Though it had been reduced to charcoal and appeared utterly lifeless, he could vaguely sense an extremely faint fluctuation within. That fluctuation was strange. It did not resemble magic power, but rather felt like a heartbeat. Though it was weak, nearly negligible, it undeniably existed. Lin Fan pondered. If this tree could indeed nurture elves, then it was essentially not a plant, but a high-level life matrix. If he could bring this back and have the biologists and genetic experts at home study it, perhaps they could unravel certain underlying logics of otherworldly life. Moreover, could this help clarify the workings of the otherworld's ecosystem? Furthermore, according to the knights, the elves were defeated solely because the protection of the sacred tree had vanished. One can only imagine how powerful the protection of the sacred tree was. In the future, when he established a base in the otherworld, if that base could possess the protection of the sacred tree, Lin Fan could envision the exaggerated defensive capabilities it would provide. The value of this was far greater than merely saving a few elves. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Lin Fan took out a steel shovel he had acquired from the black market. Crack! The shovel sliced into the scorched earth. Following the edge, he dug down more than half a meter and found several roots that had not completely turned to charcoal. Each of these roots was as thick as a thigh, and the substance oozing from the cut was not sap, but a light golden gel that quickly solidified. Lin Fan worked quickly, digging out over 20 roots, each about 20 centimeters long. After storing them in his spatial ring, he brushed off the dirt on his hands and stood up nonchalantly. In the distance, Captain Raymond waved and called out, "Sir Lin Fan, it's time to depart." "Coming," Lin Fan replied, turning to walk towards the carriage. Back in the carriage, Lin Fan tightly pulled down the curtain. He removed the more than 20 remnants of the sacred tree from his spatial ring and took out a piece of parchment, swiftly writing several lines. Minister Wong, this batch of roots comes from the remnants of the elven sacred tree. Observations indicate that the sacred tree can nurture elves, classifying it as a high-level life matrix. Although the matrix has been destroyed, I sense there is still vitality within. I recommend organizing top biologists, botanists, and genetic experts domestically for research. If it can be revived, please send it back. The defensive attributes carried by the matrix itself will greatly advance the construction of future bases in the otherworld. If revival is not possible, the study of its life form may also assist in understanding otherworldly biology. After writing, he leaned back against the cushion, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into his mind. Talent material transmission activated. Huaxiao Northwest Gobi Base No. 9. Underground Level 3 Biological Laboratory. Wang Chun stood behind the blast-proof glass while numerous experts in full protective gear circled around a pile of roots in the laboratory. This batch of express delivery had just arrived less than 2 hours ago, and the leading figures of the biological community at the entire base had all been awakened. Minister Wang, preliminary test results are in. An old professor wearing thick glasses entered holding a data report, his expression a mix of excitement and confusion. Carbon-14 testing shows it has been alive for at least 5,000 years. The cellular structure is completely different from terrestrial plants. It lacks conventional cell walls and resembles animal stem cells instead. The most critical point is it is not entirely dead. The old professor pointed to a wave line on the screen. Although the cell death rate has exceeded 90%, there are still extremely faint biological electric reactions in the core area. It's as if it is in hibernation. Can it be revived? Wang Chen asked pointedly. Conventional methods are ineffective. The old professor shook his head. We've tried soaking in nutrient solutions, electric shock stimulation, and even the latest plant hormones, but there was no reaction. Wang Chun frowned. Have high-level nature magic been tried? We've tried. We found a few soldiers in the base who had just learned high-level nature magic, and had them cast growth spell on it for half a day. The result was only a slight flicker of its biological electricity, and then it went back to being unresponsive. Not enough quantity. Wang Chun keenly grasped the key point. Very likely, the old professor nodded. For a life form of this level awakening, it would require an astronomical amount of energy. Wang Chun fell silent. He turned to look at the roots in the laboratory. Lin Fan had said that if the elven matrix could be revived, its strategic value in the otherworld would be immeasurable. If there's not enough quantity, then we will make up for it with numbers. Wang Chen's eyes glinted sharply. With Lin Fan holding the fort alone over there, can we, with the strength of the whole nation, be stalled by a few roots? He picked up the red secure phone on the desk and directly dialed the military commission's special line. I am Wang Chun. Immediately activate the Level 1 mobilization order. Notify all major military districts across the country, as well as all high schools that have open magic courses. Anyone who has high affinity for nature and life systems in the magical sensitivity test, regardless of whether they are students currently in class or new recruits just enlisted, filter them all out for me. I want to see a fully formed nature mage regiment within 3 days. With the issuance of the order, the national apparatus instantly operated at full speed. Jianghai City First High School. Class 3-2 of the senior year was attending a magic theory lesson. The former English teacher had now switched to teaching the compendium of divine domain biology. Although the pronunciation was still a bit awkward, the lecture was quite engaging. Suddenly the classroom door was pushed open. Principal Lu Guoqiang entered with 2 officers in military uniforms. Excuse me. One of the officers held a device resembling a barcode scanner. Routine check. All students please stand and extend your hands. The atmosphere grew tense. The officer with the device scanned each student's palm one by one. Beep. Fire element affinity next. Beep. Earth element affinity next. Beep. No reaction next. It was the turn of the usually timid girl Li Xiaocao, who was often bullied. The device suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, and the green light flashed wildly. Beep, beep, beep. Life system affinities level. Nature system affinities level. The officer's hand trembled, and he abruptly looked up at the bespectacled girl who was now in a state of panic. Student, what is your name? Li Xiaocao. The girl was so frightened she was on the verge of tears. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? You haven't done anything wrong. A brilliant smile appeared on the officer's face as he stood at attention and gave a standard military salute. Classmate Li Xiaocao, the country needs you. Please come with us. Where? Where to? To serve the country. The same scene unfolded across the nation. 3 days. In just 3 days, 1,000 individuals from all over with diverse backgrounds, but all possessing high talents in life system magic gathered at Base No. 9 in the Northwest Gobi. Among them were high school students still preparing for their college entrance exams and eager new recruits. At this moment, they all gained a new identity. The first batch of life resurrectors in Huaxia. Wang Chen stood on the platform gazing at the 1,000 slightly confused faces below. Everyone, Wang Chen's voice echoed through the microphone. Your task is very simple. Revive a special plant. This is crucial for the upcoming war. Now everyone listen up. Collect magic crystals. Enter a meditative state. Master the revival magic as soon as possible. A certain experimental base underground level 2. This place does not resemble a laboratory, rather it appears to be a giant air raid shelter dug to evade nuclear strikes. The dome overhead is about 30 meters high, and thick black cables as thick as arms hang from the gray concrete walls resembling coiled giant pythons extending all the way to the central core area, enclosed by special explosion-proof glass. The air is permeated with a peculiar scent, yet it is not unpleasant. Li Xiaocao shrinks her neck sitting cross-legged on a specially designed magic guiding mat. Her doll-like face is adorned with thick black-rimmed glasses, and her pair of doe-like eyes appear somewhat timid. She secretly glances around. There are too many people. A dense crowd of 1,000 individuals surrounds the core area in circle after circle. Sitting in the innermost circle are soldiers dressed in training uniforms, their backs straight, like javelins. They sit with their eyes closed, and even while seated, an aura of lethal intent surrounds them, making it hard for anyone to approach. The outer circle consists of ragtag individuals like her. The only commonality among everyone is the fist-sized gray stone placed before them. A magic power crystal. Li Xiaocao swallows nervously, her hands carefully cradling the stone palm slick with sweat. This thing is heavy and somewhat cold to the touch. On the way here, the officer in charge of escorting her mentioned it briefly. This item is the highest quality magic power crystal obtained at the cost of a great hero's life. Li Xiaocao feels her hands trembling. If she slips and drops it, she might ruin her entire family. Is this the Shrank Nature talent holder? A deep voice comes from the front. Li Xiaocao jumps in fright, quickly burying her head lower, wishing she could press her face against her knees. 2 elderly professors in white lab coats stand diagonally in front of her, pointing at their tablets. She looks quite timid. Timidity has nothing to do with talent. The data shows her sensitivity to life energy is the highest in our base, exceeding Zhang Daoling by 30 percentage points. I hope gathering so many talent holders will be effective. This time we have invested heavily with 1,000 crystals. If they just vanish with a sound, we'll all have to write self-reflections. The two continue muttering as they walk away. Li Xiaocao bites her lip, feeling even more anxious. She has no idea what Shrank Nature talent holder is. She only knows that in school she is like a little transparent figure, even blushing when she speaks loudly, and her classmates nicknamed her Mimosa. Now suddenly bearing the burden on her shoulders, she feels overwhelmed with pressure. She secretly glances at the core area. Inside, over 20 tree roots are soaking in green water. She knows that everyone's task here is to revive them. Attention, everyone. A command suddenly comes over the broadcast. Magic power circuit connection is normal. Life monitor activated. Everyone put on your headphones. Adjust your breathing. Li Xiaocao hurriedly grabs the tactical headphones from the ground and puts them on her ears. The headphones have excellent sound isolation. The surrounding noisy voices instantly vanish, leaving only the thunderous sound of her heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. On the high platform in the core area, an old Taoist man with a goatee is holding a tablet and gesturing to a staff member beside him. He wears a Taoist robe but holds high-tech equipment, creating a strikingly discordant image. Yet no one dares to speak. She hears that the amplification array they are in was developed by this Taoist after 3 nights of intense effort combining Taoist formation techniques. Countdown 10 seconds. The broadcast announces the countdown. 10, 9. Li Xiaocao closes her eyes, mentally reciting what her instructor said during training. Don't overthink. Think of yourself as a pipe. Extract the energy from the stone, transform it through the revival magic learned in training, and let it flow out through the pipe. 3, 2, 1. Start. At the moment the command is given, a high-level revival magic circuit diagram appears in Li Xiaocao's mind. Immediately the crystal in her hand shakes violently. A chilling current rushes into her body through her palm. It is magic power. Simultaneously a strange sound comes through her headphones. Buzz, buzz. It is neither music nor speech, but a singular continuous low-frequency vibration. This is the optimal magic resonance frequency calculated by the Fuxi supercomputer after countless simulations. Li Xiaoqiao dares not slack off, striving to control the magic power within her body to match the sound in her headphones. The surroundings illuminate. Though her eyes are closed, she can feel the world outside her eyelids turn green. 1,000 beams of light shoot skyward. The scene resembles countless fireflies abruptly taking flight. The light converges, following the ground's patterns like rivers returning to the ocean, surging crazily toward the central cultivation tank. Within the core area, the magic guiding liquid in the cultivation tank begins to boil, bubbling vigorously. Those 20-some tree roots tremble violently under the massive influx of life energy. The black skin on the surface begins to crack like a parched riverbed being filled with floodwaters. There's a reaction. Biological electric index soaring. It has broken the critical value. It's still rising. It's still rising. However, just when everyone thought they had succeeded, an unexpected change occurred. Beep, 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 beep. The piercing red alarm blares out of nowhere, instantly drowning out the buzzing in the headphones. Warning. Energy backflow. Warning. Frequency imbalance. Some nodes are showing overload reactions. What's going on? Report to the minister. The resonance frequency has deviated. The mental strength of the student group is too weak. They cannot withstand the guidance set by Fushi. Their magic power is starting to run amok. Li Xiaoqiao feels a loud bang in her head. The cool air that was just gentle suddenly feels like red-hot iron bars. The buzzing in her headphones turns sharp and piercing like a drill, crazily boring into her temple. Ugh! A boy sitting diagonally in front of her suddenly clutches his chest, sways, and vomits a mouthful of yellow liquid, convulsing as he collapses to the ground. Then comes the second, the third. Those young students have never endured such suffering. One by one their faces turn pale, swaying unsteadily. The formation is in chaos. The originally converging green light begins to explode, turning into a jumbled mass of light spots darting wildly through the air. Zhang Qingxuan, the Taoist, panics. He throws away the tablet in his hand. Keep your mind steady. Don't panic. Channel your magic power along with the sound in the headphones. Anyone who lets go now will be backlashed into a fool. But it's of no use. That pain is physiological. Li Xiaoqiao is about to reach her limit. Her stomach churns violently, and warm liquid flows from her nostrils. It is blood. She feels the crystal in her hand getting hot, and the magic power within her resembles a herd of startled wild horses crazily crashing into her meridians. Should I let go? After all, I'm not the only one struggling. The moment this thought arises, she catches a glimpse of the Minister Wang's expression on the high platform. From such a distance, she cannot clearly see his face, but she can sense the despair. If they fail, those 1,000 crystals will likely be wasted. Things obtained at the cost of a great hero's life will be wasted by them like this. No, she cannot let go. Li Xiaoqiao grits her teeth, her mouth full of the taste of iron rust. She endures the intense pain in her head, trying to find that damned frequency. But the sound in the headphones is too loud, too harsh, as if shouting at those dying tree roots. Wait a minute. Shouting. A strange thought suddenly flashes in Li Xiaoqiao's mind. Growing up in the countryside, she helped her grandfather plant fields and raise flowers. Her grandfather once said that flowers and plants have spirits. If you treat them well, they will grow well. If you shout at them with a loudspeaker or spray them with a high-pressure hose, they will also be afraid and in pain. Isn't the current situation just like this? The magic power of 1,000 people is being forcibly twisted by the Fushi supercomputer into a high-pressure hose, desperately injecting it into those half-dead tree roots. Can the roots withstand this? They are already on the verge of death. Flooding them like this will only disperse their last bit of life. This is wrong. Li Xiaoqiao, not knowing where her courage comes from, suddenly rips off the headphones. The world instantly becomes much quieter. She closes her eyes, no longer paying attention to the mechanical guiding voice, but instead trying to empty herself and feel the breathing of the tree roots in the core area. In her perception, those tree roots are no longer trees. They are a flickering candle flame, weak and about to extinguish. They tremble in fear. They emit a silent wail under the onslaught of the violent energy. Don't be afraid. Li Xiaoqiao softly whispers in her heart. She does not unleash her magic power like the others. Instead, she disperses her magic power, making it light like mist and gentle like water. She is no longer just a pipe that follows orders. She becomes a filter. She draws in the surrounding violent, sharp magic power, circulates it within her body, smoothing out its harmful edges, turning it into gentle rain before sending it out. Buzz! Suddenly, a different kind of light emerges from Li Xiaoqiao's body. It is not the glaring fluorescent green, but a soft, warm emerald green like willow branches just sprouting in spring. This light ripples outward from her like water waves. A miraculous scene unfolds. The several students sitting beside her who were about to faint are swept by this light, and their expressions of pain visibly soften. The chaotic magic power within them seems to find a guiding anchor, unconsciously beginning to mimic Li Xiaoqiao's frequency. 1 leads 2, 2 leads 4. That warm emerald light wave quickly spreads outward. On the high platform, Zhang Qingxuan, the Taoist, is preparing to forcefully suppress it with all his might when he suddenly freezes. He looks at the corner below. The girl with glasses bleeding from her nose is closing her eyes, emanating a soothing aura that even he finds comfortable. Tao follows nature. The old Taoist's hands tremble. This girl has brought the dead data of Fushi back to life. She is soothing those roots. Though Wang Chun does not understand the Tao follows nature, he can comprehend the data. On the screen, the alarm line that was once bright red suddenly drops like a dive. Meanwhile, the green bar, representing life revival progress, starts to steadily rise. Everyone. Zhang Qingxian immediately changes his tone, his voice, filled with ecstasy. Stop listening to the headphones. Follow the light of that girl. Feel that rhythm. That is the pulse of life. No further encouragement is needed. That comfortable sensation cannot be deceiving. More and more revivers instinctively adjust their output methods. The previously violent surge of energy transforms. It is no longer a raging torrent. Instead, it becomes gentle spring water, slowly flowing into the cultivation tank. Within the core area, those roots that had been trembling violently, seemingly on the verge of exploding, quiet down. They greedily absorb this gentle power. The sensation is akin to a parched traveler who has finally taken the first sip of sweet spring water after 1,000 years. The liquid in the cultivation tank no longer boils but ripples with delicate waves. Everyone holds their breath, staring intently at those wooden roots. 1 second. 2 seconds. Crack. A faint and extremely subtle sound resonates in the silent underground space. The sound is not loud, yet it strikes at the hearts of everyone. At the top of the thickest root in the center, a layer of hard iron-like, even somewhat carbonized dead skin has cracked open a fine seam. A hint of tender green cautiously peeks out. The leaves are so delicate they seem as if they could snap with a single breath. Yet under the gaze of 1,000 pairs of eyes illuminated by the soft green light, they resiliently unfold. 2 leaves, only the size of a fingernail. They are not just ordinary green, but exhibit a translucent jade-like quality, with golden halos flowing through their veins, flickering as if they are breathing. Then comes the second. The third. It's alive. Wang Chun feels the tension in his shoulders suddenly ease, as if he has just been pulled from the water, his back soaking wet. He grips the railing, his eyes welling with tears. This time Huaxia has not disappointed Lin Fan's expectations.